Chapter 381. As a branch of the warrior class, the Guardian isn't a niche class. While it loses the warrior's high burst damage, it gains the ranged attack power of heavy armor. The Guardian, despite his mediocrity, is a jack of all trades on the battlefield, effective in every situation. Even the most mediocre class is no joke. While they may not be as powerful as the warrior, not as durable as the knight, not as powerful as the mage, not as powerful as the archer, and not as stealthy as the rogue, they're incredibly well-rounded. Who else has a skill slot that includes most common class abilities at level 1? Knight's Charge, Warrior Shield Wall, Mage's Elemental Bullet, Archer's Charged Shot, even the Rogue's Lightness and Stealth. It's truly amazing. Great value. A wide variety. It can do it all. You can have them as a foot-in-the-ground knight, a warrior with a large shield, or even temporarily impersonate a magic apprentice. At worst, a one-shot marksman. The kind that fires 3 rounds and then goes into melee. You can't imagine it. There's nothing a guard can't do. The true mission-driven professionals in the Lord of the Rings games are just that arrogant. If Middle-earth didn't have the same class transitions as in the Lord of the Rings, Roland would have to kneel down and call the guards daddy. After all, this thing has a class tree that covers most classes. Guardian turns knight. Guardian turns marksman. Guardian turns mage. Guardian turns ranger. Guardian turns thief. It's truly a literal translation of the original. However, guards aren't without their flaws. The consequence of being a jack of all trades is being a master of none. Anyone at the same level can easily outsmart them in terms of professional expertise. However, their extremely high overall abilities still give the guard a place to thrive. Take caravans, for example. Savvy merchants can simply hire or maintain a group of guards and enjoy the protection and services of all classes. They might not be experts, but they're useful, and that's all. Roland couldn't help but grin as he looked at Rule. He wondered if these guards could adapt to the current Middle-earth environment. After all, those orcs were still a formidable bunch. Guards? Not bad. Renaud nodded, suddenly remembering something. Are you planning on just letting us go? Renaud asked, looking at Roland. Of course not. I at least give you a full army. Roland smiled. Thank God, my lord. You have a conscience. Renaud shook his head helplessly. He had nothing to say about Roland, the idiot. No. This majesty doesn't deserve it. We call him that later. I'd be more at ease with his highness. I can't carry this majesty right now. Roland was very clear-headed and quickly refused. Just look at Yuan Shu to see what happens when one's virtue is unworthy of their position. Hee. Your highness, I suggest you find some allies to join us. Opening up trade routes isn't just our responsibility, it benefits the entire north. Raynor smiled, his large white teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Makes sense. Which allies do you think would be suitable to invite? Roland asked. The kingdom of Aquaia is just like us, bloodthirsty. The valley state is so poor it can't even squeeze water out of its mouth. Erebor may be rich, but it can't produce most of its basic necessities, and has to rely on imports. As for the Woodland Kingdom and the Singer Kingdom, they both have their own internal circulation systems, and the elves' xenophobia has doomed them to loneliness. Raynor analyzed. Okay. I tell Yin Feng to send an envoy to discuss things with them. Before that, you be responsible for training my royal guards. Get to know them well. I hope you won't need them in the future. Roland said calmly. Are you planning to send the royal guards? Renaud was stunned. He had never imagined that Roland's evil hand of persecution had reached his own guards. Is that a problem? There's no major battle to fight anyway. Letting them out to see some blood might be helpful. We can't afford to lose our killing skills, Roland said. Renaud's eye twitched. They were truly impressed by you. That's a bit of a waste of talent, isn't it? Why not send the knights? Renaud advised. He still wanted to struggle. Let Roland harm the knights, but not the royal guards. As the last line of defense protecting the king, how could they be easily moved? No problem. Let the knights guard the castle. It's a good time for them to rest and rotate. Roland waved his hand, making the decision. Renaud grinned, hoping the royal guards wouldn't blame him for betraying them. All right, go gather the guards first and get acquainted with them. Rule, go back and prepare the caravan. I want them ready to go. Roland nodded and instructed the two. Then he lowered his head and went back to his own work. What's going on? You're taking the infantry out instead? Omsk munched on a hamburger, Roland's invention. There were no hamburgers in Middle-earth. He nearly dropped his burger in shock when he saw Renaud with a group of royal guards. Although Renaud spent his days gazing at the sun with a group of infantry in Lulong Fortress that was forced upon him, there was now a fully fledged knightly order in Rapid City. Why would he go play with the infantry instead of the knights? Your Highness's orders. To escort the caravan with the royal guards. The king wants to reopen trade routes to the west, Raynor said. Yes. An ambitious king isn't a bad thing for the kingdom. A royal family with a pioneering spirit is the empire's style. Omsk nodded. The kingdom of Lagran was founded by the madcap knights of the north, the same kind who would chase people for miles for a leg of lamb. The martial and bloodthirsty genes in their bones are unchangeable. It would be a miracle if a weak, incompetent, war-fearing king ever emerged in Lagran. Yes, but the royal guards. They are the king's personal soldiers, after all. Raynor frowned, looking at the royal guards behind him and nodding at Omsk. It's okay. His Highness trusts you. Just take them with you, Omsk said nonchalantly. He knew his king was very tolerant. After all, the system guarantees it, and not the kind of monarch prone to suspicion. I'm not worried about King Roland's suspicions. I'm afraid of problems. One guard is like an extra life for him. These guards are more important than just personal soldiers, Raynor said helplessly. Do you know why His Highness always sends out the most elite professional troops? Do you really think the kingdom can't muster a few ordinary soldiers? How much do ordinary soldiers cost? Omsk smiled meaningfully. He loves this country more than we see. He's unwilling to pay unnecessary costs, so he always uses his best troops. It was like that before, and it's the same this time. Don't worry. I got you in River Rapids. The knights are not pushovers. Omsk's eyes flashed a sharp, cold light. Chapter 382. Roland's envoys were galloping to other kingdoms, while Roland was currently tinkering with how to make life better for himself and the people. How's it going, Yufeng? Should the supplies be adequate? Roland asked, turning his head. Off to the side, Yufeng was stamping and signing various documents with his own seal, his feet constantly on the ground. Although the amount of supplies he was requisitioning wasn't large, the cumulative amount was staggering. Fortunately, the cheapest paper wasn't particularly expensive. Using enchanted parchment would have been exorbitant. Well, it's enough for the residents. But for the soldiers, Yufeng said, as he rummaged through the supplies, I take care of the soldiers. You just need to make sure the residents have enough supplies to get through the winter, Roland said solemnly. He remembered the famine of last winter vividly. If it weren't for a chance encounter, they might not have survived. This winter would be more bearable. At least they could use their wealth to purchase military rations in the system. Whether they tasted good or not wasn't up for debate, but they were definitely filling. That should be enough. The people of the kingdom grow a wide variety of crops. Barley, wheat, even oats, soybeans, and peas. With all these mixed crops, this winter should be a year of plenty. Yufeng nodded. Sorting through the massive amount of data took him a long time. But we are short on meat. Those snow-wing chickens are enough for the castle and officers, but the ordinary soldiers and residents have to fish or hunt for meat. Vegetables are also scarce. Even my table often consists of wild vegetables, not to mention everyone else's. Yufeng casually explained various issues to Roland without even looking up. Let's wait and see about the meat. I'm willing but unable to do so right now. Feeding animals requires feed, and we don't even have enough grain of our own. As for slaughtering cattle, forget it, we don't have many oxen to begin with. As for vegetables, I try to get some seeds. Roland nodded, knowing his next goal. By the way, has the caravan set off yet? I need some alchemical materials. Yufeng suddenly asked. Not yet. We can't let them go until the trade route is open. I'm going to contact the other lords. I hope we can all travel together, so we can have someone to look after us along the way, Roland said. Well, as long as you understand the situation. Yufeng nodded. After all, he couldn't interfere too much in the king's decisions. Don't worry, I won't joke with the kingdom's future or the lives of my soldiers. Roland nodded solemnly. If possible, he even hoped that the kingdom's citizens would remain unscathed in every battle, but that was impossible. Aside from the knight's honor, which allowed them to share the damage, other professionals didn't have that ability. Not to mention the ordinary soldiers. They could only use their flesh and blood to withstand the war. Huh? King Roland wants to open a trade route. To the western human world? Bai Yi looked at the emissary in silence. Roland was quietly planning another major move. However, trade routes were indeed needed by everyone, and Roland had to wade through this mess together. Bai Yi shook his head and sighed helplessly. The unorganized kingdom of Aquavia had just emerged from the shadow of war after its ethnic relocation, and now they had to grit their teeth and devote their already limited military strength to this trade route battle. Please tell King Roland. I be traveling to Riverstorm to discuss this matter with him soon. White Wing thought for a moment. Roland intends to open the Misty Mountain Pass again? The old pass isn't so easy to reclaim. Thorin rubbed his chin, his eyes filled with thought and confusion. After all, this great king had led his team on a relentless charge, forcing his way through the death-shrouded mountains while being pursued and blocked by orcs. No one knew better than him how formidable those damned orcs could be. Your Highness has his own considerations. If you have any ideas, please send someone to give us a response, the envoy said. Well, I send an envoy to meet with King Roland soon. By the way, have you notified Bard? Thorin asked. Of course, King Bard has others to meet him. In fact, my king has notified all the kingdoms surrounding the Lonely Mountain. Yes, the dwarves will contribute. Thorin nodded. Since everyone has a stake, there's no reason for the dwarves not to lend a hand. Tell King Roland. The dwarves will always be his friends. I will lead my army wherever they are needed. Thorin nodded. King beneath the mountain, you're too kind. Why bother taking care of such a trivial matter yourself? The knight's mouth twitched. Was there something wrong with his statement? The dwarf king acted as if it were a life-or-death battle. All right. I will personally go to Riverstorm to confer with King Roland. Bard nodded. As the weakest faction surrounding the Lonely Mountain, he most desired an influx of outside blood. This allowed the products of the Valley State to be sold, and the city-state's needs could be purchased from other sources. Thank you for your help. The knight bowed and turned to leave. They will come to talk to us, Roland said to Yunfeng. The White-Winged King of the Kingdom of Actia has arrived. Perhaps you should go and greet him. Yunfeng suddenly asked. How did you know? Roland looked curious. I'm a mage too. Yunfeng rolled his eyes at Roland. He also knew how to use the Mage's Eye of Truth. Yunfeng had deployed these throughout the city, allowing him to keep tabs on the goings-on around it. It could be said that a simplified version of a surveillance system from another world had appeared, though it was a bit of a mage's killer. Thank you for your hard work. Roland nodded in greeting. He knew the Mage's Eye of Truth, and he also knew how difficult it was for Yunfeng to monitor the city's perimeter. It was a heavy burden on both his mental and magical powers, meaning Yunfeng was losing both his magical and mental power every moment. Only those who have experienced this feeling know how to recover and lose both. Don't worry. There are always places the soldiers can't see. River Rapids is our last home, and I can't ignore this risk. Yunfeng shook his head. He didn't want to be discovered by monsters or enemies sneaking in. That would be a disaster. I'm going to see the White-Winged King. Do you want to come with me? Roland asked. No need. Just take the Grand Duke with you. Yunfeng shook his head. He didn't like playing coy with others, a bit like the science and engineering guy from his past life. All right, I go greet the guests. Roland shrugged. Chapter 383. Roland retrieved Nyx from the castle. The two mounted their warhorses and, escorted by the guards, headed for the swift river to greet King White-Wing. Damn it! King White-Wing looked at his soaked clothes with disdain. He should have put on armor earlier. Damn those monsters in the river! White-Wing complained as he peeled off a half-inlaid scale from his inner armor. Hey, friend. Perhaps you need help? Roland rode over with Nyx. Glad to see you, King Roland. But excuse my rudeness. I need to clean this shit off first. White-Wing pointed at the various scales embedded in his body. What's going on? Roland was stunned. Damn it! King White-Wing looked like he'd been blasted by a storm of metal. Aside from his inner armor, his outer garments had been torn into shreds. Hey! We encountered a magical beast. My little wreck isn't even more magically patterned than yours, but that wooden boat almost capsized. Bai said with lingering fear. Roland was stunned. Ever since Yunfeng came along, he had enchanted Roland's fishing boat in his spare time. As a result, there were almost no blind magical beasts attacking the fishermen. The worst that happened was that the fishing nets were torn to pieces. Bai's attack reminded Roland of the fear of being dominated by a magical beast. Are you okay? Roland quickly cast a holy light over him. Bai, who was already fine, smiled. The wound would heal on its own in a while. Aside from a few shallow cuts, Bai was unharmed. It's okay. Bai smiled bitterly and shook his head. The main problem was that the suit was a bit embarrassing. Being beaten like a beggar was a bit of a loss of aristocracy. What on earth attacked you? Why did you get beaten like this? Roland wasn't worried about Bai. He was just curious about what kind of monster could be beaten like this. He better avoid it next time he saw it. Exploding turtle. Bai Yi's face darkened, as if he was recalling this dark past that he couldn't bear to look back on. Roland's mouth twitched. How many people would have to be beaten like this by a bursting turtle? A bursting turtle only has a dozen or so large scales that can explode, but judging by the appearance of the people from the kingdom of Acvia, it wasn't just a single fish that could have beaten them like this. It would have taken at least a school of fish. We were attacked by a school of fish. The boat was half sunk. If the two banks weren't so close, I think we have to swim over. Bai Yi's face darkened. Do you have any extra clothes? Bai Yi looked at Roland awkwardly. Roland sighed helplessly, as he dug through the system space, and found a new set of clothes for Bai Yi. Just make do with it, Roland said helplessly. While it wasn't particularly nice looking, it was at least much more presentable than his current outfit. Okay. I go change. Bai Yi gratefully took the clothes and walked back to the boat. Roland then took a closer look at Bai Yi's boat. It wasn't big, only about 10 meters long. It had a cabin, but it was already leaking, and the scales shot through it by the blasting turtles made it seep through. The boat was also covered in blasting turtle scales. Roland couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his teeth. It was safe to say that Bai Yi's boat was definitely the most stylish of all the boats in the fishing port. The fishing harbor is a small pier built by fishermen on the riverbank opposite the city of Rapids, used for mooring boats and unloading catches, etc. Hello. Your Highness, the beautiful Grand Duke, it's a pleasure to meet you. Bai Yi touched his chest and gave a chivalric salute. It wasn't that he didn't want to give a gentleman's hand kiss, but Roland's glare, ready to strike at any moment, was so sharp. And with the immense pressure posed by the level 6 hero Omsk next to him, Bai Yi, mindful that his own knight, Maple Leaf Purple, couldn't match him, so he acted unusually gentlemanly. A teachable young man. Roland nodded in satisfaction, feeling quite pleased. At least this young man had good sense, didn't he? Roland hated the way those so-called gentlemen in the West showed their excessive attention to other people's fiancés and wives. If White Wing knew Roland's intentions, he'd definitely protest, perhaps telling Roland and Omsk to sheath their sharpened knight swords. What are you going to do? I can't send my troops to clear the Old Forest Road? That's courting death. White Wing pointed at the map. While the Old Forest Road is a good location, with its well-established infrastructure and very flat terrain, making it an excellent trade route for caravans, the Orc army of Dol Guldur is still stationed there. Trying to use it en masse would be tantamount to courting death. The Orcs could easily be intercepted. Even if your accompanying troops could suppress the Orc soldiers, those ringwraiths could easily slaughter them all in a few rounds in the middle of the night. White Wing's shock was understandable. Am I crazy? I'm going to take the Old Forest Road? Who knows that broken road better than me? Roland almost started to curse. He would get angry with anyone who wanted to take the Old Forest Road. That thing is impossible to walk on, and even the monsters that can be seen everywhere are enough to make people collapse. So what's your plan? White Wing asked, puzzled. We take the route through the Woodland Kingdom. Heading west from the middle of the magic stream, we reach the territory of the Bjorn. There's a gathering place for the Northmen, established by Bjorn, a natural druid of the Bearskin clan. Roland gestured at the map, which was exactly the route the Lonely Mountain expedition had taken. Once we're here, we can resupply in the small town of Karlok. I'm sure Bjorn and the others will need goods, too. The ferry of Karlok is right next to it. Roland continued, while White Wing listened intently. After crossing the ferry, we can head directly towards the Old Pass. Just west of the Old Pass is Rivendell. Beyond Rivendell is the Eastern Road. Our mission will be accomplished. Roland nodded. Sounds good. White Wing nodded. I don't know the specifics. You should also know that my kingdom is more of a tribe than a kingdom. We, the tribes of the North, don't know much about the situation here. I hope you won't betray our trust. White Wing looked at Roland sternly. Unfamiliar with the locale, the tribes of the North could only place their hopes on others. They needed time to familiarize themselves with and explore this unknown land. Of course, the most challenging part here is maintaining control of the Old Pass. We need a garrison there. If the Orc sees it, the consequences would be disastrous. Roland said solemnly. My kingdom cannot sustain an army stationed abroad. Please understand. White Wing sighed. He couldn't maintain the supplies and rotations required for an army hundreds of miles away. White Wing was frustrated. In reality, with the kingdom of Agvia's current meager military strength, being able to remain on the other side of the river was already a good thing. However, Roland had heard that they had begun accepting human refugees from the north. Perhaps once they could get through this difficult period, things would get much better. Chapter 384. Let's discuss this after Bard and Thorin arrive. Roland shrugged at White Wing. After all, this kind of thing required consultation among several parties, and the route wasn't fixed. If they had a better plan, Roland wouldn't mind listening to their suggestions. Okay. White Wing nodded. After all, the two of them couldn't come up with anything useful here, so it would be better to wait until everyone gathered. Okay. Then you can stay for a while. Our conditions are limited, so please be patient. Roland quickly arranged for the guards to prepare a guest room for White Wing. How's the situation? Yun Feng asked Roland, folding his arms. King White Wing isn't impressed by my suggestion. The need for a garrison at the old pass is a major drawback. Roland sighed. There's more than one route. There's always one that suits us. The north needs commerce to prosper. Likewise, the kingdom needs Gundor's grain and Rohan's meat. Even if they're unwilling, we have to come. Yun Feng shook his head, signaling Roland to remain patient. I understand. But I have to say the kingdom can't afford to keep a garrison far away in the Misty Mountains. Supplies will be a serious problem, Roland said helplessly. Without a strong transport fleet or teleportation magic circle, we simply can't afford to have an army on the move. We can't let our soldiers starve. Roland knocked on the table. Then we have to consider a different route. Yun Feng shook his head. While this route was the best, it only led to the Shire. Heading south, they could enter Rohan and Gundor. To Rohan and Gundor? Roland pondered. Baron Lanso had taken that route once before with his cavalry. Well, that's the only way. At least we don't need to station troops along the waterway. The only danger is the orcs in Dol Guldur. Yun Feng nodded. Hey! Where's your king? Where's my friend Roland? Thorin and Bard appeared outside River Rapids early that morning. I've been waiting for you. Thorin, Bard. Roland went out to greet them. Is that your wife? Thorin's sharp eyes spotted Nyx, who was standing under the doorway. Yes, my wife. Roland confirmed. You're so lucky. How's your back? Thorin and Bard exchanged glances, teasing Roland. Hey! My king is as strong as a spear. How can I say my back isn't good? Roland feigned anger. Let's go! King of the strongest spear. Bard patted Roland's shoulder, and the three of them walked inside, arm in arm. Thorin, I suspect someone discriminates against dwarves' height. Thorin. Bard. White Wing stood up and nodded. White Wing. Hello. How are you? Thorin and the others exchanged pleasantries. It's okay, but we're running low on basic supplies. We need to buy the items we can't produce. White Wing sighed. That's why I'm here. Thorin nodded. The dwarves also needed to sell their smelting results in exchange for what they needed. Dale is in ruins. Bard said little, but everyone understood Dale's predicament. Since we all share the same goal, let's discuss how to restore prosperity to the north and how to get merchants back. Roland took the lead. Go ahead. Thorin extended his hand politely. I discussed this matter briefly with White Wing before. I plan to travel through the Woodland Kingdom. Heading west from the middle of the magic stream, we reach the territory of the Bjorn. There's a gathering place for the Northmen, established by Bjorn, a natural druid of the Bearskin clan. Once there, we can resupply in the small town of Karlok. I'm sure Bjorn and his men will need goods, too. Nearby is the ferry of Karlok. After crossing it, we can head directly towards the Old Pass. To the west of the Old Pass lies Rivendell. Beyond Rivendell is the Eastern Road. This means we're retracing the route taken by the Lonely Mountain Expeditionary Force. Thorin, you're the most experienced here. Will you please see if this plan is feasible? Roland gestured on the map, while the other three people watched Roland's description intently. Yes. We're retracing our previous route, but this time it should be much safer. Thorin nodded. What should we do with the orcs in Gunbalda Fortress? Bard pointed to Gunbalda Fortress in the north, his expression grim. They only need to move south along the Langflad River, the source of the Anduin River, to intercept us at the Old Pass. Bard said, gesturing at the map. So the key point of our discussion now is how to control the Old Pass. Roland pointed at the ancient pass. The Old Pass is easy to defend and difficult to attack, guarding the eastern side of the Misty Mountains. Although it lacks a complete castle defense system and is in disrepair, repairing it would still cause great trouble. That place should still be under orc control. White Wing said coldly, folding his arms across his chest. Perhaps. Thorin and Roland exchanged a glance. They hadn't eliminated the local orcs, and Thorin hadn't bothered with the goblins after escaping, which meant there was a high probability that the area was still controlled by orcs or goblins. Perhaps the Bjorn could help, Roland said. Those druids? Thorin paused, then remembered Bjorn. They'd taken in quite a few northerners and established their own town. I think. Roland pondered for a moment. If possible, I'd like to see us control that area. The Dwarf King's desire for control was strong, especially in a region of such strategic importance. That's unrealistic. I don't have an army stationed here permanently. Whitewing chuckled bitterly. The Dale army has trouble even defending itself. Bard's expression grimaced. Don't look at me. Thorin, I can't afford the supplies for an army constantly on the move. Roland shook his head like a rattle. Thorin was stunned, his mouth wide open, staring at the others in silence. Then we won't be able to use this route for long. The orcs could plunder our caravan at any moment. Thorin sat down, somewhat glumly. Ah, that's the second option. Roland patted Thorin's shoulder. We can also go directly south to the Anduin River. Don't forget. Following the river, we can reach the borders of Gundur and Rohan. Roland explained. I'm afraid there are other reasons. Otherwise, such a good route wouldn't be a backup option. Tell me, what are its shortcomings? Thorin looked at Roland for a few seconds, rubbing his brow. It's not a big deal, but I think the hidden dangers are huge. If we had one, this southbound trade route would have been our primary choice. Roland sighed. Chapter 385. Ah. Thorin first gave a thoughtful look, then sighed helplessly. It wasn't that the coalition wasn't trying hard, but the ringwraiths had reinforcements. Dol Guldur has become a permanent pain in the hearts of all the allied nations of the Northern Alliance. Whenever something big happens, this shabby place always pops up and pounces on everyone, making everyone want to crush it but unable to do anything about it. Small infiltrations are impossible, and when a large army approaches, they evade allies. If you want to develop, they pop up and harass you repeatedly. If you want to fight them to the death, they retreat back to their fortress. They're just traitors. What a shady operation. Dol Guldur is indeed a problem. Thorin frowned, his eyes full of thought. Roland took one look at Thorin. Wow! Look at those nasty veins. Roland had no doubt that if an orc were standing before him right now, he would devour him alive. Dol Guldur. Alas! Bard and Whitewing exchanged glances, worry evident. Or else we... Thorin began. No need. Roland, Whitewing, and Bard retorted in unison. You know what I'm saying? Thorin frowned. Stop it! Dol Guldur is a fight we can't win. My army has been fighting non-stop for almost a year. They need a rest. Otherwise, I can't guarantee a knight's sword won't be placed on my neck. Roland shrugged. If he launched another large-scale war, not only the soldiers, but even the generals and nobles would disapprove. There was no need for Roland to reduce their loyalty. Even if he couldn't open a trade route this year, he could wait until next year. At most, life would be a little more monotonous and intense this winter. Seeing Roland's awkward refusal, Bard and Whitewing shook their heads repeatedly. After all, if even the martially virtuous kingdom of Raglan wasn't willing to be the first to take the initiative, then they were even less willing to challenge Dol Guldur. So what should we do? You don't want to station troops at the old pass. And you're afraid of the orcs in Dol Guldur if we go south? Thorin was almost amused by these idiots. In that case, my suggestion is to head south to Gundur and Rohan. Yun Fong suddenly appeared. Several people turned to look. Your Majesty? What are your thoughts? Everyone gave due respect to a 6th-rank sage. After all, another 6th rank was still a true 6th ranker. It's not a brilliant opinion, just a small suggestion. Yun Fong shook his head and smiled. What everyone is worried about now is simply the orcs in Dol Guldur harassing our trade routes. The problem at the old pass can't be solved for now, but if we go south, we can handle it. Yun Fong smiled mysteriously. It's the same route as before. After reaching the Bjorn's town of Karlok, we head south along the Anduin River until we reach the Gladden Plains. There's a town called Dinortown, where we can resupply. Then, we cross the Anduin River to its west bank. We can visit Moria and the Golden Forest along the way. Finally, once we pass the Golden Forest, we reach the territory of Rohan. Yun Fong smiled. Of course, this is only if everyone uses land transport. It would be much easier if we took the water route. And the orcs don't have a navy. Yun Fong suggested. But we don't have a boat. Even if we did, we wouldn't be able to row across the Anduin River. And the monsters in the water are truly deadly. Soren asked slowly. Why not rent a ship from the Bjorn? Or perhaps buy one? Couldn't we invest in a dock and shipyard and build our own? I can provide the magic circle to repel aquatic monsters. Are there any other difficulties? Yun Feng asked with a shrug. No, you explained it in great detail. Bard smiled kindly. For Bard and White Wing, this low-cost trade was easier to accept. Even if something went wrong, it would only be the loss of a shipment of goods. What do you think, Thorin? Roland asked, looking at Thorin. The king under the mountain's attitude had a significant impact on this matter. After all, in terms of foundation, the three kingdoms combined couldn't compare to Erebor. Crucially, Erebor was still mining gold and mithril. It was like the dwarves were born with a golden goose. Very good then, let's do this. Everyone, go back and prepare. We meet at the mouth of the Forest River in 7 days. The Forest River Roland was referring to was the east-west river that ran through the entire Woodland Kingdom and emptied into the Long Lake. Its end was closest to the tributary of the Anduin River. Roland had already begun considering building a canal to connect the two rivers after removing Fort Gambata. All right. We won't bother you then. The king said goodbye to Roland and hurriedly left River Speed. Well done. Roland gave Yun Feng a thumbs up. If it weren't for Yun Feng, he really didn't know how to convince the kings. He couldn't really go to war with Dol Guldur, could he? And now, fighting the surviving orcs and the vast number of goblins in the Misty Mountains for the Old Pass. Without the strength of a border baron, there was no way he could even dream of securing a fiefdom. If Roland were to grant a border barony right now, he'd probably be furious. The cost of building something from scratch would be enough to make him cry. Each border baron's fiefdom is the product of centuries of accumulation by a family, and the resources consumed are unimaginable. Castles, cities, towns, villages, roads, armies, caravans. If Roland were to support them, he'd probably just hang himself. If you really count the numbers, the current kingdom of Lagrang isn't as well developed as a century-old border barony in the Lord of the Rings games. At least many of them are zero. As it should be. Yun Feng smiled. How many men would be needed to garrison the Old Pass if it were truly taken? At least? Roland asked, unwilling to give up. Yun Feng glanced at Roland in surprise, then finally smiled. As expected, a Lagrange man was still a Lagrange man. His greed for land and ambition for territorial expansion were unmistakable. Most importantly, he was able to plan carefully before taking action. He was a wise and capable king, Yun Feng thought to himself, but his thoughts began to race. Capturing it won't be a problem, but holding it will be difficult. Simply holding it will require 2 flood phalanxes, but to fully control it and transform it into a complete fortress, a baron would probably be needed. Yun Feng told Roland his calculations, and Roland nodded. It was not far off his own estimate. Besides, sending 600 flood infantrymen to seize it now was pointless. He better wait for another opportunity. Roland breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 386. Roland was preoccupied with the matter of the Old Pass. It would be a shame to leave such a crucial location unclaimed. Rather than letting the Bjorn take it in the Fourth Age, it would be better to wait until he had accumulated enough strength to take it. Even if the kingdom didn't directly rule it, it could be divided among the various fiefdoms. Besides, didn't the kingdom of Lagrang have a noble who could be divided among the various fiefdoms? The reigning lion family of the north. Apophis Brio. Roland had promised him that he would restore the glory of his ancestors, and granting him that easily defendable and difficult to attack dangerous territory was a way of giving him an explanation. Furthermore, the eastern part of the pass. At the foot of the Misty Mountains lies a vast plain. Perfect for both farming and grazing, the area from the Old Pass to the Seningrad Plain is enough to support a powerful principality. I'm sure Apophis Brio won't be picky. As for whether he can defend his territory, Roland has no concerns. No man in the Reign of Lions is useless. After providing the necessary initial support, if Apophis Brio is truly driven back by the orcs, there are only 2 possibilities. Either the Gambata orcs are approaching, or he's a worthless person. Well, when the opportunity arises, let's send Apophis Brio over there as Lord. Roland smiled and shook his head. Given the character of the Reign of Lions, those orcs and goblins would have a hard time. Are you really planning to send the Reign of Lions to that remote corner? Yun Feng glanced at Roland, as if secretly implying that Roland was being dishonest. The fiefdom of the king's lion family in the imperial history should be far north of the Iron Hills. The conditions here are much better than the original fiefdom. Roland grinned. That being said, the potential for development there isn't as high as the fiefdoms in the north. Yun Feng's eyes flickered. If Roland was planning to weaken the influence and future power of the king's lion from now on, well, the heart of an emperor is as deep as the sea. My division of the king's lion's territory stretches from Gambata in the north to the Seningrad Plain in the south. from the Anjuin River in the east to the eastern foothills of the Misty Mountains in the west. This piece of land is enough to give them an explanation, and it can be considered a reward for their generations of loyalty. Roland shook his head and expressed his thoughts to Yunfeng. TSK. That's quite a generous offer. This land is enough to establish a duchy. Not just a powerful duke, are you sure? Yunfeng said in shock. He had thought Roland would give Apophis Breer a narrow fiefdom with little room for development to curb the king's lion family, but he never expected Roland to just give him a dukedom and walk away. If they can gain a foothold, why not give them fiefdoms? Roland didn't care. After all, there was the natural barrier of the Anjuin River. Even if their descendants retaliated in the future, it wouldn't matter. At worst, they could divide the land across the Anjuin River and govern it separately. There was no need to fight with his vassals over such trivial matters for the glorious plains of the east. Well, moving east is also a good option. The glory of the empire needs to be restored. East of the Rune region lies the sprawling eastern mountains, and east of those mountains are the vast plains. And then, there's the endless ocean. We have no shortage of land. Yunfeng nodded. We lack the people to occupy the land and the nobles to manage it. Roland sighed. Everything will work out when the time comes. Yunfeng shook his head. Okay, I go check on the caravan and the soldiers. Roland waved and left. Have you packed everything? Roland asked, watching the busy Renault. Yes, I'm almost there, except for a few more supplies, Renault reported. Have you stored all your food and supplies in your interspatial ring? Roland looked at the carriages, but didn't see any specifically designed for storing food. Their primary military ration was dry, hard white bread. This bread, mixed with bran and wheat grains, didn't taste good, but it was definitely filling. This ration couldn't get wet or damp, so it needed to be transported in a covered carriage. Roland looked around but couldn't find any, so he guessed it had been stuffed into the interspatial ring. Yes, Your Highness. Renault nodded. Although his interspatial ring wasn't large, it had no problem filling the dozens of cubic meters of space with all the food and fodder the men needed. Well, that's right. You don't need that many arrows. You can use them yourselves. Roland waved his hand. His spatial ring was originally filled with war supplies like arrows and crossbow bolts, but the 200 royal guards clearly didn't need them. Rule, what have we prepared? Roland asked, looking at the packed carriages, most of which were covered with waterproof tarpaulins. We prepared 50 primary magical snow-winged chickens. They're placed in 25 carriages, covered with tarpaulins, so they won't get wet and get sick or stressed. Rule explained. Is this stuff selling well? Roland looked in amazement at the snow-winged chickens quietly pecking at insects in their cages. These primary magical beasts, with their white wings and gray bodies, were beautiful. Their gray bodies were dotted with light black markings, and the white feathers on their wings gave them an ethereal feel. The 3 grayish-white tails, about a meter long, were also very attractive ornaments. Some knights like to insert these tails into their helmets. Primary magical beasts are easy to sell. Their meat is edible, and their feathers can be used to make magical equipment or alchemical items, Rule explained. I see these are all roosters? Roland suddenly noticed that these snow-winged chickens all had tall, fiery red combs, clearly male. That's right. These tamed magical beasts can't be sold in pairs. Only one sex can exist. If someone were to breed them, they'd likely reproduce, Rule explained. Yes, that's the right thing to do. Roland nodded. After all, this industry couldn't be controlled by others. What about the others? Roland looked at Rule. There are another 50 carts of magical equipment. Rule smiled proudly. Wow! Warmongers? Roland was stunned. He had never imagined that one day he would become a warmonger. Can our equipment compare to dwarven weaponry? Roland expressed some concern. After all, dwarven craftsmanship was renowned far and wide. To compete with them, he would definitely need his own unique characteristics. The dwarves only have ordinary equipment. They can't craft magical equipment with special effects. They lost that ability. Rule sighed. Ours are magical equipment. Roland suddenly realized. You're not going to rob Sage Yunfeng's warehouse, are you? Roland was shocked. Chapter 387. How is that possible? Even if I had the intention, I wouldn't have the ability. Rul laughed awkwardly. Although Yunfeng's work area was located outside the city, its defenses were no less formidable than those of River Rapids. Thanks to its small size, Yunfeng had sealed off his magical plantation and Warcraft chicken farm with magic arrays. Battle-hardened defensive arrays, battle-hardened defensive arrays, battle-hardened energy-gathering arrays. This series of arrays was enough to make Yin Feng's plantation second only to the Lulong fortress in terms of defense. Even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to take it away. Roland nodded in agreement. After all, it was an array set up by a powerful 6th-level sage, an alchemist whose primary occupation was alchemy. There are 1,000 fine iron spears in here, enchanted with sharpness and armor-piercing. 500 steel shields, enchanted with durability and self-healing. 100 pieces of fine iron plate armor, enchanted with lightness, durability, and self-healing. 500 pieces of fine iron half-body armor, enchanted with durability, self-healing, and shock absorption. Ruel patted the cart next to him, and explained to Roland. Although the enchantments weren't many, and were common enough, the combination was excellent, making them very practical equipment. Stripped of fancy features, these primitive weapons and equipment exuded a faint chill. What are the remaining 25 carts? Roland asked. The rest are just miscellaneous items collected from the people. Let's sell them along the way, Ruel said casually. That can't fit in 25 carts, right? Roland knew the conditions of his own people. They were so poor they were practically bleeding. How could he possibly afford 25 carts of unused items? Well, only 2 carts are loaded, the others are empty, Ruel said. All right, once we're ready, we set off in 2 days. I see you off myself, Roland said. Thank you, Your Highness, Ruel said. Did the training go well? Roland looked at the sweaty Renault and handed him a glass of iced tea. Gudong. Renault took the teacup Roland offered without hesitation and drank it all in one gulp. The training was excellent. They're all elite soldiers with a solid foundation. A simple training on the measures and formations for protecting the caravan will suffice, Renault said matter-of-factly. Then why are you so exhausted? Sweaty? Roland asked curiously. I train on my own, Your Highness. I'm always ready to charge into battle. My physical abilities need to be in peak condition. Unlike you, who travel with an army of soldiers, I don't have to fight in person. Renault complained helplessly, practically pointing at Roland and saying, it's easy to talk when you're not in the right place. With the knights always by his side, Roland was certainly much safer than Renault. I suggest you train. A king can't go into battle all the time wearing the guise of a knight, Renault advised. After all, Roland had never been a content king. If Roland had been a king who preferred to command from the rear, it would have been fine. His personal strength wouldn't have mattered. After all, when he needed to go to the battlefield, people would have come to the capital. But Roland was different. He was both a noob and a playboy. His own strength wasn't great, but he led the army in person, more smoothly than anyone else, even having an astonishing record of nearly being instantly defeated. As a king with a criminal record, Renault couldn't help but worry. Not really, not really. Roland waved his hand with an awkward smile. As the kingdom grew, the chances of Roland personally joining the army in the fight grew smaller and smaller. After all, with the expansion of his business, any mistake could lead to changes in the kingdom. Therefore, Roland likely wouldn't see the chance to appear on the front lines. But that's not necessarily true. Roland suddenly thought of the dragon egg, whose vitality had been largely restored. The strength of the dragon egg born from the union of a space silver dragon and a golden dragon was something only the dragon god knew. If Roland became a dragon knight, he could still venture into the battlefield. After all, a dragon knight's self-preservation abilities were incredibly formidable. If Roland wanted to leave, there was little chance he could stop him. Rest well for a few days. You won't be able to enjoy such a good environment out in the field, Roland said, patting Roland's shoulder. Okay, I informed the soldiers. Renault nodded firmly. He understood that while there weren't many dangerous places along the way, it was still necessary to be cautious when opening such a trade route for the first time. Did you go see them? Nix gently hugged Roland. Yes, they're leaving in 2 days, and I was worried, so I had to see them myself. Roland held Nix and placed her on his lap. Moan. Nix cried softly, her eyes full of love, but she quickly suppressed her restless heart and gently removed Roland's hand, which was holding her conscience. Remember to write a letter. It's not easy for them to travel abroad. What if they get harassed by the local lord? Nix added, twisting uncomfortably. Don't make trouble. It's not convenient today, Nix said shyly. Roland's anger instantly vanished, and he could only cling to Nix in boredom, a hint of gloom in his eyes. Don't be like that. If you're really feeling uncomfortable, I can ask the maids to help you. Nix leaned against Roland's chest, drawing circles in his arms, and said sweetly. Forget it. Roland sighed helplessly. While the 2 personal maids were nice, Roland had no intention of devouring them. Well, I can call them if you need me, Nix said softly. Go to sleep. Roland, desperate to cry but unable to, could only suppress his anger and get into bed, leaving Nix, who smirked, staring at him. So early. Nix pulled Roland's arm against her chest, her eyes still a little hazy. Well, I have to go see if Yifeng has anything I need to deal with. The entire kingdom's affairs are now on his shoulders, and the pressure is too great. Roland smiled and rubbed Nix's face. He also felt that the burden on Yifeng was a bit heavy. Unfortunately, he had few people capable of governing. Lance was capable, but as a member of a minor noble family, he couldn't run the kingdom like Yifeng. Therefore, only Roland, a time traveler from the future, could help Yifeng. The others either lacked the ability or the time. Nix, the only one who had both the ability and the free time, was unwilling to interfere in government affairs because they weren't officially married. Think of poor Yifeng, who started out as a screwdriver and is now the royal secretary. How could a donkey in a production team compare to him? Roland would definitely reward Yifeng with a large fiefdom. Dream on. How could he be sent to a distant place in the future? Yifeng was destined to be a court noble. The wicked Roland secretly grumbled. Poor Yifeng had no idea that his future fate was being decided by the unscrupulous king. Chapter 388. King Roland, good morning. Bard waved to Roland with a smile. Where's Thorin? Roland asked. He's up ahead. The dwarf caravan is ahead. Bard shouted to Roland while helping his men organize the carriages. Thank you. White Wing, let's go! Roland said to the king of Actia behind him. Follow. White Wing waved, and a dozen carriages quickly followed. What did you bring? Roland asked curiously. Furs, bacon, and some secret medicine, White Wing said casually. Roland didn't continue the conversation. After all, it involved someone else's secret. While it might be just a low-level potion with low value to the kingdom of Lagran, it was a secret treasure to the kingdom of Actia. Thorin! Roland waved to Thorin. What's going on, Roland? Thorin saw Roland and opened his arms. Hey! Brothers, are you ready? Thorin patted Roland's shoulder. Yeah, my people brought quite a bit. Roland smiled, gesturing to the convoy behind him. Are you going to stock up? Thorin shrugged, intimidated by Roland's impressive display. The dwarves had only brought less than 30 carts. Hey! I smell metal. Are you planning on stealing my business? Thorin was startled. He had never imagined that the human kingdom that had once needed their support would actually start selling weapons and equipment like them. Watching Thorin's twitching eye, Roland couldn't help but sigh at the dwarf's straightforward character. It's all basic magical equipment. It doesn't overlap with your business. Roland shrugged at Thorin. Huh? You're capable of mass-producing magical equipment? Thorin was stunned. He thought he was just a junior, but he never expected him to be a big shot. Roland smiled awkwardly. For a master like Yifeng, this kind of basic magical alchemical equipment was just a piece of cake. Given Yifeng some time, this stuff would be nothing more than mass-produced assembly line gear. Roland said sheepishly. Great. Are you accepting orders? I have a big deal. Would you like to do it? Thorin was overjoyed and quickly grabbed Roland's arm. Let's talk it over. Don't get too pushy. Roland narrowed his eyes, looking at Thorin's beaming, gleaming eyes. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, as if he were being watched. The weapons of the Erebor dwarf army need to be modified. Help us transform them into alchemical magic weapons. Thorin stated his request. Don't worry. The price will satisfy you. How about 100 kilograms of mithril? Transform 5,000 sets of equipment for me. Thorin raised his index finger. Deal. Roland grabbed Thorin's hand. 100 kilograms of mithril plus 100 kilograms of fine gold, after smelting, would yield at least 150 kilograms of sun moon alloy. The value of that top-grade alloy is inestimable. Equipment forged from it could reach artifact-level status, though few have appeared. As one of the top-grade materials, sun moon alloy is at least good enough for a dragon rider. By the way, ask Iron Hill if they need my help upgrading. Roland grinned. Iron Hill has quite a few dwarves, several thousand of them, and it's a good deal of money. Thorin looked at Roland, somewhat speechless, but he couldn't help but speak. I don't think they need this stuff. After all, Iron Hill still has a few blacksmiths. Forging some mid-level magical equipment shouldn't be a problem. That's why the Ironfoot army wears all that heavy armor. Thorin shook his head, expressing pessimism about Roland's idea of profiting from Iron Hill. After all, the Iron Hill's heritage is still there, and they can still be self-sufficient in simple magical equipment. Okay. Roland shook his head with some regret, feeling as if he had missed out on 2 million. Are you all ready? Ready, Your Highness. We're ready to go at any moment. Renaud nodded. He looked solitary on his warhorse, but the group of royal guards surrounding him, carrying lances, looked heroic and extraordinary. Then let them go. Thorin patted the dwarven caravan members on the shoulder. Be careful, Bard urged. Be careful. Whitewing patted Maple Leaf Purple's shoulder. With no one else available, he could only dispatch his most trusted general. Reno, don't confront the orcs head-on. Although you number nearly 1,000, you're carrying too much supplies, making it difficult to fight. Roland warned Reno. Yes, I understand. Besides, with the number of men I have now, we can't fight much of a battle. Reno smiled bitterly, and shook his head. To call the royal guards capable of both offense and defense was a flattering statement. To put it bluntly, Reno's army had almost no offensive capabilities. They could defend and counterattack, but they were too few to actually attack. All right, let's go. Be careful. Roland patted Reno's shoulder armor. He wasn't particularly worried about Reno and the others' safety. After all, even a ringwraith would have a hard time prying open 201 tin cans. But the ordinary servants and first-order guards in the caravan were different. To say they were as fragile as paper was a flattering statement, from Roland's perspective. Yifeng. I made a big deal. Roland excitedly claimed credit to Yifeng upon his return. How big is it? Yifeng glanced at Roland with boredom, not taking the matter seriously at all. A huge deal. 100 kilograms of mithril. Roland patted his chest proudly, his expression practically implying he was praising me. Puff. Yifeng, who had been so calm and composed, spat out a mouthful of water. 100 kilograms? Did they rob the dwarven horde? Mithril is something only the dwarves mine in large quantities, and there probably isn't much left now. You went to rob Thorin? Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. No. It's just a deal, Roland said, bewildered. Was he that kind of person? What deal? 100 kilograms of mithril? What idiot made you a deal? Did he ask you to annihilate Gambata or Dol Guldur? Yifeng asked curiously. What kind of idiot had Roland met? He was so mad. Thorin, I promised you to upgrade 5,000 sets of alchemical magic equipment for him, Roland said smugly. Plop. Before he could finish his words, Yunfeng's eyes rolled back and he fell backward. Shit! Roland grabbed Yunfeng. You're my trusted subordinate. Don't let yourself get hurt. It would be terrible if you missed the deadline, Roland said with concern. Your Highness. His Highness Thorin has sent the first batch of equipment that needs upgrading. It's already been delivered to the North Gate. Also included is the mithril that the dwarf General Keeley has brought. At this moment, a knight walked in, pounding his chest and bowing. You bastard. Go to hell. Yunfeng was so angry that he cursed without thinking. The thing and the reward were already back, so how could he regret it? Yunfeng wanted to strangle Roland to death. Chapter 389. Fuck. Help. Roland looked at Yunfeng, whose eyes were bloodshot and frantic, and quickly ran away. Roland! You're not a human! Yunfeng roared behind Roland. Then Roland turned and saw the door to the city hall fly out of its frame in a perfect motion. The entire door flew off. Fuck. Run. Seeing the situation was bad, Roland swung his legs and ran. Honestly, this was a bit unkind, but that was a full 100 kilograms of mithril. 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 I'm sure Yunfeng will understand his difficulties, and forgive his actions of acting without consulting me first. I think he should be able to forgive him. Boom. Yunfeng's powerful mental power suddenly erupted. In the newly renovated bedroom on the 3rd floor of the main fortress, Nyx opened the window and looked out. She was also a mage, and she could clearly feel the burst of mental power. The sheer volume of mental power even made her feel dazed for a moment. Soon, Nyx spotted Roland running out of the castle. She couldn't help but smile at the somewhat flustered Roland. Although she didn't understand what was going on, she noticed that Roland seemed anxious. Roland? Nyx waved her silk scarf to make Roland more visible. Her gentle voice made Roland's heart flutter. This little devil. But then he thought about that furious Yunfeng. Never mind. Beauty is nice, but life is more important. With this thought, Roland quickened his pace and broke into a run without looking back. Passers-by cast surprised glances at him. That big black rat that just passed by. Should be our king, right? A villager murmured, watching Roland's retreating figure in black silk underwear. Pa! His wife beside him couldn't help but give him a slap. What do you mean by big black rat? Can you be a little respectful? Do you want to go back and kneel on the washboard? His wife said angrily, looking at the peasant carrying the basket. Whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed past, and everyone couldn't help but squint. Was that just now? Did someone just pass by? The patrolling team of Dwinian heavy-armored swordsmen exchanged glances, shook their heads helplessly, and continued their patrol. Omsk. A dial. 9. Roland, on horseback, was so fast that his face was distorted, and even his voice trembled. Your Highness. Omsk dodged and jumped out. Although he didn't know what was happening, Omsk subconsciously protected Roland behind him. What's going on, Your Highness? Is there a rebellion? As he spoke, Attila emerged from the knight's training camp. His aged figure and calm voice seemed harmless, but the sharpness in his eyes, and the surging fighting spirit within him betrayed the essence of a sixth-rank hero. Invincible. Fearless. Swish. Within seconds, Yuan Feng emerged from the void. He ignored Omsk and Attila and smiled at Roland, who was hiding behind them. His smile was dazzling. Run! Why aren't you running? My dear king? Yuan Feng smiled, but the madness in his eyes remained undimmed. Crack! Omsk drew his sword and blocked the attack, his eyes determined. His fighting spirit suddenly gathered. He wasn't afraid, but rather was compressing and gathering strength. You're wrong, Yuan Feng. As a high-ranking official of the kingdom, you're not seeking to serve your country, but instead are hunting down the king. Do you deserve the king's trust? A flash of battle energy flashed from Omsk's long sword. Are you going to kill your master? Attila gently stroked the hilt, his brows lowered. If it weren't for the terrifying aura emanating from him, others might have mistaken him for an old soldier. Oh! Kill your master? I just want justice. Come on! Your Highness, don't hide. Come out and talk. Yuan Feng laughed in anger, his face flushed with anger. Attila and Omsk looked at Roland questioningly. Hee. Roland quickly lowered his head guiltily. Ahem. Omsk and Attila knew Roland was up to no good by the look on his face, otherwise, Yuan Feng wouldn't have chased him through the streets and ended up here. Although King Legrand and the Emperor held supreme authority, this was subject to rules. Anyone who violated the nobles' tacit understanding and rules, even the Emperor, would be boycotted by the nobles. Therefore, the two men looked at Roland questioningly, hoping he would explain on behalf of the king. It's not that serious. It's just that those who are capable should receive more work. Roland explained with an awkward laugh. Wow! The two heroes turned their heads to Yuan Feng again. Since King Roland hadn't violated the rules of a feudal lord, Yuan Feng's behavior was disrespectful. More work for those who are capable. 5,000 sets of alchemical magic equipment is what you call more work for those who are capable. Do you know that all that magic equipment this caravan brought with it is going to cost me my life? Even a donkey turning the mill wouldn't dare to squeeze me like that. Yuan Feng gritted his teeth and denounced Roland. Ahem. That? Roland tried to struggle, but Attila and Omsk had already quietly left his side without a sound. Don't go. Roland gave a wry smile, as he looked at the two heroes, who were looking at him strangely. Your Highness. You should explain this to Lord Yuan Feng yourself. Omsk and Attila shook their heads. This wasn't just exploitation. Any black man on earth would cry if they saw it. Come on. Your Highness, explain to me how I, alone, could produce these 5,000 sets of magical equipment? I'm either reading documents or handling government affairs all day long. I haven't even touched my favorite alchemy experiments in ages. I just had 2 days of relaxation, and you find me a big job. Yuan Feng said, his eyes red, as he clamped his mental power around Roland. Attila and Omsk were already whistling nearby. For them, if Yuan Feng didn't kill Roland, they'd be celebrating their victory. They even had some respect for Yuan Feng's wisdom. He hadn't strangled Roland to death. If it were him, they would have drawn their swords and struck down the tyrant. No! Let's talk it over. 100 kilograms of mithril. Isn't that all yours? Roland hurriedly tried to save himself. I need 100 kilograms of mithril? Yuan Feng gritted his teeth. Plus all the other top-grade alchemical materials. This matter is over. Roland was immediately delighted. What could be solved with money? What was a problem? 500 kilograms. Yuan Feng gave a number. Kill me! 50 kilograms. Roland's eyes nearly popped out of his head. 300 kilograms. Don't force me to kill my master. Yuan Feng threatened in a low voice. 55. 250. Ah! Why are you still cursing? Roland was stunned. 60. No more. Roland was stunned. I urge His Majesty to reconsider this, Yun Feng said pointedly, his eyes fixed on Roland's neck. 100. Roland stiffened his neck, acting as if to chop me down and replace me with another king. All right. Yun Feng shook his head. There was really no money to be made from this impoverished king. Chapter 390. After signing a series of unequal treaties with Yun Feng, Roland finally earned Yun Feng's forgiveness, though the bleeding was no less severe than a stab wound to Roland's aorta. Forget it, Your Highness. Oms patted Roland's shoulder. Given Roland's behavior, it was a miracle he hadn't been beaten to death by Yun Feng. Alas, my little treasury has shrunk by half again. Roland shook his head, wanting to cry but unable to. Money has always been a source of great pleasure, and a full 100 kilograms of mithril was simply not something Roland could refuse. Your Highness! Omsk and Adilai exchanged glances. Miraculously, they both understood each other's thoughts. Ahem. Well, we get back to business, Your Highness. Adilai coughed maturely twice before slipping away. Forget it, you two get busy. Roland looked dejectedly at the night training camp behind them. He couldn't help but sigh at how lucky these young knights were. 2 level 6 heroes were teaching them, and then they asked them if they dared to move. What's wrong? Nyx looked at the dejected Roland and walked in, with a dejected look on her face. Pa! Roland said nothing, and with a free fall, he buried his head in Nyx's vagina, and gave her a pure, natural cum. Sweet. Roland stretched his limbs. The sadness and grief of being robbed instantly dissipated. No wonder they say a land of gentleness is home to heroes. What's wrong, darling? My husband? Nyx sensed Roland's preoccupation. Alas. What a bad match. Your dear, I was robbed just now. Roland nearly burst into tears, but fearing it would wet him, he held back the tears and rubbed them vigorously. What's wrong? Can you tell me? Maybe I have a solution. Nyx soothed Roland, holding down his mischievous head. Roland was so restless, if he was allowed to run wild and ignored, he'd be stripped naked in no time. It's like this. Roland complained to Nyx, aggrieved. I was clearly doing this for the good of the kingdom, so why would he? If I hadn't signed a series of unequal treaties, he probably would have killed me on the spot. Roland pouted. Well, my dear Roland, you're still alive. A favor from the dragon god, His Majesty Yun Feng didn't kill you right then and there, which is a sign of a refined nobleman. Nyx looked at Roland with an odd expression, her tone filled with indescribable pity. It's just a little trouble for him. Roland awkwardly turned his head away, not meeting Nyx's gaze. You're really going to bother? Even the serfs in the fields wouldn't dare order him around like that. Not to mention he's a 6th-rank sage. While sages aren't good at fighting, due respect is still required, Nyx said sternly, looking at Roland with an indescribable seriousness in her eyes. We are a royal family, but at heart we're still aristocracy, merely the most powerful in the kingdom. We can't easily break the unspoken rules and regulations of the nobility. Although you're the king of La Grande, you impose such a heavy burden on him without consulting His Majesty Yun Feng. Alas! Nyx sighed as she looked at Roland. If this had happened when the empire still existed, your nobles would have rebelled. Besides, you're not in the right to begin with, and no noble would stand behind you. You essentially violated the noble contract. Nyx gently instructed Roland. She had discovered that, while Roland was kind, he knew nothing about noble affairs. This incident could have been avoided. If Roland had consulted Yun Feng, it wouldn't have happened. Nyx even felt that Yun Feng had done his utmost, and was loyal enough not to betray the kingdom. Nyx secretly ticked Yun Feng's name in her heart. Anyone who remained loyal to the kingdom, and the king in such a situation was definitely loyal. Nyx's thoughts raced. After all, the king couldn't monitor every inch of the kingdom. Someone was always needed to extend his will. In Nyx's opinion, Yun Feng was a good choice. Roland paused at Nyx's words, realizing he had unknowingly crossed the line of aristocratic tacit understanding. If this matter were truly taken seriously, it would amount to a feudal lord exploiting his vassal. Such a thing couldn't be brought to the table of the nobility. Even if everyone was doing this, they would still be aware of it. A tacit embellishment and decoration, rather than foolishly agreeing like Roland did, without even saying hello. Roland broke out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, this was a system character, maintaining absolute loyalty to Roland. If it were a native noble from Middle-earth. Shit! That would be hilarious. They would take Roland's behavior as an insult. They might not say anything on the spot, but they would definitely rally their troops, summon the other nobles, issue a manifesto, and march straight down to the capital. After all, nobles are strange creatures who sometimes value their reputation more than their lives, and sometimes they can trample on it with impunity. Nyx looked at Roland's face, which was turning red and white, and carefully wiped the sweat off him. Then she said gently, "Do you understand? Have you thought it through?" "Yes." Roland nodded. "You realize how dangerous your actions are, don't you? As a lord, you should maintain some distance from your vassal. Getting too close isn't good for everyone." Nyx pointed at Roland with her spring scallion-like finger. She hadn't wanted to talk about these things, as it might make her husband think she was alienating the relationship between the lord and his subjects. But she couldn't help it. After all, her foolish husband was truly as innocent as a blank slate in some ways. "Thank you, my dear." Roland said nothing more, simply embracing Nyx gently in his arms and cradling her on his lap. Nyx knew Roland understood and smiled. She had risked a rift between them by reminding him. Roland proved to be quite clever, though he never encountered these things before and lacked common sense about the unspoken rules of the nobility. Now that Renault and the caravan have left, we don't know how they end. We can't let our guard down. This time is precious. We need to develop rapidly and expand our influence as much as possible. Roland carried Nyx to the table and pointed to the kingdom of Lagrang, which barely stood out on the map. "It's difficult. We don't have that many nobles and subjects to give away, and it's unrealistic for the kingdom to develop and expand on its own." Nyx shook his head. Chapter 391. If you want to get rich, build roads first. Roland seemed to recall something, and suddenly uttered this famous quote from his past life to Nyx. "Huh? Build roads?" Nyx was startled. Roland chuckled and stroked Nyx's hair. "Yes, build roads. Only when the roads are built can we better control the kingdom's land." Roland looked at Nyx seriously and said, "A road paved with stone bricks is enough to increase the speed of the galloping knights by 1/3. The speed of the carriages will increase by half. The speed of the infantry can also increase slightly. This is the military advantage that a well-maintained road brings. For the kingdom of Lagran, a nation founded on knighthood, it is a very important facility. Even with horseshoes, galloping across the wilderness can still damage the horseshoes, and galloping on a cobblestone road, there would be virtually no non-combat damage. Where are you planning to build the road?" Nyx felt a headache. She thought old Later was about to collapse again. He had just helped Roland renovate the 3rd floor of the castle, giving it a hint of the scale of a major city. But for a king's castle, it was still rather underwhelming. Just a few days ago, Later was still building other temples. "Our city is too big. So big it's empty." Roland despaired at the thought of the sheer size of river rapids. 1 kilometer long, 1 kilometer wide, with 5-meter-high walls, it would be the second largest city in the north after Dale. Though, let's be honest, even the country barons would be disgusted. But the thought of the territory was even more despairing. Now, even the people from the kingdom of Lagrand wouldn't make a splash if they were to fall in. Build roads. Build roads. Build roads. Roland pumped his fists, his infrastructure mania raging. Nyx looked at Roland with touching eyes, the meaning self-evident. "Ahem. I mean, let's start by repairing the road from Swiftstream City to Tupa territory. It's only about 20 miles, not too long." Roland pondered. "Actually, building a road to Lulung Fortress is the best option. But that distance. I guess Old Man Rattle will have to string me together with spikes." Roland laughed as he thought about it. After all, the distance from Lulung Fortress to Swiftstream City is at least over 100 miles, nearly 200. If Rattle were to build like that, he might actually imitate Yun Feng's pursuit of the king. "Well, as long as you're aware." Nyx nodded. She was genuinely worried that Roland's men would turn against him. Your Highness, you really don't treat mages like uncrowned nobles. We believe in nature. Truth. Knowledge. I am a servant of truth. Not a slave laboring on a construction site carrying bricks." Later scowled. Roland, this stubby-eyed fellow, was a master at exploiting spellcasters. And he had a criminal record. Most importantly, his behavior was extremely egregious, and the number of cases was enormous. "Don't get excited. Old man. I didn't ask you to do it alone." Roland felt as if Later had misunderstood and hurriedly explained, fearing Later would smack him in the face with a war spell. "Tell me about it." Later listened attentively. "Winter is almost here, and our people don't have much to do. The kingdom has no winter production industries. I'm thinking that instead of leaving the city's young and strong men idle, why not have them carry bricks?" Roland tentatively discussed the matter with Later. Later stroked his white beard, his head bowed in thought. "Roads always need to be built. Whether it's for future caravans, the army, or even for the kingdom's citizens to travel. We all need a wide road," Roland said firmly to Later. You want to build a stone road? Not a dirt road? Later frowned. Of course. Since we put so much effort into this, shouldn't we just do it all at once? A dirt road simply can't meet the kingdom's needs, Roland said firmly. While dirt roads can be built faster, they're ruined when it rains. A downpour is enough to make even the most righteous person cry. Tell me about your plan, Your Highness, Later said seriously, clearly beginning to think seriously about the matter. I plan to build a 10-meter wide stone road, Roland began. Wait! 10 meters. You're quite ambitious. The imperial highways were originally this wide. Later was stunned. He knew the king was ambitious, but he never imagined it would be so drastic. A 10-meter wide road would be wide enough for 4 carriages to run side by side. This also meant that even a knightly order of 10,000 could quickly assemble and move along it. I'm impressed by your ambition. I will build this road according to your instructions, but I need a large number of young and strong men. Later gave Roland a deep look. This road meant that even the infantry of the city of Rapids could quickly support the town of Delvin. The kingdom would truly radiate its influence to the Centaur's fiefdoms. In an hour, all the armies would arrive, and Baron Balder would be asked if he dared to move. This Centaur tribe would truly submit to Roland. What are your plans for Lulong Fortress? Rattle suddenly asked. It's too far away, out of reach. The roads there need repairing when we have the chance. Roland shook his head, implying that he had the will but not the strength. No, it was the will, not Rattle's strength. After all, he was an old man, and he couldn't afford to mess around like that. That girl Lance brought back. Nina Bond. Gifted with both fire and earth. Now a magic apprentice. Soon to become an apprentice mage. Rattle waved at Roland and walked off. Interesting. Looks like my brick-moving team will soon have a new member. Roland thought to himself. What for? Yun Feng rolled his eyes. He was now intimidated by the sight of Roland. 5,000 sets this time. Wouldn't he have to give me 50,000 next time? It's too early to send those 1,000 sets. If you're asking for it. No. Yun Feng waved his hands impatiently, as if shooing away a fly. That's not it. I'm planning to build a stone road from River Rapids to Delvin. I need strong men. Find a way to spare me 2,000 men before winter, Roland ordered. Puff. Yun Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. It turned out Roland hadn't changed his ways. He'd gone off to wreak havoc on Rattle. Didn't the old man fight you? Yun Feng looked at Roland curiously. A closer look revealed that Roland was also intact. Do you think everyone else is obsessed with regicide like you? Rattle wouldn't refuse something that benefits the kingdom's development. Besides, roads are a necessity. Roland rolled his eyes at Yun Feng. Was he trying to please him? That's right. Fine, if you're fine, get going. I call you if anything happens. Seeing you makes me sick. Yun Feng clutched his chest in anger. Seeing Yun Feng now made his temples throb. Chapter 392. Roland finally left the government hall, looking dusty and grimy. Yun Feng, the petty man, was still fuming, so she decided not to provoke him, lest he give her that unnerving look. Got sent back? Nyx, watering the flowers with the help of her maids, knew from the moment she saw Roland entering, looking dusty and grimy, that he must have been scolded by Yun Feng. Isn't it just some labor exploitation? Roland muttered softly. I know I was wrong, but I won't change. Ah. Nyx rolled her eyes helplessly. I'm going out for a walk. No need to save me lunch. Roland waved and turned to leave. Eat something hot outside. Don't just keep chewing on dry bread, Nyx urged. According to informants, a certain unscrupulous king not only exploits his subjects, but is also extremely harsh on himself. When he's out and about, he spends his days sharing the hardships with his knights, eating dry bread and drinking plain water. Some fools sometimes won't even bother to boil a kettle of hot water. Nyx truly feared that one day she'd hear not about the death of a king who loved to lead his troops in person, but about a sudden death on horseback due to irregular diet and rest. How could I? Roland lied with his eyes open, as if he hadn't been the one chewing on dry bread, drinking plain water, and munching on dried meat. Ah. Lavian. Watch over his highness. Make sure he eats properly. Nyx followed Roland down the 3rd floor. At the 2nd floor landing, a call came from him. In an instant, a small purple whirlwind swept past Roland, appearing before Nyx and kneeling on one knee. As you command, your highness. Lavi patted his chest in reassurance. What the hell? Why are you here? Roland was startled by the sudden appearance of the big silver rat, and he almost drew his sword to hit him. All right, take Lavian with you. I don't need his protection in the castle anyway, and he'd be just fine keeping an eye on you. Nyx shrugged. Roland glanced at Ladian. He brought a tail with him? Ahem. Roland coughed twice. He always felt a little strange about Ladian behind him. After all, he was sent by his wife to keep an eye on him. TSK. I have to curse the damned Western world here. Middle-earth is also a damned Western feudal monarchy. It's really disgusting that my vassal's vassal isn't my vassal. No! It's my wife's vassal, not my vassal. Roland burst into tears. Your Highness, where are we going? Ladian faithfully carried out Nyx's orders, accompanying Roland every step of the way. Let's go for a walk. Roland turned and went to the equipment room to put on his armor, intending to go for a stroll. Click, click. Ladian said nothing, calmly following Roland's footsteps. TSK. From this perspective, the north isn't actually so desolate. Roland gazed at the harvested wheat stubble. The golden stalks lay scattered across the fields. Farmers were constantly gathering the stalks with their tools, burning them, and scattering them across the fields. There are still too few oxen. Roland frowned. He knew there were only about 100 oxen in River Rapids, a very small number considering the total number of residents. After all, Roland's oxen were all supplied by the system. It can't be helped. We don't produce oxen to begin with. If you want oxen, you have to go south to Rohan and Gundor to buy them. Ladian uttered a rare word. It get better, Roland said after a moment's silence. Let's go! Roland waved his hand, and the knights behind him quickly followed. A group of more than a dozen people swiftly crossed the wilderness. The benefits of having roads became apparent at this moment. At least they wouldn't get lost or misdirected. Alas, we almost got lost. It seems building roads is essential. Roland rationalized his lack of skill. After all, a king getting lost in his own kingdom was a source of conversation. Ladian's face, covered in armor, twitched uncontrollably behind him. It was clear he was in agony. He had been like this since he learned the king was heading to Delvin. After all, if he didn't say anything, Roland probably wouldn't react until they reached Mordor. That shouldn't be. Didn't I have signposts put up here before? There should be at least 3 or 4 along the way, right? How could I not see any? Roland asked, puzzled. He understood the back, but how could there be no signposts up ahead? Ladian gritted his teeth, slowly looked at Roland, and spoke in a voice as calm as possible. Your Highness. Is it possible that during our last battle with the tank riders, you ordered all the signposts removed? To prevent them from finding the river rapids? Ahem. Roland coughed twice, nearly choking on his own spit. Damn it. How embarrassing. I have them fix it when we get back. Roland awkwardly touched his nose, only to find his visor. Fortunately he had it, or else this damn embarrassment would be unconcealable. As you wish. Radian and the others said dryly. Everyone knew how to take advantage of the situation. After all, they couldn't really throw the king's face on the ground, even though Roland himself was doing it all the time. Okay, let's take a break, everyone, let's eat. Roland could only shake his head. His command went in the wrong direction, and the result was truly impressive. The distance, originally 20 miles, was now estimated to be more than 20 kilometers. God knows how Roland managed to keep hurtling southeast. Alas! Roland pulled out the bread he had prepared long ago from the system space and distributed it to everyone. Your Highness! The Grand Duke told me to keep an eye on you and not eat dry bread. Ladian reached out to stop Roland. Keep it simple. It's already too late. Roland shook his head. No! Now isn't the time for marching and fighting. There's no need for this. I suggest you follow the Grand Duke's advice. Ladian remained unmoved, as if Nyx's words were an imperial decree. All right. Roland, his head as heavy as a bucket, pulled out a pot from the space. Some knights went out to fetch firewood, and some even went hunting together. It was like a picnic. Roland filled the pot with clean water, and retrieved the clean vegetables he left in the space. After all, space doesn't age, so washing them won't spoil them. With a flick of his knife, shredded vegetables, as white as lotus flowers on earth, quickly fell into the pot. Gulp! The water in the pot began to simmer, and he lifted the lid. Holy crap! Is it foaming? Roland couldn't help scratching his head as he looked at the broth, which was already simmering with white foam. Ladian suddenly realized that it wasn't that His Majesty the King didn't care about his health, but that he genuinely couldn't cook. Chapter 393. Add some sauce. Roland scooped a spoonful of sauce in. As the brown sauce melted, a rich aroma began to waft on the wind. Plop! Roland tossed in the strips of dried meat, then, as if remembering something, sliced a dozen carrots and added them all to the pot. With the cooperation of Roland and his fellow ministers, this rare meal was finally completed amidst the smoke and fire. Come on, come on! Everyone has a share. Roland waved his ladle like a squad leader, giving everyone a full bowl before pouring one for himself. Not to mention that aside from the saltiness, there were no flaws. Soaking the bread in it gave it a unique flavor, which made Roland, accustomed to dark cuisine and dry bread, salivate. He devoured it in no time. After eating and drinking his fill, Roland couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. Looks like I do have some culinary talent. Lavian, standing by, broke out in a cold sweat. Thank goodness there's this thing called sauce, otherwise you might have been serving everyone boiled cabbage today. Is that your cooking skill? Even the crappy cooks in River Rapids, who feed pigs like they're feeding pigs, are better than you. But Lavian kept quiet. He was the king, after all, so he just agreed without thinking. Everything he said was right. Every word he said was right. Your Highness. Marcus saluted, touching his chest. He'd been surprised when he first seen Roland's royal banner. After all, a king wouldn't normally head to a small, remote town like this one if he had nothing better to do. Even if River Rapids was shabby, its facilities couldn't compare to a new town like Delvin. How many people are here now? Roland asked curiously. After all, this tiny town was surprisingly more lively than River Rapids. Street vendors carrying shoulder poles were already appearing. Remember, River Rapids' commercial economy hadn't developed yet. The only entertainment venue in the city was the tavern, and even that was limited. Your Highness, there are currently 854 residents here, Marcus introduced. Well, Baron Marcus, you done a good job. Roland patted his shoulder. He felt it was a bit of a waste to have him here. After all, it was a waste for Marcus, whose defensive command was as impenetrable as a wall of steel, to be guarding a small town. Pack up and prepare to return to River Rapids. I feel more comfortable with you being the city defense officer. Roland nodded. Lance's governing skills were certainly there, and he could be sent here to train. Roland quickly formed a plan. Yes. Your Highness. Are you planning to have Baron Lance come here? Marcus couldn't help but ask. Of course, I can't have Yunfeng come. Roland grinned. If Yunfeng really came here, he'd probably cry out in gratitude for Roland's kindness. He finally learned to cultivate the leeks instead of just plucking them. He. Marcus smiled. He and Lance had a good relationship, and when he heard Lance wanted to trade him, he was incredibly happy. His inner struggles were probably like someone who was both worried about his brother's hardship and also worried about him driving a Land Rover. He got a good deal. The conditions here are much better than when I first arrived. Marcus looked at him, as if Lance had taken advantage, and Roland's heart skipped a beat. He thought, what a scheming guy. He really thank you. Lavian was speechless. With a friend like that, your friend would really be grateful. Lavian thought of Holland, who was still learning from Caslow, and thought to himself that his own friend wouldn't be like that. After spending the night, Roland said goodbye to Marcus, telling him that Lance would be here in a few days to take over and to be patient. As for why Roland was in such a hurry to leave, of course, it was because of today's daily check-in and delivery. Roland still remembered the system's message that morning. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. You earned Imperial Outpost *1. At first, Roland hadn't thought much of it, thinking it was just an ordinary outpost. He never imagined it would be so similar to his own castle. If his castle hadn't been recently renovated, Roland would probably have ripped it apart and made it his own. TSK. What a pigsty I live in. Roland couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he looked at the Imperial Outpost's data. What Roland didn't know was that Imperial Outposts had another name, the Cradle of Baronies. Most of the baronies across the empire radiated from these Imperial Outposts. Towns were then built around these Imperial Outposts, forming the prototype of a barony. Finally, after generations of hard work and management, these standard Imperial Outposts were expanded into various baronial castles, providing shelter for the prosperity of a family. Roland silently stared at the Imperial Outpost floating on the system rewards page. Like the Lulong Fortress, it was sealed in an alchemical container, a small bottle. Who would have guessed that this bottle contained something treasured by countless nobles? From the system's explanation, Roland understood that emperors, kings, and other feudal lords would grant these Imperial Outposts when enfeoffing vassals to establish baronies. Barons would then carry the development orders, the enfeoffment documents, and these outposts with them to establish new territories. This situation pertains to a border baron. Does this mean I can actually grant a border baron? Roland grinned. Wow, what's a baron living better than a king? But honestly, the Lagran Empire's forward outposts for development are indeed quite good. Imperial Outpost, 100-meter radius. Constructed of high-grade magic pattern stone bricks, it features a magic array for durability, self-healing, shock absorption, and magic resistance. There are 4 subforts and 1 main fort. The subforts are 2 stories, 10 meters high, with an arrow tower on the second floor terrace. The main fort is 5 stories, 25 meters high, and features ample storage, living, and garrison space. The entire outpost can accommodate 500 troops. In front of the main fort lies a 20-meter-long and 20-meter-wide courtyard for troop concentration. Soldiers in the courtyard can scale the 5-meter-high walls for combat or cross the walls to provide support for the subforts. Roland bet that if this thing were dropped into the wilderness, with sufficient manpower, it would be no problem resisting an attack by a few thousand orcs. Throwing it onto a strategic thoroughfare would be an even more devastating blow. Do you expect the orcs in the wilderness to attack such a well-armed castle? Huh? I could throw it at the old pass. Roland suddenly thought of a good use for it. The old pass had to be taken sooner or later anyway. Rather than letting Apophis Brio risk building it from scratch with his own men, it would be better to lay the foundation for him. It would be morally worthy of him. After all, the country's current conditions meant he couldn't offer much more. Roland put the matter on the back of his mind. After all, it was still too early to deal with the old pass. Chapter 394. Are you back? I asked the maid to boil some water. Nyx said softly, as she gently helped Roland remove his armor. Thank you for your hard work. Roland politely declined Nyx's help and removed the heavy Archduke dragon armor himself, casually hanging it on the armor rack. After all, heavy dragon armor was not suitable for a young woman to carry. It's okay. Nyx smiled gently, as she straightened Roland's disheveled collar. Your Highnesses, the water is boiled. You can bathe any time. The maid respectfully knocked on the door and entered, bowing softly. Well, back off. We don't need you serving me here anymore. Nyx displayed the domineering arrogance of a harem mistress. Though she didn't say it, her possessiveness over Roland was undeniable. Let's go! My dear husband. Nyx took Roland's hand and led him to the bathroom. Roland didn't move, simply letting Nyx serve him. As the fabric peeled off his body piece by piece, the entire bathroom atmosphere became more enchanting. Soon, the sound of water splashing and low moans filled the bathroom. The 2 maids outside glanced at each other, their faces flushing with shame as they turned away. Why don't you sleep in a little longer? Nyx asked softly. I have something to do today. I have to go out. Roland gently rubbed Nyx's head. After all, anyone would be thrilled to find a reinforcement event during their daily pack opening. Getting the legacy of the Lagran Empire for free was undoubtedly exciting. Reinforcement event. The king has encountered a difficult situation. The loyal lords and nobles have summoned a vanguard to support him. But the bad news is that they lost their way. Find this reinforcement within 3 days. After 3 days, the reinforcement event will cease. TSK? Signing in and getting this? Roland shook his head helplessly. Although the process was incredibly absurd, Roland cared more about the outcome. He didn't know what the so-called reinforcements were, but something was better than nothing. Even if it was just a bunch of Imperial refugees, Roland would accept it. Guards. Inform Omsk. Tell him to gather all the cavalry and meet me at the east gate. Roland hurried out of the castle. Yes, your highness. The guard, though completely bewildered, still faithfully carried out Roland's orders. Gather the cavalry? Who are you going to war with, your highness? Omsk stared at the guard in front of him, bewildered. The guard, also a member of the knights, immediately turned and left after delivering the message to Omsk, apparently heading to the stables to regroup. TSK? So early in the morning. Omsk shook his head helplessly. Just 2 days of peace and quiet, and now trouble has struck again. Gather. Your highness has given orders. Gather all the cavalry. Omsk shouted at the top of his voice. Soon, 20 Duchy light cavalry, 100 heavy cavalry, and 100 Lagran Empire vanguard knights assembled in front of the east gate. It's worth noting that the equipment upgrade card Roland had issued to all knights last time brought about a dramatic transformation for the once weak Holy Glory knights. Roland's active army now had no Lagran knights, replaced by the Lagran Empire vanguard knights. The original fine steel armor had been completely replaced, and the knights, who once wore 3 layers of armor, now only had 2. However, the outermost layer of fine steel plate armor had been replaced with even thicker star silver steel heavy plate armor. The inner lining had also been replaced with basic Warcraft leather armor. The entire knight's defense had more than doubled. The massive star silver steel knight shield. As solid as a city wall, It felt reliable. Their weapons had been transformed into mithril armor-piercing double-edged swords, and even sharper star-silver steel lances. Plus, the dragonbone mithril bows, which seemed like decorations. Those who understand, understand. Lagran is the world's best in cavalry archery. Their warhorses had also been upgraded from Char horses to junior-level Warcraft Swift horses. Roland, what level are you? The same as the kings? With the golden ray cloaks behind them, the entire Knight Order's appearance had gone up by more than 2 levels compared to before. Now, every knight had an aristocratic air. Even though knights were the beginning of nobility, not only had their equipment undergone a major change, but even the unit names on the system panel had been changed. Farewell, Lagran Knights. Welcome, the Vanguard Knights of the Lagran Empire. So, Your Highness, what's our mission? Omsk looked at the knights behind him, instantly feeling reassured. Although they didn't know where the king had gotten all these goodies for him and his men, it didn't stop them from admiring him. Your mission is to split up and search for a group of remnants of the Empire who have come to join us. They contacted me through a special means, but they gotten lost nearby. Hurry! We only have 3 days. If they don't get a response from us, they might leave again, Roland explained. The wasteland is not peaceful. The monsters and orcs are threatening us. Dividing our forces this time would be risky. So I decided to divide you into 20 teams. Each team will consist of 5 knights, 5 heavy cavalry, and 1 light cavalry. When you have news, send the light cavalry to report or seek support from nearby friendly forces. Do you understand? Roland said loudly. Understood. The knights brandished their weapons and slammed them to the ground, making a resounding sound. Excellent. One final point. Everyone, come back alive. Cherish your lives. Retreat if the odds are against you, Roland said solemnly. He feared these cavalrymen and knights, each with their simple yet stubborn chivalry, would fight to the death if faced with a powerful enemy. He would truly be heartbroken. Don't believe it. For the Lagran Knights, retreating in the face of an enemy is a shameful act, a disgrace to their chivalry. They would rather activate their innate abilities and sacrifice themselves in the charge than flee in the face of battle. And the cavalrymen who took them as their role models, and role models also followed their example. Thus, in the Lord of the Rings game world, every battle lost by the Lagran Empire ended with the knights and cavalrymen killed or wounded. Hence the saying that the battle ends when the entire Knight Order is annihilated. Yes, Your Highness, Omsk shouted, leading the charge. Omsk understood the preciousness of this band of knights, and the plight of this shattered kingdom, a remnant of the Empire. Maintaining this 100-man Knight Order was a last vestige of dignity. Without it, the kingdom's survival would be difficult. Omsk simply couldn't imagine how King Roland could fight against the tens of thousands of orcs with his high-end combat capabilities tied down. Perhaps the royal guards could protect a small number of men and break through the siege, but the final word would be this Knight Order. This was the true voice of the North. As long as the light of glory still shone on this wasteland, no one could ignore Roland's words. Chapter 395. Under Roland's command, this small, but elite mobile force quickly split into 20 teams. Led by the Lagran Empire Vanguard Knights, they advanced in various directions. It seemed nothing in this wasteland could stop them. Captain, how should we proceed? Asked an Imperial Vanguard Knight. Whatever happens, the captain said casually. So whatever. The knight who asked was a little confused. He had never expected his captain to be so reckless. What are you going to do? Master Caslow and Master Ajax are both gone. Without a precise location for our target, we can only search like a needle in a haystack. The leading Imperial Vanguard Knight shrugged, but the heavy plate armor made of star silver steel made this movement very difficult. Dragon God. The others groaned like defeated dogs. Stop complaining. Look carefully around you. If you miss your target, I'd beat you to death, the temporary captain said, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Although His Highness Roland had given a target, the range was too large, wasn't it? Don't let me find them. Otherwise, I asked them how they turned supporting us into supporting themselves. Stop it, I want to ask too. Let's take it one step at a time. Could the opposing army be commanded by a gilded noble? Someone asked doubtfully. Ahem. Be careful. The temporary captain coughed softly. Any further talk would risk being censored. Oh, everyone said weakly, their eyelids drooping. Your Highness. Forgive my bluntness. Omsk scratched his head, seeming to hesitate. Speak up, there's nothing to worry about, Roland said casually. Ahem, who's the genius leading the army this time? How did someone who can get lost survive? Omsk looked at Roland, wanting to say something but stopping himself. It's okay, their magic communication equipment is just broken. They're not some gilded noble. Roland smiled and shook his head. How should he explain? Tell Omsk this thing was parachuted in by the system. However, judging by the results of the last half-tide legion and the refugee flood, these nobles leading the army are quite qualified. If the system really sent a few fatuous nobles, Roland would probably kill them first, and then find a way to uninstall this broken system. At worst, Roland could fight for his remaining 60 years, and then lay down after Aragorn launched the War of the Ring. Roland just didn't believe he couldn't build 300-man knight orders in 60 years with his current conditions. You want the charioteers to try? They beat the shit out of their mouths. 300 knights in. No army would dare attempt the impact of the plains, especially since Caslo and Ajax should have become 6th-level dragon riders. Even if Adil could no longer fight, Roland still possessed the combat power of 4 6th-level warriors. Forget about counterattacking the Black Gate, but no one could truly defend themselves against the kingdom of Raglan. After all, the vast, flat Raglan plains were a nightmare for the orcs. Imagine being overrun by the bulldozer-like Raglan knights. The orcs' only established cavalry, the wolf cavalry, was even more pathetic. They could serve as rangers and archers, but asking them to be lancers was sheer malice. The warg's anatomy meant they couldn't bear the weight of their armor, so heavy cavalry was out of the question. As far as defending the city itself was concerned, those Bedanian archers, whose hammers swung more powerfully than arrows, had no idea what their opponents were from the walls. Their armor-piercing hammers were enough to make any heavily armored unit weep. As the most reliable archers in the kingdom of Lagran, ranged combat was their primary job. With the Bedanian archers within and the knights outside, Roland had no idea how he could lose. Lulong Fortress is too far away. Roland sighed sadly. He suddenly remembered the war fortress outside the control of the city of Rapids. Roland knew that if war broke out, that city would be isolated. No one could come to their aid except for reinforcements from the sky. Although they controlled the old forest road in the dark forest and the southern wasteland, their situation remained precarious. Can Sage Yufeng repair the teleportation array? Omsk said after a few seconds of silence. He knew that all the Empire's war fortresses had teleportation arrays. This was why the Imperial fortresses never fell easily. A constant stream of reinforcements would arrive via the teleportation arrays. So what if it's repaired? We need 2 teleportation arrays. Roland looked at Omsk indifferently. Yufeng should have the skills to do this. And the goblins should have some alchemy experience. Omsk asked doubtfully. It's a material problem. Roland stared at Omsk and sighed. Our space stone is more than enough to make some space storage equipment, but... Roland stopped talking. Omsk also fell silent. A large teleportation array like this would require a huge amount of space stone. Given Roland's current poverty, it would be more practical to wait for the system to reward him with some. What do you mean? Omsk asked, puzzled. From now on, our development will focus on the south. After all, Lulong Fortress is the kingdom's only 2 cities. We can't let it stray from the kingdom's reach. As the main defender of the south, you should understand that Caslo and Ajax won't be stationed there permanently. You need to give me a plan. A plan to connect the kingdom's controlled areas. Roland said calmly. Due to national strength, the kingdom's controlled area is currently divided into 2 parts. The area around Gilia City, dozens of miles in radius, is the place with the strongest control. The second is an enclave several miles around Lulong Fortress. The vast wasteland in between is a power vacuum. You need cities, towns, population, nobles to manage these areas. Unfortunately, you don't have any of these. Omsk shook his head helplessly. Something will happen. I hope you can provide me with a route when I can. I will build a town along this route. Roland nodded, agreeing with Omsk's words. After all, the country is indeed poor now, but with future development, the 2 areas can be connected through various town nodes. I will, by the way. As a subject of the kingdom, I advise you to protect your only knightly order. It may be the only knightly order left in the north for a long time to come. Omsk looked at Roland with a hint of pessimism. I will, Roland said firmly. No one knew better than him how utterly worthless the Norse humanity was now, having lost its essence. To call the Norse human army beggars was an understatement. A knightly order? You're dreaming. Don't believe me? Look at Dale. That's the perfect portrayal of the Norse humanity. Chapter 396. Lord, we're truly lost. A 3rd-level fire mage frowned, clutching a broken compass. Is the positioning compass damaged? Is it truly irreparable? A dashing, blonde noble muttered, standing on a stone platform, his sword pressed. We don't have an alchemist. The last position the positioning compass showed was west. One of our war fortresses has been rebuilt. It must have sensed the vibrations of the war fortress's large teleportation array. The mage explained. If that teleportation array continued to vibrate, we might be able to locate it, but now. The mage shook his head and stopped talking. It must be said that the system is very well organized. It would be strange if these people could still sense the teleportation array's vibrations. After all, the Lulong Fortress's teleportation array had long been decommissioned. It's not entirely decommissioned, but rather that it has lost the energy of the space stone and has been in disrepair for so long that it can no longer be activated. Damn it! Dragon God. I'm going mad. The young lord roared angrily, pulling at his hair, inadvertently revealing the emblem on his chest armor. A rose with thorns. The Anthony family. We were going to support the remnants of the Empire. And now I'm told we're lost. Are we providing support? I feel like we're the ones who need support. If I had known, I wouldn't have come out. I came all the way across the Helkan Inland Sea. And I can't find my destination? I'm a sinner. I let down the people of the Empire. The man known as the Lord knelt on the ground, weeping helplessly. The soldiers behind him fell silent, and civilians carrying large and small bags in the distance craned their heads curiously, trying to see what was happening. My lord, it's not your fault. Everyone reacted and quickly helped him up. Think of a way. Staying like this isn't the right thing. Perhaps we should return home. The lord picked up a piece of grass and fiddled with it, his eyes revealing a hint of sadness and sorrow. Are we going to keep moving forward, my lord? A knight asked. Move forward? With what? Look behind you. Those citizens of the Empire. They don't have the strength we do. We have over 3,000 civilians. Are we going to abandon them? The lord threw the straw in the knight's face. Sorry. My lord, that's not what I meant. The knight apologized quickly. Let's find a good place to camp. The wandering orcs won't let us off easily. The man called the lord said solemnly. With so many of us, they dare to attack us. A knight scratched his head, surprised at how foolish the orcs were. Those starving orcs of the wasteland don't care who you are. Hurry. I don't want them to find me in the middle of the night. The lord's eyes were filled with frustration. They had already encountered these orcs dozens of times along the way, but those small groups had been easily slaughtered. Yes, my lord. When will this end? It's almost been 2 days. Your Highness has a 3-day time limit. Stop talking nonsense. Keep searching. Oh. You're so boring. TSK? What's that? Someone suddenly interrupted the bickering. The riders followed the finger, and spotted a low wall of wood and earth ahead, with wisps of smoke rising from it. Is it? Don't jump to conclusions. Send the light cavalry back to report the situation. Let's go take a look. The leading knight summoned the light cavalry, gave them some instructions, and sent them off. Let's go meet them, the knight said, raising his lance. I'm so sleepy. When did you say dinner would be served? A soldier on guard said to his companion, carrying his long chevaux de frise. Roland expressed curiosity. Why is everyone using torrent infantry? God knows. That's the Lord's business. Stand guard. Otherwise, the captain will scold you again. It's okay. There are basically no other enemies here except those orcs whose equipment is worse than that of beggars. Among them, am I worried about orcs? I'm worried about monsters. The companion said with dismay, not even giving a damn about the orcs. Oh my god! Cavalry! 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 The swift stream infantrymen, who had just been chatting away, nearly lost their legs in fear. The distant figures on horseback were exceptionally clear in the moonlight, and even more terrifying was the armor reflecting the moonlight, proving that these were at least armored cavalry. Dang dang dang. The gongs were struck with a deafening roar. The 2 sentries weren't arrogant enough to think they could truly stop the charging cavalry with their meager 2 chevaux de frise. They weren't professionals, so they weren't so stubborn. The piercing gong sound soon stirred the entire camp. Soldiers streamed out of their tents or gathered from elsewhere. To everyone's surprise, this small camp had actually gathered a phalanx of Swift Stream. The knights and cavalrymen from Swift Stream City slowed down upon hearing the gongs. After all, they didn't want to suffer casualties due to a misunderstanding. Being killed by themselves would be too humiliating. 5 vanguard knights charged forward, their shields and armor bearing them, giving them a high chance of survival even under concentrated enemy fire. They stopped? Perhaps the sheer numbers gave these flood troopers courage. They leveled their lances against the parapet-like wall, confident of their invulnerability, and stared at each other. What's going on? The Lord arrived with his knights. Someone's approaching. My lord, how about we charge out? The flood troopers, instantly emboldened by the sight of the knights, eager to leap over the parapet and engage the opposing force. The Lord grinned helplessly. You weren't like this before he arrived. Who are you treating like a formidable enemy? I won't tell you. Ahem. Let's talk first. Perhaps it's a passing traveler. The Lord waved his hand hastily. He wasn't a bandit. Would he just attack anyone he saw? That wasn't a noble. That was a highwayman. Boom. The vanguard knights unleashed their battle flames, gushing out in a variety of colors that illuminated the night sky. But the 5 of them gave the soldiers in the camp the feeling of an overwhelming force. It was an overwhelming force. It was the overwhelming force they had trodden upon. This knightly order, the earliest to follow Roland, was now battle-hardened, their aura of murderous intent permeating their very being. These silent knights excelled at piercing through the enemy, or wielding their great swords to clash fiercely in enemy lines. To the weaker, they could be an army on their own. I am Lord Lafitte Anthony of the Lagran Empire. Who are you? Lord Lafitte Anthony stepped forward. Chapter 397. Lafitte Anthony keenly noticed the fear among his common soldiers. Compared to his own and his knights' battle-hardened cavalry, these common infantrymen were merely second-rate troops, doing defensive work and guarding gates. While they could obey orders, they hadn't seen much bloodshed and were far from elite. Look! They were already intimidated by the bloodthirsty aura of those 5 knights. Show some promise. How could I have such cowards under my command? Lord Lafitte Anthony nearly exploded with rage. Although this group of swift infantry showed no signs of retreat, were those shaking legs and hands serious? Hey there! Your lance is starting to sway. Prove your identity, Lord. The vanguard knights exchanged glances. Even through their helmets and visors, they could sense each other's excitement. They had finally found their highness's target, but they weren't sure if it was real. Who are you? How dare you? Lord Lafitte Anthony was stunned. Holy shit! You're so arrogant! You're asking a former remnant of the Empire to reveal his identity to you. Do you think the men of the Anthony family can't lift a sword? Or do you think those cowardly Rush infantrymen really don't dare to charge back against the galloping warhorses? Watch your manners. You're standing before a member of the Holy Glory Knights, a knightly order directly under His Majesty the King of the Kingdom of Lagrange. Your every word and action will be reported to the king. The vanguard knights didn't get too comfortable with Lafitte Anthony. What lord? Didn't they see the descendants of the Grand Duke still show our king the city walls? King? What pheasant kingdom? The kingdom of Lagrange is bullshit. Let your king come out, let me see him. Jejejej. Lafitte Anthony spoke like a rooster with a stuck throat. Are they really them? It doesn't seem like it. How dare an imperial noble be so rude to the king? Several vanguard knights' faces darkened, and they lowered their heads to discuss. How should I know? The equipment does look similar, but it's too late. I can't see clearly. Do you think they could have ambushed and killed the people your highness is looking for? Suddenly, a knight raised a bold hypothesis. The men exchanged glances, each seeing the solemnity in their eyes, and all raised their lances simultaneously. If that's the case, then we must fight for the Empire, the knights whispered coldly. Although they were loyal to the current King Roland, that didn't mean they would allow the kingdom's predecessor, the Empire, to be so wantonly insulted. I am Lord Lafitte Anthony of the Imperial Anthony family. This is my heraldic banner. You can see it. Lafitte Anthony had his men carry his banner. But the wary knights didn't fully believe Lafitte Anthony's words. Why are you here? We received news from the Empire, and we're here to see if it's been rebuilt. After all, we've been wandering for so long. Lafitte Anthony didn't hide anything. How did you receive the news? The knights asked. The Imperial Army uses alchemical magic equipment to locate compasses. Don't tell me you don't know. That thing can locate the Empire's teleportation arrays. The Imperial teleportation arrays are all in cities and fortresses. The restorers will definitely activate them. Lafitte Anthony explained. Why are you standing still? And it seems you're going the wrong way. Although they were already mostly convinced, the knights were still puzzled as to how this group, which had exhausted them so much, had gotten lost. Do you think I'm willing? Dragon God. That damn teleportation array stopped working after 2 days. And our compass is broken. Dragon God. Think about it. It's a legacy from the Imperial era. Lafitte Anthony complained loudly, as if he had found his victim. The vanguard knights exchanged glances. Ugh. How miserable. All right. Tell me. I want to know how you knights prove yourselves. You won't just let us go with your words, will you? Lafitte Anthony asked. Ah. The leading vanguard knight said nothing, casually firing an invisible magic signal into the sky. Wait. You find out tomorrow morning. The vanguard knight slowly left Lafitte Anthony's sight. No. What do you mean? Leaving now? Lafitte Anthony was stunned. Why did these people run away? This didn't look fake. What did you mean by you find out tomorrow morning? Strange. Lord Lafitte Anthony was speechless. After instructing his men to keep watch, he went to bed. He didn't care about a few knights anyway. With his strength as a third-level Grand Knight, he could easily take on 2, and his men would handle the rest. Here, as the magic signal exploded, the other search teams went into a frenzy. Their alchemy instruments vibrated wildly. Pulling them out, they saw a red dot flashing violently on a virtual star chart. Fuck. A magical plant artifact, these bastards. They found someone in the middle of the night. Dragon God. I just lay down. I want to kill someone now. There aren't any orcs I can kill to vent my anger. Everyone roared in anger. After all, who could understand the feeling of being dragged out of bed, just as they were about to fall asleep? So, at noon the next day, Lord Lafitte Anthony saw a fleet of knights and cavalrymen surrounding him from all directions. Do you need to explain now? The knight from last night approached. No. Lord Lafitte Anthony, looking at the fluttering red flag with a golden dragon, expressed no desire to continue. Furthermore, the number of knights surrounding him was almost 100 strong. Pack your things and get ready to leave. His Highness has been waiting for you for a long time. The vanguard knight said to Lord Lafitte Anthony. I need time. Lord Lafitte Anthony said. There's plenty of time, but better hurry. This land is not peaceful. The vanguard knight said meaningfully. Even though the orcs in the northern wastes wept and licked their wounds, no one really thought they'd just give up, did they? Besides, this place wasn't far from Fort Gambata. If this stubborn lord had just walked down, he'd have reached Gambata. They were currently in the withered wastes. And there was a tribe of griffins hiding somewhere in the nearby Grey Mountains. It was truly the dragon god's blessing that these people were safe. Don't worry, I understand. I have them speed things up, but we're mostly civilians here, and everyone's carrying a lot of stuff that won't be easy to pack up in a short time. Lafitte Anthony shook his head. This kind-hearted noble wasn't willing to let the common people risk their lives and property to speed things up. Chapter 398. Citizens of the Empire. Hurry! Let's go home. Lord Lafitte Anthony's eyes suddenly welled up. Home. Such a distant word. In their memories, home was a distant place. They had never even seen it. All they had was a dreamlike country and a powerful army passed down through generations. Go home. My lord, are we going back to the Empire? My lord, are we really going back? Great. Finally, we have a country to protect us. Lord Lafitte Anthony's eyes welled up as he looked at the people following him. Empire. Such a familiar yet unfamiliar word. It's a pity, but I have to say, the Empire has vanished into the long river of history. Now, the only thing that exists is the kingdom of Lagran. A vanguard knight looked at the moved crowd. Although he didn't want to interrupt, he still spoke. After all, the current situation was probably a little different from what they had imagined. No problem. It won't be much worse than it is now. Lord Lafitte Anthony shook his head. The honor of the nobility still made him stick to his original intention and treat the people well, but they had been wandering for too long. So long that people had lost hope, and the light in the eyes of those people had long since disappeared. The only torrent infantry that could be trained was of questionable quality. In addition, the knights who had occasionally awakened on their own over the years were the ones who allowed this remnant of the Empire to hold on. However, the knights had long been in a dilemma of a lack of successors. If they made a mistake, the knight's inheritance might be lost. After all, their highest-ranking third-level knight only possessed the skills of an ordinary second-level knight. The vanguard knights fell silent. Looking at the pale-faced commoners, a wave of sadness welled up in their hearts. Finally, the civilians' packing lasted nearly a day. It was only at dusk that the civilians finally emerged, carrying large and small bags. The knights and heavy cavalry, who had gathered outside, waited until the flowers were almost withered before they saw the civilians emerging from the low wall. Dragon God. Have they turned the ground up? The knights and heavy cavalry frowned. Are those guys carrying deadwood over there serious? And the woman with a pile of firewood on her back? What kind of monsters are these? Are these people serious? It's almost dark. The leading knight looked at Lord Lafitte Anthony with displeasure, hoping for an explanation. It's just family matters. It's easy to spread the word, but hard to close it down. These common people are desperate to grab every resource they can. They're used to hard times, so please forgive me, Lord Lafitte Anthony said with a forced smile. The Grand Vanguard Knight took a deep breath, speechless. He couldn't possibly send his troops to drive the civilians out, could he? Let's travel at night. Everyone's used to it. The people scattered across the northern border aren't so squeamish. Lafitte Anthony noticed the knight's displeasure, and quickly spoke up. After all, he wasn't sure how this nation, born from the corpse of the Empire, would treat them. Although Lafitte Anthony was a member of the Dragon Rider family, without a dragon on his back, he held little weight. Whether or not they would respect him was uncertain. It's unsafe at night. This isn't territory controlled by the kingdom. The Vanguard Knight thought for a moment and declined. That's fine. There shouldn't be anything capable of stopping us along the way. After all, the knight's deterrent power is still significant. I don't think the orcs would be so foolish as to attack a group of civilians under the knight's protection. That would be counterproductive, Lord Lafitte Anthony explained to the leading Vanguard Knight. That makes sense. I'm convinced, but that's not enough to warrant the risk. His Highness's orders are to bring you back safely. I don't want to cause unnecessary casualties in the pursuit of speed. Don't worry. We have 300 Torrent infantry here, 17 knights, and among the remaining civilians, there are plenty of skilled hunters. We can protect ourselves. If all else fails, you can send the heavy cavalry with us, Lord Lafitte Anthony suggested. After all, everyone understands that the knights need to constantly move to maintain speed, ensuring they can charge the enemy at any moment. Therefore, the knights generally move at a trot. Heavy cavalry, however, is different. Formed heavy cavalry are the most powerful force besides the knights. However, without the power of battle spirit, they simply cannot keep their horses and themselves in motion for long periods of time. Therefore, except in combat, the heavy cavalry mostly trot. After all, charging by inertia doesn't require much speed. Alright. Then let your men catch up. I clear the way for you. These heavy cavalry will help you clear obstacles along the way. If you can't keep up with us, remember to send someone to notify us, the Vanguard Knight warned. Okay. Lord Lafitte Anthony nodded. This arrangement was indeed a reasonable one. They would need someone to eliminate danger along the way. What's wrong? Looking down? Nix poked Roland, who stood on the balcony gazing into the distance. Huh? Roland shook his head and said nothing. He simply stared at the system screen that he could see. It showed that his support incident had been successful, but 4 days had passed, and no one had appeared. Don't be out in the wind. It's chilly in late autumn, Nix said concernedly, as she draped a fur coat over Roland. Roland pulled Nix into his arms, caressing her for a few moments, sending Nix into a frenzy, her gaze blurry. Satisfied? Roland said softly, gently kissing her forehead. I'm ignoring you. You're just up to no good? Nix covered her blushing face with her hand and ran inside. Hee. Roland laughed, a laugh only men could understand, as he gazed at the unknown liquid in his hand. Crackle. Atop the city walls, a bonfire burned brightly. Several patrolling guards were leaning against the ramparts, warming themselves by the fire. Though fatigue was evident in their eyes, these loyal soldiers persevered in their duties. Suddenly, an older guard leaped to his feet, slowly poking his head out to carefully inspect the situation. What's wrong, Brother Richard? The others asked, their voices lowered. Dakai? You have good eyesight. Is there anyone up ahead? Richard said, pointing to a soldier. This soldier was a second-rank Battanian archer, with sharper vision than the others. What's wrong? The Battanian archer, known as Dakai, poked his head out. Just now I heard the sound of horse hooves, and it seemed. Chapter 399. In the early morning, under the rising sun, this massive group finally slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. The members of the knights, who had returned early, were discovered by the guards in the middle of the night. After 7 days and nights, they had successfully brought back this large group. Welcome home, Lord. The Vanguard Knights gave Lafitte Anthony a graceful chivalric salute. Is this River Rapids? Lord Lafitte Anthony struggled to find the corresponding city in his meager memories. Yes. To be more precise, it's the newly reborn River Rapids. The knights smiled brightly and entered the city first. They had already informed River Rapids of the group's arrival the previous night. In the middle of the night, City Defense Officer Marcus began organizing the residents to prepare hot meals and clean their homes for them. Hey! Get the city guards to maintain order. Get them to line up. Marcus hurried down. He couldn't afford any chaos in this situation. Besides, His Highness would be arriving soon, and Baron Marcus didn't want to be seen as incompetent by His Highness. Hello, Lord. I'm Baron Marcus, the City Defense Officer of River Rapids. I need your soldiers to maintain order among these civilians. I need His Highness to see a clean and orderly scene. Do you understand? Marcus said quickly, pulling Lafitte Anthony over, his spit practically spraying him in the face. Okay, Baron. Lord Lafitte Anthony nodded, somewhat bewildered. Then do it. I need manpower. Where are the knights and cavalry? Marcus grabbed a nearby soldier and asked. They're so tired, they said they rested early. The soldier thought for a moment. Dragon God. Leave this mess to me. These guys only care about killing and not burying. Marcus said helplessly. I'm speechless. Marcus was completely overwhelmed. Excluding the soldiers on patrol, on guard duty, and resting, he simply didn't have enough men on hand. Marcus almost vomited. The only ones available were the 100 or so Lagrang city guards. The rest were either resting or too busy. Back? Roland rushed out anxiously. For the sake of etiquette, he quickly dressed with Nyx's help, otherwise, appearing unkempt would be a disgrace to the king. Yes, Your Highness. Marcus saluted respectfully. Who is their leader? Bring him to see me. Roland asked curiously. He was curious about what kind of noble the system would give him this time. Your Majesty. Greetings. I am Lord Lafitte Anthony of the Anthony family. Lord Lafitte Anthony respectfully introduced himself after bowing to Roland. The Anthony family? You're a dragon knight? Roland's eyes changed as he looked at Lafitte Anthony. His scorching gaze almost made one wonder if Roland had some unhealthy tendencies. My apologies, Your Majesty. I need to correct you. Not all members of the Anthony family are dragon knights. Lafitte Anthony was at a loss for words. The Anthony family's dragon knights were so deeply ingrained in their hearts that Lafitte Anthony was left with a mixture of laughter and tears. Just catching one and assuming he was a dragon knight, right? And they didn't even tolerate mediocrity? Sorry, but I have someone from your clan here. You might want to meet her sometime. She's a dragon rider, Roland said casually. Whether Lafitte Anthony was a dragon rider or not didn't really matter to Roland. If he was, great, if not, no big deal. After all, the kingdom's current problems couldn't be solved by just one dragon rider. Have you finished the count? Roland looked at Lafitte Anthony and Marcus. They were sweating profusely after working all day, but they didn't bother to rest before rushing to report to Roland. 300 Torrent infantrymen. 17 knights, but 15 need to be retired. Marcus's mouth twitched slightly. Can you imagine how speechless he felt when he saw knights, who could be his great-grandfathers? The only 2 young knights were over 40. There were 3,641 civilians, Lord Lafitte Anthony added. Very good, thank you for your hard work. Go down and rest. After sending the 2 away, Roland slumped in his chair, a cheerful smile on his face. Population. He's here. System. Territory interface. Roland whispered. Territory. 1, Rapid City, area, 1 kilometer in radius. Buildings, 1 ordinary lord's castle, 500 ordinary townhouses, intermediate magic pattern wall, stone well, blacksmith, barracks, archer's temple, advanced arrow tower, knight's temple, warrior's temple, inactive, tavern. Generals, Caslo, level 5, Renault, level 4, Rattle, level 4, Yunfeng, level 6, Omsk, level 6, Apophis Brio, level 3, Lavian, level 4, Holland, level 2, Luke Leopold, Merc Leopold, Ajax, level 5, Lafitte Anthony, level 3. Special Personnel, Ivy, level 3, Grand Duke Nyx, level 2, Nina Bond, level 1, Rule, level 2. City Defense Officer, Marcus, level 4, Administrative Officer, Lance, level 2, Troops, 3,409. Holy Glory Knights, 100 level 2 Lagran Empire Vanguard Knights. Lagran City Guards, 100 level 2 Warriors. Badani Archers, 800 level 2 Archers. Dewinian Heavy Swordsmen, 100 level 2 Swordsmen. El Nino Rangers, 100 level 2 Rangers. Lagran Royal Guards, 200, level 3, Speedstream Legion, 1,500 Speedstream Infantrymen. Conscripted Light Infantry, 200 Light Infantrymen. Lugron Heavy Cavalry, 100 Heavy Cavalry. Priests, 8 Tier 2 Priests. Mages, 1 Tier 2 Fire Mage. Crusader Spearmen, 100. Crusader Archers, 300. Crusader Heavy Shield Men, 20. Crusader Crossbow Knights, 15 Tier 2 Duchy Light Cavalry, 26. King's Knights, 16, 15 Tier 2, 1 Tier 3 Glade Knights, 10 Tier 2 Warriors. Griffin Knights, 4 Tier 2 Apprentice Knights, 8 Tier 1 Raglan Knights, 2 Level 2 Population 18,993 Trainable Civilians, 6,179 Review. A lonely king led the remnants of his people back to their homeland and built this towering walled city. With the arrival of a few residents, the city has become more vibrant and lively. Everything is progressing well. The city's military is formidable, with a wealth of qualified soldiers. The city can fully defend itself even against a large-scale attack. With its own territories, the city appears to be thriving. Note: while the population imbalance has been alleviated, potential risks remain. Abilities: 1. As the only city in Middle-earth's Raglan Kingdom, it attracts the remnants of Raglan. The system will direct a group of wandering Raglan civilians to arrive daily. Hopefully, the Lord will properly accommodate them. 2. Allows the recruitment of local civilians to train flood infantry. 3. The ruling center of the Kingdom of Lagrang. The people of Lagrang receive a faith bonus while in the city. 2. Tupit Territory, Village Buildings, Well Wall, Lord's Hall, 20 houses. Lord Baron Balder. Subjects, 317. Review: one of the few remaining centaurs in Middle-earth. They serve King Roland of Lagrang out of gratitude for his kindness. Note: while these centaurs are capable, their small population makes them ineffective in large-scale battles. 3. Lulong Fortress. Area: 1 kilometer in radius. Buildings: 8 dragon-killing towers, 100 heavy crossbow towers, super magic rune walls, war inscriptions. Comment: this is the last remaining proof of the Empire. Beneath the towering Lulong Fortress lie the remains of orcs, the bones of black knights piled high. Evil spirits swear their vengeance here, darkness rests here. The dark walls are stained with the blood of the Dark Alliance, and the entire fortress rests on a mountain of corpses. Delvin Town. Area: 500 meters in radius. Buildings: wooden and stone walls, basic arrow towers, ordinary houses, a well, a tavern. Population: 860, 312 civilians can be trained. Comment: this agricultural town is brimming with life and vitality, with burgeoning commerce revived here. The neighboring Tupit territory can provide valuable support. Overall evaluation: a thriving kingdom. Despite the precarious environment, the resilient people of Raglan still stubbornly defend this ancient land, and their king continues to protect the remaining land. Suggestion: the kingdom urgently needs a large amount of land and population to revive. The Easterlings in the east occupy Dorwinion, and the orcs in the south are entrenched in Dol Guldur. The ruins of Raglan City still await the king's recovery. Chapter 400. The situation is not bad. Roland nodded slightly. The 300 floating infantry and 2 knights could be completely ignored. It was the civilians that Roland valued most. Population was the most solid foundation of a nation. Don't you see that the King of the North had a family full of loyal and valiant men? While the enemy was powerful, the North's vulnerable population was also the fatal flaw in its decline. How miserable was the entire North after so many northern cavalry and knights left for the south to establish their own kingdoms. King Girion of Dale died gloriously at the hands of Smaug. King Thor under the mountain was slain by Azog. King Thrain too was imprisoned in Mirkwood and tortured to death. Thorin: I leave you with that poor child. Dane Ironfoot died during the War of the Ring. King Brand, Bard's grandson, also died alongside Dane before the city of Erebor. From this perspective, being the king of the north is truly a high-risk job. Among them, the Dwarf King is the most loyal and valiant of all. Isn't it simply because there are too few of them? Of course, the Dwarf King's recklessness also has something to do with it. While Roland also enjoys charging into battle, there's a prerequisite for that, under the protection of the knights. Just imagine if Roland would charge headfirst into battle and engage the orcs. At most, he spit in the face of the person who suggested it and carefully hide himself within the knights. After all, King Roland cherishes his life the most. As one of the time travelers with a magical system, how could he possibly put himself in danger? Send the soldiers to Lulong Fortress. They're not needed here. Temporarily assign the knights to the Cross Bohemia Knights. The Holy Glory Knights are all Vanguard Knights. Don't let them mingle unless there's a fight going on. Roland said to Yunfeng. Well, what about the remaining residents? Yunfeng blinked. After all, if over 3,000 people started to rebel, it would be quite a problem. Separate them and mix them with the other civilians, so they can quickly integrate into the kingdom, Roland ordered. I think you should find some work for the young men in the city as soon as possible. After all, there have been frequent security incidents in the city lately. Yun Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Then, these well-fed, bored young men in the city gather together every day to chat, bragging and quarreling. And then, with their youthful energy, they clash, and it's normal for them to come to blows. I'm so bored. I have nothing to do. Roland held his forehead helplessly. I guess Old Man Rattle will need some time. In the meantime, have the young men turn over the farmland outside the city and remove all the dirt and rocks, Roland said to Yun Feng. Yes. Yun Feng nodded. Your Highness, you're looking for me? Lord Lafitte Anthony looked respectfully at King Roland, seated in his chair. Well, could you tell me about your situation? Roland asked. It would be my pleasure. Lord Lafitte Anthony bowed slightly to Roland. You come from the Helcarn Sea? Roland was shocked. Beyond the Helcarn Sea lay the holy lanterns of the Vala. In the original story, for illumination, the Vala channeled the light that illuminated the world into two great lamps, known as Ilyuan and Ormor. All created the pillars of the great lamps, one in the north of Helcarn and the other in the south of Ringdal. At this time, Arda was a symmetrical continent illuminated by the two great lamps at the north and south ends. The light from the two great lamps met at the center of the world, where the Vala's home, Almern, lay. However, this Middle-earth lacks the Vala and other gods, so whether the lamp of the Vala exists is uncertain. However, what is certain is that the two sacred trees did exist. Seeing Roland fall silent, Lord Lafitte Anthony panicked slightly. He looked at Roland, unsure of what to do. Facing a completely unfamiliar monarch, even Lord Lafitte Anthony, a descendant of the Anthony family, felt a sense of uncertainty. Unable to distinguish between joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, he naturally had no idea where to begin. Roland fell into deep thought, while Lafitte Anthony awkwardly tapped his foot on the fortress. Oh! Sorry! I was just too engrossed in my thoughts. Roland then remembered that someone was still standing before him, hunched over. Don't be shy. Sit down. Roland said nothing. Even if he pulled Lafitte Anthony's neck and told him he was approachable, he probably wouldn't believe him. So let time take its course. After all, Roland was very tolerant. After all, he hadn't even criticized the sage Yufeng who was hunting him. Thank you, Your Highness. Lafitte Antoine quickly sat halfway down on the chair, his entire body sitting upright. I called you here to discuss a matter. Based on your situation, you should be granted a fiefdom. However, you should have a preliminary understanding of the kingdom's current situation. It's not that we can't afford it, but we don't have the manpower to develop it even if we did. So I'm putting this matter on hold and telling you this in advance. I'm afraid you might have any reservations, Roland explained. As Your Highness commands? I have no objection. Lord Lafitte Anthony had no particular concerns. Once he understood the general situation of the kingdom, he knew the population he brought would be prioritized for strengthening the state. After all, the kingdom was the foundation and fertile ground for the nobles. Furthermore, Lafitte Anthony had no envy of being a landed noble, given its meager productivity. If he had a choice, he would rather sleep in River Rapids. It was safe and warm, and most importantly, food and shelter were provided. Well, I'm glad you think so. The kingdom won't treat you unfairly. Roland nodded in satisfaction. A teachable child. As long as everyone stayed quiet, there wouldn't be any problem. As for the inviolability of noble rights, those who couldn't see the situation clearly wouldn't have survived. How about this? The position of governor of River Rapids is now vacant. You take the position tomorrow. Give yourself some practice, Roland arranged. Thank you, Your Highness. Lafitte Anthony bowed respectfully. Although he hadn't secured a noble fiefdom or anything like that, with a secure job as a guarantee, he could foresee a good life ahead. It's getting dark. Roland frowned. The days were growing shorter. Woo! Nyx whimpered as she hugged Roland obediently. Sorry, the armor's too cold. Roland quickly stepped aside. The chill of the Archduke's dragon armor, rustling in the evening breeze, nearly made Nyx scream. It's the winter solstice. Roland whispered as he gently pushed Nyx back. This winter is much better than last year. Roland smiled. Chapter 401. While Roland was still lamenting the prospect of a peaceful winter, the town of Delvin was now engulfed in wailing. Kill! Fight back! Drive them out! Lance brandished his spear, blocking and stabbing. The ice snow leopard, a mid-level magical beast in front of him, swung its claws, the size of a human face, at Lance. Lance had no doubt that one blow would break his bones. Don't take it. Lance quickly made a judgment, lashing his round shield against himself. Battle Chi instantly enveloped it. Skill. Shield activated. Squeak. A sharp friction sound echoed. Lance stared at the lightly scratched shield with lingering fear, his pupils shrinking. Drive out the magical beasts. Protect the residents. Lance roared. Men, follow me. Let the women and children go first. Call for help. Ask Baron Balder for help. A woodland warrior roared as they fought off the monsters. Only the centaur army could rescue them now. Go! Seeing the indifference of those around them, the woodland warriors, who were fighting and retreating, couldn't help but kick the terrified men out. Get out! Get out! Seeing those young and strong men, driven by their passion, become completely zealous, Lance couldn't help but tear his eyes apart. He roared, ordering all the ordinary people to evacuate, while he and 10 woodland warriors blocked the already narrow main street. The 10 woodland warriors, seizing the opportunity to gain distance from the monsters, instantly raised their ironwood crossbows. The volley of arrows sent the monsters wailing, further fueling their ferocity. It's the ice snow leopards. How could there be so many? Lance's face grimaced. He had never expected the shabby place to welcome a family of ice snow leopards. These creatures shouldn't live in groups. A woodland warrior fell silent as he watched 7 full-grown ice snow leopards. This is a family. A family! Damn bastards! Another, still wounded, roared in fury. Swords! Swords! Form a halberd formation. The other woodland warriors hurriedly drew their mithril daggers and thrust them into the bases of their halberds. The sharp halberds flashed with a cold light. Crack, crack! They held their steel half-shields against their chests. The 11 men stared nervously at the monsters before them, their eyes filled with solemnity. The centaurs haven't arrived yet? Lance was about to curse. The centaurs, usually everywhere, now seemed separated by a chasm. Hope of reinforcements seemed a distant prospect. Looking at the ice snow leopard family chewing on the broken limbs, Lance tightened his grip on his rifle. The bloody and brutal scene made his blood boil, and he wished he could rush over and stab them into a bloody mess. Sir! Calm down. Those men are dead. We must live. The woodland warrior, his arm still bleeding, used his body to block Lance's advance and spoke coldly. The dead are gone, and the living must carry their hopes and live on. Lance swallowed his sorrow and stood with the woodland warriors against the limping snow leopard clan. Perhaps knowing they couldn't do anything to Lance and his men anytime soon, or perhaps because they were full, the monster clan quickly swaggered away under the gaze of the men. Soon, the monsters quickened their pace and disappeared into the night. The sound of resounding hooves could be heard in the distance. The centaur knights are coming. It's over. Over 100 dead and wounded. Lance felt a headache as he looked at the statistics. Most of the victims were killed by the monsters' attacks. The vast expanse of icicles would surely overwhelm ordinary people. They couldn't even run before being torn apart by the ice blades. Report to your highness. Lance felt a headache as he looked at the wounded lying on the ground, wailing. I can only keep them alive for a while, the rest depends on you. Balder approached. The herbal concoction the centaurs had prepared was effective, but it couldn't solve the fundamental problem. If left untreated, more than half the people here would be dead in 3 days. Excuse me, please send a team to inform his highness. Lance pleaded. I will. Balder waved his hand, and immediately a group of centaurs left the area. Fuck. Roland angrily smashed the plate in his hand, his eyes blazing with fury. Am I too weak to lift my sword? Orcs, ringwraiths, Easterlings, I don't care about any of them. Today, I've been slapped in the face by a bunch of mid-level monsters. Roland was practically exasperated. Omsk. Gather the knights. Bring all our priests. Follow me. Roland had no mood for breakfast. What was he eating for? The town near his home had been taken by monsters. Wasn't that a slap in King Roland's face? Roland had just thought he was invincible near Lonely Mountain, but reality slapped him hard in the face, and it was a resounding slap. Over 100 young men were killed or wounded. Some women and children also perished. Roland was utterly devastated. Roland, donning his armor, had a sullen face and ignored Nyx as he rushed out. The surging battle aura showed that the Northern King's rage had reached a peak. Go! Kill them! Just a bunch of useless monsters! Roland roared. Omsk was speechless as he watched the visibly furious Roland. He could only quickly keep up with Roland's pace. After all, Roland's safety was a matter of utmost importance. Slow down, Your Highness. Those knights haven't caught up. Omsk spurred his horse to block Roland. Seeing the fury in Roland's eyes, Omsk sighed. After all, he was still too young, not calm enough. For Omsk, this shouldn't cause Roland to lose his composure. He could just kill a bunch of monsters. You're too impulsive. One shouldn't let emotions sway them so easily. Although we are all angry, the dead cannot be resurrected. We can't let the living get hurt again. Omsk shook his head, signaling Roland to relax. You're the king. You should be calmer than anyone else. You represent this kingdom. We follow you. You shouldn't let these people who trust you be controlled by your irrational emotions. Omsk sternly told Roland. Anger and arrogance are man's greatest enemies. The former makes you lose your mind, the latter makes you lose your caution. Thank you. Omsk, I understand. Roland gradually calmed down. Just then, the knights, who were running desperately behind him, arrived in small groups. See? If this were war, this knightly order would be gone, Omsk said to Roland, pointing at the vanguard knights, who were scattered in disarray. Sorry, it's my fault. The moment Roland saw those knights, he understood. If an organized knightly order was difficult to annihilate, then break it up. And he had just broken up his own knightly order with his own hands. What a mistake. Chapter 402. Roland led the knights into the night to the town of Delvin. His expression twisted as he saw the devastated town. He circled the town. The once neatly built city wall had been forcibly opened for several dozen meters. The frost still clung to it, emitting a chilling chill. Roland dismounted with a cold expression and casually reached over. Crack! Roland suddenly crushed a fist-sized piece of frost. Where's Lance? Roland whispered. Your Highness, I'm here. Lance quietly peeked out. Well, tell me. What's going on? Roland frowned, looking at the dusty Lance. Your Highness, I'm sorry I failed. Lance lowered his head and said with a touch of shame. It's not your fault. I saw the scene, and you couldn't handle it. Roland shook his head, not blaming Lance. He knew Lance's abilities. Besides, 10 soldiers guarding a town this size was too scattered. If it weren't for the location, even those woodland warriors would probably be a few short. A bunch of Warcraft families. Roland snorted coldly. Those damned Warcraft dared to provoke Roland for no reason? He almost laughed out loud. Do you know the direction they left? Roland asked coldly. Does anyone dare to come to the kingdom of Lagrange and tamper with it now? Has no one told them what the lesson of the past was? Ice snow leopards. They shouldn't live in groups. Omsk scratched his head. Even if they were a family, this one was too large. Yes. Your Majesty. That's exactly what we're wondering. Lance limped over. Initially, he'd been holding on by force, so nothing had been visible. Now that he was out of danger, he relaxed completely, and the after-effects of his injuries were finally showing. Strange. Omsk shook his head. Normally, these mid-level monsters would appear in groups, but now they were appearing in droves. This cast a pall over Omsk's heart. Can you track them? Roland asked Omsk as he gathered holy light from his hands to heal Lance's wounds. Your Highness. The people in town need treatment too. Lance excitedly grabbed Roland's hand. Don't worry. I already sent the priests to rescue them. By the time you tell them, they all bleed to death. Roland shook his head helplessly. Lance was simply overly concerned. Come here, everyone. I heal you all. Roland observed the wounds on the woodland knights' bodies, and once again, channeled his holy battle energy to unleash his healing skills. It must be said that the Paladin is truly the strongest branch of the knight class besides the Dragon Knight. With its maximum offensive and defensive capabilities, it also boasts its own independent holy skill tree. A Paladin is everything. Soon, under Roland's holy light, the Swift Knight successfully revived to full health on the spot. Stay here. Return with a detailed report. I have to go hunt down those beasts now. Roland shook his head and patted Lance's shoulder. Lance opened his mouth, about to say something, but ultimately remained silent, watching Roland leave. Hurry! Knights, assemble. Let's hunt down those bastards. Roland wielded the adamantine dragon lance. Although he was a little unaccustomed to it, he looked so handsome. The 9-meter dragon lance was wielded only by the most powerful knights, and as a noble paladin, Roland could naturally wield it with ease. What the hell? His hands were sore from swinging, and the expanded attack range made Roland extremely uncomfortable. He even feared he might accidentally kill his own people. My shame, Roland thought to himself. Looking at Omsk, whose eyes twitched strangely, he decisively retracted the adamantine dragon spear into his space, and vowed never to touch it again until he rode a dragon. Let's go, your highness. They're fleeing north. Omsk's eyes gleamed coldly as he stood as a knight. From the north? Roland blinked. This type of snow leopard monster only lives in cold regions. The approaching winter and the lower temperatures in the north must have attracted this group. Omsk analyzed. They shouldn't attack my people. Roland's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Perhaps the North's meager resources mean they don't have enough hunting grounds. Omsk speculated. After all, magical beasts have their own hunting grounds, and the barren wastelands of the north naturally offer little to fill their stomachs. Large prey are either captives by humans and dwarves or hunted, leaving these magical beasts doomed to gnaw on grass and dig up rats. But attacking the people of the kingdom is unforgivable, Roland said coldly. Perhaps these magical beasts were not at fault, simply hungry, but what about the ordinary civilians? What crime had they committed? Roland clenched his fists, without a trace of mercy. After all, these magical beasts weren't domesticated, he could just kill them, without a trace of remorse. But the casualties of civilians truly suffocated Roland, let alone the severe damage caused this time. Roland regretted his carelessness and hated the magical beasts who attack civilians. I need to send more troops to Delvin this time, Roland thought helplessly. Sure enough, some things can't be skimped on. Especially the garrison. If you dare to fool the city will fool you. And Roland was fooled. A massive riot nearly engulfed the entire town of Delvin, affecting over 1/5 of the population. If there had been a qualified garrison, the outcome would have been different. Sigh. Roland sighed helplessly, as he followed the knights in pursuit of the culprit monster. He really couldn't pin all his hopes on others. The centaurs were already very fast, but they were still a step too late. The kingdom doesn't have many troops to allocate to Delvin. Roland frowned. After all, Delvin was so small that only a small number of elite professionals could garrison it. Ordinary soldiers were too cost-effective, and if something went wrong, casualties wouldn't be much better than civilians. That's right. I'm talking about you. Flood infantry. Besides, flood infantry excel at battle formations, not in this situation. Lulong Fortress's towering walls allowed the flood infantry to flourish. Delvin. Roland was worried they wouldn't even be able to reach their guns. Something's happening. Omsk suddenly pulled the reins and stopped. What's wrong? Roland asked curiously as he approached. Looks like we're on the right track. Those are the footprints of the ice snow leopard. Omsk pointed at the messy footprints in hard, broken ice on the ground. Catch them. If they kill my men, they'd be left here to pay for their lives, Roland said fiercely. As you wish. Omsk nodded and led the team in pursuit. Chapter 403. Boom! 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 The rumble of iron hooves echoed across the wasteland as Roland and his companions emerged into the eastern part of Lonely Mountain in the morning light. How's the situation? Any findings? Roland asked. Everyone shook their heads. The traces had vanished around here. Time is always the best antidote. The original trail of the massive herd of monsters had been destroyed by the raging wind. TSK? Roland frowned. Even this was lost? It was unbelievable. I need a moment. Omsk simply waved his hand, then lowered his head, and placed his hand on the ground. Buzz? Then Roland witnessed a miraculous scene. Omsk's powerful fighting spirit began to spread, and the land within a kilometer radius began to glow with a black and white halo. Miraculously, within the halo, clear lines of footprints and various traces emerged. What the hell is this? Roland was shocked. He gazed at the vast halo and fell into deep thought. He had noticed a scattering of footprints, some animal, some human. The light and shadow time domain is specifically designed for exploration. It can reveal the traces of any creature that has passed through this area within the past 24 hours. Omsk shook his head and looked at Roland with an ignorant expression. How can you see these scattered footprints clearly? Roland was puzzled. In my mind's eye, they are images of their past. You must have heard of the advanced version of this. The Great Forbidden Spell. Time Reversal. Omsk stared at Roland seriously. Roland's eyes twitched. Was he really supposed to see something so terrifying? Any skill involving time and space is incredibly terrifying and profound. For ordinary people to pry into the laws of time and space is courting death. Anyone attempting to delve into the mysteries of time and space will be met with a powerful backlash from its power. Even Roland, with his system, wasn't sure he could escape unscathed from the backlash. The powerful force of time and space would make even the gods retreat. Don't worry, it's not even close to the level of a major forbidden spell. Omsk shook his head, a bit amused. After all, Roland's reflexive evasion somewhat satisfied Omsk's mischievous taste. Scared me to death. Roland rolled his eyes. You are incredible. If this really involved time and space, Roland would have turned and run. After all, he was well aware of the power of time and space. Who knows how he got here? What if he was caught back? Roland said he was enjoying his life as a king, so there was no need. Confirmed. They're heading further north. Omsk suddenly smiled, but Roland saw the cruelty in his smile. Then let's go! Let's go kill them! Roland laughed. A mere monster dared to provoke King Roland? The last Balrog to do so had already been slain by Roland. Although it had nothing to do with him, Roland still chose to flatter himself. Roland said that even if he couldn't be the main damage dealer, he could still cheer. Wait! The smell of blood? The vanguard knights at the front simultaneously stopped and reined in. They exchanged glances and slowly raised their lances. The wind-chasing horses pawed their front hooves nervously. With their considerable intelligence, they naturally sensed the presence of a mid-level monster, especially one that was carnivorous. It seems our warhorses have discovered these beasts. Omsk shook his head and smiled. Low-level beasts have a strong tendency to avoid high-level beasts. They will cling to the docile high-level beasts to avoid being preyed upon, or pledge allegiance to the high-level beasts and seek their protection. Be careful. That thing seems to have an area of effect attack. Roland's eyes were filled with caution. After all, while the Delven region's walls weren't particularly strong, they weren't so unreliable they could collapse with a single push. Such a large hole must have been caused by an area of effect damage skill. It's not a big deal. An attack of that magnitude wouldn't be able to break through the Vanguard Knight's defenses. Omsk explained to Roland. Area of effect freezing attacks, which would inflict significant damage on ordinary people, would only deplete the Vanguard Knight's fighting spirit and stamina. Even their warhorses possess some elemental resistance, posing no threat to the Knights. The only thing to be careful about is not getting caught off guard. This monster seemed to have an assassin's backstab bonus, and its attacks in blind spots were incredibly powerful. Even high-level professionals could be caught off guard. Thump, thump, thump! The Knights began to pick up speed, pushing forward in the direction of the bloody scent. Sizzle! Ice spikes flew from all directions. This was one of the Ice Snow Leopard's innate abilities. Raise your shield. Omsk shielded Roland with his body, then slashed with his spear and sword, shattering the few icicles flying towards him in a matter of seconds. Your Highness! Take care of yourself. Omsk warned. Roland was relatively safe in the center, but only within the range of the Knight's group skill, Glory. Beyond that range, accidents could easily occur, so Omsk warned Roland. All right, Roland replied, drawing his Dragon Slayer sword. Kill! The Knights charged at the monsters, lances drawn, and the nimble beasts immediately scattered. Don't disperse. Omsk stopped the Knights from dispersing. He swung his lance and shot a frost-covered snow leopard dead, but the remaining monsters had already scattered. Looking at the fleeing monsters, Roland was bewildered. What should he do? If he split up and chased them, he'd be hurt. The Knights, kill one first. I go after one. Omsk acted decisively. There were still 6 monsters left. They couldn't escape. These felines are extremely vindictive. Letting even one escape would pose a serious safety risk to the kingdom's civilians. She! A shrill cry rang out, and the massive frost-covered snow leopard was pinned to the ground by Omsk's lance. Omsk rode forward, wielding his sword, snatching up his spear and fleeing, leaving behind only a twitching corpse with its head tumbling to the ground. Kill! Don't let any escape! Omsk roared. Soon, the ice snow leopard targeted by the Knights was crushed into the earth by their iron hooves, becoming one with it. After all, a mere mid-level magical beast couldn't escape the Knights' pursuit in the hilly terrain. I chase the ones that run away. You guys stay close. Omsk gritted his teeth as he watched the magical beasts flee. While he could easily crush them, they were clever enough not to congregate in groups, leaving him no recourse. Chapter 404. As the dawn light spread across the land, only the Knights busily carving up their prey appeared in the sunlight. Such a fine hide, completely shredded by us. A Vanguard Knight grinned, looking helplessly at the snow leopard carcass before him, nearly melted into the mud. Don't dwell on it. Just clean it up and see if there's anything useful. A Vanguard Knight clapped his hands and drew his sword, beginning to slice and dig through the mangled carcass of the icy snow leopard. The only use for this stuff is the magic crystals, the first Vanguard Knight said with a smile. Not really. These scraps of fur are also quite useful. The Vanguard Knight, who was cutting, didn't even look up, tossing the pelt aside. What can we do with this stuff? The other Vanguard Knights twitched their lips slightly. We can use it as scraps for some magical equipment. The knight handling the corpse was an older knight, and he knew that many magical equipment could use these scraps. This thing. Ugh. A knight nearby lifted up the bloody fur fragments, his eyes twitching. Your Highness. All 7 monsters have been slain. Omsk approached, carrying a perfectly intact ice snow leopard, its head intact. This creature. Roland poked it. It looks ferocious. Roland poked it gently. The still hard corpse felt wonderful to the touch, even somewhat chewy. This kind of monster's pelt is a favorite of noble ladies. You could peel it off, and have Yafeng prepare it for His Highness Nyx. Omsk suggested. It's truly beautiful. Ignoring the bloody, broken stumps, the entire ice snow leopard's slender body and sturdy limbs were imbued with a muscular beauty. Its thick paws looked incredibly powerful. Roland had no doubt that a single blow from it would be fatal. After all, the tragedy of Delvin Town was still fresh in his memory. Are these the ones that killed my people? Roland poked. If Baron Lance didn't lie or conceal the truth, it was undoubtedly them. Omsk assured him. After all, if a 6th-level monster like him, armed with detailed information, could still misidentify these monsters, Omsk felt he could break his sword and retire. Lance should be reliable in this regard. At least you have some faith in your colleagues. Roland's eye twitched. I was just using an analogy. I didn't doubt Baron Lance's meaning. Omsk quickly explained, mistakenly assuming Roland was warning him against speaking ill of his colleagues. It's okay. If Lance hears this, he'd probably challenge you to a duel. Roland shook his head, unconcerned. Even if he didn't mind, Lance would surely come over with his sword and strike Omsk. Haha, just kidding. Omsk laughed awkwardly, probably realizing the inappropriateness. Yeah. Roland nodded, and called everyone back. Your Highness, look what I found. A Vanguard Knight ran over cheerfully, eagerly claiming credit. Hey! Still playing dumb? How did you find gold? Roland quipped. This is worth much more than gold. The Vanguard Knight pulled his cloak from behind him, as if to claim credit. Only then did Roland realize that his cloak was tucked together, as if wrapped around something. He suddenly thought with amusement, could this be an assassination attempt? The real purpose was revealed. Roland laughed to himself, thinking he was scaring himself, and couldn't help but smile. Ah! Just as Roland's mind was wandering, a sudden, childish roar reached his ears. Before he could react, something slammed into his face. Through his helmet, Roland felt his vision go dark, his vision darkening. No way. Someone's really trying to assassinate me. Roland thought awkwardly. Besides, shouldn't these system characters be relatively loyal to him? There's no reason to rebel. Relative loyalty, meaning, as long as Roland doesn't cross their lineage, and unless a noble with stronger bloodline and influence steps forward, these system characters will pledge absolute loyalty to Roland. But Roland wasn't overly worried. After all, Omsk was right beside him. If even a tier 6 light and shadow hero couldn't protect him, then he certainly deserved death. Besides, the Grand Duke Dragon Armor's defense wasn't fake. No one would really think such epic equipment as the Grand Duke Dragon Armor could rival the Old Lord Armor, right? If Roland was right, this armor could protect an ordinary person from a full-strength attack from a tier 6 professional, excluding those with forbidden spells and above. Oh! Dragon God. Roland felt a sudden sense of relief upon hearing Omsk's voice. Soon, Roland regained his sight. When he saw the culprit who had attacked him, he was in a state of confusion. It turned out to be an adorable ice snow leopard cub. The ice snow leopard, now held in Omsk's arms, lacked the ferocity typical of adult snow leopards. Instead, it was chubby like a large domesticated cat, twisting its body with great reluctance, resisting the grip of the large hand. Hey! Pretty fierce? Roland laughed. This creature hadn't been weaned yet, apparently, and its teeth hadn't even fully grown. He could take it home and tame it from a young age, and even give it to Nyx as a pet. Roland lifted it by the scruff of its neck and took a look. It was a little girl without the bell. Ah! The little snow leopard took Roland's hand in its mouth and sucked hard. However, the grip of the gauntlet made it uncomfortable, and it quickly spit out Roland's finger, looking around for a chance to escape. All right, little one, stop running around. Come home with me. Roland rubbed the chubby little monster, wrapped it in his cloak, and placed it in his arms. Let's go! Let's go back. Roland waved. I hadn't expected such an unexpected reward this time. Roland smiled. As for why he decided to bring this little cub back, it was naturally because the system had prompted the taming interface. Otherwise, Roland wouldn't have dared to leave such a wild creature to Nyx. After all, it could truly be a mid-level magical beast when it grew up. It could be fatal. Hey! This thing must be hungry. Think of something, Omsk. Find it something to eat, Roland said, feeling the little creature wriggling in his arms. This thing should still be able to feed, right? It probably can't eat meat. We have to wait for Delvin to find some goat's milk to feed it, Omsk said. After all, where could he find milk to feed it in the wilderness? The female snow leopard that could feed it had already been killed. Okay. Roland nodded. Chapter 405. Don't be afraid. Roland soothed the little girl before him, who was cowering at the sight of the little snow leopard in his arms. Scared. The little girl was practically crying, curling up in fear at the sight of the little snow leopard in Roland's arms. It's okay, it's very well behaved and won't bite. Roland hurriedly tried to comfort the little girl. If she hadn't had a milk-producing goat at home, he swore he wouldn't have come running. Woo woo woo. The little girl threw herself into her mother's arms. I'm sorry, Your Highness, for embarrassing you. The girl's father quickly shielded the girl and his wife behind him, and said to Roland with a forced smile, It's okay. We were abrupt, and it's the kingdom's responsibility to not protect you. Roland shook his head, unconcerned. After all, seeing the fear and panic in the eyes of the people along the way was a painful feeling in his heart. No, no, no. Your Highness, don't say that. The man's legs were clearly weakened by fear. Don't worry, the kingdom will give you an explanation. Roland rubbed his brow, a headache aching. Killing the culprits was just the beginning. Dealing with the aftermath would still be a challenge. After all, hundreds of casualties were a major event for a kingdom currently at peace. Thank you, Your Highness. The man hurriedly pulled his wife and daughter to Roland to express his gratitude. Roland received the goat milk he had been waiting for. Looking at the little snow leopard greedily licking it, his heart heavy. Are the results in? Tell me, Roland asked wearily as Lance entered. Lance opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but stopped. Go ahead. I can still handle it, Roland sighed. So far, 51 people have died, and 77 have been injured, Lance said shamefacedly. Huh, are the wounded in stable condition? Roland took a deep breath and said somewhat depressedly. It's not bad. Those still alive won't be in any worse condition, Lance said. That's good. Have the priests take good care of the wounded? I need to ensure that no one who's still alive suffers any harm, Roland said. Don't worry, Your Highness. I personally see to it, Lance said. By the way, give the families of the deceased 100 gold coins each as compensation. 50 gold coins for the disabled, and 10 gold coins for the injured. Roland suddenly remembered something and said to Lance. Okay. I make the arrangements. Don't worry. Lance nodded repeatedly. Although this was only a small amount of money for Roland, it meant that this year's tax revenue was wasted. They didn't make much to begin with, and they already lost everything. Looking ahead, aside from population growth, there's no single positive growth figure, right? What a nuisance. Roland suddenly lost hope for this winter. He had thought it would be a peaceful winter, a chance for everyone to rest and recuperate, but within 2 days, a monster attacked the border town. Roland's face smacked. This is an accident no one could have predicted. It's not our fault. Who knew monsters could even reach such a remote place? Omsk asked. TSK. Roland felt a sharp pain in his teeth. Logically, with the centaurs out hunting every day, there was no way a monster could exist nearby. Even if there were, they would be either in Roland's warehouse or hanging on Baron Baldur's wall. I was too careless. If I had left enough people, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Roland sighed. Again, don't you feel bad about sending a team of professionals to this place? It's a waste of talent, Omsk said helplessly. Just arrange more militia patrols. Omsk sighed. The kingdom doesn't have the manpower to leave precious professionals in a place like this, especially since it's just an ordinary agricultural town. I'm afraid only the Empire could have provided enough professionals to every town. Omsk sighed. Yes. Roland felt this deeply. After all, the Lagran Empire in the game was already a behemoth. Its sheer size and numerous towns dispersed the Empire's forces. Otherwise, if the Lords and Archons had truly integrated the Empire's forces, the outcome would have been uncertain. But it was precisely these dispersed Imperial legions that protected almost all of the Empire's towns from attacks by Warcraft and scattered orcs, the equivalent of a safe zone. We can't achieve the Empire's level. Roland thought for a moment and smiled wryly. Of course, so we can only do our best. Your mission is to lead as many people as possible to survive. Restore the glory of our ancestors. Omsk turned his head to look at the dimming lights of Delvin and suddenly whispered, "But I don't want to give up on anyone. They all have the right to live. We are all citizens of the Empire. No one is different." Roland whispered, "The idea is beautiful, but reality is cruel. We must eventually leave the walls. The kingdom's fortified city can't shelter every citizen of the Empire. There are still many who will live in these towns and villages." Omsk shook his head. Roland's idea was beautiful, but unfortunately unrealistic. Hasn't Delvin been forced to separate now? After the wasteland around the city has been reclaimed, the farmers who opened up the land could only move further away, slowly forming settlements, which then evolved into villages, and finally into another town. Alas! Roland looked deeply at the silent Delvin. A sudden feeling of powerlessness washed over him. The last time he felt so powerless was at the foot of Lonely Mountain, when his torrent infantrymen attacked the orcs. When the army launched its charge, Omsk looked at the silent Roland without saying a word. He understood that this was a necessary step for Roland on his path to becoming king. Give up. Something has to be given up. How can life have the best of both worlds? A happy and fulfilling life only exists in fairy tales. All Roland had to do now was accept this cruel world and give up those he was destined to be unable to protect. Let's go back. Roland suddenly stood up and grabbed the still-dazed little snow leopard. The little snow leopard, freshly fed with goat's milk, was sleeping soundly on the ground, and the next second, it soared into the air. "We won't stay overnight?" Omsk was puzzled by Roland's hasty journey. "No, I'm not ready to face the residents who have lost their families and homes. Tell Lance to comfort the people." Roland dejectedly mounted his horse and rode away without a word. "TSK. The knights? Escort His Highness back to River Rapids." Omsk watched Roland retreat and hurriedly ordered the knights to follow him, while he turned to look for Lance. Chapter 406. Roland, weary, dismissed the maid and, carrying the little snow leopard, pushed open the bedroom door. "Are you back?" Nick sat on a chair nearby, a cup of tea beside her, though it had long since gone cold. Roland, with a tender heart, held Nix in his arms. He knew this lovely woman must have been up all night, waiting for him to come home. "You're back. Go to bed," Roland said, and began to carry Nix to bed. Wow! The little snow leopard in his arms twisted its chubby body, baring its claws and teeth to intimidate Nix. Having just gotten used to Roland's embrace, it instinctively felt hostile towards this strange woman. "Ah! How adorable!" Nix's tired eyes smiled, and she contentedly held the little creature in her arms. "Woo, woo, woo!" The little creature screamed, trying to escape Nix's clutches. But how could Nix, who had no resistance to furry things, let it do so? Finally, looking at the despairing little snow leopard, Roland gave a wicked smile. In that moment, he felt the warmth of home, a sense of security he couldn't experience anywhere else. "What's wrong? Does the little one seem to dislike you?" Roland teased the little snow leopard. "All right, leave it to the maids. You need to rest." Roland grabbed the little snow leopard by the neck and pulled it out of Nix's arms. After gently kissing Nix's smooth forehead, Roland carried the little snow leopard out. "Your Highness," the maid who had been waiting at the door said with a gentle bow. "Thank you for your hard work. Please take care of this little one. And give it a wash while you're at it," Roland said softly. "As you command, Your Highness." The maid obediently took the restless little snow leopard, but inwardly she was thinking, "Wow, Your Highness is so gentle. Let's go wash," Roland said domineeringly, pulling Nix over. After all, Nix had just held the little snow leopard, who had been rolling around in the mud for who knows how long. So Roland demanded that Nix wash, and he also needed to wash off the stench of dirt and blood. It's almost dawn. Please stop messing around." Nix's tired eyes flickered. "What are you thinking about? Are you thinking the wrong way?" Roland patted her head angrily. Did she think of her as just another person who thought with their lower body? "Oh." Nix stuck out her tongue, looking at Roland awkwardly. She thought Roland was still planning to attribute to the lives of the nobles. In this age of underdeveloped productivity, the lords' castles and floodgates still guarantee 24/7 access to hot water. The more luxurious nobles would use fire magic crystals to heat the water, but Roland, not so extravagant, could only obtain hot water through the most primitive method of having servants burn charcoal. Even so, she lived a happier and more luxurious life than 99% of the population. Swish. Nix huddled in the tub, only her little head visible. Her long golden hair rippled in the water like seaweed, and her two small hands restlessly splashed water on Roland. Ah! Roland looked at Nix lovingly, then stretched out a big hand from underwater to measure the size of her conscience. He stopped only after Nyx exclaimed in surprise. "Hey! Are you saying this little creature will have such terrifying destructive power when it grows up?" Nyx asked in disbelief. "Yes, it was its people who caused this tragedy." Roland nodded in confirmation. "Ah!" Nyx was clearly frightened. The little snow leopard in her arms had just begun to enjoy Nyx's caress when it was flung away like a cloud of mist. Ouch! The sudden change caused the unprepared little snow leopard to scream. "Are you trying to throw it to death?" Roland was a little amused. He had thought Nyx would be very brave. "Are you crazy? Bringing such a dangerous monster home?" Nyx pulled out her staff and attempted to strike the little snow leopard to death. "Dangerous?" Roland gave Nyx a strange look, then asked in a strange tone. "Is there any creature in this world more dangerous than a dragon?" Nyx paused, then suddenly realized that Roland's words made sense. After all, whose monster could have the terrifying destructive power of a dragon? Give her a name. She's a little sister? Raise her as a pet, so she can keep you company when I'm gone. Roland rubbed Nyx's head. Snowball? Snowball? What do you say? Nyx poked the little snow leopard, still sulking on the ground. Okay. Snowball. Roland laughed heartily, if for no other reason than her plump, round figure. Without caring whether Snowball would accept the name or not, Roland decided on it with a wave of his hand. Thus began Snowball's uncertain, if not entirely happy, life in the human world. Wow! She's such a big eater. Nyx held Snowball's round waist. It looked like she gained 2 more pounds in just these few meals. Well, time to lose weight. I suggest reducing her food intake. As soon as Roland finished speaking, he was met with Snowball's humane eye roll. Hey! Angry. Look, she's glaring at you. Look how cute she is when she glares at you. Nyx said to Roland with delight, as if she had discovered a new world. I know. Little fool. Roland helplessly covered his forehead. This girl must have become rebellious. Crackling. Apophis Brio stood silently on the wall of the inner city of Lulung Fortress, staring north in the pouring rain. Crack. An oilskin umbrella opened overhead. Apophis Brio silently glanced at Caslo beside him without saying a word. What's wrong, Apophis? Caslo asked with concern. I'm thinking about how to regain the glory of my ancestors. Apophis Brio held out his hands, a golden emblem strung together on a string resting quietly in his grasp. The reigning lion? Caslo nodded thoughtfully. I need an army. Only an army can expand the kingdom. Only an army can restore its glory. The glory of the nobility is ultimately built on the sword. Apophis Brio said calmly. It was clear that he was a meritorious nobleman who believed in tradition, not a court noble who relied on the favor of a great lord. You want to be the sword bearer? Caslo was silent for a moment. Of course. Apophis Brio looked up at the gloomy sky. The kingdom doesn't have that many swords for you. You need to work hard. His Highness has his own difficulties. Caslo sighed. Of course, I won't put His Highness in a difficult position. I'm both a noble and a knight. Apophis Brio said firmly. Blessings to you, my friend. I hope you succeed. Caslo offered his best wishes. Thank you. Chapter 407. Here, I'm leaving. Caslo handed his umbrella to Apophis Brio. Huh? Apophis Brio stood silently in the rain, closing his umbrella and letting the water pour down on him. Drops of water seeped through the cracks in his armor, but were quickly evaporated by the flames of his protective battle energy. Ah! Apophis Brio glanced north and fell silent again. His shadows stretched longer and longer in the gloomy rain. Ha! 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 Inside the fortress's gate, a group of sturdy soldiers were training profusely. Each of them was muscular, their eyes gleaming with brilliance, and the faint murderous aura around them reminded everyone around them that this was an army that had seen bloodshed. What's the situation? Has Apophis Brio really made his decision? Ajax asked anxiously, smoothing her hair. That guy is determined. Caslo's eyes flashed with seriousness. His current headache was that King Roland, far away in the city of Rapids, was completely unaware of all this. Is this guy's actions any different from treason? Ajax felt a headache. Some matters among the nobles could be kept privately, and while everyone smiled and greeted each other on the surface, it was normal for them to engage in subtle intrigues behind the scenes. However, these matters could not be brought to light. Some tacit understandings could not be broken, and it was clear that Apophis Brio was now poised to be the innovator. It depends on His Highness's attitude. Ajax gazed anxiously at the fortress gate, where 200 armored soldiers were training vigorously. They were Apophis Brio's private soldiers. Training private soldiers without a fiefdom. Casso frowned. It wasn't a big deal. It depended on Roland's magnanimity. But Apophis Bleo's actions were undoubtedly a violation of the rules of the nobility. Fortunately, the kingdom currently lacked true nobles with real power, otherwise they would have ganged up on Apophis Bleo and been slaughtered. Strictly speaking, Apophis Bleo was currently a member of the court nobility. Without a fiefdom, he naturally couldn't have his own army. At most, he had some retainers and guards, which was impressive. But these 200 elite armored soldiers were definitely more than just guards. When did he start this? General Renaud doesn't care? Ajax waved her fist in anger. Okay, don't be angry. I guess Renaud acquiesced. After all, the glory of the Lion of King's Landing. Alas! Casso sighed and stopped talking. Regardless, this was a great, patriotic family, worthy of everyone's respect. Even the surviving descendants could still enjoy the family's influence. The King's Landing family has great appeal. Ajax nodded. After all, it was the most powerful ducal family in the north, and it held a strong following among the people there. Otherwise, where would Apophis Brio have recruited his troops? Guess I have to write a letter to His Highness to report this. I handle the offending things. Casso, loyal to Roland, naturally couldn't tolerate such behavior, so he had no choice but to report the matter to Roland. This? Ajax hugged Casso with a distressed look, sighing helplessly. Puff! Roland was sipping his tea. He had just tried to improve his aristocratic manners, but before he could even start, Casso's letter broke his defenses. Goodness! Are you all monsters from the Junlin family? Where did you get this army? Roland exclaimed in awe. Someone in this tiny kingdom actually managed to train 200 fully armed soldiers. Even if they were just ordinary soldiers, it's outrageous. Roland honestly asked himself, is his control over the kingdom so poor? How did he recruit these people? Roland was puzzled. Lulong Fortress was a purely military fortress, so there were no civilians recruiting for it. No matter how he recruited these soldiers, you must face one fact. Nyx wiped Roland's hands with a handkerchief. The kingdom's nobles are recovering, and you need guidance. My Highness, my love, Nyx said solemnly, gazing into Roland's eyes. It's time to fulfill your promise, Your Highness. House June's Landing wishes to return to the Game of Thrones, and they've proven their strength. The kingdom needs capable nobles to expand and restore it, Nyx advised. A king clinging to power isn't always a good thing. Sometimes dictatorship isn't suitable for all kings, like Roland. A good king employs and manages talented individuals. This is exactly what Roland needs to learn. The art of being an emperor is all about balance. What do you mean? Roland asked. What do I mean? A noble's private actions are perfectly normal. What matters is whether he can bring you what you want. Nyx leisurely poured herself a cup of black tea and sipped it leisurely. Does that mean I'm done with it? Roland asked. How do you plan to manage it, my highness? Nyx retorted. If you're simply arguing that court nobles can't possess an army. Don't forget, you promised their family the legitimacy of the dukedom, Nyx said slowly. After all, everyone knew what being the Grand Duke of the Lion of Kingsland meant. A noble capable of establishing a duchy. As the heir, even the king couldn't legally challenge him. Roland blinked, speechless. Return is inevitable. I just didn't expect the first noble family to restore glory to the kingdom would be Kingsland. I thought it would be Anthony. Nyx chuckled, appearing nonchalant. Roland was stunned. Indeed. 16 knights of Kingsland plus 200 fully armed infantrymen. More than enough to establish a lordship. Lordship is the lowest level of nobility. While there are hereditary lordships, the value of a lordship is truly low. After all, most fiefdoms are just small villages, and they're lucky to be able to muster hundreds of soldiers. What should I do? Roland was somewhat bewildered. After all, this real world isn't a game, there are no strategies. Faced with loyal yet ulterior motives, Roland didn't know what to do. Why bother with him? Just let him go. How many troops can he support by himself? Is he going to rebel? Won't everyone have to go on the expedition eventually? Someone's taking care of you, and you're not happy. Nyx rolled her eyes at Roland. Why did the king like issuing expedition orders? Because it's profitable. How could a king not be happy with a bunch of nobles working for him? Protect them for a while longer. You can't stay here forever. Having loyal nobles willing to help you explore is a good thing, Nyx said. Ambition is good? If you don't have ambition and just lie low, the country is basically doomed. If even the aristocratic clique with vested interests lies low, what hope is there for this country? We're imitating the late Ming dynasty on a parallel Earth, right? Chapter 408. Okay. I listened to you. Roland nodded obediently. Like an idiot in this regard, he chose to trust his wife's judgment. Well, as king, you just need to grasp the general direction. Balancing the relationship between the nobility and the royal family is what you should learn, Nick said gently. Let me see what this guy Apophis Brio has done for me. Roland quietly called out to the system. Apophis Brio. Family. House of the Reigning Lion. Title, Duke. Direct lineage, 0. Branch lineage, 0. Direct army, 16 reigning knights, 200 fierce warriors. Holy crap. What the hell? How did he come up with this special unit for the Reigning Lion? Roland's eyes widened. While fierce warriors weren't professional soldiers, they were still classified as a special unit. Technically, the Flood Troopers were also a special unit, but the Empire could train them in large numbers, replacing ordinary conscripts. Roland was no stranger to these fierce warriors. Back in the game, on the northern wall, they were more numerous than the fierce troopers of La Grande. Seeing the familiar figure again, Roland felt a sense of familiarity. After all, he had recruited quite a few fierce warriors back then, and had some experience commanding them. I'm just not sure if Apophis Brio's fierce warriors are the same as I know them. If anything changes, it's all over. Roland shook his head. After all, that expansion pack called Fenwu Huige was truly thrilling, with no boring moments throughout. It was that thing that fooled Roland. He used enough gold coins to recruit a squad of knights to recruit 100 fully armed elite Fenwu warriors. This powerful armored unit, armed with heavy spears, wields them in unison like a giant scythe. They can easily cut down the enemy in front of them in an instant. Due to the bloody and violent scene, people generally classify the lightly armored Fenwu infantry as a heavily armored unit. Facts have proven that they are indeed not durable. As the only heavily armored unit among ordinary soldiers that can be shot into a sieve by archers, you can imagine how valuable they are. However, although their defense is often criticized among heavily armored units, well, this thing wears leather armor under a layer of fine mail, and wields a 2.5-meter long star-shaped gun, silver steel spears, plus a fine steel round shield. Roland couldn't understand how these things were classified as heavily armored units until he saw the barrel-shaped visors on their heads. Brothers, you're just protecting your heads, right? That stuff is useless. Roland has never seen a martial warrior die from a headshot. They're so blinded by their open arms that they attack a tin-kin. Roland's summary of this unit is that its attack power is maxed out, but its defense is a matter of opinion. Although it carries the title of heavily armored unit, it's unclear how much of a rip-off it is. Of course, this isn't to say this unit is completely useless. On the contrary, back then, those mortally wounded martial warriors on the northern wall were far more popular than the torrent infantry. A high-quality cannon fodder unit, said to be able to hold a section of the wall, does have its merits. Of course, this is the real world, and it's unclear whether the game's 30% bonus to all attack and defense attributes, while within range of defensive buildings, will be reflected. Alas! Roland spread out the letter paper with a headache, picked up the quill pen, and began to write a letter to Apophis Brio. After all, tacit understanding is tacit understanding, but some things must be explained after being exposed to the sun. My dear Duke Apophis Blue, I heard some interesting things lately. A militia outside the royal jurisdiction has appeared in Lulong Fortress? I think it's a joke. After all, it's impossible for anyone to infiltrate such a heavily guarded imperial fortress on such a large scale. Perhaps some careless individuals have overlooked their own family soldiers. After all, I haven't found any trace of the fierce warriors in the kingdom's military system. As the garrison commander of Lulong Fortress, you should help relieve the king's worries. With General Renaud away, you're the one most familiar with the fortress. I await a response. King Roland of the La Grande Kingdom. Apophis Blue shook the letter in his hand, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew this day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Caslo was loyal to the king. There was nothing wrong with him reporting this to the king. Apophis Blue simply lamented his own bad luck. In just a few days, Caslo had discovered clues that Renaud hadn't noticed for a long time. Wait. Apophis Brio suddenly remembered Renaud's meaningful smile, and a wry smile played on his lips. It turned out General Renaud had already noticed, he just didn't intend to break the tacit understanding. And indeed, if Renaud, as the commander-in-chief, didn't even know a 200-man army had infiltrated, his life would be in vain. In fact, Renaud had known all along, and he learned it through the consumption of rations. When the rate of supply depletion became irregular, Renaud realized that there was an army in this fortress that was not under his direct command. As for whose it belonged, that was self-evident. Apophis Brio gave a wry smile. Roland was just about to read out his name from the noble family tree. There was no mention of himself in it, yet it was all about him. Your Highness requires an explanation, Caslo said. Yes. Apophis Brio nodded calmly. After a moment's thought, he pulled out a piece of parchment and began writing a reply to Roland. Your Highness, to restore the glory of our ancestors, I personally raised funds to train this militia. Of course, it was my negligence. It's inappropriate to have them in the fortress. I will quickly relocate them. Your loyal subjects, Apophis Brio. Apophis Brio reviewed it with satisfaction, then dried the ink. A noble's deal is that simple, isn't it? The two men tacitly described them as militias. After all, the concept of militias and regular private troops entering a royal fortress without orders is different. The former could be considered a request for asylum or other excuses, while the latter would be rebellion. Both laughed it off. Roland promised not to pursue responsibility, and Apophis Brio said he would move the troops out of the fortress. A simple deal sealed with 2 letters. Roland secured the royal dignity and authority, while Apophis Brio gained the private soldiers he had longed to restore the glory of his ancestors. But were those warriors truly reliable? Roland wasn't sure, but Apophis Brio trained the most authentic special forces of the King's Landing family, so they were probably not that bad. Chapter 409. Thus, the two tacitly agreed to a win-win deal. Well, it was a deal that only resulted in the orcs being harmed. After all, no matter where Apophis Brio ventured, those damned orcs were the most disgusting obstacle. Being a pioneer isn't easy. Roland sighed slowly. Apophis Brio had no system, and with only a small team of knights and a group of warriors to support it, it was far too difficult for it to gain a foothold. No, I have to call him over and discuss this with him. Roland was worried the child might get upset and head south, which would be troublesome. The orcs in the south weren't exactly lenient with humans. Frankly, Roland had beaten them pretty badly. Ask me to take the army back to River Rapids? Apophis Brio looked at the newly arrived letter in disbelief. If he hadn't known Roland's generosity, he might have thought Roland was going to attack him. Well, His Highness told you to go back and have a good talk with him. I handle everything here. Casso nodded. I'm leaving now. Apophis Brio didn't waste time. After all, it was good to know Roland's attitude sooner rather than later. There was nothing to worry about here. If he just left Caslo and Ajax here, even Soren himself would have been crying and calling for his mother. Well, be careful on your journey, Caslo kindly suggested. As a result, he was met with Apophis Brio's gaze, which was no different from looking at an idiot. After all, even though he was returning with a group of people, he was still threatened by those scattered small thieves. So, forget about expanding. It might be more practical to just find a crooked tree. TSK. I'm not so bad, I can't even walk across my own borders. Apophis Brio rolled his eyes, truly taking advantage of Caslo's good words. Generals Luke and Merc, please do your best to assist General Caslo. Please point out any shortcomings. The Empire's southern gate cannot be lost. Apophis Brio urged. Of course, this is our duty. The two men pounded their chests. Let's go! Apophis Brio waved goodbye and led his knights away. First, he would search for his warriors' temporary camp in a wooded area not far from Lulung Fortress, then lead them north to Rapid City. Lafitte, you are a member of the Anthony family, so you should know something about dragon cavalry, right? Roland asked Lafitte Anthony. What's the matter, Your Highness? I know some common sense common to all families, but those secrets are probably only known to the dragon riders. Lafitte Anthony shook his head. Then can you tell me the secret of the dragon royal family? Roland asked hurriedly. After all, the last quest in the Dragon Egg side quest was the last royal family. Roland still had no clue. He had also questioned Ajax and Caslo's dragons, but even those dragons hadn't given any useful clues. As for asking Lafitte Anthony, it was simply a sudden thought on Roland's part, a desperate attempt to find a solution. Golden Dragon? Why are you asking that? There shouldn't be many of the dragon royal family left. After all, the breeding conditions for golden dragons are indeed very harsh. Lafitte Anthony shrugged. Hearing this, Roland felt a surge of hope. You know them? Roland exclaimed in surprise. This was a rare find, effortlessly unearthed. A little research. Lafitte Anthony scratched his head. After all, could he say he had nothing better to do than research these things to pass the time? Well, look at this. Roland retrieved the nearly resurrected dragon egg from the system space and handed it to Lafitte Anthony. What? Lafitte Anthony cried out, drawing even the guards downstairs. After dismissing the guards, Roland stared intently at Lafitte Anthony. My lord, Perhaps you can tell me the secret of the Golden Dragon. In fact, even the game's annals don't contain much information about golden dragons. It simply states that the sea dragon is the royal family of dragons, born on Dragon Island for countless ages. It's not a secret. All dragon-riding families have relevant records. The first of these, golden dragons can't become dragon riders. Lafitte Anthony gave a wry smile, startling Roland. What? Surprised? Have you seen a golden dragon rider? Or a silver dragon rider? Lafitte Anthony shrugged. These two dragons are the most noble of the dragon race. One is a rare royal family, the other a law enforcer whose numbers are constantly declining. Both are the highest-ranking forces of the dragon race. The dragon race will not allow humans to control them. Lafitte Anthony shrugged. Roland was silent for a moment. Perhaps this foolish child didn't know that the Anthony family's ancestor was a demigod riding a silver dragon. Take a look at this egg, Roland said. It's undoubtedly a golden dragon. Anyone with even a modicum of elemental awareness can sense the raging elemental power within, right? Lafitte Anthony pursed his lips. The dragon egg was nearly overflowing with the 12 elemental powers. For anyone in the Anthony family who took a breath, they knew what it was. Will it hatch? Roland looked nervously at Lord Lafitte Anthony. It's difficult. Some of the vitality is missing. Lafitte Anthony placed his hand on it, sensing it, and couldn't help but frown. The dragon egg, seemingly full of vitality, actually lacked that kind of energy and life. Is there any way to replenish it? Roland asked anxiously. Yes, but it's difficult. A large amount of the materials have been lost to history. Resurrecting it is too difficult. Lafitte Anthony shook his head. Golden Dragon Reverse Scale, Breath of Life, Dragon Soul Grass. These crucial items are nowhere to be found. These are essential for hatching a golden dragon. Otherwise, the golden dragon's reproduction wouldn't be in this state. Lafitte Anthony shook his head regretfully. This dragon egg must have been around for ages. Lafitte Anthony tapped it gently, and it made a dull, stone-like sound. At least 3,000 years old. Roland nodded. Ah! It's from the last era. What a pity! The last descendant of the Golden Dragon clan. Lord Lafitte Anthony said with regret. After bidding farewell to Lord Lafitte Anthony, Roland sighed, having given up hope. After all, those items in the game were at best legendary materials. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing mission, the last royal family. Reward: restoring the dragon egg's full vitality. Suddenly, the system's cold voice echoed, but Roland felt a surge of excitement upon hearing it. Golden dragon egg, hatchable. Seeing the suffix on the dragon egg, Roland's pupils trembled. Chapter 410. TSK? What should I do with this thing? Roland was shocked. The dragon egg's sudden resurrection filled him with both surprise and bewilderment. After all, this wasn't a dragon egg like in a game that could hatch with a simple tap of the finger. This thing was a living being he had painstakingly revived. Headache, Roland said, feeling a headache. He had finally revived this egg, but he was completely clueless about hatching eggs. Ah! Lord Lafitte Anthony nearly choked, his eyes widening as he stared at the dragon egg before him. How could this thing come alive? This? Lafitte Anthony expressed his incomprehension. How do I hatch it, Lord? Roland asked expectantly. So, Lafitte Anthony picked up the dragon egg and tossed it into the fireplace. Holy crap! Roland pounced on it. Don't get excited. Just hatch it. Now that its vitality is fully activated, those expensive materials are unnecessary. Just keep it warm. Lafitte Anthony shook his head. The Anthony family is an expert at hatching eggs. Roland awkwardly withdrew his outstretched hand. Keep the temperature. The family used to roast it in dragon flames, but now that's out of the question, a fireplace will do. It should be out in about 2 weeks at most. Lafitte Anthony sensed the intense life force fluctuations within the dragon egg, foreshadowing the imminent birth of this magnificent creature from thousands of years ago. Congratulations in advance. Your Highness, the Golden Holy Dragon Knight. Lafitte Anthony shook his head. The combination of a Holy Knight and a Golden Dragon Knight was unprecedented in history, but Roland had certainly set a precedent. Roland smirked as he gazed at the dragon egg roasting in the fireplace. Someone might have thought Roland was waiting for his dragon, but someone else might have thought he was waiting for dinner. Try not to go out for the time being. Keep an eye on the hatching of the golden dragon egg. A young dragon is always attached to the first person it sees. This will help you succeed in dragon riding later, at least increasing your chances of success. Lafitte Anthony shook his head. How could becoming a golden dragon knight be so easy? Dragonkind has a legacy of memory. Once a dragon grows up, it will automatically inherit a significant portion of the dragon heritage. Therefore, it's impossible to trick a dragon into signing a contract to become a dragon rider simply by relying on the gift of nurturing. Dragons with their own judgment have their own selection criteria. And young dragons are far more difficult to contract successfully, as if they're inherently resistant to contracts. Okay. Roland nodded. While the road ahead was long, at least there was a dragon he could trick. Ugh. It was a chance to build a relationship. As for that playful elven dragon, Roland didn't even consider it. Only a sissy would contract that. Roland. Lon said he had no intention of targeting the mage, sigh. Roland stared at the dragon egg, lost in thought. Dragons are legendary creatures. Each stage of their growth inherits inheritance from their bloodline, so they have a fixed developmental path. If they grow up successfully, each one can become a superb beast or even a scourge-level existence. Even dragons tamed from childhood have their own pride. They will be close to those who raise them, but they won't casually contract with them. There are many dragon riding families in the game, but not many dragon riders. This is why there are many families that support more than 10 young and adult dragons, but cannot afford a single dragon rider. If you can't conquer dragons, you can't command them. The Anthony family has tamed many dragons, and at its peak, they could produce nearly 10 dragon riders, making them the most powerful dragon riding family in the empire. The royal family is also powerful, but they don't have as many tamed dragons as the Anthony family, but they can still provide quite a few dragon riders. After all, they have more branches. Are the dragons about to hatch? Nyx walked in with tea. She wasn't at all surprised by the dragon egg left in the fireplace. After all, the kingdom already had 2 dragon riders and 3 dragons, so one more wouldn't be a big deal. Raising more would reduce costs. Roland quietly watched over the dragon egg, visibly excited. Golden dragons aren't easy to conquer, Nyx whispered. Yes. Royals. Once they enter their growth period, they will awaken the memories and heritage of their ancestors. Roland nodded. One can't become a dragon rider by trickery. One can only conquer a dragon with one's own strength and will. I believe you succeed. If even the most righteous and holy paladins can't become dragon riders, then no one in this world can become a golden dragon rider. Nyx reassured him. Roland's mouth twitched. There really aren't any golden dragon riders. He never heard of them in games or in real life. He only saw a real silver dragon rider a while ago. And they were dead. It's a wonder anyone could ride a golden or silver dragon. If dragons hadn't disappeared from Middle-earth for so many years, Roland wouldn't even glance at a golden dragon egg if it were placed before him. Think of that poor Balrog in Ospia's notes. Roland didn't think his fate after contracting a royal family member would be much better. Let's leave it to fate, Roland thought. Even if dragons really came knocking, with Aldo, Renoir, and the blue elf, they could still manage. At least they wouldn't be instantly slain by the other dragons. Saving a golden dragon and giving it a dragon rider wasn't too much, right? For the sake of his dragon riders, he could bargain with the dragons. After all, most dragons were considered lawful and good. Roland felt relieved immediately at this thought. After all, his horizons had opened up. After all, there were actually many options available to him after he wasn't stuck in being a golden dragon rider. Becoming a golden dragon rider or negotiating with the dragons for a dragon rider was a good option. At the very least, he could have a golden dragon as his own. He didn't need it to accompany him on his expeditions, but protecting the kingdom wasn't too much to ask. It wasn't a bad deal, was it? Your Highness, Lord Apophis Brio has arrived. The guards entered. Tell him to wait for me in the reception room. Roland nodded and instructed the guards, while he packed up briefly and prepared to go meet the future governor of the kingdom. Your Highness. Apophis Brio saluted hastily. All right. No need for formalities. Forget about this kind of face-saving business, Roland said, shaking his head and waving his hand. Apophis Brio was a little flustered. Why didn't King Roland play by the rules? I know the little tricks of the nobles, but you really went too far this time. I'm not even willing to recruit soldiers. Roland sighed and shook his head. Population was the key right now. Sorry, Your Highness. I was too impatient. Apophis Brio quickly admitted defeat. In reality, few nobles would confront the king head-on, unless they were powerful enough to do so. Chapter 411. Roland stared at Apophis Brio in silence for a moment. Who do you think you're fighting? That's the greatest disaster in Middle-earth. A horde of orcs swamping the mountains. Do you really think your soldiers can stop the flood of orcs? Roland demanded. He had experienced some of the most brutal battles in the north, and knew the orcs weren't as vulnerable as they appeared. If the orcs were truly hopeless, Roland would have already marched south to capture Dol Guldur, or north to shatter the shell of Gambana Fortress. Apophis Bleer remained silent, staring stubbornly at Roland. His resolute eyes were filled with determination and pride, and Roland could even see the madness hidden within them. Alas! The kingdom can't shelter all its wanderers after all. If you truly decided on your future path, then leave your fate to the dragon god. Roland shook his head. He knew Apophis Brio was completely determined. He was determined. The men of the King's Landing family have always been like this. Resolute, courageous, proud, and selfless. Thank you for your help. I believe the dragon god will never abandon his followers. Apophis Brio pounded his chest in gratitude and bowed. Whether the dragon god will abandon me or not, I know the kingdom's dragon knights won't. Apophis, I want you to remember that you are a King's Landing man, the first noble to pioneer since the kingdom's restoration. Don't let me down, and don't bring disgrace to the King's Landing lion emblem, Roland urged. Of course. There are no cowards in the King's Landing family. I will either return with honor, or bring back my broken sword. Apophis Brio's eyes gleamed. He respectfully pounded his chest in a knight salute to Roland and turned to leave. Are you crazy? Roland heard the hidden meaning. Wouldn't this boy go out to explore in the dead of winter? That orc would wake up laughing in the wilderness. Huh? Apophis Brio stopped. Where are you going in the dead of winter? Are you going to leave your men to starve? Roland couldn't help but rub his brow. And where are you going? Have you prepared your supplies? Have you gathered subjects willing to join you in the expedition? Do you have an advance camp? Roland looked at the bewildered Apophis Brio and suddenly found himself amused. So this guy was just full of enthusiasm, wasn't he? Besides theoretical knowledge, he had no practical experience at all. Let's wait until next spring. I need to plan my wedding with Nyx this winter, and you need to gather subjects to go with you. You can't expect your soldiers to build a camp and transport supplies, right? Roland rubbed his temples, feeling a throbbing pain. Was this guy planning to use his army as a transport convoy? Oh! Okay. Apophis Brio nodded repeatedly. After all, he couldn't refuse King Roland's respect. A noble who gave the king the cold shoulder in such a situation usually wouldn't survive more than 2 chapters. Fortunately, Roland's fledgling kingdom hadn't yet found someone so foolish as to try to seduce the king. I have a fully equipped imperial outpost here. You should understand what it means. Work hard. If your territory's development earns my approval, I will grant it to you. Roland had begun to understand the tactic of giving a big stick before a sweet date. Although it was crude, it worked time and time again. No pioneering noble would refuse a fully equipped imperial outpost. That meant, unless the lord was too insane, they could at least secure a share of real power or the inheritance of a border baron. So how many men can I take with me, your highness? Apophis Brio asked humbly. Well, I allow you to recruit 1,000 men to your frontier, but I have 2 requirements. Roland tapped his fingers on the table. Please speak, Apophis Brio said urgently. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. First, all civilians must be recruited as families. Second, I will personally designate your frontier, Roland said slowly. Apophis Brio nodded subconsciously at the first request. After all, it was to prevent him from recruiting only young and strong laborers. Every feudal lord would do this. It was a common practice among them. But the second one made Apophis Brio's face change slightly. After all, it wasn't a good idea for the king to personally intervene in the development of a new location. If Roland gave him a hard time and made him give up, it would be troublesome. Can I know the exact location? Apophis Brio asked nervously. Of course. Roland unfolded the map and searched carefully before finding his destination. Old Pass. Right here. Old Pass. I need you to control this place for me. It's the closest road from the west to the north. It used to be occupied by orcs and goblins, but now, I want to plant the dragon flag on the mountaintop there. Roland stared at Apophis Brio. Huh? Of course. Your Highness. You will get what you want. Apophis Brio clenched his fists quietly. Thank goodness. Roland not only didn't make things difficult for him, but even selected a good territory for him as a fiefdom. And the pass, if managed well, is a hen that lays golden eggs. I hope so. Roland nodded with satisfaction. How was it? Nyx asked, looking at Roland, who looked cheerful. She had watched Apophis Brio and Roland go together to conduct a power transaction among the nobles, but it looked like Roland hadn't suffered any loss. It was a pleasant conversation. Roland gestured, It's all right. Really? Of course. He got the fief he wanted, and I got a loyal vassal from the frontier. Isn't that a win-win? It's just a pity that we might not see the banner of the Lion of King's Landing on the northern wall anymore. Roland sighed. He had sent the King's Landing family west to guard the Misty Mountains. It was certain that the northern wall would not be guarded by the Grand Duke of King's Landing in the future. That's good. Nyx patted her chest, causing a wave of emotion. She'd been worried that Roland, young and impetuous, would refuse to yield. Plus, the heir to King's Landing was also a hot-blooded young man. If a fight broke out in the castle, the Lagrang nobles would lose face as far as Mordor. But Nyx was still relieved by the outcome. She'd been truly worried that Roland would blindly exploit the nobles, like the wise and capable emperors of the past, strengthening central power and suppressing their rights. That wasn't wrong, but it was clear that in the current environment, infighting wouldn't do any good. Making some concessions would help the nobles rally closer to the king. Don't say it, it still hurts. I just waved my hand and walked out on over 1,000 people, Roland said with a bitter frown. Puff. Nyx laughed at Roland's stinginess. Chapter 412. A few days passed quietly, and Roland settled into a peaceful life. However, the cold snap sweeping in from the north still gave him a start, reminding him that winter had arrived. Hiss. Roland flung open the window in the morning, and instantly regretted his decision. Shirtless, he felt a piercing chill, and he almost saw his grandmother waving at him. Ah! What are you doing? Nyx wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, glaring at Roland fiercely. The rage in her eyes, like that of a raging dragon, threatened to consume him. Ahem. Roland coughed awkwardly, his gaze erratic. After all, it was his own fault. Annoying. Nyx muttered in dissatisfaction, then rolled up the quilt and curled up, inadvertently leaving her smooth, jade-like back to Roland. The sight of that jade-white back made Roland's mouth water with desire, his mouth dry. He couldn't resist, and slipped into the bed. Knock, knock. A knock on the door instantly calmed Roland, who was about to strike. He suppressed his rage, quickly threw on his clothes, and pushed open the door. You better give me an explanation, Roland said, looking at his personal maids. One, Hongtiao, and the other, Dingxiang, were both very distinctive. Because the civilian names of hammers and sickles sounded awkward to Roland, he had changed their names. But Roland had no intention of appreciating their beauty. Having his grand plan of procreation interrupted, he was furious. Your Highness, our soldiers have detected unusual movements by the Dwarven Dragonhawk Knights. They sent me here to report. Hongtiao trembled. She had of course noticed Roland's fury. Provoking him now would be tantamount to courting death. Dragonhawks? What's Thorin up to? Roland raised his eyebrows, still remembering the sight of those Dragonhawk riders parading through the land. Let them die. Roland, furious, waved his hand, shooing Hongtiao away like a fly, flicking it away with force. Pa! Hongtiao looked at the heavily closed door in front of her, with a hint of grievance. If she hadn't retreated quickly, the thick wooden door would have slammed into her face. Roland had barely climbed onto the bed when Nyx, panting, pulled herself up and turned to look at him. What's wrong? What happened? Seeing Nyx's worried expression, Roland grumbled in annoyance, but didn't respond. Nyx leaned against Roland and began to soothe his temper. Come on, don't be angry. Go check it out. It's okay. Yunfeng and the others won't come looking for you. Nyx spoke gently, understanding how deeply Roland was feeling. Ah. Roland gave a wry smile and reluctantly put on his clothes at Nyx's urging. Of course, if he didn't mind his dishonest hands constantly rubbing at him. What's the situation? Roland, nearly fuming like a pufferfish, dragged himself before the others. His Majesty Yunfeng, who had been planning to engage in a heated exchange of words with Roland, decisively calmed down after seeing Roland's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot. The atmosphere instantly became peaceful. The Dwarven Dragonhawk Knights have been dispatched. 10 Dragonhawk Knights. Yunfeng reported. What's the source of the information? Roland replied succinctly. Our roving scouts discovered it, Yunfeng said. Well, that should be fine. Roland nodded. After all, the system soldiers could be trusted. Are they going to start a war of annihilation? Omsk raised his eyebrows. While 10 Dragonhawk riders might not be able to defeat a single Dragon Knight, their deterrent power was no less than that of a Dragon Knight. After all, what they lacked in quality, they made up for in quantity. Do you have a specific direction? Roland asked. Those Dragonhawks are heading southwest. Their exact destination is still unclear. Yunfeng shook his head. Where else could they go? It's obvious they're heading to Moria. Roland shook his head without hesitation. Something must be wrong in Balin. Otherwise, the dwarves wouldn't easily deploy their dragon hawks. Roland analyzed. After all, sending dragon hawks out to kill random people is as outrageous as sending dragon knights to hunt down orc spies. What should we do? Everyone looked at Roland, awaiting the king's decision. Omsk. Go ask Thorin what happened in Balin. Roland had a bad feeling. After all, Balin's history didn't end well. God knows if this butterfly of mine will flap its wings and change Balin. Well, it has already changed, all right. Omsk nodded immediately and rushed out. What's wrong, Your Highness? Yunfeng, sensing Roland's hidden concerns, could only ask with concern. I'm afraid Balin hasn't followed my advice. Anyway, something seems to be happening in Moria, Roland said without hesitation. That shouldn't be the case. Didn't you and the others kill that Balrog together? There's nothing around Moria that could threaten a dwarf king with his soldiers. Yunfeng was a little puzzled. Balin's dwarves weren't so weak as to be scratching their feet, were they? If they couldn't even defend the gates of Moria with an army of nearly 500, they'd be doomed. Who told you there was only one Balrog? Roland asked quietly. He had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Moria, the gateway between east and west, would be taken by the orcs again. In reality, while Balin's situation was not good, it wasn't that outrageous. For example, the powerful dwarf army had already suffered over 100 casualties. Even with Roland's warnings, Balin still hoped. After finding the dwarven ring, he was ambushed by orcs at Mirror Lake, as history would have it. Luckily, he still had 10 of his personal guards with him. They risked their lives to protect Balin, ultimately returning him to the west gate, where he had a narrow escape, but Balin, having returned, refused to give up. Determined to recover the bodies of his people, he led his soldiers out to once again engage the orcs, marking the official start of the Battle of Mirror Lake. When Balin found himself facing most of the orcs from the Misty Mountains, and a few elite orcs from Gumbader and Dol Guldur, the situation became increasingly serious. The orcs were almost advancing into the west gate. Flustered, Balin sought help from Thorin. And so, the dragon hawks that everyone saw soaring through the sky. As the vanguard, they would be the first to aid their people. Chapter 413. King Roland. While Roland was still dispatching you to investigate the cause of the dwarf's unrest, a sturdy dwarf tumbled off his argali and, led by a guard, headed straight for the castle. Even in this winter, the dwarves can't rest. Roland was complaining to Yunfeng and Omsk about the dwarves' high energy when he realized the guards had already led the dwarf, Keely, outside. Your Highness! The dwarf noble Keely requests an audience. The guards faithfully performed their duties. Send him to see me. I want to know what's going on with the dwarves. Roland was stunned. Speak of the devil. Greetings, King Roland. Keely bowed slightly, touching his chest. No need for formalities. What's going on? Have your dragon eagles gone mad? Roland was displeased with the ostentatious display of this massive air force. After all, this army had once terrorized River Rapids. Roland stared intently at Keely, hoping for an explanation. My apologies, Your Highness. This happened so suddenly that we couldn't notify you in time. We had no choice but to send the Dragonhawk riders ahead, Keely said quickly. There's been an incident in the mines of Moria. Ever since Balin declared himself king of Moria, all of Moria has become a thorn in the orc side. Keely explained. Yes, that's right. Roland didn't deny it. After all, Balin's actions were no different from shitting on the orcs in the Misty Mountains. It would be strange if the orcs didn't resent him. Originally, Balin and his men, retreating to Moria, could easily resist the orcs' attacks. The orcs had been unable to move against the Moria gates, and they suffered heavy casualties at the east gate, Keely said proudly. Although Balin and them had been separated, the blood of the Longbeard clan connected them. As descendants of Durin, they naturally united. Compared to the scheming and deceit of humans, the elves and dwarves were better off. Well, Moria is easy to defend but difficult to attack. If we hadn't entered through the west gate, we probably wouldn't have been able to conquer it by now. Roland nodded. After all, the battle to recapture Moria was largely a surprise attack. Roland had no doubt that going through the east gate would be another battle of Azanalbizir. Whether the dwarves were willing to shed their last drop of blood for Moria, Roland didn't know, but he knew he absolutely didn't want to suffer heavy casualties for Moria. But Balin was ambushed by those orcs while searching for the dwarven ring of power by the Mirror Lake. Now Moria is in chaos. Keely blushed. Puff! Roland nearly choked on his spit. What a powerful historical correction. He had helped Balin purge Moria, yet this happened? And hadn't he warned him? Roland felt a headache. Outrageous. Omsk and Roland exchanged glances, each seeing the disbelief in the other's eyes. Is he okay? Roland said weakly. Balin is seriously injured and unconscious. Thankfully, he was wearing mithril armor. It's just that the arrow was poisoned. Keely shook his head. If it's just poison, Balin should be fine. Dwarves are quite resistant to poison, after all. Roland pondered. But the key now is that Moria has no leader. The whole of Moria is in chaos. The ravens have brought news to the Lonely Mountain, and Thorin is furious. Keely said. Oakenshield has always had a bad temper. Roland pouted. But the orcs had hit a nerve with the dwarves this time. The loss of Moria had already infuriated and saddened the displaced dwarves. Now, after so much effort to regain it a few days ago, you're trying to take back the dwarven ancestral land? Isn't this simply courting death? We said 10 Dragonhawk riders to support, but it take time to assemble a full army. My uncle wondered if we could ask your dragon riders for help. Keely said a little sheepishly. After all, borrowing dragon riders was no different from borrowing land and asking for nuclear bombs. You're going to go to war with the orcs in Moria? Roland was stunned. This was unprecedented in history. Compared to the impulsive Thorin, the more cautious Dane chose not to support the expedition organized by Beren. Regardless of whether his decision was right or wrong, Thorin was indeed a worthy king under the mountain. At least, he wouldn't abandon his people. Yes. My uncle cobbled together 3,000 soldiers, including about 1,000 professional warriors. Keely nodded, as if it was a matter of course. After all, dwarves are the kind who never wait to avenge a grudge. Roland stood up, opened the window, and took a closer look. It was winter, that's right. Roland unnoticedly retracted his reddened claws. Are they all crazy? Why not go and winter in the misty mountains? Roland said the dwarves and orcs are really capable, and they're really going to fight. The Battle of Lonely Mountain took place in early winter, and now a year later they're going to Moria. Do the orcs and dwarves have nothing to do all day? Roland speculated with amusement. Talent. Roland could only give a thumbs up. He'd get angry with anyone who called themselves a warmongerer. Even if he fought a lot of wars, he never marched the entire country into battle, did he? 3,000 people? Young Keely, do you want to listen to what you're talking about? There's probably only about 3,000 people in all of Erebor. Just a quick question, are you not planning on passing? Or are you not planning on Erebor anymore? Roland asked tentatively. Keely's mouth twitched. Go back and ask Thorin if he's crazy? 3,000 men. Does he know what he's doing? Roland's eyes were filled with shock. Since the Battle of Azanalbizir, when have you dwarves made such a big move? With this population base. Are you sure you won't let this war turn into the Battle of Azanalbizir? Roland asked. The dwarves are making their bets, and the orcs will undoubtedly add to the pile. The orcs in Gumbalder Fortress are also incredibly stubborn. If the dwarves really want to trade their lives with the orcs, I'm sure Sauron and the Ringwraiths will laugh heartily. We can't abandon our people and our homeland, Keely said firmly. Yes. There's no doubt about it. The dwarves are determined to go to Moria and confront the orc army. Thorin must be furious, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a big move. This also shows that the dwarves' strength is gradually recovering. Tell Thorin that my army will defend the north for the Alliance, so he doesn't have to worry. As for the Battle of Moria, I won't participate, Roland said after a moment's thought. After all, his own army had been battling so many battles that Roland himself would be on the verge of collapse. So this time, Roland decided to cheer them on from the rear. Thank you, King Roland. I pass on your kindness to my uncle, Keely said gratefully. It seemed the dwarves hadn't originally expected to drag the kingdom of Raglan into the war. Having the strongest kingdom in the land help them defend their border was a pleasant surprise. Chapter 414. Be careful. Orcs aren't all made of clay. Some of them are capable fighters, Roland warned. Of course, we won't underestimate the enemy. Keely nodded matter-of-factly. Oh, by the way, will you or Philly be leading the army this time? Roland asked, suddenly curious. No. Uncle and Dwalin will lead the army. Philly and I will stay behind. Keely shook his head. Puff. Roland, who had just raised his teacup, couldn't help but spit it out. Cough, cough. Roland's violent coughing alerted the guards outside. Boom. The solid wooden door, though not luxurious, but exceptionally durable, collapsed with a bang. A team of fully armed knights rushed in, with their fangs and claws bared. Roland had no doubt that if they found their target, they would not hesitate to slice them into pieces. The knights, swords drawn, rushed in, still maintaining their charging stance. However, seeing Roland, unharmed, and Keely stunned, everyone fell silent. As the knights, almost stomping their feet into a teeling fortress, were embarrassed, Roland quickly waved them back, slightly easing their awkwardness. Watching the fleeing knights, Keely's mouth and eyes twitched slightly, before he turned and stared at Roland with a strange look. Apologies, these knights have only just returned from the front lines, and the slightest sign of trouble makes them nervous. Roland quickly explained. Yes, they're truly a dedicated group of soldiers. Keely quickly exchanged pleasantries with Roland, using Roland's words to back off. Dragon God. What happened? Nyx poked her head out to look, but she was relieved when she found Roland still sitting in a chair, safe and sound, chatting with Keely. It's nothing, there was a minor problem just now. Go get Yunfeng. Roland waved his hand. Oh! Nyx left with a thoughtful look in her eyes. That's all right then. I won't send anyone to escort you. Go back and tell Thorin to be careful, Roland said to Keely. He hadn't even considered trying to persuade Thorin not to go to Moria. After all, the Dwarf King was notoriously stubborn, and he probably wouldn't listen even if he tried. The descendants of Durin were as famous for their stubbornness as their smelting skills. Thank you for your support. Please stay, Keely said humbly and sincerely. What's wrong, Your Highness? Still so vehement? Did you even tear down the door? Yunfeng spoke with a sly, hermaphroditic air. I asked about the situation, and the Dwarf King has gone mad. Roland didn't respond, instead rubbing his brow in pain. Yunfeng was stunned, not understanding what Roland meant. If you think the Dwarf King leading an army of 3,000 all the way to Moria to fight the orcs isn't mad, then I really can't think of a better way to describe it. Roland shrugged. Huh? Yunfeng was shocked. If what Roland said was true, then King Thorin really needed to have his head checked. So what happened? Yunfeng had a bad feeling. He had a feeling something must have happened in the mines of Moria, otherwise the king under the mountain wouldn't have been so provoked to lead his troops in person. Nothing much happened. King Balin of Moria was assassinated and seriously injured in Mirror, who, at least he survived. The orcs in the Misty Mountains are ready to launch a counterattack on Moria. And now the dwarves of Moria have been forced back into the dungeons. Roland explained the current situation to Yunfeng. Oh my god! If this continues... Yunfeng quickly turned around and began to examine the map on the wall. The map was 5 meters long, filling one wall of the government hall. Hiss! The second battle of Azanal Bizzer? Yunfeng turned back to Roland in surprise. As you can see, Roland shrugged. Are the dwarves of Turin planning to drench the valley with their blood again? The spirits on the steps of Moria's east gate haven't dissipated yet. The king's blood hasn't dried yet. They're mad? Yunfeng looked at Roland in disbelief. It's not them who are mad, it's Thorin who is mad. He won't allow those filthy orcs to trample upon the dwarfs' homeland again. He sacrificed everything for it. Roland spread his hands. TSK. The dwarves can't just be acting this way. The king of the mountain has personally led the charge. The dwarves must have other plans. Yunfeng suddenly shook his head. Thorin had also done his homework. The dwarf king was considered enlightened and wise. Even if he really lost his temper and went to war with the orcs, he would have made some arrangements. So, as you can see, Keely is here. Roland shook his head. What the hell? What did you promise them? Yunfeng's face suddenly changed drastically upon hearing this. In shock, he no longer cared about his status and, with foul language, grabbed Roland's arm and demanded. TSK, have you got any noble manners? Am I that kind of person? You suspect I'm involved? Roland felt aggrieved when he saw Yunfeng, who was extremely worried about him. So this was the image he had of him in his mind? Ugh! Why should I doubt you? Aren't you the biggest warmonger in the north? Honestly, there's not a single battle where you haven't been seen, right? The great King Roland? The great King Raglan who punched Dol Guldur, kicked Gambata, ripped through Moria, and slaughtered the Wainriders? Yunfeng taunted. No, stop praising me. It's too much. Although I'm wise and powerful, just keep it to yourself. Roland's expression suddenly became stern. Bah! Tell the truth, my great king. What exactly did you promise them? How many soldiers? Yunfeng gritted his teeth. Alas! Who said we were joining the war? I only promised to protect Lonely Mountain. It's the dwarves' business to start slaughtering people. Roland sighed at Yunfeng, who showed extreme distrust of him. Why would he rush in without a system mission? He offered a huge sum of money to die? Speaking of which, this warmongering system has actually calmed down this time. It seems the system understands my hardships and is letting me rest and recuperate. That's good. Yun Feng gave Roland a deep look, confirming he wasn't joking, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. But you're right about one thing. The dwarves' actions will be significant. After all, this battle has a different significance. As the dwarves' first performance on the grand stage of Middle-earth, they won't be so careless, Roland said meaningfully. As for why Roland was so certain, it was, of course, the dog system that suddenly appeared. Special mission. Battle of Glory. The news of the assassination of Balin, king of Moria, has enraged the king beneath the mountain. The dwarves, returning to the lonely mountain, are determined to make their voice heard. It's time to deal with those dark and green skins. The dwarves of the Blue Mountains have gathered and marched eastward. The soldiers of Erebor, led by King Thorin, are heading for Moria. Dane, king of the Iron Hills, has also set out with his army. Ravens have spread the news of this magnificent battle to every dwarf, and to every corner of Middle-earth. Quest requirements: help the dwarves defend the Lonely Mountain. Quest reward: a random number of troops. Chapter 415. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the main storyline. The birth of the Great Emperor. Phase 1 begins. Rebirth of the Imperial Blood. Rebirth of the Imperial Blood. Though the Empire has been destroyed, the kingdom remains. Although the Emperor's blood has vanished, the king's blood remains. Are there no kings, princes, generals, or ministers? Since there is no emperor in the world, let's retrace our steps. Quest requirements: the kingdom actually controls an area greater than 100 kilometers in radius. Own at least 10 towns within the kingdom. Quest rewards: 300 royal guards, 1 junior mage tower, 1 class inheritance system for any spellcaster. Gulp. Roland swallowed. He had never expected this situation to drive the main quest forward, but honestly, the rewards for these 2 quests were truly generous. The 300 royal guards were enough to tempt Roland, and the mage tower and class inheritance system for any spellcaster were even more surprising. Roland suddenly felt as if his dream of 1,000 cavalrymen and myriad spells was no longer a dream. Your Highness? Yun Feng raised his eyebrows at Roland's smirk, and a powerful mental force pressed towards him. Evil spirits, retreat. Yun Feng slammed his staff down on the ground, and a surge of violent mental energy erupted, forming a mental magic that directly imprisoned Roland. Yun Feng. In the name of the wise, I will scare away the evil spirits. The evil spirits, retreat. Yun Feng continued to wield his staff and cast spells. TSK. Sin. Punish. Yun Feng's voice hit Roland's head like a sledgehammer, but besides making his ears itch, it didn't cause any other discomfort. Instead, Roland's expression was filled with surprise, confusion, and mockery. What are you doing? Although Roland's body was imprisoned, how could a mortal man seal Roland's mouth, once known as the king of the lipstick? Everyone who knew Roland back then praised him, saying, when a person is burned to ash, only his mouth remains. Yun Feng blinked. It looked like Roland wasn't possessed by an evil spirit. Your Highness, what was that smile of yours just now? It looked like someone possessed by an evil spirit. Yun Feng released Roland, but still looked at him cautiously. Roland was speechless. Wasn't he just fantasizing about the system reward? Was he really being treated like a thief? Did he realize the psychological damage this would cause him? I'm fine. Send someone to recall Caslo and Ajax. Let Omsk go to the south to hold the line. The northern border is vast, and we need air power. Bring back those half-baked Griffin Knights too. They might not be very useful, but at least they help boost our forces. Roland quickly made arrangements. Your Highness, are you planning to join the war? Yun Feng stared at Roland with suspicion and scrutiny. After all, in Yun Feng's mind, someone was synonymous with a warmonger. I'm going to give you a damn. I'm not crazy. That's a fight between orcs and dwarves. It's not ours. Am I crazy enough to wade into this mess? Roland stared at Yun Feng in disbelief. Even if he was a fool, he couldn't fail to see the situation clearly. This could be another battle of Azanulbazar. Roland didn't intend to provide cannon fodder for the dwarves or war records for the orcs. Okay, but I must remind you, it's winter. Soldiers who have been fighting so many battles need rest. Yun Feng said solemnly to Roland. Roland's face darkened. After all this time, he still didn't trust himself. Omsk. Watch Dol Guldur to the south. Roland warned Omsk. You mean I attack if they show a weakness? Omsk asked. What a fool. Always keep an eye on the battle at Dol Guldur. If they try to move north, stop them. If they don't come, don't worry about them. Besides, it's difficult for them to advance across the rapid river. Roland said. Okay, And by the way, your highness, remember to inform King White Wing. Lo St. Nier's defenses are no match for Rapid River. Omsk suddenly remembered something and quickly grabbed Roland. Okay. I inform King White Wing. The kingdom won't turn a blind eye to its allies. Roland reassured Omsk. This was also a form of attitude. A nation disloyal to the alliance would naturally lose credibility and reputation in this land. Moreover, the kingdom of Akovia, which evolved from a tribe, was also a vital barrier for the kingdom of Lagran. You are unwise, Thorin. Thranduil, rarely speaking to Thorin, reflected Thorin in his pure eyes. None of you elves have any business with the dwarves. I mean no harm. I simply wish to pass through. Thorin did not respond favorably to Thranduil. He bluntly retorted, sending the spirit Thranduil had finally managed to lift back down into the ditch of Moria. As you wish. Your disregard for your people is none of my business, Thranduil said coldly, nearly exasperated at being misunderstood for his kindness. It's precisely because I care about my people that I'm going to Moria. Thorin remained unmoved, picking up his beast-bite sword and marching ahead of the group. TSK. The dwarves are still as stubborn as ever. Thranduil's lieutenant couldn't help but exclaim. Don't mind them. I already warned them for the sake of the alliance. Thranduil shook his head. Good words won't change the damned devil. When Thranduil saw Thorin's eyes, he knew the boy was determined to plunge headfirst into Moria. It's going to snow soon. The elves nearby looked worriedly at the heavily armed dwarf army marching past. Bastards. Let them all freeze to death. I wish all the orcs and dwarves would freeze to death in Moria. They're no good. Thranduil had a deep prejudice against the dwarves. Alas. The other elves shook their heads upon seeing this. After all, the dwarves were so stubborn. It didn't seem like they could persuade them. Even Roland had given up after hearing this, let alone the elves, whom the dwarves had always disliked. Ollie! Stop them! Oyen swung his axe, chopping off an orc's head. The unsupported head flew up into the air. Kill! Dozens of shield-wielding, axe-wielding dwarves, like possessed demons, effortlessly cleaved orc after orc with their dwarven axes, gleaming with sharp fighting spirit. They looked like the dead returned from hell. It was thanks to these warriors that Moria's eastern gate remained intact. Fight! Fight! Sons of Durin! Ollie and Owen took over Balin's command after Balin was injured. The two dwarves, now exhausted, charged the orcs. A ferocious counterattack by the dwarves quickly drove them back. Durin! Where are our reinforcements? Ollie spat, foaming with blood. If there are no more reinforcements, we have no choice but to retreat to the hall. Owen glanced at the soldiers behind him. All of the dwarves were covered in wounds. The Moria dwarves had no reserves. Chapter 416. Ahem. Fight! Descendants of Durin. A figure no one expected appeared from the depths of the caverns. With a bloody arm trembling, he raised his warhammer and roared deafeningly. Balin! Ollie hurried over to support him. You need to rest. This is not your battlefield. Oyen's expression also changed drastically. After all, Balin was everyone's backbone, the king of Moria. He who wears the crown must bear its weight. I have become the king of this place. And here I will fight. Until my death. This is my mission and responsibility. Balin pushed away Ollie, who tried to support him. Fight! Dwarves of the Longbeard clan. Fight! Descendants of Durin. If I fall before you, do not panic, do not grieve, brandish your weapons until death. I will serve Durin and bless you. Fight! Great dwarves of Moria. Balin roared at the top of his lungs, a trace of blood foam running down the corner of his mouth, staining his white beard red. Cough cough. Balin coughed up blood and spit, his eyes filled with cruelty and murderous intent. He was, after all, the Lord of Moria. Even if he was a king in his doom, he was still a king. As we can see, the king of Moria has not lost his glory. Balin, you're in dire straits, Orioin whispered. They knew the massive wounds that tore through Balin's chest and abdomen. It was hard to imagine they were caused by arrows. Here we need me. I'm the king of Moria. The kingdom needs your protection and leadership. Balin insisted stubbornly. He feared Moria's fall to him more than death. Kill! Balin roared, taking the lead and bludgeoning the first orc to death with a hammer. For home. For the kingdom. For the king. The dwarves of Durin fight. The remaining dwarves followed closely behind, following the king into a bloody battle with the orcs at the east gate. An unknown amount of time passed before the orcs, who had flooded in like a tide, suddenly vanished completely, leaving only a strewn of broken limbs and the wailing of the still dead. Save the wounded. We can't lose any more of our compatriots. A panting Balin could no longer hold on. He sank to his knees among the corpses, gasping for breath. Puff! Puff! Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sounds of blades piercing flesh and bone shattering, the orcs, who had been wailing on the ground, suddenly fell asleep. One could only sigh, your youth is a blessing. As for the wounded dwarves, they would be carefully searched. If they were still breathing, they would receive immediate first aid. If they were unfortunately dead, their tribe would bury them in the caves. How many of us are left? Balin's lips moved, and he finally muttered with difficulty. One could see the hope and longing in the old dwarf's eyes. He desperately wanted to hear a number that would reassure him. At this moment, Balin was like a pitiful old man on the verge of death, awaiting the judgment of fate. I'm sorry, Your Highness Balin. We have less than 200 men capable of fighting. Including women and children, there are less than 1,000, Ollie said with difficulty. Oh no! Turin. I am a sinner. Balin burst into tears. At this moment, he was no longer the majestic dwarf king of Moria, but an old man who looked at the ruined kingdom and the deaths of his people, pitiful and sad. Balin trembled, holding onto the wall as he stood up. His eyes were filled with resentment and regret, a mingled mixture of pain and anger, his teeth clenched tightly against his cheeks. Beard, how many of our people returned home, hoping for a happy and stable life? It's my fault. I couldn't give them anything. Balin covered his face with his hands, tears streaming down his face. Behind him, Ollie and Oyen watched Balin weeping, helpless. They could only stand silently behind him, watching him lick his wounds in solitude. Balin gazed at the devastated east gate of Moria, suddenly feeling as if he had traveled through time and space. He stretched out his hand with all his might. The Battle of Azanalbizar. King, father, brothers. Balin muttered, and finally, the stalwart old dwarf collapsed on the blood-soaked floor, overcome with grief and anger. Balin! Orioin screamed, charging forward. Speed up. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Dane Ironfoot, riding his wild boar, urged his Ironfoot troops on at full speed. The Ironfoot army, like a long iron dragon, was followed by a line of argali laden with supplies, and the entire army rushed towards River Rapids. King Roland! I need help! His voice, arriving before anyone else, was likely Dane Ironfoot. He shouted from afar, his voice clearly audible even across the city 2 miles away. The dwarf Ironfoot army is here. It's the king of the Iron Hills. Caslow, who had rushed back, appeared beside Roland. Let's go meet them. Roland didn't hesitate. After all, they were all inextricably linked. He went out to meet Dane, and see how he was doing. Are you all right, Dane? Roland rode out. We talk as we go. Dane hurriedly approached Roland, herding his wild boar. You know about Moria, right? Dane asked. Of course. Is there anyone in the north who doesn't know? Roland couldn't help but wonder. Thorin's crazy. He actually led his men there himself. Dane complained to Roland, looking at the 180-pound fat man feeling aggrieved. It was a lack of consideration, but I understand his eagerness to save people. And why are you here too? Roland finally realized. This guy had been talking about Thorin for so long, but he hadn't mentioned a word, hadn't he? How can it be the same? I'm only the king of the Iron Hills. He's the king beneath the mountain. Dane protested unhappily. Tell me, what can I do for you? Roland didn't intend to argue with Dane about this matter. After all, both dwarf kings seemed to enjoy charging into battle. Yun Feng, can you please look at yourself before you criticize others? Where's your dignity? You don't care about anything at all? Well, I do have something to trouble you with. My troops need to cross the river. Dane spread his hands. It was obvious that the dwarves had no boats to cross the river. I understand. I have my boats take you to the other side. The rest of the journey is on your own. I can't directly participate in the battle this time. Roland nodded. Yes. But you still need to pay more attention to the security around Lonely Mountain. After all, Thorin has taken most of the elite troops. Dane said awkwardly. Roland grinned. Most? All of them. An army of 3,000 might not be a big deal for humans, but for the dwarves, it's a whole nation attacking. Of course I will. I promise Thorin that Raglan will not betray the Covenant. Roland nodded and said to Dane. Thank you very much. I must quickly catch up with them, with these 1,200 soldiers. Thank you, King Roland. Dane beamed. Roland was silent. So you are all here to risk your lives, right? You don't want to leave your hometown behind? You want to gamble your lives? How did the small kingdom of Iron Hills gather 1,200 soldiers? Even during the Battle of Lonely Mountain, Dane only brought 1,000 people. Chapter 417. Roland was still struggling to mobilize his resources to transport the Iron Hill soldiers across the Swift River. Over there, the Orc army outside Moria continued its fierce attack. Send out the ravens. We need reinforcements. The wounded Balin desperately fought off the onrushing orcs. He screamed shrilly, but he slipped and tripped over the corpses beneath him. Ah! Ah! Balin screamed in agony as countless huge feet crushed him. He felt dizzy and shuddering pain all over his body. His vision slowly darkened. Ollie and Oin, who had been engaged in a fierce battle, suddenly noticed that Balin was missing. They exchanged a look of shock and frantic fear. They frantically searched among the corpses, finally digging Balin out from under a pile of dead bodies. However, Balin's condition was now in a critical state. Not only was he barely breathing, but blood gushed out from numerous wounds on his body like geysers. Quick! Carry the king down! The two men called out to the others, rushing Balin to safety. They quickly carried him deep into the caverns. We're done, Ollie. Oin gasped, clutching his sword. Damn it! Will Moria fall to us again? Durin! Where are our reinforcements? Ollie dejectedly slumped. Fight! For the glory of the Longbeard clan. For the glory of Durin's descendants. Fight! To the death. If you want Moria to be conquered, you must step over the corpses of the dwarves. Oin brandished his sword. With the remaining dwarves roaring in anger, the two torrents collided once more. Hurry up! Our brothers in Moria await us. Dwalin! Push everyone forward. Balin and the others won't hold out much longer. Thorin Oakenshield was already panting heavily, but he still ran with all his might. Thorin! Don't do this. Everyone needs to rest. Dwalin rushed forward in 2 steps, grabbed Thorin, and twisted him around. Look at everyone. We tried our best. Dwalin panted. If they kept running like this, there was no telling if Moria could be saved, but they definitely needed help. Damn it! Huh? Thorin sat down dejectedly on the ground and punched down. Thorin! Don't worry. We still have the Dragonhawk Riders. Dwalin comforted. Yes. We still have the Dragonhawks. I hope they can resolve Moria's predicament. Thorin could only place his hope in the Dragonhawk Riders. Your Highness. News from the Ravens. The dwarves of Moria have retreated to the East Gate. They're calling for our aid. They need help. At this moment, a dwarf, breathlessly, approached Thorin, holding a letter requesting assistance. Oh! Durin! Those bastards. Those green and black. I crushed their heads and stuffed them in their assholes. Thorin roared in anger. He ripped up the letter frantically, and a burst of unrecorded electronic music played. Dwalin sighed as he looked at the polite and passionate Thorin. Perhaps everything was over. To be honest, he didn't want to let these remaining dwarves fight for a land they had long lost. No dwarf wanted another battle of Azanalbizar. But fate always plays cruel tricks on the poor, and the dwarves are no exception. Beard. I see the east gate of Moria. A Dragonhawk rider muttered. Where is it? Another Dragonhawk rider roared into the wind. Look to your right. Oh! Turin. They need reinforcements. The orcs are almost filling the east gate. We're not sure if Moria has fallen. Someone hesitated. After all, the situation down there wasn't looking good. Kill, kill, kill. Keep killing. Even if Moria has fallen, we can't just sit there and do nothing. That's right. Since they come, they have to pay a price. Prepare the dragon's breath. As a sub-dragon, the dragon eagle's bloodline isn't particularly noble. Its dragon blood is incredibly rare, and it lacks even a dragon form. Besides its head, which resembles a dragon's head, its only remaining connection to a dragon is its claws and scales. However, any race with dragon blood is destined to be unstable. They all inherit some of the dragon's traits, and the dragon eagle inherits the terrifying dragon's breath. Dark? At this moment, an orc suddenly felt as if the sky was getting a little cloudy. He strained to look up at the sky, and suddenly saw a group of black dots rapidly approaching him. Just when he thought they were a flock of birds, suddenly, it noticed a fleeting flash of light from the flock of birds in the sky. Its expression quickly changed, for it could clearly see the cascading flames. Air raid. The orc screamed at the top of his lungs, lashing out with his legs as fast as a human could reach. Whoosh! The torrential dragon's breath pelted the orcs' faces, making the huddled crowd the perfect target. Most of the orcs barely registered what was happening. To them, the shrill screams seemed like sounds only dwarves could make. Bloodthirsty expressions etched on their faces, ready to charge in for the slaughter. But the righteous dragon's breath sent them reeling, and they simply sought to escape the dragon's attack range. The corrosive, burning effect of the breath truly terrified them. Ah! My eyes! Help! Instantly, countless severely wounded and dying orcs wailed. Those still able to move instinctively threw themselves into the arms of their own kind, hoping they would extinguish the terrifying dragon fire for them. But the end result was that both of them were reduced to charcoal, becoming shattered debris at the slightest touch. Woohoo! Exceptional results! The Dragonhawk Knights, already rising, chatted and laughed among themselves. At least hundreds of orcs had just been turned into firewood, not counting those currently igniting the flames. Help! Puff! With a swipe of a broadsword, the orc engulfed in dragonfire was instantly decapitated, its head and body quickly charred. Kill those who are running away. We can't let them ignite the army. The orc commander quickly found a solution. To prevent chaos, the orcs swiftly killed the wounded, who tried to escape. To the orcs, these were cannon fodder, destined to die sooner or later. So, by the time the orcs turned their knives on their own people, the farce had already come to an end. Their leader is experienced. Looking at the scattered orc army, the Dragonhawk riders sighed in admiration at how the orcs had found the best way to control them. Moria hasn't fallen yet. We still have some resisting. Suddenly, a Dragonhawk rider roared, and this exciting news made everyone look at him. Chapter 418. Outside the east gate of Moria, the first arriving Dragonhawk Knights were already engaged in a fierce battle with the orcs. Fiery dragon breath and Orcish crossbow bolts crisscrossed the sky. Unbeknownst to Roland, the course of history he had altered had drastically deviated. This had triggered a war that had never existed. This might have been the last glorious battle of the dwarves in the Third Age. The second battle of Azanal Bizar, the regular dwarf army led by Balin was far superior to the self-funded expeditionary force of history. With the help of wandering dwarves from the Blue Mountains and other regions, this branch of the Moria dwarves had grown stronger. Naturally, their strength was far greater than it had been in history. This allowed them to stand proudly at the east gate of Moria despite the onslaught of the orc army. To this day, half of the East Gate Hall was still under dwarf control. Even more remarkable is that the current king beneath the mountain is Thorin. Though nicknamed Orphan Thor, Thorin is honestly a good king. Though a bit reckless, he's a real go-getter when it comes to help. Look! 3,000 steeds have already set out. Dane, king of the Iron Hills, has also been mobilized. As one of the dwarf kings, he must heed the call of Thorin, the king beneath the mountain. Even 1,200 Ironfoots are a formidable force, not to mention the dwarves of the Blue Mountains, brought here by the Ravens. It's estimated that the dwarves of the Blue Mountains may be migrating en masse toward Moria. It seems they either defend Moria or perish outside it. When the dwarves of Durin muster the full might of Middle-earth, this clenched iron fist will be enough to shake Mordor. Hurry! Balin needs us! Dane waved his arms, and behind him followed the Ironfoots like a torrent of steel. Thanks to the Iron Hills dwarves' long-standing seclusion, with few external enemies besides the orcs of the waste, the dwarves here live a comfortable life. In terms of both training and equipment, this dwarf band is considered the last elite of the dwarves. In fact, during the War of the Ring, it was this brave and tenacious Ironfoot army that held off the Easterling army, allowing Erebor to survive the conflict. Where is King Balin? I am the Grand Knight of the Dragonhawk. Lord Commander of the Dragonhawk Knights, Yad. Pushing aside a group of dwarves, Lord Commander Yad anxiously searched for Balin on his short legs. Hey! General! Ollie pulled him over. Lord Commander Ollie? Great! Where's King Balin? Yad asked hurriedly. Balin has been badly injured. We need potions and magic to save him. Oyen's face paled. Oh! For the love of Turin! Yad rushed over and carefully examined Balin's condition. Damn it! You're just going to protect a dwarf king like this? Are all his personal soldiers dead? Yad's face was grim. He could sense that Balin's ribs were already broken, and despite simple bandages, his life was still in danger. This is an emergency. We have no other options. Go out and open your eyes and see. How many of those pathetic warriors are left outside? We had nearly 600 or 700 at the start. And what about now? Ollie and Oyen stood up in a rage, glaring at Yade. If it weren't for those warriors, who risked their lives to hold back the orcs outside, Moria would have fallen. Look at the pile of bodies in the hall. We can only clear out our own bodies, not even the orcs. Ollie pointed to the door. Ahem. Fight. Perhaps the loud arguing had woken Balin. The old dwarf squinted his eyes, waved his hands in the air, and muttered to himself, as if countless enemies were before him. Oh! Who's he? He has a fever. Oin quickly fetched a wet cloth and placed it on Balin's forehead. They won't remain silent for long. Your dragon breath will never be able to stop the orc's greed for this place. Oli shook his head and said to Yade. He patted Yade's shoulder, his eyes flickering with helplessness and fatigue. Yade silently watched his fellow dwarves busy on the pile of corpses. They staggered, yet their figures seemed immensely tall. Master Commander. What should we do? The orcs outside are stirring. Dragonhawks are not suited to fighting in such a confined space. The other Dragonhawk riders approached Yade and spoke to him. We can't stay here. The orc army could blockade this place at any moment. We can't just sit there and wait for death. The air knights need to fly. It would be troublesome if those bastards blocked the gate with heavy crossbows. Yade frowned. After all, a dragon eagle is not a dragon. Its scales are much finer than a dragon's. It can withstand ordinary arrows, but to stop the terrifying armor-piercing heavy crossbows, we should call on our great dragonkin. Let's go! Leave the cave immediately and hold those bastards outside. Yade acted decisively. Thorin should be here even if he had to crawl. As a dwarf king who could recapture Moria with a single squad, Thorin's efficiency was surprisingly high. At this moment, Thorin, who had been ignored and missed by everyone, was leading his men through the arduous journey of the Gladden River. On the riverbank, a group of dwarves trudged through the mud, taking deep and shallow steps. Occasionally, an unlucky individual would miss a step and sink into the mud, but they would be quickly pulled back out using the ropes tied to their waists. Admittedly, this group of landlubbers was having a rough time crossing the river. Seeing everyone covered in dust and panting, Thorin could only wave his hand and tell them to wash off the mud at the riverbank. Then he prepared to start a fire and cook. TSK. It's been so many days, and it's so slow. Thorin muttered in dissatisfaction, gnawing on a piece of dried meat that was indistinguishable from stone. Oh, my king beneath the mountain. Don't be picky. How can so many people possibly move fast? This isn't a small expedition like the Lonely Mountain Fellowship. How can a large group of people eat and feed the same as a small group? Dwalin pointed at the warriors trudging along. Thankfully, those warriors were still able to keep up with Thorin's desperate efforts. They were already elite. If they were any faster, they wouldn't have to fight, and could have gone straight to serve Durin right here. Balin can't care about that. They need help. Thorin scowled as he sat by the campfire. The Dragonhawk riders have already gone ahead. Perhaps they stabilized the situation. Dwalin urged Thorin to think positively. I hope so. Thorin remained silent, his eyes gleaming with deep worry. Was the situation really as they suspected? Did Balin and his men really control the situation with the help of the Dragonhawk Knights? The answer, of course, was control. What the hell? As the orcs brought out their heavy crossbows, the Dragonhawk Knights' faces began to change color. Chapter 419. As the first rays of dawn shone over the east gate of Moria, the Orcish defenses began to stir. A gray-black torrent filled everyone's view on the northern horizon. The dwarf army of Erebor had finally arrived. Bang! The weary Dragonhawk Knights descended from the sky and gathered around Thorin. Warriors, what's the situation? Thorin looked at his knights. The situation isn't particularly good. The orcs have been trying to storm the east gate. I believe the east gate hall has already fallen. Ader said to Thorin. Is it that bad? Thorin's face paled. Yes, all the men are fighting, and King Balin is seriously wounded. Ader looked at Thorin and shrugged. We tried our best. Although we killed and wounded many orcs, they learned to disperse, and their heavy crossbows are a real nuisance. Yed shook his head. After all, even dragons feared a large-scale attack with heavy crossbows. Thank you for your hard work. You can rest now. Leave the rest to us. Thorin soothed. The days of fighting had exhausted the Dragonhawk riders, and one of them had been hit by a heavy crossbow. Forcing this exhausted army into battle would likely result in casualties. For the dwarves, whose Dragonhawk riders were scarce, Thorin was unwilling to see the Dragonhawk suffer casualties for the sake of this little air superiority. As you command? Your Highness, please let us know if you need anything. We will be on the battlefield at any time. The sturdy dwarf knight pounded his chest, his solid steel armor crackling with the blows. I will. Thorin smiled and nodded, appearing very approachable. It must be said that Thorin, without the influence of the dragon's curse, truly possessed the demeanor of a king. The nobility of the Durin bloodline was truly not just talk. I wish you could tear those bastards apart. Ard bowed and turned away. Looks bad? Dwalin said in a muffled voice, rubbing his nose. He learned from Ard that these orcs were indeed exceptionally powerful. No matter what, we must put an end to these guys. Thorin glanced at Dwalin. He had made up his mind. If Balin and the others were still alive, he would rescue his own people and give those bastards a beating. If Moria had fallen, he would lead the dwarven army to slaughter the orcs of the Misty Mountains from head to toe and avenge Balin and the others. In short, having come all this way, he would not let these brains go. The reason for the paralysis. Command my troops. Blow the war horn. Tell the scoundrels on the other side. The dwarf king is coming. Thorin brandished his beast bite, which now began to glow faintly, signaling the presence of orcs in the distance. Fight! Sons of Durin! Stand tall. Raise your weapons. Our people are trapped in the mines of Moria. The orcs have blockaded Moria. They're trying to start another battle of Azanal Bizar. They want the sons of Durin to bleed here. They want our cries to echo through the Vale of Dimril. How can we allow them to do as they wish? Thorin shouted. Fight! 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 Thorin stirred the passion of the dwarf army. The enraged dwarves roared, slapping their weapons against their armor and shields. Roar! The dwarfs' war howls forced the orc army outside Moria's east gate to retreat a few steps. As the heavily armored dwarves gathered into a steel torrent and rushed down from the horizon, the entire battlefield fell silent. Fight! For Durin! For our homeland! For our compatriots! Warriors, advance! Thorin brandished his beast-bite sword and led the charge. Kill! The dwarves, galvanized by the king's aura, followed him and charged at the orcs. Fools! Form a line. Hold back those dwarves. Orc officers moved through the battlefield, urging their soldiers to face Thorin's army, and in doing so, to face their own death. No retreat. Kill those savages. Slaughter them, and this place will be ours. Each orc commander encouraged his soldiers. For them, simply killing the dwarf reinforcements would allow them to re-enter the ancient dungeon. As for the dwarves remaining within, they were nothing more than vulnerable creatures. Hold back. No retreat. Maintain formation. Officers moved through the ranks, shouting loudly, knowing full well that allowing those heavily armored tin cans to charge into their formation would be no less disastrous than a cavalry charge. So, each orc leader used the back of his blade and furious curses to force every orc back to their proper place, attempting to use those ordinary orcs, mere cannon fodder, to stop the dwarven heavy warriors, one of the most formidable heavy infantry in Middle-earth. However, the truth is, cannon fodder is always just cannon fodder. Unless a detachment of heavily armored Gombada orcs were to confront Thorin's dwarven army head-on, relying on those pathetic, ordinary orc cannon fodder, barely even equipped with leather armor, to stop the dwarven army led by Thorin himself was a dwarf, who'd be damned if he fell to his death on the spot. And so, Thorin and his minions easily cracked the orc vanguard's skulls. Pop! Does the sound of a skull cracking sound good? A good sound is a good sign. Kill! Thorin swung his single-edged sword, sending heads soaring into the air. The orcs were powerless to stop him, and even the occasional tricky attack was blocked by his shield. He plundered the entire orc vanguard like leeks. The dwarf king's personal guards behind him were not to be outdone. They formed a battle formation and followed closely behind Thorin, shielding him from sneak attacks and covering him with their bodies, ensuring he wouldn't be ambushed by enemies on either side. Roar! Dwalin roared. Before everyone's stunned gaze, a burly orc leader was smashed from portrait to landscape mode by his hammer. A folded and compressed version. Dwalin, pulling his hammer from the corpse, raked the orcs before him with a bloodthirsty glare. The cowering orcs retreated in response to his gaze, none daring to even look him in the eye. Bang! Dwalin, noticing a flash of cold light, had no time to think, and instinctively swung his hammer. With a tremendous explosion, a heavy crossbow bolt was shattered by Dwalin, leaving a noticeable dent in his mithril hammer. Heavy crossbows! Shields! Charge and destroy them! The dwarves' faces changed. With their advanced military skills, they certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to neutralize the enemy's heavy firepower. Buzz! Buzz! Several cold rays whizzed past their heads. The dwarven war machines were unleashing their power. Chapter 420. Attack! The dwarf soldiers, commanded by officers at all levels, advanced steadily and in an orderly fashion. They were like the eternally silent mountains. Though silent, their presence alone was deafening. These were the strongest dwarves. I, the king beneath the mountain. Thorin too will lead the dwarf army to defend our homeland of Moria once again. Thorin drew his long blade and raised it high. The beast's bite shone brilliantly in his hand. Crack! Several terrifying explosions suddenly erupted in the sky. The dwarf's anti-aero crossbow successfully collided with the orc's heavy crossbow in midair. With a shower of sawdust and debris, the first wave of heavy weaponry from both sides came to an end. Puff! The sharp, heavy dwarven sword slashed down from top to bottom, instantly disemboweling several orcs with the blade's sweep. Steaming organs and entrails spilled onto the ground, where struggling orcs lay scattered. Yes, when Thorin's army of dwarves from the Lonely Mountain clashed with the orcs from the Misty Mountains, he had discovered the orcs' weakness. As the two sides engaged in hand-to-hand combat, the entire orc vanguard was mowed down like wheat. A single charge reduced their ranks to disarray. Soon, amidst the orcs' stunned and horrified gazes, the dwarven army charged directly into the orcs. With shrill howls, the vanguard was quickly divided and driven away by the dwarves. The entire process was so smooth that it felt almost unreal. "Are these just weaklings?" Thorin asked, wiping the blood from his face. The fighting power of these orcs is completely different from their previous momentum. At the beginning, they were a huge black mass and had an amazing momentum, but now they were suppressed by the dwarves and were in such a miserable state. Actually, this was all thanks to the Dragonhawk riders. Days of harassment had exhausted the orcs' limited energy, and with their repeated attacks on Moria frustrated, the entire orc army was somewhat languishing. "By Turin! I don't see any banners from Gumbalder Fortress. This is impossible. If it were only orcs from the Orc Kingdom of the Misty Mountains, they wouldn't be able to attack Moria so brazenly." Dwalin, hacking away at the orcs, approached Thorin and shouted his news over the clamor of the battlefield. "There's a tail hanging from our backs. They want to take advantage, and so do we. Brave up. Take care of these orcs. Our mission is to liberate Moria. Leave the rest to the troops of the Blue Mountains and Dane of the Iron Hills," Thorin said to Dwalin with a hearty smile, slashing an orc with his sword. Thorin knew that when the Raven brought this news to Middle-earth, no son of Durin would remain silent. The dwarves could not bear the pain and humiliation of losing Moria twice. Thorin knew his people were on their way. This battle was unwinnable from the start. "Dane! The Raven's message. Thorin is already engaged in battle with the orcs outside Moria. The orcs have suffered heavy casualties, but they blocked the valley entrance. Thorin and his men can't enter Moria for the time being." A dwarf handed Dane a letter, untied from the Raven's feet. "My brothers are truly remarkable. How did they manage to run so fast? Damn it! What is Thorin doing? How could they be stopped by orcs?" Dane said helplessly, holding the hastily written letter, stained with orc blood, a sign that the circumstances surrounding its writing must have been less than ideal. Thorin was practically crying foul. The battlefield was so small, and Thorin couldn't just rush every single one of his soldiers forward. The orc commander would likely be left laughing, as the dwarven army's hopes would soon be reduced to a tiring one. Thorin divided his troops into 3 groups, each taking turns attacking the orc army. A single 1,000-man dwarf squadron was more than enough to defeat an orc army of this size. With the support of their war machinery, fighting the orcs was no different than swatting a swarm of infantry. The key was that the orcs had also brought out their own heavy equipment. Those heavy crossbows were infuriating enough, but they were still no match for the trolls' smaller trebuchets. Almost all of the dwarf casualties were now coming from these heavy equipment. For a battle like this, with the support of equipment, adding more men wouldn't have a positive effect, but would likely result in unnecessary casualties. "Forward! You stinking bugs! Speed up! Reach Moria before 2 sunsets. Those damn dwarves are still waiting for us to crush them." The orc lords and captains brandished whips and shouted at their soldiers, driving them out of Gumbalda Fortress. From the sky, one could see the orcs in Gumbalda Fortress converge into a black torrent, overwhelming the south. Meanwhile, on the eastern avenue, a group of dwarves, carrying large and small bags, also headed eastward. Among them were old blacksmiths, young warriors, and young children. These were the last dwarves left in the west. Upon hearing the news of Moria, they dropped their current tasks and converged from the Blue Mountains. The dwarves have gathered. This is a great opportunity to wipe them out. Amorithor clenched his fist and said hoarsely. "It's far too early to join the battle at Dol Guldur," Surtur said gravely. "Are you afraid, Surtur?" Amorithor sneered. "Ha ha. Are you going to deal with the dragon riders of the Kingdom of Raglan? If you can't defeat them, then shut up. Don't forget that a dragon can't carry just one person. If you want to be beaten by the high-ranking professionals of those kingdoms, then so be it." The soul fire in Surtur's eyes flickered, indicating that he didn't want to pay any attention to this fool. Any ringwraith appearing on the battlefield would turn into a war that would sweep across the north. Surtur didn't want to be hunted down by a group of dragon riders in the wilderness. Amorthor was speechless. Well, with what forces we can muster, we must at least support our colleagues at Gumbalder Fortress. Kamol set the tone, sending only ordinary orcs for the sake of companionship. 5,000 men should be no problem. Cerner shook his head. After all, these orcs were more fertile than pigs and easy to feed, making them perfect cannon fodder. Then let them go. Kamol waved his hand and disappeared into the darkness. What's the situation? Outside? Balin struggled to grab a passing female dwarf. Your Highness, our situation is dire. Although we have the Dragonhawk riders holding them back, Moria's defenders are almost wiped out. The female dwarf wiped away tears in grief. Ah! Balin was stunned for a moment, then burst into tears. Chapter 421. Organize. Follow me to meet the enemy. Balin roared, raising his axe. He looked around, only to see wounded soldiers everywhere. At Balin's words, those who could move silently scrambled to their feet. Clang! With a crisp sound, a stained white cloth was lifted, revealing a pattern of shattered skulls painted in the dark green blood of orcs. At this moment, the Skullcrushers of Moria were established. Perhaps time will pass, and time may forget everything, but the dwarves of Moria will never forget the heroic image of Balin, the first leader of the Skullcrushers, wielding his axe in battle. The dwarves of Moria will never be enslaved. Fight! Sons of Durin! Great dwarf warriors! Use your weapons to crack open those bastards' heads. Tell them, we are not to be trifled with. Skullcrushers of Moria! Attack! Still recovering from his injuries, Balin charged forward, shield in hand. At this moment, the orcs were still locked in a tacit battle with the dwarves of Moria. They stood face to face across the hall, neither side initiating the attack. Pressured by the dwarven reinforcements, the orcs were afraid to overly press the Morian defenders, while the Morian defenders, short-handed and unable to retaliate, allowed the two sides to engage in a tacit standoff. But Balin's unexpected incursion shocked not only the orcs, but also his own people. Under everyone's stunned gaze, this remnant of the army crashed into the orc formation with lightning speed. Crack! The horrifying sound of bone shattering sent everyone into a state of shock. After a few seconds, the orcs, who had been savagely slaughtered by Balin's army, began to scream and react. They fled in panic, their heads in their hands, making no effort to counterattack the remnants of the advancing dwarfs. Balin and his men were simply too fast, so fast that they barely had time to react. Kill! After a few seconds of stunned silence, Ollie and Owen finally regained their composure at the bloody scene. With a roar, they drew up their weapons and joined the fray. With the sudden onslaught of the dwarves, the orcs, who had paid no heed to the Moria defenders, suffered a heavy loss. After a brief resistance, the orcs in Moria's hall were the first to fall. Unable to stop the overwhelming force, any who dared resist fell at the hands of Balin and his men. Wow! Like a tidal wave, the Moria orcs were driven straight out of the east gate. As if they had witnessed a monstrous flood, they rushed through the gate without a backward glance, crashing ferociously into their own ranks, instantly shattering the orc formation. The entire left wing of the orcs was crumbling under the onslaught of the fleeing Moria soldiers. Shoot! Stop them! Halt them! The orc leaders cried grimly. These fleeing troops were seriously hampering their battle against the Dwarf King. Our brothers! Thorin's face lit up. The commotion in the enemy ranks caught Thorin's attention. The orc's unrest instantly perked him up, and he keenly sensed an opportunity. Follow me! Thorin assembled an elite detachment and, without alerting the orcs, quickly blended in with the common soldiers and advanced towards them. At this moment, the orcs were frantically trying to suppress Balin and his companions. With a hail of arrows, they blocked the dwarves of Moria's attempts to break through the gates. For the love of Turin! Balin! Come back! Ori grabbed Balin and dragged him back, holding his shield to block the reckless arrows. Back off! Back off! Ori violently pushed everyone back with his body, holding a large shield to his chest. Tingling-dang-dang. After a series of crisp metallic clashes, everyone retreated back into the hall. The battle had returned to its starting point, with the dwarves regaining control of the gates of Moria. Calm down! Calm down! Ori roared at the top of his lungs, flailing his limbs in an attempt to calm his tribesmen, who were already enraged. Balin! You need to rest. Ori supported Balin. Balin's brave charge had indeed been impressive, but it was definitely a burden on his already injured body. I didn't. Cough cough. Balin coughed up a puff of blood and looked at Owen awkwardly. Just as he smiled and tried to explain something, Owen dragged him back. Everyone saluted, and only after seeing Balin and Oin disappear into the tunnel did they turn back to look at Oli. "Calm down, brothers. We're no match for the orcs," Oli pleaded earnestly. After all, the Moria orcs were so few and far between that they couldn't even muster a 100-man garrison. Imagine launching a counterattack? The orcs at the gate would probably wake up laughing. "Reinforce the defenses. Block the gate," Oli shouted harshly. The east gate of Moria was wide open, leaving it completely defenseless. If they let it go on like this, the dwarves would surely lose control of the gate again, and they might not be so lucky to recapture it next time. "Stones, wood, corpses, block the path with anything that can be moved." Oli commanded the men and began to move. Fortunately, there were enough orc corpses, and Moria was not short of stone. The dwarves, holding their shields to block the arrows, dragged the orc corpses and dumped them at the gate. As the bodies piled higher and higher, a wall of corpses, a man's height tall, soon stood at the gate of Moria. Led by Oli and Oin, the dwarf defenders formed a square formation behind the pile of corpses, ready to fight. "Beware of the heavy crossbows. Don't leave." Oli and Oin moved through the square, reminding each person on the shoulder. Dwarves caught in the act of killing struggled to maintain their composure, and that was exactly what they worried about. "Oli, are you keeping an eye on Balin?" Oin turned suddenly. He didn't want to see Balin staggering towards him while fighting the orcs. That would be too much of a bummer. "Of course. You have to trust the women to take good care of him," Oli said after a pause. "Thank God. That's great. Fight, brothers. Defend Moria," Oin roared. Here, Thorin led the throne guards and quietly blended in with the common soldiers. As the two sides engaged in a fierce battle, Thorin glanced at Dwalin beside him. "Woo-woo." Dwalin understood, pulled out a golden horn and puffed out his cheeks. "Kill!" As the horn sounded, the throne guards hidden among the ordinary dwarven soldiers leaped to their feet. These third-level berserkers suddenly went berserk, their sturdy muscles instantly swelling to the brim, filling their armor. Then, they took a step, pulled their men apart, and suddenly leaped to their feet. Boom! Boom! Shockwaves of war energy suddenly erupted across the battlefield, instantly crumbling the orc army. A team of third-level berserkers wantonly ravaged the helpless orcs. The dual-wielding battle axes of the dwarven berserkers easily tore through the orcs' bodies, slaying any who tried to stand in their way. Boom! As the orc front completely collapsed, the steel forest in the distance began to slowly press in. Chapter 422. Roar! The roaring dwarf berserker transformed into the most ferocious beast, his axe swinging in all directions, unstoppable. The throne guards advanced resolutely, crushing any orcs who tried to stop them. Boom! With a single blow of his axe, the dwarf berserker, his perception significantly enhanced, cleaved the incoming heavy crossbow bolts. Amidst the flying wood chips, his short, yet incredibly burly figure leaped out like a gust of wind. Swish! With the retraction and extension of the great axe, at least a dozen orcs were severed. Attack! Strangle them! Thorin watched the orcish weapons begin to move, a headache brewing. Only by combining the two forces could the orcs' war machines be effectively contained. After all, the dwarfs didn't have many weapons, just enough to use. The long journey had left them unable to carry much equipment. After all, not everyone possessed a system space like Roland's. Stop them! You pigs! Take up your weapons. Stop them! The orc officers and lords whipped their soldiers, driving them into a desperate fight with the dwarves. The outcome is decided. Thorin breathed a sigh of relief. Not far away, the dwarf army was rapidly charging towards them. They quickly cut down the orcs, who tried to block their way, and then directly engaged with the orc army. The orcs in the rear were immediately at a loss. The dwarves, with their already short stature, blended into the orc swarm, and seemed to disappear in an instant. Only the faint sight of orcs falling to the ground and emitting shrill howls could be seen. Charge! Stop them! You damned ones! The orc lords continued tirelessly, driving the ordinary orcs into the battle. In the meat grinder of the front lines, these cannon-fodder orcs, armed with spears that looked like wooden clubs and machetes that looked like iron, were the lowest of the low among the orcs. Or perhaps, they weren't even human at all. Not only did their enemies never look them in the eye, but their own people also despised them. After all, they were known as black-skinned cannon fodder, with no advantages other than their abundance. Had those bastards gone mad? Thorin spat, tightening his grip on his beast-bite sword and desperately leading his men to withstand the orc counterattack. The high-ranking orc lords and officers no longer cared about the situation. They grabbed their heavy crossbows and unleashed a barrage of fire towards the most crowded areas. Most of them killed their own people, but some dwarves were also killed. The terrifying power of the heavy crossbows was enough to pin the dwarves to the ground. Looking at the corpses of the dwarf warriors with limp arms, all the dwarves' eyes turned red. "This won't do. Thorin!" Dwalin roared. A stalemate with the orcs, with no defenses, was not what they wanted. "Order our right wing to break through the Orcish defenses. We retreat to Moria." Thorin gritted his teeth, glanced at the nearby Moria caves, and roared. "Let the Dragonhawk riders act accordingly." "Let's go!" Thorin parried the orc's machete with his sword, then with a backhand swing, sent a head soaring into the air. Under the Dwarf King's heroic charge, the Orcish defenses faltered once more. But how could the orcs, with their overwhelming numerical advantage, give up so easily? Goblin soldiers from the Misty Mountains joined the battle. Those frail, pale, and hideous goblin soldiers were like nails in the face of the dwarves, hammered into the ground one by one. Yes, pounded into. Those goblins, whose combat power was barely 5, were like toads lying on your feet. They didn't bite, they were disgusting. Bang! With a powerful charge from a dwarf warrior, the front suddenly opened up. The last orc who had tried to stop him fell. They had slaughtered their way through the entire right flank of the orcs. "Go! Retreat to Moria!" Thorin gazed at the endless tide of goblins and orcs pouring in from the Misty Mountains. He could only angrily order his troops to retreat. Ultimately, he chose to join forces with Balin. What's the situation? Thorin was the last to retreat into Moria's east gate. His arms were numb from the crossbow bolts he'd been slashing at, and his knuckles were cracked. "At least 300 of our brothers will never rise again, and thousands more are injured." Dwalin walked over and patted Thorin's shoulder, his mood somewhat downcast. "My brother, he will be fine." Thorin couldn't bear to see Dwalin blame himself, so he comforted him. "Where are the Moria defenders? Where's Balin?" Thorin looked around but couldn't find Balin or any of the Moria dwarves. After all, the standard armor of the dwarves of Erebor and the standard armor of the dwarves of Moria were easy to distinguish. "Thorin! We're here!" After searching for a long time, Orioin finally appeared in a corner with less than 100 Moria soldiers. Thorin was stunned. He stared at the dwarven soldiers, their armor covered in blood and human tissue, their bodies trembling with excitement, their fists cracking from clenching. He knew these were all the soldiers of Moria left. The rest were probably buried deep in the caves beneath the earth. "Where's Balin?" Thorin shuddered, dreading the news he least wanted to hear. "He was badly wounded, and we left him with the women and children." Ollie shook his head. "Durin's blessing," Thorin gasped. "Thank God. That brave and wise old man was still alive." Thorin nearly cried with joy. "By the way, how did you get in? Did you drive the orcs away?" Ollie looked at Thorin. "Those bastards are crazy. They're attacking us and our own people. We had no choice but to break through their defenses and retreat here." Thorin's face flushed. After all, running away was somewhat humiliating, but staying there and risking his life with orcs and goblins was even more idiotic. "Well, get some rest. With you here, Moria is impregnable." Ollie saw the situation clearly. After all, if the orcs could breach the dungeon Moria, with nearly 3,000 dwarf soldiers stationed there, the defenders would be wiped out. Unless a Balrog descends from the sky, how can a bunch of orcs, like those scumbags, take Moria? The dwarves just laughed it off. "Well, is the West Gate all right?" Thorin asked. "West Gate? We only left 5 soldiers there, and no one can get in without a secret word." Oriol and Oin exchanged glances, then said to Thorin, No. I mean, can it still be opened?" Thorin asked. "Thorin, are you retreating?" Oriol and Oin said slowly after a moment's silence. "No. Reinforcements from the Blue Mountains will come through there." Thorin shook his head firmly. "Retreat? As the most shrewd and capable king under the mountain in years, King Thorin intends to beat the living crap out of any orc at the gate who dares to stir the dwarf's whiskers." Chapter 423. Thus, the orcs and dwarves were deadlocked at the east gate of Moria, neither side able to defeat the other. The dwarves were blocked at the east gate by the orc army's war machines. Any dwarves who attempted to cross the barrier were severely defeated. Similarly, the orcs were unable to enter the heavily guarded halls of Moria. This created an almost bizarre standoff between the two sides. The orcs outside could not enter, and the dwarves inside had no intention of leaving. Coincidentally, both sides were well supplied. The orcs had the Misty Mountains at their backs, while the dwarves had access to Moria's west gate at any time. Thus, the two sides remained deadlocked. "TSK. Moria is quite lively." Roland sat in a wicker chair, gazing at the magical photostone in his hand. This item had been brought back to Roland by Caslow during his reconnaissance mission. It recorded the brutal battles between the orcs and dwarves. Well, it was quite a scene. Both sides' war machines clashed fiercely, but now that the dwarves have retreated into their bunkers, those weapons are almost useless. Caslow shook his head. Didn't the orcs risk their lives to fill the gap? Roland asked, somewhat surprised. After all, the orcs' human wave tactics were unstoppable. They tried a few times, but couldn't fill the gap anymore. How could the dwarf army led by Thorin be so easily defeated? Caslow smiled. The orc corpses were already piled up at the gates of Moria. A reckless charge would be a disaster. Haven't the dwarf reinforcements from Dane and the Blue Mountains arrived yet? Roland was somewhat incredulous. After all, the dwarves were known for their resilience. It was a miracle that no dwarf reinforcements had arrived after all this time. Dane's army just crossed the upper reaches of the Anduin River. They're massive and heavily armored, so crossing the river is slow. Caslow shook his head and smiled bitterly. They didn't go through Bjorn territory? Roland raised his eyebrows. Was he so stubborn? That's bad. Orc reinforcements will probably get ahead of them. Roland's face grimaced. Do we need to join the battle? Caslow asked, looking at Roland. What do you mean by joining the battle? Yun Feng, listening nearby, asked with a sullen face. Are you planning to fly over with the kingdom soldiers, or just go alone? Yun Feng sneered. For a dragon rider to attack a force heavily armed with heavy weaponry was tantamount to courting death. Yun Feng didn't think Caslow's dragons could ignore heavy crossbows. Caslow was speechless. After all, there really wasn't a good way to help the dwarves. Furthermore, the mountainous terrain greatly reduced the dragon rider's lethality. After all, the dwarven homeland was nearby, and Caslow and his men couldn't just cast a single dragon language forbidden spell. If they managed to bury the gates of Moria, that would be a disaster. Let's wait and see. Protecting the north is already a difficult task for us. We don't have the time or the ability to join in the fun in Moria. Roland waved his hand, setting the tone. Mainly, Roland simply didn't want to get involved. Right now, Roland only wanted to defend the lonely mountain region and claim the system's rewarded troops. Wasn't that all he wanted? Why bother going to Moria and getting killed? Just to die in a strange way? Even the system had defined it as the Second Battle of Azanalbizir. Roland was well aware of the brutal history of the Battle of Azanalbizir. Although the dwarves had the defensive advantage this time, there was no doubt that both sides would still fight to the bitter end. Pay attention to the north. The orcs in Dol Guldur to the south are preparing to support the orcs of Moria. They probably don't have the courage or ability to come and provoke us, but we must be on guard against those bastards in the northern wastes. Roland said to his men, as if he had suddenly remembered something. As you command? Everyone hurriedly obeyed. Compared to the kingdom of Raglan, which was keeping a close eye on the battle, the elves of the Golden Forest were much more pragmatic. When they discovered the orcs in Dol Guldur making unusual movements, the elven army of Lorien immediately deployed along the river and blasted the orcs preparing to cross with elven arrows. Many orcs, dressed in their shamat attire, fell into the river. A son would surely sigh in amazement. He had never imagined that someone in another world could pull off such a sleight of hand by attacking a crossing ship. The orcs, suffering heavy casualties, immediately retreated and detoured upstream to cross the river in disgrace. After all, the orcs didn't want to overly provoke the elves. They were already engaged in a full-scale conflict with the dwarves, and adding the elven kingdom to the fray would be troublesome. If the elves brought their followers, the humans, well, forget it, let's just start a new round of the Alliance War. The situation above was such that even Sauron would be terrified, let alone the ringwraiths. Having suffered a head-on blow, the orcs dejectedly crossed the Anduin River from the southern Gladden fields and continued on their way. Here, Dane and his 10 cans. They advanced breathlessly towards Moria. It must be said that a 1,000-mile charge was a technical feat for the dwarves. Even the tin can-like creature's short legs would be useless in such a situation. Reinforcements from both sides were on their way, while the protagonists were having an unusually fun time. Attack! The orc leaders directed their trebuchets towards Moria's east gate, intending to break through the stone walls. After all, the entrance to the east gate was not large enough for the orcs to deploy their superior forces. The orcs hoped to widen the gap and make their attack easier. Whoosh! Gravity hurled the stone rapidly upward, whistling it high into the air. Crack! The stone shattered against the stone wall outside the east gate, only knocking off a few layers of plaster and some rubble. After all, how could a thick stone wall be toppled by a few stones? Shoot! Shoot! Thorin commanded his soldiers to turn the dwarfs' crossbows and fire at the orcs' catapults, suppressing them. The two sides exchanged blows, but it was mostly a case of much ado about nothing. After several rounds, the orcs wasted a lot of stone, and the dwarves also expended a lot of arrows. Stop, stop, stop! Thorin rushed over and pushed away the dwarf, who was desperately pulling the trigger. This guy was really good at wasting arrows. Even though he was facing the mines of Moria, he still needed to be careful with his arrows. God knows how long he had to fight the orcs. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled slightly. Huh? Dwalin quickly dropped to the ground, pressing his ear to his chest. A large army is coming from the north, Dwalin exclaimed, standing up after carefully examining it for a few seconds. Are you sure? Thorin asked quickly. Yes. The footsteps are heavy, Dwalin exclaimed excitedly. Is it Dane's army? Thorin slammed his right fist down on his left hand, spinning excitedly. Hey! Thorin! Calm down. Balin, still very weak, approached, leaning on a stick. Balin! You need to rest. Thorin quickly supported the old dwarf. Don't forget, it's not just our people coming from the north. Balin shook his head meaningfully. Thorin was startled, and then the excitement in his eyes slowly faded. Chapter 424. Ouch! Ouch! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from outside. What the hell? Howling there? Thorin's face etched with displeasure. Oh no! A dwarf stumbled in. What's wrong? Thorin asked, startled. The orc army is coming from the north. The sentry on the outer perimeter patrol entered from a small path and panted to Thorin. Damn it! The orcs are one step ahead of Dane. Thorin looked at Balin, leaning on his crutch, his face darkening. We need to strengthen our defenses. This group of orcs could be from Gumbator or Dol Guldur. The orcs in these two fortresses are tough to deal with. Thorin and Balin had fought orcs from both places, and knew the formidable nature of the orcs in these fortresses. They'd probably attack soon, Dwalin said worriedly. Prepare for battle, Thorin sighed. The orc reinforcements' early arrival had impacted the dwarfs' entire strategy. Yes! The crowd responded, then went down to prepare to march forward. What's going on? Were you attacked by the dwarves? The orc army besieging the dwarves of Moria was shocked to see the dusty Dol Guldur army. It looked as if the army before them had just been brutally beaten and then humiliated in the dark sewers. No, it's those damned elves of Lorien, the Dol Guldur orc commander said with lingering fear. Only he knew clearly what it felt like to be attacked mid-river. That feeling was agonizing. The rain of arrows seemed endless, and all the orcs were adrift on the water, unable to escape. Countless arrows pelted the orcs, and the dark red blood instantly stained the Anduin River with a few shades of inky black. Why would the elves ambush you? The orcs instantly grew nervous. They welcomed support from the Dol Guldur orcs, but if the reinforcements came with a large elven army, that wouldn't be necessary. Elves were far more formidable than dwarves. Their long lifespan meant that almost everyone was a professional, and rangers made up the majority of them. This profession, capable of both long-range and short-range operations, was mastered by the elves to perfection. Like the renowned knights of humanity, the elven ranger was a trademark. Well-organized elven rangers were fully capable of kiting out orcs in droves without suffering any loss of life. They ambushed us as we were crossing the river, and we came around from upstream, said the orc commander of Dol Guldur. They didn't follow us, the orc lords and officers of the Misty Mountains hurriedly said. If the elven army was truly behind them, they should consider whether to withdraw. The elves of the Golden Forest were notoriously difficult to deal with. At this moment, the orcs of the Misty Mountains looked at their kin in Dol Guldur with a changed look in their eyes. How desperate would they be to pass through the elven defenses of the Golden Forest? No. The orcs of Dol Guldur denied. They certainly didn't know why the Lorien elves, who routinely monitored the fortress of Dol Guldur, wouldn't track the orcs' whereabouts. In fact, a small group of elves was hanging not far behind the orcs, closely monitoring their movements. What are these orcs planning? An elven ranger asked in confusion. The orcs have besieged the mines of Moria. The fighting has been raging here for the past 2 days. A ranger pursed his lips. Ah? So why don't we stop this orc army? And let them come? Another elf was surprised. After all, after the elves had dealt the orcs a severe blow, they hadn't pursued them with a large army. Instead, they had driven the orcs out of their sphere of influence, and sent a team of rangers to keep them at arm's length. The elves didn't want to cause any more trouble. The alliance has long been dead in name only. There's no need for us to shed blood for the dwarves. The elves of the Golden Forest were xenophobic, so it was natural that they wouldn't fight for the dwarves. But the dwarves' situation isn't optimistic. And El said reluctantly, "That's their choice." The ranger captain raised his hand to silence everyone's discussion. When the dwarves chose to retake Moria, they should have anticipated the difficulties they faced. The price of Moria's easy defense is being surrounded on all sides. No reinforcements can arrive quickly to support them, and the only two elven factions offering reinforcements are on the sidelines due to direct conflict with the dwarves. Of course, the elves don't yet know that Sauron has returned to Middle-earth. If they knew, the Elven Queen and Elrond would risk their lives to rescue Moria. After all, the Great Mine is a shortcut connecting the east and the west. Push them back. The dwarves roared, driving the orcs out of the cave entrance and then quickly retreating. Thorin, the orcs have been attacking our defenses several times in a row. Dwalin noticed a significant increase in the frequency of the orcs' attacks. Their reinforcements have arrived, and their attacks are increasing in intensity. Balin said, panting as he looked at Thorin. Thorin, you must make your decision. The orcs' general attack will soon arrive, and they are sapping our soldiers' strength and morale. You must decide whether to stay or go. Balin looked at Thorin. When the king of the mountain was present, all dwarves were bound to obey his orders, including Balin, the king of Moria. We will fight here. Our ancestors have drenched this land with their blood, and we will not. We cannot surrender this place. Dwarves are no cowards. Let them come if they wish. The pale orcs have fallen at the foot of the lonely mountain, and the land of Khazad-dûm must also be stained with the blood of the orcs. Thorin's eyes were filled with fury. No one could doubt Thorin Oakenshield's resolve. This resolute dwarf king would defend Moria to the bitter end, just as he had promised. If that's the case, then we must defend Moria to the death. Ollie! Oin! Lead the men to repair the tunnels and bridges at the west gate. Even if we have to defend the Moria mines to the death, we must leave a way out for ourselves. Balin was prudent. Even if they were ultimately defeated, the dwarves could still preserve the flame of their race, rather than being trapped and dying in Moria. Boom! The mountain shook violently, and everyone stared at each other in shock as the swaying rocked. It's a behemoth. Those damned orcs have brought a behemoth. The dwarf on guard outside stumbled in, only to fall flat on his face in the shaking after only a few steps. Assholes! Go out and take a look! Thorin shouted hurriedly. The behemoth's appearance cast a shadow over everyone's heart. If the arrival of the orc reinforcements only surprised the dwarves, then the behemoth's appearance was enough to send them into a state of panic. Thorin and a few others slipped out quietly, took a brief look, and then retreated. We're in trouble, Thorin said with a dark face as he returned. Chapter 425. Behemoths are at most high-level magical beasts. The most powerful golden behemoths can even reach the level of a natural disaster. The only good thing is that they have almost no magical attacks, but their terrifying brute force, capable of tearing a dragon apart with bare hands, should not be underestimated. At this moment, the stone wall at the east gate of Moria is facing its greatest test and disaster since its construction, a high-level magical beast. A bronze behemoth's violent demolition. It's a behemoth. A bronze behemoth, Thorin said with a dark face. Thorin, we can't let it destroy the wall. It collapsed this place, Balin said anxiously. Boom! Everyone felt themselves jump. The sound of shattering stone, and the candlelight in the cave flickered. We must find a way to defeat it, Thorin said firmly. The main gate of Moria's east gate had been completely destroyed in the battle, with stone pillars and other structures crumbling. Only a few narrow, intertwined openings remained in the ruins, offering access to the outside world. The dwarves were entrenched in these few passages, battling the orcs. Leave through the secret passage. Thorin, kill it! Otherwise, it will completely destroy Moria. Balin's face was filled with fear. After all, if a behemoth were to break through, even a lowly bronze behemoth, Moria would be doomed. Even if the dwarves managed to slay the behemoth with their lives, the endless stream of orcs following it would undoubtedly overwhelm Moria's defenders. Dwalin! Call the crossbowmen and follow me. Thorin waved his hand, addressing Dwalin. Okay. Dwalin nodded, and he called upon several dwarves to dismantle the massive dwarven heavy crossbow and prepare to carry it out through the secret passage. Durin! Thorin stared at the behemoth before him in shock. Having emerged from a secret passage to the side, Thorin and his companions finally had a chance to examine the enormous behemoth closely. This gray-yellow behemoth was approximately 20 meters long, its back covered in hard scales. Its overall appearance resembled an orangutan with a lizard's tail. Two massive, curved horns shot skyward from its hideous head. Its scarred face bore a bloody maw, for scraggly fangs protruding from its lips. Its sturdy, powerful forelimbs contrasted sharply with its shorter lower limbs. It was now furiously pounding and digging at the outer stone wall of Moria's east gate with its sturdy, clawed forelimbs. The teeth-grinding cracks in the stone made it clear that anyone struck by it would never stand up and demand compensation. Quick! Dwalin and several dwarves skillfully assembled the dwarven heavy crossbow they had finally managed to carry. However, reassembling the disassembled crossbow was still somewhat cumbersome. Beard. What the hell is this thing like? Balin had climbed up at some point. Several men exchanged glances, their eyes twitching. Wait for us. Your Highness Balin. Oriolin struggled to emerge from the secret passage. Thorin and Dwalin exchanged glances, unable to resist glaring at the two. Hurry up and take Balin back. Thorin glared at the two men and urged them. Did these three think this place wasn't chaotic enough? Seeing the three clowns finally leave, Thorin hurriedly called out to his crossbowmen to raise their heavy crossbows. Quick, quick, quick! Aim for its head. Thorin impatiently ordered his soldiers to aim at the behemoth that was destroying the stone wall. As another soldier loaded an armor-piercing heavy arrow onto the crossbow, the two soldiers diligently maneuvered the crossbow until they aimed it at the behemoth's head. Fire! Thorin waved his hand fiercely. With a hum, the taut cow sinew bowstring unleashed the armor-piercing heavy arrow, blasting straight towards the behemoth under the expectant gaze of the crowd. Ouch! The behemoth's shrill scream echoed through the air. Roar! Thorin excitedly stood up and waved his hands. The others also stood up excitedly, clenching their fists. Roar! The enraged behemoth deflected the arrow from his face with a single claw. Amidst the flying wood chips, Thorin and his companions fell silent. It turned out that the powerful blow had only cracked the behemoth's skin. Everyone stood on the mountainside in silence, watching the enraged behemoth. Thorin, I think we should probably leave. Dwalin, seeing the situation was not looking good, tried to drag Thorin away. Reload. Thorin pushed everyone aside, sat behind the heavy crossbow's trigger, and roared at the dwarf clutching the arrow. Your Highness. The soldier hurriedly loaded the crossbow. After a series of teeth-grinding mechanical cracks, a single click was heard as the bolt latched onto the string. Swish. Thorin abruptly pulled the trigger, sending a thick, armor-piercing arrow hurtling towards the behemoth, wreaking havoc below. Ding-dong. Ripping. Perhaps Thorin had missed the target. The arrow deflected off the behemoth's back. Before everyone's eyes, the armor-piercing arrow glided across its back, sending a trail of sparks flying. Reload. Thorin growled, blood streaking into his eyes. Your Highness. This is the last one. The dwarf holding the armor-piercing arrow shuddered. The behemoth, under attack, had already realized it was being attacked. It shook its massive head and scanned its surroundings with a cold gaze, sensing the insects attacking it. Reload. Thorin said gravely. As the last arrow was loaded into the receiver, Thorin held his breath and slowly aimed his heavy crossbow at the behemoth, still roaring and venting its fury. Swish. Thorin pulled the trigger sharply, and before the attack could take effect, he grabbed the two soldiers nearby. Go! Thorin kicked Dwalin in the butt, sending him into the secret passage. Ouch! As expected, within 2 seconds of Thorin and the others entering the secret passage, a horrifying, shrill roar erupted. Bang! Everyone turned to see the dwarven heavy crossbow shattered into pieces outside. They swallowed their saliva, their gazes filled with relief. They had no doubt that if they had stayed outside, they would have ended up as a pile of shredded flesh. I should have shot it in the eye. Thorin waved his arms excitedly. But the secret passage has been largely destroyed. Balin nudged him, interrupting Thorin's reverie. Oh, we clear it out, won't we? Thorin hurriedly leaned over with Balin to lift the rubble. He didn't know what the behemoth had just used to attack the area, but a number of rocks the size of human heads had fallen, blocking most of the dwarf's secret passage leading to the outside world. Ouch! The mournful wail of the behemoth outside faintly reached everyone's ears. Boom! The mountain shook slightly, and everyone hurried to hold onto the wall. That thing is crashing into the mountain. Thorin squinted and quickly discerned the behemoth's movements. Chapter 426. Good fellow. Beard be upon you. Your Highness, you're truly formidable. A dwarf scout, who had bravely climbed out to conduct reconnaissance, returned and gave Thorin a thumbs up. How's the situation? Thorin replied with a carefree tone. Your arrow hit that creature in the eye. It's right, I must be blind. It's now retaliating. The dwarf scout breathed. The commotion outside is even more horrific than at the Black Gate. A lot of rocks have fallen from the mountain. That creature is like a madman, smashing everything it can get its hands on. The scout continued. Thorin and his companions exchanged glances. They weren't fools. Any living being could have felt the earth-shattering crash and tremors. It didn't take much to realize that the place they had just been standing on was likely the surface of the moon. The furious behemoth was no joke. Ah! Ouch! Ah! Everyone suddenly stood still, their ears pricked up. They glanced at each other, their eyes filled with surprise. The orc screams had reached them. Could it be that the dwarven reinforcements had arrived? At this moment, the injured bronze behemoth had already yanked the dwarven crossbow bolt from its left eye. The heavy arrow, like a spear, had lodged itself directly into its eye socket. With a shrill roar, an eyeball, bloodshot and nerve-racked, was ripped out. Swish! The enraged behemoth opened its massive claws, instantly coated in battle energy. A massive claw, several meters long, condensed from battle energy, extended from its tips. Swish! The sharp battle energy claws swung wildly. Hiss! Thorin and the others crouching on the hilltop gasped. That thing looked painful. Thorin couldn't help but feel sympathy as he watched the orcs, their limbs and hands severed and their arms and legs flying wildly. While it wasn't much of a reinforcement, it was more effective than reinforcements. Especially after everyone saw the beastmasters sent by the orcs to appease the behemoths being sliced raw by the angry bronze behemoths. Their mood became even more beautiful. The fear of the behemoth's attack was gone, leaving only the pleasure of watching the dog-eat-dog scene. What a shame, it's only a bronze behemoth. If it were a gold behemoth, the orcs could have gone straight home. It's undeniable that Thorin would be the dwarf king otherwise. Even this level of daydreaming is truly remarkable. Everyone glanced at him without saying anything. What about a gold behemoth? How could you just sneak attack a battle-hardened gold behemoth with a broken heavy crossbow? That thing rivals dragons. A behemoth knight's status is not much different from a dragon knight's, the only difference being that they're free range. Furthermore, the behemoth knights in the Lord of the Rings games have already evolved into heavily armored behemoths. These behemoths, armed with 10-meter-long javelins, can easily bring down a dragon knight from hundreds of meters in the air with a single shot under the knight's command. Of course, it's only the third age now, and we don't even know if the future Orcs Ace class, the behemoth knight, has even appeared. The orcs won't bother us anytime soon. This behemoth has been enough of a headache for them for a long time, Dwalin said calmly, looking at the devastating bronze behemoth. As long as the dwarves didn't destroy the catacombs of Moria, the flowers and plants outside would be left to the behemoths to vent their anger. As for the orcs on the flowers and plants, it didn't matter. The dwarves didn't invite them to Moria anyway, so why would they come and die? Well, we can take this opportunity to organize a force to clean up Khazad-dûm. His Highness Balin has always been short-handed, and there are still many areas of Khazad-dûm that remain uncleared. Ollie said to Thorin. Yes. Thorin nodded. After all, being a child on a rainy day, he's just sitting around doing nothing. The dwarves couldn't possibly open the rubble at the gates of Moria right now, so a thorough cleanup of Moria by a few thousand idle men wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, it's the dwarf capital and the ancestral homeland of the Durin clan. Even if Thorin had no intention of staying, helping Balin wouldn't be a bad idea. Your Highness Dane. Yad, the leader of the Dragonhawk Knights, appeared before the dusty Ironfoot Dane. Why is Nightyd blocking my way? Dane was puzzled. Logically, the Moria defenders were anxiously awaiting reinforcements, and Thorin had already engaged the orcs. He should have led his troops to support them quickly, but instead, he was stopped by the Dragonhawk Knights. Dane hadn't considered the Dragonhawk Knights' rebellion, he was simply puzzled. If the Dragonhawk Knights had all surrendered to the darkness, the Durin clan would have given up on the game and simply jumped into the abyss. The situation has changed. Lord Thorin has led his troops back to Moria. The orcs are using heavy equipment to indiscriminately attack the battlefield. Yade said. How cruel the orc commander is. Dane was stunned, then slowly said. Indeed, in this situation, it wasn't worth risking his life against the orcs. Dane could understand Thorin's retreat to Moria, as he had no other choice. It seems Moria hasn't fallen. Balin and his men have held it. Dane thought again, and instantly relaxed. But the situation isn't optimistic. We're still awaiting concrete intelligence. The orcs have recruited a bronze behemoth to aid them, and they're now attacking Moria. Yad shook his head. What? Damn you bastards! Children, advance. Dane was furious upon hearing this. What the hell? If they already used the behemoth, isn't Moria doomed? And we're still waiting? Waiting to collect Thorin's body? Your Highness, they blocked Moria's east gate with rocks. They can still hold out for now. Your troops? Yad paused. Dane instantly calmed down. After all, Thorin and his men could hold their ground at best. Fighting orcs on flat ground with his 1,000 men was fine, but facing the behemoth would be sheer madness. Everyone rest. Await orders. Dane waved his hand, ordering the troops to rest and eat quickly. They might have to march at any moment. He and Ye arrived at the Dragonhawk Knight's temporary base. It was a base, to put it mildly, but a few shacks. Dane wasn't one to nitpick, so he casually sat by the campfire and quietly roasted his rations. "Dane, your highness, would you like to come?" Ye handed Dane a can of hot water. Dane didn't refuse his offer. He took the can, shredded his own dried meat, threw it into the can, and set it over the fire to roast. "Tell me more about the situation. I want to know what happened." Dane felt a headache. He was completely in the dark, and beyond the limited information he had, he knew nothing. He was just out of pure passion to support his cousin. "Okay." Ye didn't act pretentiously, quickly recounting the current situation and events. TSK. You were actually suppressed by the orcs' heavy crossbows?" Dane exclaimed in amazement. The dwarves nearly lost air superiority to the airborne troops. "A dragon eagle isn't a dragon," he had said with a scowl. If he had a dragon from the kingdom of Lagran instead of a dragon eagle, he wouldn't have dared to crush the orcs. The problem was the dragon eagle's defense. Well, everyone has their own opinion. Chapter 427. Outside Moria, the orcs and dwarves remained in a stalemate. The dwarven reinforcements were unable to find an opportunity to enter the battlefield, leaving the entire battlefield in a strange stalemate. Both sides awaited a turning point that could change the situation. The orcs and dwarves are determined to shed their last drop of blood outside Moria. Yun Feng sighed and shook his head, looking at the battle report. "Correction, it's the dwarves. If I could drain the blood of the orcs so quickly, I'd be washing my hair head over heels," Roland said disdainfully. The orcs' vitality was like that of cockroaches. Even in the Fifth Age, when humans reigned supreme, these creatures still held a firm sway in Middle-earth. Given their tenacity, a mere battle, not only would they bleed dry, but they barely even sustain a single bruise. The annihilation of an army of tens of thousands would be a disaster for any intelligent race, but for the orcs, a mere fatal injury? What's the big deal? Yun Feng blinked, having to admit that Roland's words made sense. To injure these orcs, who bred more fertile than pigs, they have to go all the way to Mordor, right? It was a shame Roland didn't know Yun Feng's thoughts. If he did, he'd probably sneer. After all, hadn't Aragorn marched into Mordor just the same? Even Mount Doom was demolished by Frodo, and the orcs weren't affected at all. Given some food, they still reproduced. "By the way, is our mill ready?" Roland asked hurriedly, as if remembering something. After all, the kingdom had a bumper harvest this time. Roland was purchasing food for the army through the system, but ordinary residents needed to be self-sufficient. Of course, this was a good year, and the common people could enjoy a good life for the rest of the year. However, the process of turning wheat into flour was quite complicated, requiring a stone mill to grind it. As for the hulling and other things before that, ordinary people didn't care about that. For ordinary people, black bread with bran was considered a delicacy. The bran that was inedible to the nobles was a delicacy that ordinary people could only dream of, so building a mill was necessary. So, concerned about the people suffering, Roland personally oversaw the construction of a large water-powered and animal-drawn mill by the Gilia River west of the city. If it were operational, it would surely produce at least 1,000 bags of flour a day. That should be enough. Yun Feng was stunned. He had never paid attention to such trivial matters. For Lord Yun Feng, whose daily workload was equivalent to that of a prime minister, he had no time to worry about the convenience of these ordinary people. To him, as long as the lives and property of the citizens were protected, the kingdom had fulfilled its obligations. In other words, Roland, a native of Earth, was simply out of place among the aristocrats of this era. Without a mill, the common people will have to rely on stone mills to grind wheat for what seems like forever. Roland's face darkened. If he didn't ask about this, no one would care, right? He already lowered the status of the common people sufficiently, but he hadn't expected the lower limit in this era to be even lower. Yun Feng's eyes twitched. His king was truly different from the other nobles. His focus was always different. While other nobles were still pondering hunting plans, his king's mind was preoccupied with the suffering of the people. It was unbecoming of a monarch in this era. "I go ask," Yun Feng said, standing up. After all, Roland had spoken, and it would be utterly ungrateful if he didn't express his opinion. After leaving, Yun Feng casually grabbed a few minor officials and asked them questions. For a 6th level sage, it would only take a few fleeting questions. Your Highness, the mill has been built and has been in operation for a few days, Yun Feng returned and said to Roland. Let's go and take a look. Roland was intrigued. After all, having lived in the Iron Forest, he had never seen anything so bucolic, even if it was a bit large. Yun Feng didn't refuse, however. After all, Roland's request wasn't excessive. The king had the right to patrol his territory, and as long as safety was assured, Yun Feng wouldn't interfere with anything else. You're leaving? Nix looked at Roland in surprise, apparently more out of shock than fear. Before Roland could speak, Nix's brow furrowed, but she quickly managed to conceal the worry and silently adjusted the silk lining of Roland's armor. Come back safely. Nix's voice was soft, but surprisingly warm. Roland realized that his wife might have misunderstood him. Nix might have mistakenly believed that Roland had finally thrown himself into the bloody battle between the dwarves and orcs, and that was why her face was filled with sorrow upon hearing that Roland was leaving. Silly girl, you're overthinking it. I'm going to the Swift River outside the city to check out the mill. People still need to eat, they can't just eat the wheat with the husks. Roland hurriedly explained. If he didn't explain, the girl would probably burst into tears after he left. Nix's expression flashed with surprise upon hearing this, and then, as if she had thought of something, her fists rained down on Roland. Do you want to come with us? Roland asked, ignoring Nix's venting. Yes. Nix blushed, but she finally gave in. After all, she felt at ease whenever she saw this man, no matter where she was. Oh my god, Caslow! Is it really necessary to make such a big fuss just for a trip? Roland felt a sharp pain in his teeth as he looked at the fully armed knights before him. He really needed to criticize Caslow. This was a waste of money and manpower, wasn't it? How much did it cost to move the knights? Just the fodder, the horses, and the equipment alone would cost an ordinary lord a year's worth of work. It's all about safety. Caslow shrugged. Compared to the financial cost, Roland's safety was the most important thing. Roland shook his head and didn't say anything else. It was fine. He didn't have much to show for himself anyway. The royal guards had been dispatched with the caravan, leaving only these knights to maintain the kingdom's glory. Is this thing any good, fellow? Roland asked, stopping someone as he arrived outside the mill and saw a group of civilians pushing carts or carrying bags. Of course, it's definitely useful. It's much better than that stone mill. We have to thank the kind. Your Highness? Greetings, Your Highness. The man carrying the sack felt something was wrong as he spoke. He turned around and looked at Roland and his group riding on tall horses. Chapter 428. Stand up, no need for formalities. Roland dismounted and helped him to his feet. Thank you, Your Highness. The farmer hurriedly bowed deeply. As long as these things are useful to you. Roland looked at the young but weathered farmer with a deep feeling. The extravagant lifestyle of the nobility could not mask the harsh living conditions that the low productivity of this era brought to ordinary people. How was the harvest this year? Roland had received reports from his subordinates, but he still wanted to hear what the people had to say. Your Majesty, this year's harvest is very good. It's a bumper year. The farmer looked at Roland cautiously. That's great. By the way, I see many of you are fertilizing your fields. Why? Roland suddenly asked. According to his subordinates, few farmers use organic fertilizer in their fields. Most just weed out the crops. In fact, due to the vast land and sparse population, crops in many remote areas are even sparser than weeds. How can you use that filthy stuff in the fields? The farmer asked, puzzled. Roland blinked, speechless. What's wrong? Nix asked, looking at the disinterested Roland. She was sensitive to his change in mood. It's nothing, just a bit of a feeling. Roland shook his head and said nothing. Some things are destined to change slowly, and on their own. After all, the influence of his mindset and values made him incompatible with the aristocracy of this era. To the nobles of Middle-earth, the lives of these commoners were already good enough. But Roland saw the backwardness and poverty behind this seemingly prosperous kingdom. Even the common people of Raglan relied on black bread with bran as their staple food, not to mention the other common people in the human settlements. Perhaps only the hobbits had a higher quality of life in all of Middle-earth. However, Roland's greatest weakness was that he couldn't even change the conditions within the kingdom. This was even after he unleashed a farming artifact like the curved plow. Indeed, without chemical fertilizers, the yields from this primitive farming were truly impressive. Fertilizer is relatively easy to solve. As long as human and animal feces are collected and piled up, it's excellent fertilizer, Roland thought, his head lowered. Come on, pass the word. Order someone to collect human and animal feces, and pile them up for use as fertilizer, Roland said. He felt. Huh? The knight who had arrived at the sound froze in his tracks, looking at Roland bewilderedly. That's right. And order the civilians to use this fertilizer when farming. It will effectively increase yields, Roland affirmed. Finally freeing up his hands, Roland noticed the crude farming techniques of the Middle-earth peasants. He could only say that when it came to farming, the Blue Star Celestial Empire was still the most technologically advanced. The Middle-earth commoners' backward farming techniques simply sowed seeds and watered them. Their daily tasks consisted mostly of weeding and catching insects. Why are you so concerned about all this? Nyx quietly approached, gazing at Roland curiously. After all, a warmongerer suddenly showing concern for the people's livelihoods puzzled Nyx. After all, few nobles, or even kings, cared about these matters. Most of them were primarily concerned with collecting taxes. As for the livelihoods of these commoners, as long as no one was starving to death, it wasn't a problem. Alas! Roland sighed without saying anything. He now understood why the entire Lagrange kingdom, with so much land, could not supply the army. It turned out that it was not only because of the low yield of unoptimized crops, but also because of the poor agricultural technology. Isn't this the same as the situation in medieval Europe? However, the only good thing is that the sanitation in the city of Jilu is a little cleaner. Don't blame yourself too much. You done well, Nyx soothed. In her opinion, Roland was incredibly kind, and calling him a benevolent king was no exaggeration. His dedication to protecting the people in the harsh conditions of the north was the best a king could do. It's not self-blame, just emotion, Roland lamented feebly. Previously preoccupied with military affairs and neglecting government affairs, he now realized the terrible state of his kingdom's livelihood. The peasants were practically slash and burn, to say nothing of slash and burn farming. With that level of farming, it would take forever to support an army. Now Roland understood why places as vast as Rohan and Gundur could only muster such a small army. With that level of productivity, who but the orcs could afford a full-time army? There was a reason the Shire lived so well. The Shire had no army, it was all self-governing towns. If we planted this land, everyone would starve to death. Roland shook his head. It was truly shocking. Among the magical worlds, only Middle-earth, humans, had such poor farming practices. Isn't that always the case? We don't have any wood spellcasters. Nyx shook her head. Although Yunfeng was a sage and could create all sorts of alchemical items, including some that increased crop yields, those items weren't widely available. If Yunfeng were to manage all the farmland surrounding the kingdom of Lagrange alone, he'd probably have to go and kill Roland again. We have to change things. We have to find a way to increase food production. My reserves aren't unlimited. Roland shook his head. While the system's military rations were cheap, Roland didn't have the money. He couldn't really rely on the system for his entire life. Oh! Nyx nodded, half understanding. Although Roland had been acting strangely today, as his wife and future queen, Nyx was determined to support all of Roland's decisions. How could mere Middle-earth know about Blue Planet's insane grain production? That lovely old man in the east had ushered in a new era for rice. Besides rice, wheat, corn, and the two-piece set of sweet potatoes and potatoes that all time travelers had come across were considered divine in Middle-earth. But Roland had nothing right now. He could only wait and see if the system would provide him with high-yield grain seeds in the future. As for pursuing biotechnology in the magical world, Roland admitted that he wasn't a great biologist. Saruman, in this magical world, wouldn't it be nice to be able to solve problems with magic? Another option was to use the Smurfs as dragon-shaped fertilizer machines, using natural magic to stimulate crop growth. However, given the Smurf's temperament, a single breath of dragon's breath would likely petrify Roland. Fortunately, the kingdom now had the resources to handle these matters. With no external enemies around, Roland could handle the kingdom's internal affairs instead of leaving everything to Yunfeng and the others. Even worse, as a time traveler living in an era of information explosion, Roland should at least understand advanced management techniques. Roland had only just stepped outside when he discovered a major agricultural problem. Not only were the crops poorly grown, not high-yielding varieties, but the planting techniques were also a complete mess. If he didn't make some changes, Roland would likely become the first king to starve to death in the capital. Chapter 429. While Roland was busy worrying about his kingdom's food shortage, the dwarves and orcs in the Misty Mountains happened upon each other by sheer luck. Thus, the dwarf reinforcements from the Blue Mountains and the orcs from Gumbalda Fortress engaged in a passionate battle on the western slopes of the Misty Mountains. Coincidentally, the orcs were a bit clever this time, though not by much. Around 3,000 orcs from Gumbalda Fortress were ambushed at the western gate of Moria, only to be met head-on by the dwarf reinforcements from the Blue Mountains. Originally, these 3,000 orcs were a minor challenge for the dwarves, but since the Blue Mountains dwarf reinforcements had brought their families with them, the result was a bitter fight between weaklings. The orcs intended to swallow the dwarf reinforcements whole, but they lacked the strength to do so. While the Blue Mountain dwarf reinforcements could easily defeat the orcs, they were followed by a group of non-combatants, including their families. The dwarves, who had split up to protect the women and children, were now feeling incredibly frustrated. Thousands of dwarves were blocked at the western gates of Moria by a small contingent of Gumbalder orcs. Even more tragically, the dwarves from the Blue Mountains had already migrated a significant number of their people towards Erebor and Moria, resulting in the majority of these dwarves being women and children. Worst of all, the dwarves gathered their forces and discovered that, excluding the men protecting the women and children, they could only muster an army of less than 200. That was ridiculous. The Durin clan wasn't Iron Man 200 versus 3,000. Anyone with a common sense knew the outcome. After all, quantity trumped quality. What was to be done? The dwarves decided. Well, we can't enter Moria, and forget about going back to the Blue Mountains. There are stragglers of trolls and orcs wandering around. The dwarves of the Blue Mountains can only arrange for the women and children to retreat towards the Corrine area. The remaining 200 warriors are hanging around near the west of Moria and playing a tacit war with the orcs. The two sides have been testing each other for a few days, but have not found out anything. Fortunately, they have laid down their arms and are waiting for news from the main battlefield. Dane in the east was far more furious. His 1,200 iron foots were his greatest strength. Upon learning that the behemoth had been severely damaged by the Moria defenders, Dane decisively ordered his soldiers to launch a powerful assault on the orcs. He then attacked the severely injured bronze behemoth, causing it to charge into the orc camp once again. Meanwhile, Dane and his men hid in the distance, watching the orc soaring into the sky in amazement. "Your Highness, why don't we charge directly into Khazad-dûm?" The lieutenant beside him asked in confusion. "Charge directly in? How wide are the gates of Khazad-dûm? How many men would Balin and Thorin have to fight? How much space would there be? It's better to stay outside and support them," Dane said, shaking his beard. Besides, with the Dragonhawk riders watching outside, there was no need to worry about being surrounded by the orc army. Compared to the Blue Mountain dwarves' frustration at being stuck at the western gate of Moria, Dane and his Ironfoot army were having a blast out in the open, occasionally catching and slaughtering isolated orc groups. The orc army was furious, but helpless. Send too many people, and these tin cans would flee at a speed disproportionate to their size. Send too few, and these bastards would simply turn around and be devoured. The orcs were completely helpless against this rogue army. If Roland knew what was going on, he'd have to give them a lecture. They even learned the guerrilla warfare forced upon them by the Dwarf King. While still crude, it was perfectly adequate for Middle-earth, a foreign world devoid of military tactics. Dane quickly discovered this useful tactic, allowing him to slowly bleed the orcs without causing any danger. It was a pleasant surprise for Dane, and the orcs, in turn, hated him to the core. They repeatedly mobilized heavy crossbows, catapults, and other heavy attacking equipment to attack Dane. Unfortunately, after 2 setbacks, Dane learned his lesson and developed a new dwarven guerrilla warfare technique. For powerful dwarves, each carrying a single dwarven heavy crossbow, could easily follow the entire army. This alien guerrilla force, essentially an RPG equipped with an alien world, became an even greater headache for the orcs. Previously, they harassed the orcs from close range, but now they launched heavy crossbow barrages from afar, regardless of their accuracy. Dane, for fun, brought the orcs greetings of steel and fire every morning, noon, and evening, more punctual than a rooster's crow. Soon, the orcs at the gates of Moria could no longer hold back. Orcs from Dol Guldur Fortress suddenly broke away from the outer perimeter of Moria's east gate and charged directly towards Dane. Their ferocious momentum looked even more devastating than the Battle of Lonely Mountain. "Damn it! These bastards are no match for us. They're marching their entire army towards us. Are they not surrounding Khazad-dûm anymore?" Dane exclaimed angrily, smashing a tree the size of a bowl with one punch. Tens of thousands of orcs pressing down on us was no joke. In fact, the real devastation was caused by the orc lords and generals. During lunch, a standard dwarven spear, launched from a heavy crossbow, struck 2 orc lords from Dol Guldur Fortress in their tent, killing 2 orcs with 1 arrow. The orcs of Dol Guldur were devastated. The other high-ranking orcs no longer dared to live in their luxurious tents. But it did help Moria escape the siege. After the Dol Guldur orcs pursued Dane, the situation in Moria changed dramatically. The orcs could no longer hold the dwarves in Moria. Without the advantage of a large army at their back, the Misty Mountain orcs stopped sending troops to attack Moria and focused solely on besieging the East Gate, attempting to seal off Moria. But could they? Less than an hour after the orcs left Dol Guldur, 2.5 hours, Thorin led a group of his men out. After chopping off nearly 500 orc heads, he gracefully departed, leaving behind a group of heartbroken and helpless orcs to collect their bodies. Clearly, the orcs hadn't expected the dwarves to attack. However, a dwarf sentry lying in ambush at the secret passage's exit had already informed Thorin of the orc army's movements. Thorin's daring nature meant he wouldn't miss any opportunity. He didn't dare attack the combined forces of the two orcs at random, but how could the mere Misty Mountain orcs withstand the martial virtues of the dwarves of Erebor? Relying on cannon fodder without even leather armor? At least the dwarves could provide every soldier with plate mail. The southern human kingdoms weep, they can't afford it. They truly can't afford it. As a result, the Misty Mountain orcs outside Moria's east gate were ambushed and severely defeated by the Morian defenders. Meanwhile, the Dol Guldur orcs, pursuing the dwarves of the Iron Hills, were met with an aerial assault by Dragonhawk riders. The dragon's breath sent the orcs resigning themselves to death, leaving them with no time to deploy heavy crossbows for air defense. By the time the Grey Beasts had dismantled and assembled their heavy crossbows, the Dragonhawk riders had already flapped away, leaving the orc army ravaged by the dragon's breath. Chapter 430. Remove the obstacles. Prepare for battle. Thorin was overjoyed. Returning from his expedition, he was delighted at the orc army's weakness. The dwarven army could finally have a joyous encounter with the orcs. Wait! Thorin! Dwalin grabbed Thorin and pulled him into a corner. What are you doing, Dwalin? We must fight back. Our reinforcements have drawn away the orcs from Dol Guldur. We can't waste this opportunity. I can't play with the lives of ordinary soldiers. We can't have another battle of Azanalbizir here. Thorin's saliva flew. We're running low on arrows. Dwalin glanced around and whispered to Thorin. Such words couldn't be said in front of everyone, they would be demoralizing. How is that possible? We're backed by Khazad-dûm. Thorin's pupils constricted. With the old dwarven capital at our backs, they told me we were out of arrows. Isn't that like begging for food while guarding a mountain of gold? Look! Dwalin handed Thorin something. Thorin looked closely, and saw it was a standard dwarven iron arrow, rusted and peeling from lack of care. Clearly, it wasn't up to standard as an arrow. This? Thorin's face grimaced. Honestly, we're lucky these arrows survived. Orcs don't know how to maintain their weapons. Dwalin shrugged helplessly. Damn it! Order the soldiers to take them. Even if they're rusted, the dwarven crossbows can still penetrate an orc's torso. Thorin hesitated for 2 seconds before ordering a counterattack. Although the arrows weren't particularly sharp, they could easily kill ordinary orcs with the powerful dwarven crossbows. Perhaps Thorin himself didn't realize the devastating toll these arrows would wreak on the orcs. In the months following the battle, nearly all of the orcs struck by them died. If Roland were here, he would surely lament Thorin's good fortune. After all, it takes a great deal of skill to wield these insidious weapons. By accident, Thorin had led the dwarves to unlock a sacred artifact. The Tetanus Blade. These rusty iron and bronze arrows were coated in a layer of rust, and this rust became their greatest killer. As the dwarfs rained down their arrows, the orcs panicked. But after the first arrows fell, the orcs realized they had been killed by the dwarves. There weren't many of them, most of them wounded by arrows piercing their flesh. This small injury was barely a scratch on the thick-skinned orcs. The orcs, their blood aroused, howled, snapped their arrows, and charged at the dwarves. Finally, the battered orc army was forced to retreat. They discovered that while the quality of the dwarven arrows was impressive, their quantity was equally impressive. The orcs were easily suppressed by the dwarven crossbowmen, and the orcs who charged head-on could only retreat helplessly in the face of the dwarven arrows raining down. These orcs are doomed. This was Roland's first words after receiving the battle report. He didn't need to read to know that these orcs would die from wound infection and tetanus. After all, there was really no way to suppress the Tetanus Blade, and the orc shoddy skill tree didn't have many apothecary skills. This meant that the orcs had no way of treating the infected wounds. Are the dwarves so ruthless? Roland slammed the battle report onto the table. After all, the dwarven Dragonhawk riders had always been in contact with Raglan, so it was natural for Roland to receive the dwarven battle report. Although Roland had not dispatched the army, the 2 dragon riders were on standby at all times, their role being to intercept and kill any ringwraiths that might appear. However, the ringwraiths seemed timid and had not yet appeared. Rusty arrows? Who came up with such a wicked idea? Caslow clearly understood how sinister this thing was. Thorin, it's a stroke of luck. Moria's arrows have been depleted, so they can only use the remaining ones, and they just happen to be rusty. Roland shook his head. TSK? Truly cruel. Those orcs are doomed. With their medical care. I'm afraid there's a plague in the Misty Mountains. Caslow was at a loss for words. As for why the plague? Of course, it's because so many orcs died. It would be better if they were all dead. How can I reclaim the Empire's territory if those bastards don't die? Roland said casually. Those wandering orcs are the most disgusting. They wander the wasteland all day long. They are the source of instability in the entire Lagrang Plains. But how to handle the relationship between the two sides next is the key. Yun Feng suddenly said. Roland fell into deep thought. If the king under the mountain returns victorious, the order of the north might change. Yun Feng ignored Roland and continued his conversation. Will the dwarves attack us? Caslow was stunned, then said in disbelief. Stupid. Yun Feng facepalmed. I mean, the dwarves might take advantage of their military might to take down the orc stronghold. It's not that the dwarves are swinging their swords at us. What's there about us that's worth the dwarves attacking? Yun Feng was speechless. After all, the north still had countless powerful enemies surrounding it. Thorin wouldn't attack his allies unless he was completely sane, or the ringwraiths would laugh their asses off. Yun Feng's fears were exactly what Roland was worried about. The last Dol Guldur expedition had failed, but if the Dwarf King was determined to start a war this time, the entire north would have to play along. After all, everyone shares the same fate. Roland could almost see the murderous look on Eoya, the elf king of the Thingri. If Thorin really wants to fight, he'd probably go to Dol Guldur. There they have the support and aid of the elves. At least the Thingri elves will fight to the bitter end, Roland analyzed. Now's not the right time to start a war. The kingdom has just begun recuperating, and I don't want anyone dragging my country into the quagmire of war again, Roland said coldly. So we have to keep the dwarves confined to the Lonely Mountain. Dol Guldur is definitely heavily guarded now. We don't have a good chance of a surprise attack. All we can do now is crush them with a massive army, Yun Feng said calmly. What we lack most is a large army. Of course, if you count the flood rifles, we still have some. Caslow scratched his head. Don't harm those good guys. I never intended to raise them as cannon fodder. Roland glared at Caslow. Realizing his gaffe, Caslow quickly feigned death. He knew that the flood rifles at the foot of the Lonely Mountain were Roland's lifelong pain. Therefore, for non-high-risk positions, Roland assigned ordinary soldiers to handle them, while the rest was handled by the professional army. If a real fight breaks out, they'd just be cannon fodder. At least they have to support us outside of Dol Guldur. Yun Feng shook his head and sighed. After all, the original purpose of the flood infantry was to attrition. Chapter 431. Alas, the flood infantry are truly too fragile. The professional army would crush them with a single blow. Caslow said helplessly, shaking his head. Who told you to use flood infantry against the professional army? Roland frowned. After all, the flood infantry stats, aside from the damage bonus against cavalry, were practically identical to those of ordinary infantry. Furthermore, the flood infantry were a class between light and heavy infantry, and their defense wasn't as good as that of ordinary heavy infantry. Indeed, the front lines are the domain of the city defense forces and other professionals, Caslow nodded. But they're needed for maintaining law and order in the rear and defending the city. It's difficult to deploy professional soldiers throughout the kingdom, Roland said, propping up his head. Besides, do we have the capacity to train professionals now? Roland grinned, looking helpless. Not to mention professionals, even ordinary flood infantry couldn't be recruited in large numbers. After all, recruiting those ordinary soldiers would consume Roland's precious population. Indeed, although our current military strength is a bit limited, it's still barely enough. Yun Feng nodded. For the current kingdom of Raglan, having more soldiers wouldn't be of much use. Having shifted his focus to development, Roland preferred to use the large population to develop the economy rather than engage in an arms race with the orcs. There's no point in discussing this now. I don't think a war will break out anytime soon. It will take some time for the dwarves and orcs to decide the outcome. Roland extended his hand downward. By the way, the ringwraiths haven't made any movement either? Roland suddenly thought of the ringwraiths in Dol Guldur and Gumbaldr Fortress. No, Ajax and I patrol the outskirts of Dol Guldur and Gumbald fortresses every day. The ringwraiths are hunkered down inside and haven't made a move, Caslow confirmed. Truthfully, Thorin had Roland to thank. Although Roland hadn't sent a single soldier, his powerful dragon riders had successfully contained and intimidated the ringwraiths in the two fortresses. Otherwise, when the ringwraith-led army appeared in Moria, Thorin and his men would have been truly finished. Keep an eye on the ringwraiths' movements. While they're reluctant to roam Middle-earth too much right now and disrupt Sauron's return, we can't rule out the possibility of them taking a desperate gamble, Roland instructed. He certainly understood why the ringwraiths were so restrained. Unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't even want to be exposed to the light of day, fearing that the White Council would notice Sauron's presence. In reality, even if the ringwraiths were a bit arrogant at this point, there was nothing to fear. After all, judging by the timing, Saruman, the leader of the White Council, had already begun playing dirty tricks, and the alliance was practically infiltrated. Fortunately, the ringwraiths were cautious, otherwise Roland wouldn't have known how to intercept them and slaughter the dwarves. Fire! Outside the cave, Thorin commanded the dwarven army to bathe the orcs. A barrage of divine weapons, tetanus-inducing arrows rained down on them, and the orcs cried out in pain. Attacking from above was already difficult, and attacking the dwarves was even more difficult. When the dwarves rained down arrows, the orcs were in extreme pain, literally. The armor-piercing effect is terrible. Thorin frowned so hard that he could have pinched a fly to death. After the orcs cut down trees to make shields, these rusty arrows couldn't even penetrate the wood, let alone kill the orcs. We need more powerful heavy crossbows. Balin, still recovering, and a group of men dragged their heavy crossbows to Thorin's side. Why are these crossbow bolts rusting too? Thorin asked, perplexed, looking at the spear-like crossbows slung across the backs of the other dwarves. Don't worry. At least we have no problem shooting through the enemy. Balin smiled. After all, weapons made of steel and bronze couldn't compare to the lifespan of alchemical weapons, like the Black Arrow. While these arrows no longer possessed the power they were originally designed to, they were still more than enough to counter the orc light infantry. I hope so. Thorin said nothing more, quickly helping the others assemble the heavy crossbows. With a crisp click, the dozen or so heavy crossbows were assembled. Load. Thorin said nothing, grabbing a bundle of arrows and approaching the heavy crossbow. Someone naturally helped him load the arrows and draw the string, while Thorin kept his sights on a promising target. He soon spotted a group of orcs forming a tortoiseshell formation with wooden planks. Thorin couldn't help but sneer. That low-ranking officer commanding a small group of orcs wasn't bad at all, even knowing something as advanced as a battle formation, even if it was useless. A sinister grin played across Thorin's lips, and he pulled the trigger. The whistling bolt tore through the thick wooden planks, and the shattered fragments ricocheted through the orcs. Almost instantly, several orcs fell, and the surviving ones clutched their wounds and wailed. So powerful? Thorin was stunned. The rusted bronze arrow shattered into fragments under the massive impact, then flew through the orcs. An alien version of armor-piercing bullets. If Roland had seen this, his eyes would have popped out. After all, in the magical worldview, Roland had completely given up on the igniter tech tree, only to have the dwarfs accidentally create an effect comparable to a cannonball. No wonder so many dwarves in other worlds possess firearms. Roland, however, was destined not to see it for now. However, Thorin had discovered a new toy. He used those rusted bronze arrows to specifically attack clusters of orcs, with remarkable effectiveness. Elite orc heavy armored warriors. A dwarf suddenly cried out. The throne guards are meeting the enemy. Thorin narrowed his eyes, as he saw the war flame surging from the orcs' blades. Clearly, these seemingly unassuming dwarves were the true elite of the orcs. As expected, under the heavy crossbow's onslaught, this army displayed remarkable resilience. Ordinary crossbow bolts were slashed by their war blades, and even the occasional escape was blocked by their iron armor coated in war flame. The heavy crossbows, designed to slay minor enemies, had finally met their match. Use good arrows. Balin, you crossbowmen, stay here. Thorin unleashed his Orsage and rushed out without a word. Durin. Balin shook his head at the impatient Thorin, then ordered all crossbowmen to load up with brand new bolts. Bang! Thorin smiled gleefully, as he watched the heavily armored orcs being pinned to the ground with a roar. Kill! Thorin led the charge, a purple-gold flame of battle energy suddenly engulfing his body. Tear! Electric currents ripped through the air around him. The dwarf king and his guards directly overwhelmed the heavily armored orcs. A fierce battle ensued in the open field before Moria. Chapter 432. Kill! Dane roared. Like Thorin, Dane was also in trouble. The massive orc army of Dol Guldur quickly caught up to the Iron Hills host. However, the dwarf army, with its formidable fighting power, quickly crushed the advancing orcs into submission, but they were still pinned down and unable to escape. The enemy has been repelled. Don't fight. Retreat. Head for the mountains. Dane grabbed a dwarf soldier, hoisted him up, and threw him into the hill. Go! Up the mountain! Their trolls' trebuchets can't deploy from the mountains, Dane said calmly. The greatest threat to them was their heavy crossbows and trebuchets. The complex terrain of the misty mountains offered no open areas for the orcs to use their heavy crossbows, and the trolls' trebuchets had no sight, so they could easily avoid or block any scattered rocks. Avoid the rocks. Up the mountain! To where we can shine! Dane shouted sternly, watching the orcs surge like a black flood. Even the dwarves, no matter how strong, couldn't stop such a large number of orcs. Besides, field battles weren't particularly friendly to dwarves. Mountain warfare and underground warfare were their forte. Swish! Dane, with a dozen dwarven warriors, held off the pursuing orcs from behind. With a powerful swing of his hammer, an orc flew backward, spurting blood. Retreat! Dane unleashed his battle aura, creating a repellent aura that sent the orcs rushing towards him flying. Don't fight! Dane stopped the soldiers who tried to turn back for a fight. A soldier so enraged by the threat of killing would likely be trapped and killed. Soon, Dane and his men were so far gone that the orcs couldn't even see their taillights. However, the orc lords of Dol Guldur were clearly stubborn. What? Dwarves are invincible in mountain warfare. You're kidding. Orcs grew up in the woods too. If they're no match for your dwarven soldiers, how can I use them in groups? Mountains can't fully utilize siege engines, but similarly, the dwarven iron lines can't unleash their full potential. Your Highness, they're closing in. A sentry suddenly ran over to report the situation. TSK? That's so slow. Dane twisted his neck, his bones cracking. Prepare to give them a good beating. Dane's eyes were filled with amusement, and if you looked closely, you could see a hint of madness hidden within them. Ready! Dane raised his warhammer. As a mighty group of orcs approached, they were met by rows of dwarves leaning against the mountainside. The orcs, already charging, suddenly braked, some even being knocked back by those behind them. The orcs stared in disarray at the rows of steel walls that appeared before them. After all, without their lords leading them, their limited intelligence had no idea what to do. However, driven by their instinct to avoid danger and seek safety, no one would dare to touch these steel hedgehogs. You pigs! Why don't you attack? The orc lords grabbed the fearful soldiers and sprayed their faces with foul saliva. Attack! Pigs! The orc lords whipped their soldiers under their command and sent their personal guards to supervise the battle. These burly, heavily armored guards showed no mercy, driving the soldiers forward with the backs of their swords and whips. Any soldier who hesitated was smacked to the ground with the backs of their blades. It seems these orcs still haven't learned their lesson. Dane shook his head, his face impassive, as he gazed at the advancing mass of orcs. They've forgotten the terror of the dwarven army. They've forgotten that we are the masters of the mountains. Pass my orders. Once within range, attack. Dane's eyes gleamed with cruelty. Kill! As the orcs stomped their way into the dwarven shield wall, before they could raise their weapons to charge, a sudden burst of warflame instantly filled their vision. Iron wall. Dane's eyes flashed with longing. How long had it been since the dwarven iron wall had blossomed in Middle-earth? Dane stared at the great shields of warflame that suddenly soared several meters, then watched as they swiftly slammed down, leaving only the orcs' dying cries and the sound of shattering flesh and bones. How will you respond to this combined attack of iron wall? Dane's beard curled with delight. This unique terrain perfectly maximized the effectiveness of the dwarf's iron wall ability. Originally a defensive skill, iron wall unleashed a devastating power comparable to an offensive skill in this steep mountainous terrain. Roar! The orc lords roared in anger, helplessly watching the orc soldiers being swatted to death like flies, their despair fading. Such conditions didn't even allow their soldiers to retreat. They could only watch helplessly as their army was thrown into this horrific, bloody grind. As the first row of dwarf warriors' fighting spirit dwindled and the iron wall began to crumble, the second row of dwarf warriors silently stepped forward to block the first row. Buzz! As the dazzling flames of war energy rose, the orc's heart sank to the bottom. Everyone knew. It was over. Bang! Under the control of the dwarf warriors, the iron walls came crashing down, and the orcs clutched their heads and cried out like defeated dogs. Ah! A series of shrill roars echoed through the mountains. The desperate orcs launched a desperate charge against the dwarves, and the orc lords and officers behind them also gritted their teeth and joined in this gamble. They were betting on the dwarves' ultimate strength. Hold on! Hold on. The demons are coming to attack us. Children. For Durin. For our home. For the kingdom. For the dwarves. Dane was so anxious that he could only join the battle, shouting at the top of his lungs to encourage the other soldiers. He knew it was only a matter of time before his defenses collapsed. As the iron walls rose and fell, the dwarves' strength dwindled. When their war energy was exhausted, they would be plunged into the most grueling hand-to-hand combat. Dane looked at his people apologetically. He painfully hacked away at the orcs, determined to channel his rage into fighting power. Iron Hill. Never surrender. Dane roared. His voice was so penetrating that it even faltered the orcs' attack, but they soon counterattacked with even greater speed. Huff, huff, huff. The dwarves panted heavily. This elite dwarven force had clearly reached its limit, and the fighting spirit of all the professionals had run dry. At this moment, the ordinary dwarves resolutely stood up to block the professional warriors. Compared to the professionals, they had not previously expended any physical energy, and now it was time for them to protect their comrades. Your Highness, take the warriors and leave. We, the ordinary soldiers, will cover the rear, said a centurion commanding the ordinary soldiers. Asshole! Did an orc eat your head? Dane shouted angrily. Now we are the only ones with the strength to cover the rear. Another centurion stepped forward and said firmly. Impossible. Absolutely not. Dane refused without hesitation. Chapter 433. Your Highness. Let's go! A centurion grabbed his hand and urged him. What are you doing? You want me to desert? Dane's face flushed instantly as he retorted passionately. Go! Take him away. The centurions cried anxiously, commanding the other professional soldiers to drag Dane backward. Damn it! Let him go! Dane roared angrily. He struggled violently, but before he could even begin, he stopped. Ah! A passionate dragon roar resounded through the heavens, and everyone looked up at the sky. That's... The dwarves stared in surprise at the shadow that appeared in the sky. Boom! A powerful dragon's breath poured down crazily from the sky. Ah! 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 The orc's painful howls made every pore of Dane's body dilate. Fight back! Fight back! Dane swiftly shook off the soldier's hands, grabbed his warhammer, and charged down frantically. Your Majesty! The soldiers who hadn't managed to grab Dane's arm were terrified. Watching him charge forward, the others had no choice but to follow him. Then, a comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. The orcs, struggling to gain a firm footing, were sent fleeing in panic by the sudden appearance of the Dragonhawk Knights. The dwarves, who had just begun to flee, followed their king back into battle, confused and engaged the orcs. Both sides engaged in a dazed battle. The orcs had initially believed victory was certain, but they had no idea a dragon's breath would strike. Even more tragically, this was mountainous terrain. The only advantage of mountains was that they could watch their aerial units pound them without having to fight back. After all, they couldn't. The dwarves were also bewildered. Just as they had been running at breakneck speed, they were now in such a state of disarray. They struggled mightily with their short legs, charging cautiously down the mountain, fearing a single mistake would cause them to lose their balance and fall. Leap! Dane roared, and red battle flames emanated from his body. Then, with the tenacity of his thighs, his wiry muscles suddenly erupted. In a flash, Dane had leaped into the orcs, his battle energy surging like a blade, tearing through the nearby orcs. Ha ha ha! Die! Dane laughed heartily, then swung his hammer, each blow capable of crushing an orc's skull. Ha ha! Great! Still so arrogant! Don't you rely on your numbers? Ha ha ha! Attack with dragon breath if you dare! Dane gazed at the dragon breath pouring down from the sky, slaughtering the orcs with bloodthirsty abandon. Dane's body was stained black with the blood of the orcs. His modest figure, against the backdrop of the corpses, seemed incredibly majestic and imposing. We successfully repelled the orcs, Dwalin said to the wounded Thorin. Alas! These bastards are so tough. Thorin sighed as he unsheathed his sword from the corpse of a heavily armored orc. These orc warriors are truly formidable. Ali and Oin also came out, supporting them. These are their few remaining elite main forces. Once we take them down, the battle will be easier. Thorin shook his head and said to the others under his command. Have they all retreated? Balin arrived late, carrying the lightly wounded. We defeated their most elite vanguard. They're retreating. Thorin propped himself up with his sword, spitting out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. The heavy-armored orc warrior had done some damage to him just now. The heavy-armored orc's hammer almost beat the shit out of Thorin. Just looking at the deep dent on his plate armor, you could tell how dangerous the battle was. If Thorin's level hadn't been good enough, and he had used his fighting spirit to protect himself, the king under the mountain would have had to take over again. Should we chase them? Balin excitedly raised his hammer, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. He clearly wanted to chop off a few more orc heads for fun. Thorin glanced over with a look of concern for the mentally retarded. The orcs had been routed, but that didn't mean their army was completely broken. They hadn't killed many of the giant ogres carrying heavy crossbows and catapults, meaning the orcs' current heavy firepower hadn't been significantly reduced. If they ran into an orc ambush now, they'd be in big trouble. We have no reinforcements. Maintaining the current situation is the best outcome, Thorin sighed. He also hoped to completely annihilate this orc army and establish his power in Middle-earth, but the dwarves were already struggling. Reinforcements from the Blue Mountains hadn't arrived yet, and the dwarves of the Iron Hills had taken away the orc reinforcements from Dol Guldur. However, facing the massive orcs of the Misty Mountains alone, they felt a bit helpless, like a tiger trying to claw at the sky. The counterattack at the east gate of Moria became the final battle of the campaign, though the true final battle should be the crushing defeat of the orcs of Dol Guldur by the dwarves of the Iron Hills in the Misty Mountains. This battle, which shook all of Middle-earth, marked the return of the dwarves to the historical stage. The descendants of Durin heralded their revival in Moria with the second battle of Azanal-Bizar. The dwarves are formidable, Yun Feng exclaimed in amazement. The casualties were substantial. Roland hadn't received the battle report, but he could sense that the dwarf casualties were not much lower. On the contrary, apart from the heavy casualties suffered by the Moria defenders, the two dwarven expeditions of Erebor and the Iron Hills suffered minimal casualties, which was incomparable to the victory achieved, Yun Feng said excitedly. Is aerial reconnaissance reliable? Roland hesitated. After all, it wasn't Caslow and his men who were going to scout now. The dragon riders would be deterring the rogues, and the reconnaissance mission would fall to the 5 novice griffin riders. Having just learned to fly, they were only capable of doing reconnaissance. Your Highness, I believe Holland won't disappoint you. Knight Commander Ladian, who had been silent and feigning death, suddenly spoke. This caught Roland off guard, startling him. After all, the taciturn Ladian suddenly spoke, leaving him stunned for a few seconds. Finally, Roland fixed his gaze on Ladian. Of course, I trust our warriors, but I want more detailed and accurate results. They will influence our next strategy. Roland frowned. What if the ambitious Thorin returned for another expedition to Dol Guldur? Hiss. Roland shuddered. Thorin proved not to be as clueless as Roland had imagined. After counting the losses, Thorin's mind was preoccupied with returning home to recuperate. Erebor and the Iron Hills were relatively safe, with over 100 casualties each. Thorin could accept that. After all, war always involves sacrifice, and it was worth sacrificing for home. However, after receiving the damage report from Moria, Thorin's face turned pale. Of the once mighty Moria army, only a tenth survived, with at least nearly 1,000 men dead. Thorin's eyes twitched, and he weakly let go of his hand. Balin, I leave the people from the Blue Mountains to you, Thorin sighed. Yes, you're even more short-handed than we are. Dane nodded. Chapter 434. Alas! Balin sighed, not refusing the two men's offer. The two dwarf kings allocated all their people from the Blue Mountains to Balin. The empty Moria needed these descendants of Durin to prosper. I hope the orcs will stay quiet. We can't afford another war like this. Balin murmured, gazing at the dome. The three dwarf kings fell silent, glancing at each other and offering wry smiles. The orcs' counterattack had caught no one off guard. Moria, the shortest plank in the barrel, had been targeted by the darkness. However, unlike in history, Moria's military was far more powerful than before, and Balin hadn't been successfully assassinated by the orcs. Furthermore, Sauron's forces hadn't yet officially emerged, leaving the ringwraiths wary. All right, let's stay a few days. If the orcs remain silent, we take our people back. Thorin and Dane exchanged glances, then said to Balin. All right, let's all get some rest. Balin stood up and said to the two dwarf kings. Well, everyone needs a good rest. You all worked so hard this time. Thorin said. By the way, have all our fallen kinsmen been buried? Dane asked, a hint of desolation in his eyes. Arrangements are being made. The Moria soldiers have suffered heavy casualties, and we're still excavating the catacombs. Balin sighed. There were so many casualties that there wasn't even enough time to bury the soldiers. Let's go and take a look. Thorin scratched his hair. How many casualties? Thorin asked, his eyes reddened as he gazed at the piles of coffins. Balin wiped his tears and said nothing. Alas! Dol Guldur. Gangbada, How many more lives must we sacrifice? Dane murmured. But if we have the chance, we must kill them all. We can't leave any hidden dangers for our descendants. Thorin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Let's hope those allies are reliable. The dwarves are no longer able to wage a war against the darkness alone, Balin said calmly. King Roland is quite good, but the elves? Dane frowned at Thorin. The Singer elves are reliable for attacking Dol Guldur, but Thranduil? Thorin shook his head, still resentful of the woodland elves taking advantage of his misfortune. The kingdom established by the neighboring northern nomadic tribes is also incapable of a counterattack, Balin added. I'm sure King Roland is overwhelmed. The kingdom of Raglan's war chariots have been non-stop since its founding, and they're tired. Thorin shook his head. King Roland could be relied upon, but he couldn't fleece a sheep. Thorin saw clearly that King Roland had led his soldiers, and almost single-handedly held off the enemies from the east and south. He even found time to slap the northern enemy twice. It's over, I'm relieved. The dwarves won. Roland held Nyx in his arms, unusually unhurried, simply hugging her tightly, savoring the rare tenderness. So what are you going to do down here? Nyx asked tenderly, her eyes full of love as she gently embraced Roland, resting her face against his chest, quietly listening to his heartbeat. Of course. Planning our wedding. Roland hugged Nyx and kissed her gently. He gestured towards the void. The north wind howled past the window, rattling the glass, but the house remained warm as springtime. The fire in the fireplace burned brightly, its glow illuminating their faces. Nyx glanced at Roland shyly, but didn't respond, twisting her hair in a bewildered manner. Ah, time flies. Rest well at home, girl. Don't go out and catch a cold. Roland patted Nyx's head, his eyes filled with tenderness. Then he stood up and prepared to go out for a tour. You? Nyx quickly draped her fur coat over Roland. Roland, do you really have to go out? Nyx asked. Of course I have to. The king can't really stay in the castle all day, right? It's my duty to inspect the kingdom. Roland laughed and shook his head. Oh! Nyx said nothing more, simply tightening Roland's fur coat. Winter is coming. Caslo and Roland exchanged a smile. Yes, it's been a year. Roland sighed. Where are we going? Caslo asked. Let's go take a look around the city and the city walls. Roland wrapped his hands in his battle flames, which immediately blocked out the bitter cold. All right. Caslo called a few knights to follow Roland. Huh? There's a bakery here? Roland looked at the house with smoke rising from it in the distance and immediately spotted the bakery sign above it. Yes, it's a bakery run by a homeless citizen. Caslo clearly knew the details of the shop. How's it taste? Roland asked curiously. Solverine, with homemade jam on it, is already quite good. Caslo nodded. Solverine? Not rye bread? Roland asked with some surprise. Semolina and rye bread are different. Strictly speaking, semolina is the lowest kind of white bread. Compared to rye bread, which is mixed with bran and husks, it tastes much better, in terms of texture and other aspects. Don't you know what the living standards are like in your own kingdom? Not to mention whether anyone can afford it, but where does their money come from? Well, don't underestimate those wandering citizens. Unlike wandering villagers, they usually carry some gold, silver, or valuable jewelry. They use imperial dragon coins, and we recognize their purchasing power, Caslo explained. Oh my god! Roland was stunned. Wow, refugees have this mechanic. Respawning villagers have a chance of carrying some farming tools, and the best you can get is an ox. Citizens, on the other hand, will spawn some money or jewelry. Wow, hot! Roland nearly burned his mouth with one bite. The warm bread, coated with homemade wild fruit jam, had a sweet and sour wee aroma that made his skin open even in the cold winter. How's it? Not bad, right? Caslo smiled. Thank you, great dragon rider, for the treat. Roland smiled and waved the bread in his hand to Caslo. No, I don't deserve it. Caslo waved his hand and took a bite of bread. Gulp. The surrounding knights' stomachs rumbled. Everyone blushed, and dozens of eyes turned to Caslo, giving him a strange look. Finally, Caslo sighed helplessly and fished some money out of his pocket. Boss, one portion each. Caslo shrugged. Crunch, crunch. Everyone munched on the toasted, crispy bread as they followed Roland aimlessly down the street. Roland munched on his bread, looking down at the knights with their strange eating habits. Anyone who didn't know would think Roland was mistreating them by not giving them food. Your Highness! Your Highness! Suddenly, a warhorse galloped over, its knight waving and shouting at Roland. What's wrong? Roland was still dazed when he saw the newcomer dismount and push Roland forward. Lord Lafitte Antoine said it's about to hatch. He asked you to hurry back, the knight said anxiously. Chapter 435. Oh my god! Roland was stunned for a few seconds, then he cursed and broke into a run. Huh? Caslow took a bite of bread and took 2 steps before realizing Roland hadn't caught up. Where's he? Caslow stared in shock at the deserted street. Not only had Roland escaped, but even the knights had run after him, leaving Caslow alone and disheveled in the north wind. Lafitte! Roland hurried in. Your Highness! You arrived just in time. Lafitte Anthony smiled and gestured to Roland. Tell me about the situation. Roland looked at the dragon egg lying on the pile of magic crystals in front of him. Roland looked at the wooden platform before him. It was covered with white linen, and a pile of scattered magic crystals lay atop it. A dragon egg sat in the center of the pile. Threads of magic power were constantly being drawn from the dragon egg, and there were also many broken transparent crystals on top. These were the magic crystals that had been drained of their magic power. It should be hatching soon. I see fine cracks on the egg. If possible, you should stay here for the next 2 days. Lafitte Anthony nodded to Roland. The dragon egg could hatch at any moment. You must be prepared. Lafitte Anthony continued. Well, okay, is there anything I should be aware of? Roland asked modestly. After all, this wasn't a game where you could just click a button and it would be done. A real dragonling would definitely require care, something Anthony, a member of the Dragon Rider family, surely understood. Lafitte Anthony stared at Roland with a strange look that made him a little uneasy. Your Highness, that's a dragon. Not a kitten or a puppy. It's not that fragile. Lafitte Anthony's mouth twitched. Oh. Roland nodded repeatedly. Okay, Your Highness, I be leaving now. If you need anything, please contact me. I'm always here. Lafitte Anthony said to Roland. Okay. Roland thanked him. After seeing Lafitte Anthony off, Roland sat back in a chair and let out a long sigh. Well, it's just a few days of staying in the castle with nowhere to go, Roland said. After all, in the dead of winter, there was nowhere to go, and a few days of living in the castle with a wife and children and a warm bed was nice. Oh, by the way, I don't think I collected the rewards for the second battle of Azenulbazar yet. Roland suddenly slapped his head. Since he hadn't fought the battle himself, he hadn't thought about it for a while. The system has collected the mission rewards. Roland lazily slumped in the chair and covered himself with a leather jacket. Despite the roaring fireplace, the cold wind still kept blowing in. Task calculation in progress. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. Battle of Glory. Reward calculation in progress. Congratulations to the host for receiving a chance to draw a random number of troops. Roland rubbed his hands as he listened to the system's voice. Feeling a little itchy, he glanced at the dragon egg and said, "Borrow some of the Dragon Clan's luck." After saying this, Roland stood up, touched the dragon egg, and nodded with satisfaction. With the blessing of the Golden Holy Dragon's luck, I will surely escape Africa and enter Europe. I am the European Emperor. I am the European Emperor. System. Draw the reward. Roland waved his fist domineeringly, as if this would boost his luck and allow him to successfully sneak across Europe. But as we all know, gamblers don't die well. Unreal can't be changed, and money can't change fate. Royal Dragon Riders, Royal Champion Knights, Continental Wall, Royal Mage Corps, Dragon Mage Council. Roland muttered to himself, mentioning the top professional troops in the Lagran Empire. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 300 Lagrang City Guards. The system's voice seemed to have a touch of warmth and a hint of sarcasm. Hack you. Roland gritted his teeth, nearly breaking his back teeth. Logically, this reward wasn't bad. After all, 3 teams of Lagrang City Guards, all top-tier Tier 2 warriors, would be the backbone of the Lagrang Empire in the game. But Roland was furious. These were precious random troops. What were random troops? Even a Dragon Rider regiment could be drawn. Furthermore, the configuration of each Dragon Rider regiment varied over time. At its peak, it had 4 Dragon Rider commanders. If Roland drew the Dragon Rider regiment, Roland too. Without further ado, he immediately conquered Dol Guldur and Gambata, then launched an expedition to Rune to restore the Raglan Empire's territory. Finally, he went to Mordor and bludgeoned Sauron with all his might. That's right, a savage, unrestrained bludgeoning. Forget Sauron becoming a demigod. Even if a true god arrived, all 4 Dragon Riders would be slaughtered for your enjoyment. Alas! Roland shook his head. While a bit greedy, It was indeed a quick way to resolve a series of events. Sauron would probably be grateful to the system god when he found out. After all, it almost brought the story of the Third Age of Middle-earth to a close. The dark forces far to the north, and south certainly had no idea he had just narrowly escaped death. Even without the dragon riders, if a champion knights had emerged, Roland would have been assembling his forces for an expedition to Dorwinion. The dragon riders are gone. Roland shook his head lamentingly. With Caslow and Ajax's talents, if they hadn't encountered something extraordinary, rank 5 would have been their peak. Furthermore, their dragons had almost reached their peak growth. The chances of them breaking through to the rank of dragon rider were slim. Furthermore, advancement to dragon rider was inherently more difficult than other classes, because after a dragon knight and a dragon sign a dragon knight contract, they share not only their lives but also their combat power. This is why a dragon knight's early advancement speed is incredibly fast, but later on it's more of a crawl. In the early stages, the dragon, by sharing its immense dragon power with the knight, allows the dragon knight to quickly break through level bottlenecks. Later, when reaching level 6, the dragon knight must not only raise their own dragon power to level 6, but also must help the dragon break through the level of a scourge grade monster. This is why dragon knights are often called perpetual motion machines. This shared dragon power gives dragon knights the largest blue bar, making each dragon knight a humanoid dragon. Crack. Roland was lost in thought and regret when a sudden, crisp sound rang out in the quiet room. Roland turned back abruptly. A crack had appeared on the dragon egg, running from top to bottom, with fine cracks spreading outward along it. Roland watched quietly, watching the life inside struggle to break free. Crack, crack. The cracks grew larger, and finally, with a crisp snap, the top of the eggshell was pushed open. Welcome to this Middle-earth, little one. Roland smiled tenderly. This was a miracle of life, and also a miracle of the system. This creature from 1,000 years ago had once again blossomed with life. Quack, quack. The cry of the young dragon echoed from within the eggshell. What the hell? How did it hatch into a duck? Roland listened to the quacking sound, ruffled by the wind. Although there was no wind in the house, the storm in his heart had already tormented him. There's something wrong with this dragon's roar. Chapter 436. Why is that sound? This dragon roar isn't right. Roland stood there, lost in confusion. Crack. A lizard-like head emerged, its eye mask sliding as egg liquid dripped from its pale golden head. Hey! Hello, little one. Welcome to Middle-earth. Roland extended his hand, teasing. Ouch! Roland screamed, quickly withdrawing his hand. Several drops of blood spurted out. Roland could only helplessly mobilize his battle chi to heal the wound on his hand. Why is it like a dog? And it bites? Roland looked at the aggrieved young dragon in front of him, a little confused. The dragon was smacking its lips, as if recalling the taste of Roland's blood. Huh? Suddenly, a flash of orange-red shone brightly in Roland's eyes. Roland subconsciously mobilized his sacred battle chi to block the wound. Born to be a rebel. You almost disfigured me. Roland, still apprehensive, lifted the young dragon. He almost had his face washed with dragon breath. He didn't mind Nyx's face cleanser, but washing his face with dragon breath was unnecessary. After all, his face was still handsome when he sculpted it. Ouch! The young golden dragon, held by Roland's neck, flapped its soft wings with all its might, its 4 slender claws struggling feebly. This sound is much more normal. Roland, listening to the young dragon's cry, suddenly felt much more normal. Those GA sounds? What GA sounds? That was just a hallucination from not sleeping well last night. Ouch! A flash of light emerged from the young dragon's throat. Roland quickly grabbed its neck, and the golden dragon instantly stopped, even its roaring. How dare you, little golden dragon? Your father, I can easily subdue you with just one hand. Roland boasted, holding the young dragon in one hand. Little did he know that this very remark would make him regret his decision in the future. TSK, 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 TSK. So beautiful. Such an elegant and noble creature. Like a gift from nature, the mortal incarnation of the dragon god. Roland's lips twitched as he listened to Lafitte Anthony heap every possible praise on the golden dragon. Damn it! Now there's another dragon among the hidden enemies. Yun Feng wasn't particularly excited, but the veins in his head were throbbing. Dragon god. Caslow and Ajax exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in their eyes. Roland, you bastard. Are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? Smuff, shrunk to the size of a house cat, was held in Nyx's arms, angrily questioning Roland. Your Highness, the dragons demand an explanation. Ajax's dragon, Renwar, shrunk to the size of a house cat, crouched on Ajax's shoulder, looking at Roland and whispering softly. Caslo's dragon, Cardo, remained calm. He sat quietly on Caslo's shoulder, silent. His leaning forward betrayed his inner turmoil, though his target was the other two dragons. For Cardo, whose life had been elevated by Roland using precious dragon crystals to become a mighty dragon, Roland deserved Cardo's loyalty more than the dragons themselves. High-ranking officials from other kingdoms also gathered here. Even Omsk, who commanded the Lulung fortress, joined in the fun. Ah! Roland sighed, and recounted the entire story. After hearing this, everyone, save for a few insiders, was left reeling. What kind of fate was this? What kind of melodramatic plot? What kind of tenacious vitality was this? What kind of brain-dead king was this? So now we have a serious problem. Omsk rubbed his brow. Great King Lagran, you don't want the dragons to know about this, do you? Yunfeng asked. Roland was startled. Colonel, please stop talking. What kind of rhetoric is that? Alright, that's all. Don't make such a fuss. It'd attract trouble if the dragons come, Roland said with a frown. He hadn't expected the news to leak out. Fortunately, it only leaked among the higher-ups. Smith and Renoir exchanged glances. What's wrong? Are we dragons? They felt offended. You can't take the dragon out for a walk. Otherwise, this city will be scorched into giant glaze by the dragon's breath. Old Man Adile said hurriedly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. As a hero, he wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to be beaten to death by the dragons just because his king had a golden dragon. After all, that's what happened to those Balrogs. It's not that exaggerated. The dragons have been on Dragon Island for years. Roland consoled him, hoping for a lucky break. Do you believe that if word of your golden dragon spreads to Dragon Island, the dragon army will arrive within a day? The Smith's voice drifted faintly. This? Roland's face suddenly changed. He couldn't believe it. It was probably even more outrageous than the Smith's claims. At least the entire Golden and Silver Dragon clan would be out in full force. In that case, the other dragon clans wouldn't even need to show up. Just these two branches could wipe the kingdom of Lagrange from Middle-earth. I'm not a complete lunatic, so why would I reveal to Dragon Island that I have a golden dragon cub? Roland complained. This was pure troublemaking. Even the orcs in Sauron couldn't handle it, and now I'm making enemies with the dragons. Too much trouble. Actually, you still have a choice, the Smith said lazily. Everyone turned their gazes, except for the two dragons, who turned their heads away. You can return the dragon cub to Dragon Island, and you earn the friendship of the entire dragon clan, the Smith said sternly. Screw that pipe dream, Roland said bluntly. I worked so hard to resurrect the dragon egg, and then I just give it back to the dragon clan. Friendship? What kind of friendship can Roland gain more dragon riders? The presence of a golden dragon rider can easily suppress any ringwraith. That's your business. Whether you return it or keep it is up to you. I'm just giving you a suggestion. The Smith flicked his tail. Your Highness, what name are you going to give him? Yunfeng asked. A name? Roland pondered for a moment. How about calling it Dose? Roland smiled as he picked up the young dragon. Since Lingdang was a boy, Roland thought of a cool guy in a certain game. His black sunglasses and sassy look were a perfect match for this arrogant fellow. Dose? What a great name! Ajax and Renoir exchanged glances and laughed. Puff! Roland nearly spit out a mouthful of water. He had never imagined that even in Middle-earth, the three heroes of the Dark Zone could be linked. Ouch! Dose growled weakly. Your Highness, the young dragon must be hungry. You could feed it some fresh meat, Lafitte Anthony said to Roland, tilting his head. Well, go get it ready. Roland nodded, and said to Lafitte Anthony. After all, he knew more about dragons than Roland did. The crowd finally left after marveling at the situation. Only the rebellious Doss and Roland were left sparring in the room, their eyes fixed on each other. TSK, where are you training your eagle? That's a dragon. Smurfette leaped in through the window, sighing helplessly at the two men and dragon whose IQs were questionable. Ouch! Doss howled at Smurfette in a protest. Baby dragons can't talk when they're born. You should howl at them first. Smurfette flicked her tail and rolled her eyes, dismissing a mere baby dragon. Chapter 437. Roland happily took Doss for a stroll in the wild. Although dragons are known for their arrogance, a newborn dragonlet was still easy to handle. Roland tricked the child into flying around him with a fragrant roasted snow-winged chicken drumstick. Ouch! Doss barked at Roland with his mouth wide open in dissatisfaction. What? Are you hungry again? Roland said helplessly, pulling some dried meat from his pocket and stuffing it into Doss's mouth. Ouch. Dawes swallowed the dried meat in one gulp and burped with satisfaction, a few strands of dragon breath emanating from his throat. Alas, Dawes is incredibly wealthy, and you're the only one who can bankrupt me. Roland thought of a once popular game. Old Six Breakout. Dawes in that game was a symbol of wealth, and this Dawes himself. No, that's not right. You're quite valuable too. If I pluck some of your scales and sell them for materials, it'd be enough to feed you. Come on. Don't hesitate. Let me pluck a few to buy you milk powder. Roland reached out and grabbed Dawes. Ouch. Dawes flapped his wings nimbly and flew into the sky. Caslo, standing guard nearby, gazed at his clown king in silence. So beautiful. Ajax smiled. Although Dawes had not grown up yet, the noble temperament of the golden dragon had already emerged. The bone crown and dragon horns of an adult dragon had not yet grown on the majestic dragon head. The fine dragon scales on the slender dragon neck reflected the sunlight, and the 4 powerful dragon claws could already tear granite. The huge dragon wings on the back made the young Dawes look like a big bat. If it were not for the slender dragon tail that showed the difference of this flying lizard, I am afraid that everyone would really mistake him for a bat when flying in the sky. Come back. Roland and Dawes flirted for a moment before reaching out their hands. Dawes obediently flew back to Roland's shoulders and coiled up. Ajax, Caslo, we're going home. Roland waved and took his wind chaser. Oh! Caslo summoned his wind dragon, mounted its saddle, and soared into the sky, on alert. Sneak back? Yun Feng listened to the sound of the door, hunched over the table, flipping through parchment without looking up. From the sound alone, he knew Roland had walked his dragon back, just as people on Earth walk their dogs. Dragons aren't cats, they can't be kept confined to a house. Well, this thing's a voracious eater. I went out this morning and ate 10 pounds of dried meat. Roland complained. Dragons are gluttonous, that's normal. Since you decided to raise one, you must pay for its food. It can't starve to death. If something really goes wrong, you be famous in Middle-earth, my king. Yun Feng's lip curled. He'd definitely be famous in Middle-earth. After all, the gimmick of being the only king in Middle-earth to starve a dragon to death is bound to be quite a spectacle. I wonder how many bards it could support. Roland snorted. If that were the case, it would be hilarious. Not to mention the dragon's revenge. Even the ridicule of the world would make Roland laugh to death. No! We can't keep producing meat resources like this. The kingdom's meat reserves aren't even enough for him to produce for a month. Roland frowned. Young dragons are not like the young dragons of Caslo and Ajax. Young dragons need to eat a lot to supplement their nutrition and development, while young and adult dragons are the kind that can survive for years on a single meal. The only alternative is fish. I organize a team to increase the catch. The remaining fish can be made into dried fish. I hope your dragon isn't picky. Yun Feng raised a brow. Alright, as long as he's well-nourished and doesn't starve to death, that's fine. The kingdom's conditions are a bit rough, so let's bear with him for now, Roland said, looking over his shoulder at Dawes, who had fallen into a deep sleep after a full meal. Alright. We're done, your highness. Let's go, it's time for dinner. Yun Feng glanced at the sky, wearily tidied up the messy parchment on the table, and piled it neatly on the corner, then stood up and stretched. Well, let's go and see what amazing dishes my dear chefs in the kitchen can whip up for me this lunch, Roland said through gritted teeth. It all started with Roland's unintentional cooking. Ever since he stopped the rise of dark cuisine in the kitchen, the castle's kitchen had been expanded and staffed with a number of middle-class citizens. These city dwellers, with superior cooking skills compared to the country folk, cooked food that was far superior to the pig-raising cooks. At least Roland didn't encounter any weird things anymore. But ever since Roland had a sudden whim and personally cooked tofu, a dish never before seen in Middle-earth, it was as if a new world had opened up for the castle chefs and cooks. Dark cuisine had resurrected. Yun Feng felt a sudden stomach cramp upon hearing this. He suddenly lost his appetite and felt a bit reluctant to eat. It must be said that these adventurous cooks and cookesses were truly remarkable. At the very least, they made indelible contributions to boosting the kingdom's economy and capital flow. How do you think that bakery managed to survive? It was supported by the only people in the kingdom with spending power. The castle's unpalatable food successfully drove away many knights and nobles who were supposed to dine there. Come with me. I hope today's meal isn't bread stuffed with cockroach paste, Roland said, his face pale, as if remembering something. Yun Feng's face turned pale, and he began to dry heave. Stop! Your Highness, I treat you to a meal outside. Yun Feng waved his hand hastily, his face filled with grief, indignation, and resignation. Ever since Yun Feng had the good fortune to witness the castle kitchen mistakenly mistaking the cockroaches Yun Feng was preparing for alchemy for ingredients, and using them to create some innovative dishes, Yun Feng vowed never to eat in the River Rapids Castle restaurant again, especially since he actually taken a few bites. Roland wanted to be tough and take Yun Feng to try the king's special, but thinking back to that horrific dark cuisine, he ultimately chose not to be stubborn. Huh? Your Highness, you won't regret it. You appreciate this wise decision. Yun Feng said with lingering fear. Nix usually only eats bread with grilled meat and vegetables, so she's never been tricked. I don't deny it, Roland said silently. He had been considering changing the chef, but hadn't seen any citizens with cooking skills recently. Good morning. Your Majesty Yun Feng, Your Highness. When Roland and Yun Feng arrived, the ordinary bakery they met had been renamed the Willie's Inn, and Caslow and his companions were already seated inside, munching on bread and vegetable soup. Thanks to you, my business is booming, so I expanded. The owner, Willie, a well-proportioned middle-aged man with a perpetually soothing smile, tactfully came up to serve Roland and explain. Roland said nothing, simply glancing around. Ajax, Lafitte Anthony, Adile, Caslow. Yes, they were all there. Even Nix and her personal maids Dingxiang and Hongtio had come over to buy 3 loaves of bread and some sausages, apparently for lunch for them and Nix. Great. Seeing everyone so neat and tidy, Roland felt relieved. It wasn't his taste that was the problem, but the skills of the chefs who deserved to be hung on the streetlights. Ah! Dawes had quietly nibbled away half of Roland's bread while he was lost in thought, and was now happily devouring it. TSK? Roland was speechless. How can you, a golden dragon, be acting like a starving ghost? Chapter 438. Roland couldn't help but feel sad as he watched the crowd's lack of proper eating manners. He looked at the pathetic food. It was either fried, pan-fried, grilled, or boiled. Roland wasn't surprised. After all, Tolkien, the author of The Lord of the Rings, was from E-Country, and E-Country cuisine is a powerhouse in the world of dark cuisine. So, it's no surprise that Middle-earth's culinary landscape is so meager. Roland felt a headache when he thought of E-Country's famous national dish from his previous life, fried fish and chips, or fish and chips. While Middle-earth wasn't quite as outrageous, it wasn't much different. Coming from a foodie empire with 5,000 years of culinary heritage, Roland naturally felt his stomach was being wronged. Crunch, crunch! A crisp sound echoed, and Roland frowned in dissatisfaction. His thoughts were interrupted by the noise, and he looked up to see his flying lizard buried in a plate of braised beans on the table. Roland casually grabbed a few, spread his palm, and examined them carefully, discovering that they were soybeans, a common crop grown by the common people. Roland's thoughts began to wander. He remembered that these were one of the few supplementary foods and snacks currently available to the people of the Kingdom of Lagran. In this era of scarcity and poverty, a plate of boiled beans in salt water was a rare evening snack for neighbors to enjoy during their casual conversations. Maybe we can start with beans. Roland propped up his chin. After all, making soy products wasn't difficult. Grinding soy milk and everything else was readily available. Your Highness. Nix looked at Roland with some concern as he carried a sack of soybeans into the castle kitchen, unable to resist reaching out and pulling him. Your Highness. The cooks and maids in the kitchen looked at Roland fearfully, each carefully bowing to him. Well, 2 of you, come and soak these soybeans for me. Roland placed the bag on the ground. The cooks and maids who were feeding the livestock exchanged glances and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as His Highness wasn't here to call him to task, it was fine. After all, the innovative food they had provided to the castle had left the kitchens completely idle for a long time. The entire kitchen in the Lord's castle had become a place dedicated to feeding the servants. Your Highness, how long will this soak take? An older cook asked cautiously. At least 12 hours, and more. Stop inventing new things for me. If anyone messes with my food again, I hang them by the neck and swing them from the city walls. Roland said murderously. Everyone quickly shrank back, lowering their heads in fear. Roland, watching his servants, each one as languishing as a quail, felt a sudden surge of relief. At least, he no longer had to worry about his tofu project falling prey to the ruthless hands of the master chefs. With Roland's intimidation, no one dared risk the peril of using their necks as swings to offend him. So, everyone quickly soaked the soybeans in water. What are you doing? Nix asked, puzzled, as she took Roland's hand after he returned to his room. Of course, I'm trying to make you something delicious. Roland felt a surge of comfort at Nix's soft, sweet voice. The gentle, Trickling sound of water gently seeped into his heart. Nyx's expression changed. She stared at Roland with a hint of shock, trying to discern something in his eyes, but she couldn't conceal the fear and panic in them. "Don't worry, I won't do anything rash." Roland patted the girl's head in comfort. It seemed the kingdom's dark cuisine had caused considerable psychological shock and damage to the young girl. Roland could only describe Middle-earth cuisine as difficult to describe. Even the most gourmand halflings couldn't escape the realm of frying, stewing, and roasting. The region of Gundor could only enjoy ordinary food, perhaps more expensive, but the taste was just as bland and uninspired as other foods. "You know when you try it." Roland kept it a secret. The next day, Roland arrived at the kitchen on time. The entire kitchen was silent, as everyone bowed their heads respectfully awaiting his arrival. "Is the millstone ready?" Roland suddenly asked. It's ready, it's ready." The head chef approached with a smile. "Grind those beans into soy milk," Roland instructed. "Just like you grind rice into rice milk," Roland said, looking at the chefs who hesitated to move. After a while, a cook finally arrived from the kitchen to report that the soy milk was ready. "Let's go!" Roland piqued his interest and hurried toward the kitchen. Nyx, who had been nestling in Roland's arms, stamped her feet in frustration and trotted after him. Well done." Roland was greeted by the natural aroma of beans as he entered the kitchen. A large vat of milky white soy milk, tinged with yellow, filled the kitchen. "Your Highness, should we serve this out to everyone?" The cooks looked at Roland. After all, what was the point of grinding beans into milk? Use a linen cloth to filter the dregs. "Call me when you're done. And don't throw away the filtered dregs," Roland commanded. The tofu couldn't have any of this dregs, it would affect the taste. Upon hearing this, the cooks quickly found clean linen and emptied an empty ceramic jar, scooping the soy milk through with a wooden ladle. Roland waited tediously for over an hour, until the filtration was finally complete. He then instructed them to boil the soy milk and filter it again. Then came the crucial moment. Fortunately, a batch of gypsum had been found during the system check-in. The gypsum, which he had previously thought was useless, now had a practical use. Roland had no lactone and didn't know how to make brine, so the only option left was gypsum. This was Roland's first time making tofu. After ordering it and instructing his staff to keep it warm, all he had left was to wait. After all, it was his first attempt, and he didn't know if it would be successful. About 20 minutes later, Roland was surprised to find that the soy milk had solidified. This meant that he had successfully created a precursor to tofu. Tofu pudding, this was incredible. The captivating aroma of tofu pudding intoxicated Roland, while the others' eyes twitched as they watched their king revel in the strange flavor. However, they wisely kept silent and lowered their heads even lower. Hum. Roland hummed a tune as he retrieved the 3 no products provided by the system from his system space. Soy sauce, balsamic vinegar, and so on. Then, Roland found a few cloves of garlic in the kitchen, gave them to the chef, who asked him to mash them into a paste, and excitedly began to prepare the tofu pudding. Fragrant. That's exactly what it tastes like. As a native of the ancient capital, authentic tofu pudding was a favorite breakfast for them. The thought of being able to taste the flavors of home in Middle-earth nearly brought Roland to tears. Nyx watched Roland stuffing what looked like brain tissue into his mouth, adding the bright red chili oil. Nyx nearly vomited. "Try it." Roland smiled, scooping out a spoonful and moving towards Nyx. In Nyx's eyes, Roland approached with malicious intent, like a criminal about to feed her poison. Every pore in Nyx's body immediately repelled Roland. Chapter 439. Try it. It's delicious. Roland gently raised the spoon in his hand towards Nyx. Nyx closed her eyes, suppressing her discomfort as she leaned forward and opened her mouth. The spicy, tender tofu pudding slid into Nyx's stomach with lightning speed before Nyx could react. It smells so good. Nyx's eyes lit up instantly. The spicy, salty tofu pudding quickly conquered Nyx's stomach, bringing a long-awaited resurgence to her stomach, which had been tortured by the chef, who had been feeding pigs for so long. Nyx swiftly took the spoon and swallowed it in one gulp, her eyes filled with deep surprise. Roland's eye twitched. Sure enough, the law of true deliciousness always applies. Nyx, who had resisted desperately just a moment ago, had now abandoned her ladylike demeanor, and was devouring the tofu pudding in big mouthfuls. Roland couldn't help but lovingly wipe the red oil from the corners of her mouth. This girl was truly pitiful. After so many years of being spoiled by the meager food of Middle-earth, It was already quite reserved for her not to swallow this traditional delicacy from the great foodie empire. Wait a minute, try some bread with it. Roland looked around, and could only find some white bread. It seemed his goal of not eating pig food was still a long way to go. You guys try it too, Roland said to the chefs and cooks, looking at the full bucket of tofu pudding. After thanking Roland for his gift, everyone followed his example and prepared a bowl for themselves. The entire kitchen instantly became like a pig trough, filled with the sound of grunting. Roland's eyelids twitched. It seemed he had underestimated the impact of Blue Star cuisine on these poor people's palates. Have you seen it all? Boris, Roland called over to the head chef. Of course, Your Highness. I keep it in mind. Boris bowed and bowed before Roland. They were simply astonished by Roland's culinary skills. Even Chef Boris, who considered himself a master of culinary arts, a master of dark cuisine, was filled with admiration. It's just... Boris's expression suddenly changed, and he said sheepishly, if you have something to say, just say it. If you have to fart, just fart. Stop making such a noise. Roland was almost nauseated by the greasy old man's clasping hands and the awkward gesture. It's just that we don't produce those magical sauces you concoct. Boris scratched his head. Don't worry, I'll leave you some. Come get more if you're short. Roland waved his hand. After all, he won quite a few of these unlicensed condiments during his sign-in. These items, once relegated to the corners of the system space, finally found their way into Middle-earth, a world so unfriendly to foodies, and finally, they were playing a vital role. Alright, come down, I need to try something else. Roland waved Boris away like a fly, then turned to the remaining tofu pudding. Roland placed a steamer tray, the rubbish the system gave him after signing in the steamer, then covered it with a cloth, scooped in the tofu pudding, and covered the steamer. Finally, he needed something heavy to hold it down. After searching around and failing to find anything suitable, Roland simply used his Dragon Slayer's sword. Wait 30 minutes. Roland pulled the still unsatisfied Nyx out of the kitchen. Your Highness, how did you come up with these things? Nyx asked dazedly. She still couldn't understand why Roland had suddenly become a gourmet. Roland's mouth twitched a few times, he hesitated to speak. Was he going to tell Nyx that his cooking skills were even inferior on Blue Star? Any village auntie could do more than him, and he only learned this skill from a short video. What is this? Nyx poked the swaying tofu with her fair little hand, curious. TSK. Looks like it's not pressed firmly. This is soft tofu, Roland muttered to himself, propping up his chin. Soft tofu? Chef Boris came over, wanting to learn his lesson. Get lost. Roland kicked the chef, who treated him like a pig, away, cursing angrily. How do you eat this? Still the same way? Nyx asked, her eyes blinking curiously. Don't keep thinking about just one way to eat. Roland shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, there was a reason for the lack of dishes. Even the gourmet halflings in the storyline could only fry, stew, or boil. As for stir-frying, they'd probably never heard of it. Ah. Roland shook his head. There was still a long way to go. Boris, come here and learn. If you make me pig food again, I kill you. And you? If you don't want to swing on the city gate next time, learn now. Roland roared. Hey, here I come. Boris immediately ran over with a flattering smile. Roland ignored him, simply taking a kitchen knife and slicing the tofu into evenly thin slices, 2 fingers wide. Then he poured vegetable oil into the iron pot of stew. Everyone looked at him with a look of disbelief. It seemed that King Roland was no different from them, just a big pot of stew, the only difference being the ingredients. Roland glanced at them without replying. After all, even if I were making a hot pot, I wouldn't add cockroaches like you guys did. I'm the great king of Lagrange, not Belle Roland. There's no need for me to play survival games. Sizzle. The tofu slid down the edge of the pot into the hot oil, making a sizzling sound. Soon, the aroma of fried tofu filled the air, and the unprecedented bean fragrance made everyone's mouths water. Go! Chop some cabbage for me. Roland ordered Boris to help him. Boris quickly brought the chopped cabbage over. Roland took a look with satisfaction. Although there was no Chinese cabbage, cabbage would be fine. Roland stir-fried the cabbage in the wok, drizzled it with soy sauce and dark soy sauce, and sprinkled on a little MSG and salt. The subtle flavor burst forth instantly. Boris's eyes widened in disbelief. He had just witnessed a new cooking method. For Boris, who aspired to be a top chef, it was like a nuclear bomb. He wished he could crawl into the wok and watch Roland cook. Your Highness is truly talented, Boris exclaimed in sincere admiration. Although he hadn't tasted it, He knew from the color and smell that this new dish would be excellent. Ready to try it? I make it tonight, Roland said to Boris after filling a large plate with stir-fried tofu and cabbage. Are those the only 2 dishes? Boris asked. Tofu pudding is for breakfast. Why don't you learn from it and cook something else? Roland held his forehead. Yes, Your Highness, Boris assured, patting his chest. If he hadn't known him, he would have thought he was about to die a heroic death. Try it, Roland said to Nix. They were the only 2 at the table. Good, Nix mumbled, chewing on some tofu and bread. Roland's face twisted as he looked at the bread in Nix's hand. You know, for someone in the ancient capital, eating bread for nearly a year is no less than torture. Roland couldn't understand. With so many pasta options, why did these Westerners only make bread? Was it because the guacamole wasn't as fragrant or the noodles weren't chewy enough? Chapter 440. After several days of personal training, the castle chefs had made significant progress in their cooking. At least their meals were edible. Roland was surprised to discover that the people of Middle-earth were very receptive to steamed buns. Bakeries in the city had already started selling a variety of buns. Although the finished buns were yellowish, clearly due to too much alkaline flour, they were still delicious for those in this food desert who lived on bread all day. Your Highness, His Majesty Yunfeng requests an audience. The guard knocked gently on the door. Tell him to wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Roland adjusted his clothes and said to the outside. As you command? The knight outside took his orders and left. What's going on? Roland asked, puzzled, as he gazed at Yunfeng, who was pacing in place. They're back, Yunfeng said excitedly. Who is it? Roland said nonchalantly, his arms folded. The surprise in Yunfeng's eyes vanished visibly, giving way to shock. Is this what you call a cold reception? Yunfeng was at a loss for words. What's this riddle? Roland asked, puzzled. Don't you really feel like you're missing a few people? Yunfeng threw up his hands. Goodness, they really didn't even realize they'd lost a whole bunch of people, huh? Snap! Roland clapped his hands suddenly, as if remembering something, startling Yunfeng. I remember. The Swan Knights who escorted Jessieva back are back. Quickly, invite Knight Commander Halfa in. Roland slammed his hand on the table. Snap! Yunfeng clapped his head. I suggest that Lord Renault take his men and start his own business. Yunfeng grinned, completely speechless. Renault? Renault? Damn it! Renault! He's back. Roland pondered for a long time, before remembering that he had a general named Renault under his command. Crucially, this general had not only taken his only caravan, but also his entire royal guards. Finally, Roland found Renault on the 2nd floor of the bakery, or more precisely, in a small private room on the 2nd floor of the Willie's Inn. The Willie's Inn was completely occupied, and Roland watched as a group of unruly, untidy eaters frantically stuffed their mouths with steamed buns and tofu pudding. There was even a plate of priceless fried dough sticks in front of Renault. Oil was a scarce commodity. Your Highness, forgive me. Renault, his mouth bulging, still found time to bow to Roland as an apology. But the extent of his sincerity was probably unknown to him. What filling? Roland asked curiously, watching Renault's mouth dripping with oil. Your Highness, this is whitefish and cabbage. The Willie's Inn owner quickly bowed. Oh! Roland piqued his interest, picking up a bun and putting it in his mouth. Not bad, Roland nodded. There wasn't the expected fishy smell. It looked like the owner had used spices to remove it. Go downstairs. No need to wait on me. I'm going to talk to General Renault. Roland waved his hand, and the others immediately and respectfully left, leaving the entire 2nd floor to Roland and the others. What does your Highness want to hear? Renault swallowed his food and took a sip of water to smooth things over. What happened along the way? Roland asked. Following the route we had initially discussed. We arrived at the Bjorn's town of Karlach and stayed there for a day. Then we headed south along the Anduin River, all the way to the Gladden Plains. We stopped in dinner for 2 days to rest and gather some information. Then we crossed the Anduin River to its west bank and arrived at the Golden Forest. We were entertained by Queen Lothlorien, Renault said, shaking his head. Well, the elves of the Golden Forest are indeed quite good. Wait, you said Queen Galadriel entertained you? Roland asked, surprised to have crossed paths with a major character from the War of the Ring so soon. Yes. She even entertained the dwarves who were traveling with us. She praised and encouraged our fighting spirit and determination. Raynor shrugged. TSK. Why do I need her encouragement? Isn't it just to shield the elves from the enemy's firepower? There's no practical benefit at all. Roland muttered. By the way, is the trade going smoothly? Roland asked. He calculated the time. It was winter of the Third Age, 2942. Rohan was ruled by King Thingol, while Gondor was ruled by Steward Turgon. Fortunately, our goods sold out soon after entering Gondor. Raynor nodded. Their hard currency was still quite good. Even the furs and sundries from Akvia were selling well. After all, exotic items were very attractive. What did you buy? Roland asked curiously. Since he sold his own goods, it made sense not to buy some local specialties from Gondor and Rohan. I don't know about them, but I exchanged all my gold for wheat from Gondor and dried meat from Rohan. Not counting losses, it should total about 300,000 kilograms. All the carts are full, Renaud said solemnly. After all, the kingdom's food shortage was obvious to everyone, and Renaud knew it. Of course, if he could find cheap food, he would buy some. Well done, Roland praised. Although the caravan's carts could carry nearly 400,000 kilograms of cargo, that was the load capacity. Grain and dried meat were much lighter, so even when fully loaded, they weren't too heavy. Oh, I almost died of exhaustion crossing the river, Renaud complained. By the way, I heard along the way that the dwarves fought orcs in Moria. Renaud wiped his mouth. Well, it could be called the Second Battle of Azanalbizar. Roland nodded seriously. We came from Moria, and the dwarves with us insisted on seeing it. Renaud shrugged. Well, not surprising. After all, the Moria garrison was nearly wiped out. If it weren't for the quick arrival of Thorin and Dane's army. Roland shook his head. That's not right. I see quite a few dwarf soldiers in Moria. Renaud asked, puzzled. You saw the last of the dwarves in the Western world. Roland sighed softly. Renaud frowned. He suddenly felt this world was so strange. He had only been away for a short time, and the situation around him had already changed so drastically. Those are the dwarves of the Blue Mountains. All the dwarves from the west have arrived, Roland explained. Hush. The dwarves have made their decision? So decisive? Renaud was astonished. After so long, the Blue Mountains were giving up. Even if they stayed, there wouldn't be many left. These are the last dwarves in Middle-earth. Roland sighed. The glory of the dwarves gradually faded into the long river of history. So, what about the humans? It would be good to gather together and recuperate, Renaud said after a moment's silence. The dwarves and elves are unreliable. Only we humans are left to band together for warmth. Renaud frowned. The moment we raised the dragon flag here, we were destined for loneliness. I never thought of relying on them. Roland shook his head slowly. Alas, I returned to Lulung Fortress after the handover. The orcs in Dol Guldur are restless. Renaud said slowly after swallowing the last bite of his bun. Well, you worked hard. Roland stood up and pounded his chest in a knight's salute, a sign of respect for a true knight. Chapter 441. By the way, you need to give me an explanation, Roland said sternly, gazing at Renaud. What explanation? Renaud gulped down a glass of water without a care. How did Apophis Bleo raise an army right under your nose? Roland asked calmly. Bang! The glass of water in Renaud's hand clattered to the ground. What? Renaud's eyes twitched. He truly knew nothing. How could he, so busy as he was, pay attention to the little tricks of a noble who was obsessed with achieving great things and restoring his glory? You don't know? Apophis Bleo provided us with a full 200 fierce warriors at Lulung Fortress. Roland shrugged. Damn. Renaud's forehead was sweating. Fierce warriors. What a grand gesture. A special branch of the Junlin family, which meant Apophis Bleo must have spent quite a while training these soldiers. Where does he recruit and train these men? Renaud nearly cursed, his eyes filled with shock. Roland had wondered the same thing before, and he even questioned the system, but the system's explanation was that system characters remained loyal to Roland and wouldn't issue warnings unless the king's safety was at risk. This meant the system had long known about Apophis Breo's army. Yun Feng checked, and he'd already been recruiting this army before his return, but he kept it hidden. Roland shook his head. Then it has nothing to do with me. Renaud breathed a sigh of relief. If it existed before arriving in Rapid City, it couldn't be considered an oversight. I regret to inform you. This army was formed in Lulung Fortress. You can't get away with this oversight. Roland looked at Renaud with pity. Although he wouldn't pursue the issue of Apophis Bro owning a private army, that didn't mean he wouldn't hold Renaud accountable. Puff! Renaud nearly spat out blood. This damn bastard. He's really just setting himself up for failure. Congratulations, General Renaud. Under your leadership, Lulong Fortress has been successfully turned into a sieve. Roland teased. Renault was clearly being strict on the outside but lenient on the inside. If Apophis Bro wasn't a systemic figure, if this guy had a bit of ambition, he'd probably have killed Renault by throwing a hung-in feast and using a cup-smashing signal. Your Highness, Renault said, lowering his head in shame. Forget it. This won't happen again. You must not only keep an eye on the orcs in Dol Guldur, but also on the situation inside the fortress. We can't rule out the possibility that someone has been corrupted by the ring wraiths or dark magic, Roland said sternly. This Middle-earth is a world of mid-magic, unlike the low-magic Middle-earth depicted in novels and movies. The power of wizards extends far beyond Gandalf's ability to cast a spell on a pine cone. Terrifying forbidden spells truly wreak havoc on this land, and there's no shortage of magic that toyed with hearts and souls. Yes, Raynor nodded heavily. This time, I let it go, considering you brought back much-needed food. The next time something like this happens, you have to jump off Lulong Fortress. Roland threatened. Don't worry, it won't happen. I just didn't expect something like this to happen. Raynor shook his head seriously. By the way, Your Highness, what are your plans for that Apophis Brio? Raynor asked through gritted teeth. Arrange? Why would I arrange? Roland laughed. He'd do what he does best. Roland's smile was sinister. What he does best? Renault was stunned. Best? What was Apophis Brio best at? His military prowess was just SOSO. But then, as if understanding something, Renault's eyes flickered strangely, and he looked at Roland with a scrutinizing gaze that made Roland's hair stand on end. You really? Where do you plan to send him? Renault understood Roland's plan. This wasn't just making the nobles work for nothing. Old Pass. Roland pouted. Renault gave Roland a deep look. Come on. The calculating gene in your Lagrange family has been passed down from ancient times to the present day. You mastered this technique to perfection. What's wrong? If he wants to enjoy the glory of the nobility, he must fulfill his obligations. Roland said calmly. Perhaps. Renault remained noncommittal. Is that an obligation? That's exploitation. Once the King's Landing family secures the Old Pass, unless they're completely wiped out, the pride of the King's Landing lions will surely sever territories. The vast expanses of land developed later are quite secure. It all depends on who can snatch up the spoils. Don't think too badly of me. The area I gave him is quite vast. Roland explained to Renault how he had divided the King's Landing family. You're such a kind man. Renault looked at Roland with a strange expression. He had indeed spoken too soon, completely wronging the great, wise, and mighty King Roland. Based on the area, Renault could only sigh at the generosity of the situation. Apophis Brio, that bastard, had gotten a great deal. That much land was enough to develop 2 duchies. Assuming he can hold it, I gave it to him. Not the orcs, Roland said calmly. Although he had granted land to the nobles, the orcs didn't care. How much you could take depended on your own ability. Roland had no intention of sending troops to help. At most, he would send a dragon rider to hold the line, preventing the ringwraiths from causing trouble. This land is his. Raynor took a deep breath. Apophis Brio's offensive abilities might not be impressive, but his defensive prowess was clear to all. He possessed all the qualities expected of a military noble. It could be said he was equipped out of the box. With his current strength, he could easily seal off the Old Pass without the ringwraiths taking action. The terrain there is very friendly to the defenders, Raynor explained. I hope so, but population is also a problem for him. Roland gazed calmly out the window. Dragon God. You won't even give him civilians. How can he recruit soldiers then? Renault could only admit he'd taken things for granted. King Roland was still the same stingy King Roland, unchanged. His earlier generosity was indeed false. River Rapids doesn't even have enough people on its own, and I'm going to give him my life? There are so many human settlements near the Misty Mountains. Won't he try to recruit them? Roland asked confidently. Renault just wanted to say, robbing is robbing, and talking about recruiting. Sounds rather pedantic, except this robbery was more thorough, even kidnapping people. Soon, Renault's eyes grew subtle again. Isn't this what nobles are made for? No nobles need to be taught this. It's a skill ingrained in their blood. If they were allowed to unleash it, wouldn't it be heavenly? Renault had already mourned for those human settlements. Being targeted was bad enough, but being targeted by human nobles was even worse. Even worse than being targeted by human nobles was being targeted by Lagrang nobles. And even more horrific was the fact that the nobles targeting them were from the reigning lion family. It was too abstract. Chapter 442. By the way, it's good you're back. I'm planning my wedding with Nyx, Roland said, looking at Renaud. Well, what does your marriage have to do with me? When does the banquet start? Renaud tilted his head. Did I ask you to join the banquet? I wanted your help with the preparations. Roland gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming. I never been married, how would I know? Renaud said aggrievedly after a few seconds of silence. Then why can't you just make a plan? Roland said, frustrated. Why should I make a plan? Why don't you go find Yin Feng? Isn't he our kingdom's think tank? Renaud said blankly. If only he would help. He always refuses me with the excuse of being busy, and now all the internal affairs are weighing on him. Roland said distressedly. That depends on your perspective. I can only offer limited advice. After all, you don't want the history books to record King Lagrange Roland marrying the queen as a laughing stock. Renaud's eyes wandered. Roland sighed helplessly. It was truly unreliable to discuss this matter with a bunch of singles. All right, enough. Enjoy your meal. I go ask old man Attila, boss, and get him another basket of buns. Roland stood up. Goodbye, your highness. Renaud waved. What? Wedding preparations? Shouldn't you be doing this yourself? Attila was slightly shocked by Roland. Of course. I definitely have to do it myself. The problem is, I'm inexperienced, and don't know the etiquette and precautions of a wedding. Roland looked hesitant. TSK? That's true. Adil scratched his head. He thought about how the kingdom of Lagran was in ruins, with everything incomplete and the entire aristocratic system incomplete, not to mention wedding arrangements. You could ask Lance, he has the potential to become a court noble. Or ask the young man, Apophis Brio, the Junlin family's heritage should include knowledge in these areas. Adil offered. That makes sense. Roland rubbed his chin, agreeing that Adil's words made a lot of sense. I go talk to them. Roland's face lit up with joy. King Roland was frustrated. Other kings' weddings were filled with elaborate weddings, but he didn't even have a single competent official under his command. The thought of marrying his own queen was overwhelming. Come on! Accompany me to Delvin to find Lance and the others. Roland had just entered the castle when he saw Caslo approaching. Without a second thought, Roland dragged Caslo out. Wait! Your Highness! There's something important. Caslo quickly hugged Roland and held him back. What's wrong? Roland asked angrily. Midwinter was approaching, the wedding was just around the corner, and they didn't even have a plan. Roland, feeling extremely anxious, was now extremely frustrated. Something's happened to the Swan Knights. Caslo said quickly, seeing Roland calm down. Huh? Roland raised a brow, grabbed Caslo, and led him into a guest room, closing the door. Swan Knights? What happened to them? Has Halfa returned with his men? Roland asked. It's much worse than this. Caslo shook his head slowly. They're trapped in the mountains north of Iron Hills. They should have retreated up the mountain by now, Caslo said. Roland took a deep breath and called Caslo to the command room. Bang! Roland roughly pushed open the door, revealing a massive sand table clearly depicting the topography and power distribution of the Western world. This thing was Roland's sudden inspiration. Since discussing military matters with them in the government hall wasn't a problem, Roland had set up this separate command room, using a sand table instead of obscure maps. And thanks to the Dragon Knights, the sand table they created was even more accurate than a map. Here, Roland pointed his baton at a rolling hill, on which a small flag representing the Iron Hills dwarves was planted. Yes, Ajax discovered it. The East E charioteers have surrounded this knight group, and she's back to monitor it now. Caslo explained. Roland nodded noncommittally. For a dragon, such a short distance was a matter of a few flaps of its wings. Besides, the wider the dragon rider's reconnaissance range, the safer the kingdom. Airspace security wasn't a priority these days. By the way, where are the Iron Hills dwarves? Where did they go? Just watching the Wayne riders ride on their heads and shit on them. Roland asked in surprise. If that were the case, the dwarves' tempers had definitely improved. Caslo stared at Roland with a look of idiocy, his eyes filled with shock and pity. Roland quickly realized what a foolish thing he had done. The Iron Hills army had already been taken away by Dane, and the remaining dwarves in the Iron Hills were too busy playing the fool to bother provoking these clearly formidable Wayne riders. Ajax tried repelling them and conducting air strikes, but the results weren't ideal. As if he knew what Roland was about to say, Caslo began to report. Roland glanced at Caslo approvingly. As expected of my first subordinate, this tacit understanding is truly special. Caslo had already spoken a great deal before he even opened his mouth. It seems our knights will have to intervene. Those charioteers are slippery. We can't use forbidden dragon language spells to pound them down. The infantry is too slow. We have to rely on the knights. Castle raised his head and handed the decision to Roland. Gather the knights. We're going to rescue those unfortunate fellows. Roland sighed. After all, they had to. The future and hope of Gondor rested on this established knightly order. If Horfa and his companions were allowed to remain here forever, Gondor would be without a fully fledged knightly order. Roland doubted that the Swan Knights had more than 20 reserve knights. For a knightly order, if they didn't have enough men to activate their glorious skills, the order would be ruined. It would be better to disperse and rely on the powerful individual strength to fight on the front lines. I finally got a break. And you're always looking for work, Roland said disgruntledly, as he put on his armor while Nyx helped him. Aren't you enjoying this? Nyx teased, blinking her large, Caslin-like eyes. Do I look like I'm enjoying this? Roland's expression was calm, neither happy nor sad. Normally, Roland would have happily said they were sensible enough to let him have his way, but now. Roland wanted to kill. Everyone says you're a warmongerer. How can you not be happy when something like this happens? Nyx teased Doss on Roland's shoulder, while silently holding the Smurf in her arms. What? How do you know my nickname? No. That's slander. That's defamation. Roland quickly corrected himself, and said fiercely. Chapter 443. Be safe, and come back soon. Nyx walked Roland to the castle gate, waving gently. Give me a kiss. Roland affectionately pulled Nyx into his arms, and bit her fiercely, leaving a lingering sweet taste. Stop it. Hurry and get them back. Promise me you won't fight too long, and definitely not charge. Nyx's eyes gleamed. Of course I promise. Roland quickly raised his hands in surrender. Well, you know what's good for you. Nyx waved her fist in protest, but Roland saw it as little more than a spoiled child. Roland, if you don't give me an explanation, I promise to beat the shit out of you. Verway appeared before Roland, carrying Manakari on his back. Fuck. Huang. Woo. Verway caught sight of Doss poking his head out from Grand Duke Roland's dragon armor. Just as he was about to scream, the quick-witted Omsk covered his mouth. Sorry, your highness, be quiet. Omsk whispered, frowning, then released his hand. I'm sorry I got so excited, Roland. You're crazy. Do you know what you're doing? Vannerway's eyes were filled with shock. If the situation hadn't prevented him, he would have even wanted to run, or just pretend he hadn't seen that thing called Doss. Keep your voice down, it was an accident. Roland shook his head imperceptibly. Keep your voice down. If this gets out, it won't be an accident anymore. You really get into an accident. Vannerway's eyes were filled with fear. It's just Dragon Island. Roland, though timid, still feigned indifference. Dragon Island, my goddess of nature, why don't you declare war on the gods? At least divine punishment kills faster than the wrath of the dragons. Vannerway no longer wanted to talk. Okay, I can only tell you it was an accident, and knowing too much won't do you any good, Roland apologized. Of course. I know nothing, I didn't see anything. I just ran into you while out for a walk today. Verway insisted. Of course. Roland praised Verway's understanding. Well, tell me, why did you summon me? I'm very happy living with the centaurs. Verway sighed. A knight group from the Swan Knights of Gondor is trapped in the Iron Hills. I need your help. After all, you're better at mountain warfare than we are. Roland said solemnly. No. Wait. The kingdom of the Iron Hills was destroyed? Verway was shocked, as if he were seeing the world for the first time. How could a dwarf kingdom disappear after just a few chapters of his seclusion? Behave yourself. Dane led the Iron Hills army to fight in Moria. The Iron Hills are now deserted, and the dwarves can't help. I think the Iron Hills gates are closed. Roland shook his head. So you're saving me, why are you pulling me in? I'm not one of your soldiers. Ver shrugged. The Lord of the Swan Knights has elven blood. The Swan Knights also have some elven blood, after all, they're descendants of the Kingdom of Arnor. Shouldn't you go help your fellow countrymen? Roland shrugged. In fact, Gondor and the elves have a close relationship. Alas, my work is in vain again. Even Roland, shamelessly bringing up his ancestors, had come to this point. Ver felt inferior. Let's go! Find me a horse. You're not going to let me run away, are you? Verve looked at Roland in horror, seeing that there were no spare horses around. Was he just being inhuman? Well, go get him one from the city. Roland waved his hand to his knights, and someone would quickly take care of the matter. Roland wasn't responsible for these minor matters himself. Are you in no hurry? Verway wondered, observing Roland's leisurely demeanor. In such an urgent situation, shouldn't we hurry? Yet Roland was still taking his time and waiting. With over 20 qualified Swan Knights hiding in the ravine, as long as the commander isn't a mentally ill person, I don't see how anything could possibly happen to them. Don't even mention my contempt for the charioteers. Just look at the kind of opponents we had last time. Kill them as many as you can. Roland's eyes were filled with fury. Is it a question of combat effectiveness? Have you forgotten how you tricked those charioteers into losing their minds like mad dogs last time? Verway almost spitted at Roland's character. No, there was no need to spit. These damned rulers should be hanged on crooked trees. Can you please not bring that up? Roland glanced helplessly at Verve. It was a bit awkward to see Verve bring up such a shameful incident like that. I hope you won't resort to such cruel tactics this time. Verve mounted his warhorse, his eyes flickering. I hope so, but I do whatever it takes to win. Roland sighed. By the way, how did you end up with that girl? Verve, seeing he fallen silent, resorted to small talk. I had her buried nearby, but I had Ajax sew her body up. Death erases all hatred, and leaving her body intact is the greatest respect I can offer. Roland shook his head. Killing was the ultimate in destroying humanity. Roland didn't know when he finally accepted it. He used to be able to convince himself that orcs were hybrids, not humans, but facing the living humans of the tank riders, he became so bloodthirsty and murderous that he broke into a cold sweat. This murderous intent. Can't you control your heart? Verway, walking beside Roland, paled. His undisguised bloodlust made even the Sharma beneath him uneasy. It's nothing, just the murderous aura left over from the battlefield. Roland shook his head, dismissing it. That's the murderous aura of a ghost. What are you wearing? Verway's eye twitched, realizing there was something wrong with the material of Roland's armor. Armor made of dragon material. This thing will infinitely amplify your inner tyranny, bloodlust, and other dark desires. Verway muttered. Roland fell silent. No wonder the Archduke Dragon armor's bonus to critical strike and attack speed in the game didn't manifest in real life. It had been transformed into this trait. Isn't amplifying bloodlust just a bonus to critical strike and attack speed? Then I throw it away? Roland was clearly frightened. He didn't want to become like the king and his family at the foot of the mountain, bewitched by the Arcan gem and losing their true nature. By the way, what are the effects of the Arcanstone? Roland said he hadn't noticed, but as a dwarven heirloom, it must have some magical properties. No, this thing just trains your perseverance. If used well, it's like you can activate your own unique berserk state anytime, anywhere. If used poorly, well, Thorin's grandfather is a lesson for you, Verway said calmly. Roland said, feeling very conflicted. Chapter 444. Thank you. Roland's eyes were filled with helplessness. He nodded at Dos in his arms, and looked helplessly at the doom-saying Verve. But you really need to curb your dark side. This thing isn't as effective as the ring. But it still embodies the dragon's hostility. The grassland elves, close to nature, are extremely sensitive to this dark aura. Worshipping the goddess of nature, the grassland elves are the most reverent of nature and life. For Verve, having Roland around was like throwing a misophobic into the trash. I see. Roland looked down at the Grand Duke dragon armor on his body. Wait! What else do you have on you? Verve was startled, as he suddenly realized that the dragon's hostility on the Grand Duke dragon armor had been significantly weakened the moment it emerged. It was this unique balance that prevented Roland from changing. It seemed something was suppressing the dragon's hostility. What are you talking about? Roland waved the Dragon Slayer's sword and the Aegis Yllir. Not this. It's something else. Vanarway could sense the extraordinary power of the Dragon Slayer's sword and Yllir, but the purifying power clearly wasn't something these two could produce. On your hand. Vanarway inadvertently caught sight of the elegant and quaint ring on Roland's hand. This? Roland couldn't help but admire his good eyesight. The 9 sacred rings of the human race were truly valuable items in the Lord of the Rings game, prized as divine equipment for knights, and highly sought after by countless knight classes. Roland turned the 2 holy rings on his left hand. The rings, made of divine gold, were engraved in Lagrange with the inscriptions of glory and mercy. Oh my god! A sacred artifact? This? Vanarway now believed that the Raglan Empire was even older than the Numenor Empire. He had sensed Roland's extraordinary background ever since he given him Manicotti, but now it seemed his estimation had been underestimated. Divine metal, divine gold, with sacred properties? Roland shrugged. The material of an artifact must possess divinity, which was the biggest difference between legendary and mythic. Of course, a legendary artifact wasn't necessarily more powerful than a legendary one. But divinity could be used in many situations in ways that other legendary weapons couldn't match. I now believe you're the heir to a fallen empire. Van Herwee shook his head, as if he'd been bitten by a dog. No wonder the dragon race's terrifying fury hadn't affected Roland's mind in the slightest. 2 sacred artifacts would have forced even the One Ring to bow down to Roland. Even the most mediocre artifact couldn't be faked. Van Herwee's lips curled up. He glanced thoughtfully at Roland's shield, feeling a tightness in his chest. He hadn't looked closely before, but now that he took a closer look, Van Herwee felt like fighting the rich. Why fight an orc? Wouldn't fighting Roland be better? Selling Dol Guldur and Gumbada for 3 artifacts would be worth that much. Artifacts with holy attributes suppress the dragon's rage. This thing will never affect you unless you throw your artifacts away. Van Herwee muttered, his mind empty, thinking about how great it was to be rich. Oh, that's a good thing. I was saying, if my personality had changed, how could Nyx not know? We've been sleeping together for so long, and she knows me so well, and she didn't notice anything wrong, so there's nothing wrong. Roland rested his chin on his hand, and found a convincing reason. Seeing that, Van Herwee tightened his grip on his sword. Dog! There's a dog! A real dog! Van Herwee cried inwardly. Not only was he rich, but he was also showing off his wife to the singles. Van Herwee really wanted to ask him if he knew that showing off affection brings a quick death. Let's go! Get those unfortunate bastards out. Don't let them starve to death in the Iron Hills. Van Herwee rolled his eyes at Roland. Well, I don't understand how the Dongi people drove them to the mountains. They're knights? Roland felt a headache. Shouldn't he say that these swan knights were embarrassing their brothers? Roland would rather call them clown knights. Not only could they not defeat them, but they were actually surrounded. How much do you despise the Easterlings? Those guys once fought head-on and killed the king of Gondor. Put away your arrogance. Arrogance is the only thing that can defeat a person. Verway frowned. Disdain for the Easterlings was fine, but to look down on them was sheer madness. Seeing Roland showing disdain for the Easterlings, Verway frightened him, and snapped, he's going out with Roland to save people, not to die with him. Roland, believing the Easterlings were weak and vulnerable, would be deadly. Huh? Roland was stunned. He hadn't paid attention to this kind of knowledge. His impression of the Easterlings was limited to the Lagrang Empire's beating up of their grandsons, and the Easterlings' brutal assault on the twins of Lonely Mountain. The Easterlings are no paper-thin creatures. You should know their fighting prowess. We all know our victory in the last battle was a trick. This time, there won't be any Easterlings lining up for you to kill. Verway shook his head. Yeah. Roland finally put aside his contempt and nodded seriously. Come on, let's go save those poor children. May the goddess of nature bless them. Van Herwee gestured on his chest. Will praying to the goddess of nature work? Will the dragon god help? Roland asked curiously. Faith. Faith. Do you understand what faith means? Van Herwee's forehead veins bulged. TSK. Are you as awesome as my system god? Right, system. Since I'm defending you so much, sign in tomorrow and give me something good. Roland muttered to himself. If you can't beat them, just join them. Roland would not only join, but also lick them. Roland swore to be the system's little lapdog, licking them in every possible way. Lick dog, until you're left with nothing. The system's cold voice interrupted Roland's passionate thoughts. Fuck you. System. A series of continuous and rapid electronic sounds echoed in Roland's mind. Sir, what should we do? A swan knight idly roasted a field mouse stuck on a branch. These plump field mice were arguably the largest prey they could find in the winter mountains. Eat first. Eating won't stop you. Halfa muttered disapprovingly, as he gnawed half a field mouse on the coarse bread, which felt like stone. This won't work, sir. We don't have much supplies, a knight whispered to Halfa. I know, but forcing our way in will result in casualties. We can't afford any casualties. Halfa frowned gravely. Yes, I understand. But this should be the kingdom of the Iron Hills dwarves. Where are the dwarves? Where else could they be? They're burrowing underground. How about you dig a hole and look for them? Another soldier chuckled. Even if we find them, it's useless. The Iron Hills dwarf king isn't here. Halfa rubbed his face with snow to clear his head. His face was already cracked by the north wind. Everyone thought of the battle of the dwarves in Moria, and everyone fell silent for a moment. Chapter 445. Dose? You're hungry again. Damn it. You're an oviparous creature, not a mammal. Ah! Let go! Roland screamed, his shrill voice causing even Van Herwee to stare sideways. What's going on? Caslo hurried over. Omsk said nothing, but drew his half-broken knight's sword. Roland didn't have time to worry about the others. He quickly lifted his plate armor and tossed it aside. Everyone then realized Dos was hanging from Roland's chest, grimacing in pain. Oh! Dragon God. Roland grabbed Dos and, enduring the excruciating pain, threw him free. Dos gracefully rolled in the air, then spread his broad wings and flew over Roland's head. Ouch! Dos's shrill voice echoed. Everyone's eyes twitched, and they all turned their heads away. Fuck! Dos, are you crazy? Roland gasped as he tossed the dried meat to Dos. Your naming is really clever. Caslo listened helplessly as Roland repeatedly called him Dos, his lips twisted in a smirk. What's wrong? Roland rubbed his chest as he picked up the scattered armor. He had just realized how quickly he could remove his armor. Before, even with Nyx's help, it had taken him ages to remove the heavy armor, but just now, he had removed it in just a few moves. It really is true that pressure fuels motivation. Ajax has been nagging me for a long time, saying that you named Long exactly like her brother. Caslo smiled wryly and shook his head. After all, Ajax Anthony's brother was Dos Anthony. Puff! Roland just grabbed the water bag and spit it out. Your Highness. Caslo looked at Roland helplessly, water spurting from his nostrils. It's okay. Roland waved his hand. He hadn't figured out why he associated the man in sunglasses with Ajax. Breaking out of Middle-earth, right? My goddess. You're an adult now. Don't act like a child. Benervi frowned, trying to figure out if coming out with Roland was a mistake. He couldn't even take care of himself and his dragon. It was hard to believe him. Sorry. That was an accident. Roland shook his head, tears streaming down his face from choking on the water. Be careful. We left the kingdom of Lagran's territory. We could be attacked at any moment, Omsk warned loudly. Your knights are elite. Benervi exclaimed sincerely. Of course, they always been. Roland puffed out his chest with pride. What a shame to have such an unreliable king. Ver shook his head with regret. You know how to talk. Roland shrugged. Although Ver's words were harsh, he was, in fact, a rather incompetent commander. But your courage is commendable. At least as a king, you're willing to wield your sword to pave the way for your people. In that respect, you're a worthy king. Ver said solemnly. There are no cowards in Raglan. Roland, like the young man who had just arrived in Middle-earth, puffed out his chest and recited the motto of the Raglan Knights. Put aside your arrogance and survive. The darkness is approaching, and the alliance is no longer the same alliance. Ver sighed, warning Roland not to trust this corrupt and shattered alliance. In fact, I know the situation better than you do. I know that darkness has been infiltrating Gondor and Rohan, but what does that have to do with us in the north? The north has long been stained with the blood of the Northmen. Whether it's elves, dwarves, or humans. Roland murmured. I can't do anything. After all, the steppe elves. Hee. Verway rode with a self-deprecating smile. The steppe elves had long since ceased to exist in name only, with only small tribes like his own roaming Middle-earth. I will continue to fight, whether for the survival of my people or to protect her smile. Roland's eyes flashed with the image of the beautiful blonde. In the howling north wind, Roland's glossy black hair froze with frost. Alas! The frequent attacks of the Easterlings are sending a signal. We may face a three-pronged attack. Verway sighed melancholy. Don't be so pessimistic. The tentacles of darkness aren't that rampant yet. They still have their concerns. Sauron will have to remain in hiding for at least a few more decades. Roland's eyes flashed coldly. Shoo! Silence! Don't mention that forbidden name, he sensed it. Verway quickly stopped him. Roland glanced at the timid Verway. Wasn't he just a demigod who hadn't recovered yet? It would still be decades before he was able to take action. Let's resolve this matter first. We can't sit idly by and watch the Swan Knights organization be destroyed. Verway changed the subject. He clearly knew that the Knights needed at least a minimum organization to exert their terrifying power. Obviously, if this Knight group was trapped here, the entire coalition would be short of a knightly order. Verway didn't think the Swan Knights could still provide 20 replacement knights. What do you think I'm doing? Roland rolled his eyes. The combat power of a single order of the Banner Knights, the order of 100 knights, was a strategically powerful force even in the late Third Age. During the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, these knights were the true backbone of the coalition. We need to hurry. It's snowing hard. They won't hold out for much longer. Roland suddenly looked up at the heavy snowfall, his expression grim. It seems so. Those poor souls are in trouble. Omsk sighed. Don't worry, those charioteers will feel the dragon's wrath. The wrath of the Lag-Rang dragon. Caslo narrowed his eyes. Boss, I'm starving. A swan knight leaned weakly against a tree stump. Hold on, we'll be able to eat soon. If you really can't, drink some hot water first. Halfa sighed helplessly. How could this happen? Halfa gazed at the snow-capped mountains in confusion. They were surrounded, but worse than being surrounded was the panic that had led them into a deep, dead-end valley, flanked by sheer cliffs and a winding valley ahead. Here, they were trapped by the heavy crossbows of the Tangmen. Originally used for sieges and air defense, they were surprisingly effective against infantry in open combat. Even the knights dared not face their charge. Luckily, the valley was deep and winding, otherwise the Tangmen's crossbows would have covered and struck them. The horses are running low on fodder. This is all we managed. Several bundles of hay gathered from the valley were pulled out. This limited supply was needed to feed all their horses. Perhaps we have to fight them. Horfa muttered to himself. Chapter 446. Speed up. Speed up. Roland shouted at the crowd. Hurry up. We need time to recover once we get there. Those poor bastards almost died in the valley. Roland urged. It wasn't that he didn't sympathize with them, but simply that Halfa and his companions' lives were at stake. From the sky, Caslo spotted the Swan Knights trapped in a valley with heavy crossbows. The good news was they were all alive. The bad news was they were about to die. Caslo could only command his dragon to dive. Like a fearless World War II dive bomber pilot, Caslo dove at an almost vertical angle. At that moment, the Earth pilot and the Middle-earth Sky Knight seemed to overlap on Caslo's body. However, it was of no use. The information Caslo had provided indicated limited damage. After all, wind dragons were not known for their large-scale, group magic attacks. Famous for their ability to use their claws, empowered by wind dragon power, to slice through the enemy's last defenses rather than casting spells. Wind. Ultimate cutting power. Supreme armor-piercing properties. Finally, Caslo retreated. While the relentless barrage of heavy crossbow bolts couldn't harm him or the dragon, they were distracted by the need to dodge potentially fatal attacks, further reducing his attack power. The charioteers hidden in the snowy forest engaged in guerrilla warfare with their heavy crossbows and dragon riders, leaving Caslo in agony. He already regretted not bringing Ajax with him. Forget about your wife. Think about how to deal with that garbage. Roland waved his hand quickly, looking at the dazed Caslo. If all else fails, we just have to attack with average high-end combat power. Venerway silently drew his manicotti and looked at Omsk, also at level 6. After all, Caslo's reconnaissance revealed that there was no place for the knights to deploy outside the valley, meaning they couldn't join the battle in such rugged terrain, as that would render their glory abilities ineffective. I listen to your highness, Omsk said calmly, leaning on his sword. Roland, what do you think? Venerway turned around. Good idea. Let's fight our way out and free them. Roland nodded and drew his dragon slayer sword. Goddess, what are you doing? Venerway had a bad feeling. Dragon god. Omsk hugged Roland tightly. Calm down, your highness, Caslo said quickly. Let me go. I go with you, Roland said calmly. No. Before Venerway could say anything, Omsk and Caslo joined forces to stop Roland. Roland, you really should calm down, Venerway chimed in. I'm a third-rank holy knight. Not a baby. Besides you, I'm the highest ranked here. Perhaps those unfortunate souls need medical attention. After all, they've been out in the wind for days. Holy light can help them, Roland calmly analyzed. But Omsk and Caslo exchanged glances, attempting to persuade him again, but Roland raised his hand to rebuke him. I will attack in my king's form. Roland raised his head slightly, gazing upwards at a 30-degree angle. With one hand on his shield and the other on his sword, he could only be described as a man as beautiful as jade, a young master unrivaled in the world. His handsome appearance would have even the most powerful of kings complimenting him. The only flaw was that so few appreciated Roland's heroic presence, and most importantly, Nyx wasn't there to admire him. Omsk and Caslo exchanged helpless glances and shrugged, unable to do anything but accept their king's impulsive decision. After all, a king with chivalry and the courage to charge is more likely to gain the support of the nobles than a coward, unless the nobles harbor ulterior motives. Let's discuss how to fight first. Verway interrupted Roland, who was in the middle of a bow. This drew 100 pairs of eyes to his gaze. No. 101. Roland also glared at Verway with a stern look. The raid must be sudden. The dragons can't enter first. That would alert the enemy. Verway glanced at Caslo and shook his head. I will fight on foot with Omsk and his highness. The dragons will provide support after we launch the attack. Casso nodded. I'm not talking about you. Roland tucked Dos, who had poked his head back into his chest. Little Dos thought he was talking about him. Although still young, Dos already understood the significance of dragons. King Roland, we must make a quick breakthrough. At least rescue the people and get those bastards out to open ground. I think both the dragons and the knights can easily take care of them. Burr said. Your Highness, why don't you stay? It's unsafe to travel without the knights. Omsk frowned. There's no coward in Legrand, Roland said with courage. After all, he really wanted to quickly become a king. Although he wasn't a qualified king, the Lord of the Rings showed that nobles leading the charge was a common practice among sword-bearing nobles. Roland believed he would do no worse than those lords. Omsk pursed his lips and said nothing more. Well, now that things had come to this, Omsk couldn't say anything more. After all, everyone wanted to see the glorious and righteous King Roland. Finally, after a heated discussion, Roland was granted the right to rescue the wounded. His frail body simply wouldn't allow him to fight alone. That's it. Attack! Roland's eyes narrowed slightly. Captain, are they coming? A swan knight asked anxiously. After all, they had received a message from the Dragon Knight that morning. After reading it, Halfa had ordered everyone to feed the horses and devour all the food, even though everyone was only given vegetable soup and a piece of black bread harder than stone. That's right. What if they don't come? Another soldier said pessimistically. They might starve to death, but they would rather die fighting the Dongi than waiting for death. Get ready. Everyone gather their equipment, Halfa said majestically. Kill! Vannerway's hunting moon shot out, performing a blackhead removal operation on a group of Dongi people operating crossbow triggers. Boom! Omsk's power of light and shadows suddenly erupted, dark and light battle energy constantly switching through him, slicing through the enemy formation like a hot knife through butter. Go! Caslo's deafening roar echoed through the sky. Halfa immediately led his men out, and the two sides attacked from both sides, instantly defeating the Dongi people blocking the road. Roar! Cardo's furious roar shook the snow off the treetops, and blades of wind wreaked havoc on the nerves of the charioteers. Clang! The heavy crossbows in the distance turned and fired at Omsk and his men. Omsk split the bolt with his backhand, and the two halves grazed his cheek. Don't split the arrow. Be careful of accidental injury, Omsk said with lingering fear. The remaining two began to swat away the crossbow bolts, and for a moment, everyone was in a panic and annoyed. Holy light! Roland was diligently treating the poor children, who had been hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. Swish! A series of ripples appeared on Roland's battle shield, clearly impending a breach. Just as Roland was rejoicing, another arrow was already aimed at him. By the time he saw it, it was too late. He could only raise his Dragon Slayer's sword with all his might to block the blow. Crack! Crack! 2 crisp sounds, one muffled, the other crisp. The first shattered the shield, the second. Roland's armor. Holy crap! It was a free-for-all. When Roland realized his armor had been breached, this image suddenly flashed through his mind, reminding him of those TV characters who constantly attacked in a free-for-all manner. Then he felt a numbness in his chest, and then he fell into an unchanging darkness. Chapter 447. Your Highness! This was the last voice Roland heard before he regained consciousness. Then, his vision went black and he passed out. Die! Omsk roared like a madman, summoning his battle chi. A massive column of flame shot out from him, piercing the surface. All the tankmen caught in his flames wailed and fell to the ground. They were either ignited by light or corroded by dark. At this moment, Omsk displayed the realm of a 6th-level hero. Your Highness! Omsk hugged Roland and hurriedly examined his injuries. What's wrong? Caslo also jumped over. Let's go! We can't stay here any longer. Omsk roared instead of answering. Only the knights could offer him a sense of security now. Asshole! Caslo took one look at the thick crossbow bolt lodged in Roland's chest. He knew without hesitation that it was no ordinary crossbow bolt, as it was engraved with rough magic patterns, clearly belonging to magical equipment. It's a magic armor-piercing arrow. Omsk was at a loss. He didn't dare move Roland because he couldn't see the arrowhead piercing the dragon armor. It was obvious that the Grand Duke's dragon armor wasn't working as intended. How could His Highness be attacked? Caslo asked as he swung his battle blades to kill the approaching enemies. Ask those swan knights. Omsk pressed Roland's neck and said unhappily, it would be a joke if saving someone led to the king's death. No, we have to return. His Highness's breath is weak. We need a priest. A paladin. Even a wood, holy, or water mage would be fine, Omsk said anxiously. Damn it. I'm a fire type. Vanderway heard Omsk's words upon arriving, then glanced at Omsk's arms, and was instantly stunned. What happened? Vanderway was stunned. A man who had been alive, and well just minutes ago now lay breathless in Omsk's arms. Magic armor-piercing arrows. His Highness has been attacked, Caslow exclaimed angrily. Is his armor made of paper? Vanderway's eyes twitched as he couldn't help but ask. Even a dragon wouldn't be immune to an armor-piercing arrow against its reverse scale, let alone this dragon armor. Caslow gritted his teeth. Oh no! It's bleeding. Omsk slowed down. Roland's almost dying. Vanderway, with his exceptional eyesight, was overwhelmed. Seeing the few streaks of blood flowing from the half-exposed arrow blade, he quickly called for a halt. Dragon God. Someone save him. Caslow spun around anxiously. Or maybe we should just pull it out. Omsk's expression flickered, and he decided through gritted teeth. Stop. You're crazy. Have you ever thought about what to do if the bleeding can't be stopped? Caslow quickly stopped this crazy idea. Sorry. Halfa leaned forward, apologetically. Fuck you. Omsk punched Halfa, sending him reeling. You? A group of Swan Knights chimed in, clearly displeased with Omsk's brutal assault on their leader. It's okay. Halfa raised his hand to silence his men. He knew that if he didn't let the Lagrangians vent their anger, it would likely cause more trouble later. Your Majesty. We're here. Where's the enemy? Huh? Where's His Highness? The leading Lagrang Vanguard Knights led their troops to support them. Anyone with holy attributes? Omsk ignored him and shouted at the top of his voice. My apologies, Your Majesty. Paladins are few and far between. Besides General Renault, only His Highness is. His Highness? The Lagrang Vanguard Knights' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Look who's that, sprawled out in Omsk's arms, slumped to sleep. Ah! It's the great King Roland. Damn it! Form a formation to meet the enemy. The knights were instantly enraged. Without even waiting for Omsk's command, they had already formed a charge. Roland's fate hung in the balance, leaving the Lagrang Knights humiliated. A knightly order couldn't even protect a king. Rage had ignited every vestige of sanity. Halfa and his companions huddled like quails, daring not to breathe. They didn't notice the bloodshot eyes of the northern barbarians, maddened. Their king had been ambushed, and everyone was instantly agitated, as if their G-spot had been pierced. Halfa had no doubt they would charge even if Morgoth stood before them. Think of a way. Save him first. Caslow erupted in curses upon seeing everyone's reaction. Revenge could be taken at any time, but Roland's death was the end of the matter. Who's this? What are you doing? Ouch. Holy crap. Caslow was surprised to discover, in the panic, someone was tampering with the crossbow bolt lodged in Roland's chest. How dare you? Omsk raged. Pull it out. Pull it out. Which ba asterisk 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 pulled it out. Roar. A deafening dragon roar echoed through the sky. Can you calm down? The storm dragon Cardo flung the armor-piercing arrow from his mouth and glared at everyone with a cold expression. You ba asterisk 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 reptile. You killed my king. Brothers, charge. The Lagrang Vanguard Knights were instantly furious. What the hell? The dragon had turned against the king. Wouldn't he be chopped to pieces? Not only the dragon, but even a god would bite him today. He's not dead. Cardo looked at the disgraceful knight as if he were a clown. You underestimate the defensive power of dragon armor. Cardo sneered, you ignorant idiots. How could a mere armor-piercing arrow penetrate the dragon armor of a Grand Duke-level lord? Not even a dwarf's black arrow could stand a chance. Take off his dragon armor, or he suffocate. Cardo gracefully shrank and coiled around Caslow's shoulder. The others, half believing, hurriedly removed Roland's dragon armor, only to discover that the arrow had only penetrated slightly, barely breaking through the inner armor, revealing a sharp point. Roland was indeed injured, but the serious wound on his chest would soon scab over. Dos was lying on Roland's chest, and the arrow had grazed him, leaving a noticeable white scratch on his delicate dragon scales. Still a little dazed, Dos angrily searched for his attacker, just knocked unconscious by the impact. Cardo stared at these unsophisticated people, finding it hard to imagine that these were truly elite soldiers of the Lagrang Empire. Ah! Suddenly, a clear, passionate dragon roar echoed throughout the Iron Hills, shaking the snow from the treetops in large swaths. A young dragon perched on Roland's chest opened its eyes. Its once azure pupils had now turned scarlet. A massive silver-white shadow, and a slightly slender golden shadow appeared above the dragon's head. Then, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, the two imposing figures vanished into the dragon's body. Dragon God. Above. Omsk and Castle murmured. Dragon God. Vannerway also opened his mouth wide, and called out the dragon god's name. The slender young dragon had vanished, and a massive, nearly 30-meter-long figure appeared before everyone. Its muscular frame, slender tail, thick, powerful neck, broad wings, and ferocious head and horns all shone with a golden glow. Golden Dragon. Vannerway was tempted to flee. Adult? Omsk added blankly. You idiot, it's a golden holy dragon. This thing has a divine aura. Caslow muttered. The adult golden holy dragon Dos nuzzled the still unconscious Roland beneath him, seemingly noticing his unreliable owner had fallen asleep. He tilted his head and remained silent for a few seconds, as if reviewing his skill tree. Roar! Golden white divine power surged through every inch of Roland's body, completely erasing his previous injuries. Dos nodded in satisfaction. Ah! Dos flapped his wings, soaring into the sky with a wave of sound, disappearing without a trace. Run, run! Everyone looked surprised. It's over. This mountain range is in big trouble. Only Cardo said quietly, gazing at the sky. Chapter 448. What? Caslow turned back to look at his dragon, a puzzled expression on his face. Perhaps you should consider moving King Roland to a safer place. After all, this mountain range is no longer safe. Cardo shook his head. Perhaps only he knew what an angry golden dragon could do. Omsk and Caslow exchanged glances, each seeing the uneasiness in the other's eyes. We can't stay here any longer. We have to leave. Caslow embraced Roland and tried to mount the dragon's saddle. Ahem. Roland suddenly coughed softly in his arms. Your Highness? Great. Caslow said happily. Omsk. You take the others and follow. I take the king first. Caslow, without giving any reason to refuse, placed Roland's belongings into his space gear. Then, with a flap of his storm dragon wings, he vanished into the sky. All right. Omsk nodded. He knew the difference between the important and the unimportant. Even if everyone here died, he had to ensure Roland's safety. If Roland died, the Raglan bloodline would be cut off. Caslow. Where am I? Roland weakly opened his eyes. His fingertips felt the cold touch of Caslow's adamantine dragon armor. Your Highness, you are too reckless. You almost lost your life. Caslow accused worriedly. I didn't expect I couldn't block that arrow. Roland muttered quietly. His heart was filled with Morse code, his voice a beeping mess. This was the second time. He almost been taken down in one wave the second time. He still hadn't gotten over the trauma of the last troll spear attack. He figured no one would be able to hit him after he switched into the Grand Duke dragon armor. Never expected he could still hit him, and not only that, it even hurt a little. Where's my gear? Where's my dragon? Roland fumbled around, fumbling around in confusion because the familiar items were gone. Boom! Caslow quickly maneuvered Cardo to a hilltop, fearing some high-altitude acrobatics would lead him to death. I put away your equipment. As for Dos. Caslow sighed. He had no idea what was happening with the dragon, but now that it had flown dozens of miles, it shouldn't be in serious trouble. What happened to Dos? Roland asked anxiously, buttoning his armor. A golden dragon? A juvenile one could fool. No! A contracted golden dragon, it's worth a divine artifact. Hey! It's repaired itself. Roland touched his chest. The unassuming Grand Duke dragon armor had repaired itself without him noticing. Now, pristine as new, there was no sign of it being nearly breached by an attack. Epic equipment. Caslow glanced at it and said calmly. Isn't auto-repair durability a must-have feature for epic equipment? Equipment below epic level with self-repair is the golden dragon of equipment, but epic level auto-repair is ubiquitous. Of course, the ubiquity of a feature doesn't mean epic equipment is ubiquitous. Yeah. Roland nodded. After all, after Roland used the equipment upgrade card, Caslow and Ajax's outfits were already epic sets, and they should have set effects. You need to be prepared to lose Dos. Caslow said to Roland, though reluctant. Caslow then recounted what happened after Dos fell unconscious. Roland swore on his friends' penises that he had never seen anything so outrageous in his life, let alone heard of it. A baby dragon transforming directly into an adult. And flying a plane? If that were true, Roland said he could perform a headstand shampooing show for everyone, live streaming a stunt. By the way, where did Dos go after he became an adult? Roland was suddenly stunned. It seems he went to bring bad luck to those Tangmen. Caslow scratched his head, puzzled. Looking for bad luck, yes, but isn't that a bit too bad? Roland poked Caslow. What's wrong? Temple. Dragon God. What's that? Caslow followed Roland's gaze, and successfully spotted the rising sun dozens of miles away. He guessed the tankman didn't feel as engaged as Little Sunflower's mother had with the class. The Golden Holy Dragon's most powerful dragon language great forbidden spell. Riding the dragon to the sky. Roland swallowed. Although this was the first time he had seen such a magnificent forbidden spell in this world, he had seen it plenty in previous games. If its power was truly real, Roland estimated they would have to run even further. Oh no! The others are still behind. Caslow was suddenly startled. If it really was the great forbidden spell, then the others were in danger. Swish! As the two spoke, a sudden flash of white light appeared, and the little sun burst into a dazzling radiance. Roland and Caslow instinctively closed their eyes. When they opened them again, a massive shockwave was rapidly spreading, and a mushroom cloud was rising from the Iron Hills. Dragon God. Come and see! Caslow stood there in astonishment, unable to believe what he was seeing. The Iron Hill's skull had been lifted off. Half of it had vanished, and the dwarf caves dug into the mountainside were visible on one side of the foothills. I hope Dane won't kill me, Roland muttered to himself. Mount, Dose, Golden Dragon, Juvenile Stage, Pseudo-Adult, 2 minutes remaining. Roland then realized that he had somehow signed an equal contract with Dose. But what was that Pseudo-Adult like? After listening to Caslow's account, Roland had a guess. The problem must be with the phantoms of Dose's parents. Those gold and silver figures might as well have been their ID numbers. Perhaps it was a gift from his parents, a backup plan by the dragon parents, or perhaps some protective mechanism that needed to be triggered. The only thing that was certain was that, while Dose's strength wasn't as durable, it was already as powerful as an adult. Ahem. Your Highness. Roland and Caslow waited for several hours before finally seeing the dusty and exhausted Omsk and his group. Roland, you idiot. Vanner, we slumped to the ground. If he hadn't been in trouble, the dragon in his arms wouldn't have gone berserk, and if the dragon hadn't gone berserk, he wouldn't have been buried. So, based on the above, Roland's accident nearly led to Vannerweep being buried alive. Sigh. Roland remained silent, staring silently at the eastern horizon. He was feeling anxious. Although he and Doss had an equal dragon rider contract, it limited the freedom of the knight and the dragon. If Doss really planned to flee, Roland would be speechless. After all, the constraints of an equal contract were pitifully weak. It wasn't a slave contract. Chapter 449. This is going to be a big problem, Roland said, his scalp tingling as he pulled his hair and gazed at the rising smoke in the distance. As a hardcore Lord of the Rings player, Roland understood that this was mountain dust raised by the dragon language Great Forbidden Spell. Roland had once witnessed the Great Forbidden Spell, flame-blowing space, created by Caslow and Ajax. Its power was incomparable to the dragon language Great Forbidden Spell, dragon riding and death. Roland even felt that Dose's dragon riding and death was as powerful as the higher level forbidden spell of flame-blowing space, the divine forbidden spell, Yambu space. This has nothing to do with us. That was the golden dragon's action, and it has nothing to do with us. The dragon isn't with us, Caslow said, throwing up his hands. I'm afraid that explanation won't work. Roland looked behind Caslow with a mixture of surprise and nervousness. Dragon God. Caslow turned around and saw Dose preparing to swoop down. Paw! The enormous dragon's body shrank dramatically just before it fell into Roland's arms, quickly returning to the size of a young dragon. Dose, Golden Dragon Juvenile Stage. Sure enough, the system's dashboard showed Dose had already released that magical ripening state, transforming back into a cute young dragon. Hey! Aunt! A childish voice echoed in Roland's ears, startling him and causing him to glance around. What are you looking at? Look straight at me! Aunt! Another childish voice sounded, and Roland finally located the source. It was the golden dragon nestled in his arms speaking. Idiot! This is soul communication. How did you become my knight? Do you have any common sense? Aunt? Dose grumbled in dissatisfaction. Oh my god, he can actually communicate with me? Roland excitedly pointed at Caslow. That's a dragon. Not a kitten or puppy. Telepathic communication isn't just a normal skill? Caslow shook his head and looked at Roland. I see. Roland nodded in understanding. Hey! Aunt! Pariah! I'm calling you! Dose flew up and bumped into Roland. But Roland clearly wasn't going to let the young dragon knock him over. He simply smiled, grabbed Dos, and pinched both of their wings. Poor Dos whimpered and struggled like a pitiful loser with fate's neck in his grasp. "Stop it!" Roland uttered a somewhat awkward Dragonese voice. "You speak Dragonese?" Dos wagged his tail in surprise. This gesture left him furious. How could a dragon develop into a dog? "I'm the king of Raglan. Speaking Dragonese shouldn't be normal, right?" Roland immediately gave himself a compliment. After all, the name Raglan, founded on dragons, sounded more prestigious. "Oh, you dragon-speaking ant. Come and offer me a delicious meal. I just chopped those bastards who attacked you into pieces. Now I need to replenish my nutrition," Dos said lazily. "Want a good slap? It seems you don't understand the situation." Roland stretched out his sinister hand and began to rub it. Not only did the dragon brute feel quite good, but the smooth scales were also quite satisfying to rub. "Hey, hey, hey! Don't do it! It's your honor to be my slave!" Dos roared angrily as he dodged Roland's hand, which was extended from his dragon horn. "Fuck! Give me back my slave! Give me back my king! What are you barking about?" Roland picked up Dos with a playful look on his face. "Hey, hey, hey! You signed an equal contract with me. What are you doing?" Dos looked fearfully at the man who held his fate by the neck. If it weren't for the contract that prevented him from being harmed, I would have washed his face with a single breath of dragon breath. "Wait! Can't be harmed?" "Yeah. With the contract, what can I do to him?" At the thought, Dos's entire dragon body stiffened. "Hey, you ant!" Dos raised his head and looked at Roland with pride. Caslo and Cardo exchanged a speechless glance. This dragon knight pairing was too bizarre. "Your Highness." After a long moment, Omsk arrived with the rest of the men. "Roland, I suggest you figure out how to explain this to Dane Ironfoot." Vanelly shrugged, looking at the Iron Mountain range, which looked as if someone had taken a bite. "Ugh!" Roland lost his voice, like a chicken with its neck strangled. Now that the smoke and dust had mostly cleared, he could clearly see a large section missing from the northern Iron Hills, obliterating half the mountain range. Obliteration. Roland pursed his lips, feeling a bit dry. The annihilating force of the sacred dragon's energy was too terrifying. Even the hardest granite couldn't withstand its powerful erosion, annihilating it into ash. "I think we need to check the Iron Hills." Roland frowned. If death caused massive dwarf casualties, the already fragile alliance in the north would crumble in an instant. Roland wouldn't have to think about a battle with Soren, he'd probably have to fight the dwarves first. Omsk and Caslo exchanged glances. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it would undoubtedly spark a war between the two races. After all, this would be like giving the dwarves a glimpse of their true colors. Of course, there was a solution. As long as Roland killed the Swan Knights and denied the incident, the dwarves wouldn't turn their suspicions on Raglan. Roland's eyes turned unkind as he looked at Halfa and the others. As the saying goes, a friend dies, but I die. Forget the battlefield in the south. If Raglan and the dwarves really fought, the north would be destroyed first. Dragon God. The group of Raglan knights arrived at the original valley. The valley had now transformed into an alluvial plain. The mountains on either side had vanished without a trace, and the surrounding terrain had dropped dozens of meters. The entire mountain had been reduced to a cliff. The sloped foothills had vanished as if something had cut away. Below was the original valley area, which resembled an alluvial plain. "Hey! Friends down there! What's going on here?" Suddenly, several heads popped out from the nearby foothills and asked. Roland and his companions exchanged pleasantries, not daring to speak. "Friends of Dwarf, are you all right? Look at the tremors here just now." Roland winked at Omsk, who immediately shouted. "Who are you?" The Iron Hills dwarf asked warily. "I am Omsk, a level 6 hero of the kingdom of Lagran. This is our knights." Omsk did not reveal Roland's identity. "Oh! Friends of Lagran, thank you for your trouble. We're fine. It's just that some parts of the kingdom's dungeons near here have collapsed," the dwarf said. "Wait a minute, I find a way down." "The dwarves won't treat guests from afar unfairly," the dwarf above said. "No need, we appreciate your kindness. Since there's nothing else we can help you with, we leave." Omsk shrank back. Though a middle-aged man, he felt like a thief with a guilty conscience. "Go, go, go!" Roland took the lead and fled, followed by everyone else. Soon, the group disappeared without a trace. "Huh? Why are they leaving? They came all the way here, and didn't even stay for a meal?" The dwarf above scratched his head, bewildered. Chapter 450. Roland couldn't bring himself to stay for dinner. How could he possibly entertain the dwarves after tearing down half their house? Fortunately, the dwarves didn't suffer any casualties. For one thing, the dwarves were quite experienced in earthquake-resistant underground structures. For another, Doza's terrifying Great Forbidden Spell was only truly devastating in its initial impact. The most destructive power was its powerful mass annihilation. Luckily, Dragon Riding's Deathly Sky attack was an energy attack, not a physical one like Dragon Meteor Shower. Compared to the Dragon Language Forbidden Spell, Dragon Star Meteor, previously unleashed by Peter Grow's Star Dragon Sky, which summoned meteorites and relied on physical attacks, Dragon Riding's Deathly Sky attack was much quieter. Dwarf, are you serious? Thank you for your trouble, King Roland, Alpha said with heartfelt gratitude. Without the help and rescue of Roland and his group, even if they had managed to escape, they would have certainly lost members. This would have been even more devastating for the already struggling knights, who might have even disbanded. Roland's intervention helped them avoid the crisis of disbandment. There's no point in saying these empty words. Saving you is also about helping ourselves. Roland shook his head frankly. After all, if they wanted to rely on Gondor and Rohan as shields, they couldn't let both nations fall to ruin. The War of the Ring, decades from now, would be a deadly event. It was now 3A2942, and the War of the Ring in 3A3018 was a full 76 years. Given the long lifespan of the Lagrangians, Roland should be in middle age, barring any unforeseen events. He believed that decades of accumulation would allow Lagrang to grow into a giant in the north. Therefore, for Roland, playing it safe and not recklessly would guarantee victory. Roland stared at Halfor, his thoughts racing. He surely hoped Sauron would target the two most powerful kingdoms, Gondor and Rohan, so that he could survive in the hostile environment of the north. As long as Sauron didn't turn too much attention to Roland, his rise would be unstoppable. But thank you for your generous help. Despite Roland's words, Halfor remained grateful. After all, even if the dragon riders had seen them trapped and refused to help, it would have been understandable. But Caslow not only launched an airstrike against the Easterlings, but also brought them Raglan's cavalry. Is there anything I can do for you? Halfor asked. Of course, we need a lot of food. The Norse grain production isn't enough to meet our current needs. Roland said. Food? That's not difficult. I can sell you a batch of food, enough to feed 20,000 people for a year at cost. Halfor returned the favor, determined to help Roland with his difficulties. Thank you so much. But I'd like to sign a long-term contract with you. After all, the people here need food every year, Roland said quickly. After all, a quick sale isn't as good as a steady stream. Is that so? Halfor frowned. As a noble lord in southern Gondor, he had a lot of decision-making power, but a transaction this large still required the approval of Prince Agrishil of Amroth. After all, the cost price meant a loss. Then we can trade for magical alchemical equipment. Roland saw Halfor's hesitation, thought for a moment, and then said to Halfor as if he had made a firm decision. Puff! Omsk, who was drinking water nearby, spat it out. While Halfor was bewildered, Omsk gave Roland a subtle thumbs up, which made Roland's teeth ache. Magic equipment? You even produce this? Halfor asked in surprise. If that were the case, he'd definitely have to think about it carefully. After all, magical equipment wasn't ordinary equipment. It required the involvement of an alchemist or mage to create it. Otherwise, it was just ordinary equipment. Do you accept custom orders? Halfor's first question was this, which surprised Roland. Of course. But Roland quickly realized that this was a great opportunity to make money. As for someone else's feelings, Roland once again ignored them. That's great. I need a custom set of plate armor. It needs to be self-repairing, strong, and lightweight. Halfor calculated. No problem. Although dragon coins are used in circulation within the kingdom, we also recognize Middle-earth's common currency. You can customize it yourself. Roland smiled. Halfor shook his head happily, but Yunfeng's displeasure was likely fading soon. By the way, I just been thinking about it, and I personally agree with your approach. I'm willing to trade you for magic equipment worth an equivalent amount of grain. Halfor said. Then let's go back and discuss it. Roland flashed a foxy smile. Omsk mourned quietly for Yifon on the side. Thorin's 5,000 sets of magic equipment hadn't even been completed yet, and now another large order had come in. Omsk could already foresee the spectacle of Yifon regicide. Although the blacksmith shop wasn't solely run by Yifon as before, it was still short of manpower. Nina Bon, the girl Lance had rescued, was currently working with several magic apprentices, performing some mid-level tasks. The hard labor was, of course, still done by ordinary blacksmiths. They only needed to carve various inscriptions at fixed locations. The final connection activation required Yifeng to do it himself. Even though the process had been simplified, it was still a huge workload for Yifeng. Your Highness, are you sure Yifeng can handle it? He's just an ordinary wise man, not a high-yielding dairy cow. Omsk decided to speak up for Yifeng. Of course, I know, but you know the kingdom's current situation. Given the opportunity, I can't let the people starve to death, right? Roland said calmly. That's so unfair to Yifeng. And don't we have a caravan? Omsk said helplessly. What do the caravans sell? Roland rolled his eyes. Selling ordinary equipment wouldn't be as profitable as magic equipment, and it's even harder to get the grain controlled by the south at cost. After all, the price of grain from the south sold to the north by private caravans is not cheap, and it's definitely not as good as the official price. Gondor gets the equipment it needs, and we get the food we desperately need. Isn't this a win-win situation? Roland said proudly. Yes, 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 the world where only Yifeng is injured has been achieved. Omsk glanced at Roland calmly, inwardly ruing that he was lucky he wasn't a support class, otherwise he'd be hard-pressed by Roland. With that much work, even the production team's donkey would have crawled back crying. Yifeng will understand. Roland vowed, though his heart was pounding. He already prepared to go into hiding for a few days. He'd just leave the work to Yifeng, disappear for a few days, and then return when Yunfeng's anger had subsided. Roland couldn't help but applaud his own cleverness. Chapter 451. What? Yunfeng stared at Roland in shock. Say it again? Yunfeng's face twisted. Don't be angry. Listen to my explanation, Roland said quickly, looking at the distorted Yunfeng. Okay, Your Highness. Yunfeng folded his arms and stared at Roland, wanting to see what he could come up with. Look, I plan to trade our magical equipment for Gondor's food and other necessary supplies. And trading with Gondor officially will at least allow us to purchase large quantities at cost price. You should understand the implications, Roland said quickly. Relying on caravans to slowly accumulate resources is unrealistic. The kingdom is in ruins right now, and many areas are major grain consumers. Even if my private treasury is rich, it can't afford to continue to consume the kingdom's army at this rate. Since saving money isn't working, I can only increase revenue, Roland explained. Yunfeng fell into deep thought after hearing Roland's words. He had to admit that Roland's words touched him. As a patriotic noble, although he disliked getting involved in the political infighting among the nobility, he still chose to become Roland's invisible prime minister for the sake of his country's revival. I agree in principle. But you have to control the scale. We are now living on thin ice in this turbulent era. Any mistake could ruin this country, which has just begun to recover, Yunfeng said calmly. If it were just some magical equipment, I could still squeeze it in with some time. It's all your fault for agreeing to Thorin's 5,000 sets of equipment for 100 kilograms of mithril. Yunfeng snorted in anger. Roland's decision was indeed a disaster. Those 5,000 sets were a life-threatening undertaking, and Thorin had only completed a small portion during his expedition to Moria. Now Roland had accepted another large order. Yunfeng could only sigh that he was blessed to have Roland. Just tell me if that mithril smells good? Roland pursed his lips at Yunfeng, who was acting so naive. After all, mithril production was shockingly low, and those 100 kilograms would last Yunfeng for ages. Furthermore, mithril is a stabilizer for alchemical products, and almost all alchemical processes require it to stabilize the effects. What does what I earned through my labor have to do with you? Yunfeng asked arrogantly. Roland was speechless. By the way, how's your wedding going? Yunfeng suddenly asked. After all, Roland had been busy traveling, and had no time to attend to his and Nyx's wedding preparations. Do I look like I have the time to prepare those things? Roland wiped the sweat from his forehead, suggesting that Yunfeng's eyes could be donated to those in need. It seems I don't have the time, Yunfeng said to Roland after examining him seriously for a few seconds. So? Roland smiled, walked over to Yunfeng, patted his shoulder, and was about to say something. It's okay. If you let me do it, I give you a good show. Yunfeng took a step back. Roland was stunned. That's called the art of transfiguration, Yunfeng said, and before Roland could react, he vanished in an instant. Fuck. Just vanish. Transfiguration. Roland grumbled, looking at the mess. Your Highness. Baron Lance requests an audience. The guard at the door faithfully performed his duties. Let him in, Roland said casually, straightening himself up. Your Highness, good morning. Huh? His Majesty Yunfeng isn't here? Lance looked around and didn't see Yunfeng, unable to resist the curiosity. He's gone. By the way, what's up? Roland asked, somewhat dissatisfied. That damned Yunfeng not only didn't share Jun's worries, but he even dared to run away. Oh, the supplies for your wedding are almost ready. December is almost here, don't you think? Lance asked tentatively. So soon? Roland rubbed his chin, thinking of Nix's stunning face, and couldn't help but smile softly. Then let's make it December 1st. It's a convenient date for commemoration. Roland finalized the wedding. Okay, 8 days left. I start notifying the entire nation now so everyone can prepare, Lance said. Oh, by the way, how are things going in Delvin? Roland asked. He hadn't checked on that border town in a while. Everything is proceeding as normal, Lance said respectfully. Well, thank you for your trouble. Go ahead. Roland nodded. Your Majesty. Lance patted his chest and saluted Yunfeng as he strode towards him. Well, get busy, Yunfeng said gently to Lance. Bang! He turned and suddenly slammed a roll of parchment in front of Roland, startling him so much he jumped out of his chair. I just found some time to visit a nobleman from the Swan Knights of Gundor and signed a contract with him. He's always looking for trouble. Yunfeng complained. Hey, isn't this a great hero of the kingdom? Come on, sit down. Roland knew from Yunfeng's sharp tongue and soft heart that he had just been busy, and a fawning smile instantly spread across his face. Go away. Stay away from me. Nothing good will come of meeting you. You're even more oppressive than a goblin. Yunfeng retreated repeatedly. Roland watched Yunfeng take a few steps back, feeling a sudden pang of sadness. When had King Roland lost Yunfeng's support? Were you serious about taking that step back? It was a small one, but it deeply hurt me, Roland said affectionately, clutching his chest in pain. If you have such literary talent, why not go find Grand Duke Nix to express your feelings? Can't you be more steady when you're about to get married? You're even more dramatic than a bard in the choir. Yunfeng's face sank in frustration. Oh, right. I have to tell Nix. Roland slapped his head, realizing he hadn't told Nix about their wedding on December 1st. It would be a real joke if the main character of the wedding were the last to know. Yunfeng's eyes twitched, suppressing his growing desire to change jobs. Ah, so soon? Nix, who was the first to hear the news, didn't feel the expected joy. Instead, she fumbled, twirling her skirt and pacing anxiously. It was clear she was nervous. Roland rubbed his hands awkwardly. Even though they had shared a bed together for so long, he still felt a little embarrassed and nervous about publicly announcing their future as a couple. Let it be. It's all in the hands of the people down there anyway, Roland consoled him. Now he could only hope Lance would be more reliable, and not try to get him into any trouble. Nix held Roland's hand, and leaned against his chest, nodding softly. Roland Romagnian Raglan. Nix Dorwinian Raglan. Lance anxiously wrote down Roland and Nix's names, as these referenced their noble lineages. For example, their surnames both began with Raglan, signifying they were both branches of the Raglan royal family. Romagnian indicated Roland's descent from the Romagnian royal family, while Nix's Dorwinian and Nix indicated her lineage was from the Grand Duchy of Nix within the Dorwinian kingdom. Anyone familiar with the aristocratic system could easily discern a noble's origins from their names. Of course, names were also a way for nobles to highlight their heritage. Chapter 452. Your Highness. Lord Apophis Brio requests assistance. A cavalryman rushed in clutching a blood-stained battle report. What's going on? Roland was inventorying his treasury, wondering if he had enough supplies for his wedding. He was reviewing each item when a burly man in tattered clothes jumped out, startling him half to death. Your Highness. The cavalryman from Lulung Fortress handed over the battle report. What? Orcs are invading? How dare they attack Lulung Fortress? Roland took one look and was stunned by the orcs' stupidity. Roland truly didn't understand how the orcs could have the courage to attack a heavily guarded and well-armored fortress, especially one Renault had already returned to guard. What does this have to do with Apophis? It's not his place to ask for assistance. Roland suddenly had a flash of thought, and quickly read the battle report carefully. Damn it! You thieves! You really fooled me with the art of war. You learned to pick on the weak, haven't you? Roland roared. It turned out these orcs had come to Lulung Fortress to extort money, but instead stumbled upon the encampment of Apophis Brio's private troops, located a dozen miles behind the fort. Because Roland had forbidden Apophis Brio from stationing his private troops inside Lulung Fortress, he had found a small fort on a hill outside the fortress to station his troops. As a result, the orcs, fed with arrows by the Lulung garrison, had to bypass Lulung and ended up stumbling upon Apophis Brio's encampment. Go get Caslo, Ajax, or one of them. Roland frowned. Yes, said the guard at the door. A moment later, the guard came running to tell Roland that Ajax and Caslo were out on patrol. Those Griffin Knights. Forget it. I lead the Knights myself. Have Omsk meet me at the training ground. Roland patted the royal guards guarding the door. Originally, Roland had considered giving the Griffin Knights a debut, but after some thought, he decided to lead the charge himself. After all, the Griffin Knights had too little training time, and fighting now would be prone to casualties. Oh, Yunfeng, Caslo, and the others are back. Have them search for us along the Lulung fortress line. Roland instructed Yunfeng. Well, be careful. Grand Duke Nix is waiting for you. Yunfeng said silently, as he stepped forward. Well, don't worry, my life is tough. At least those worthless orcs can't take it. Roland raised his head. Yunfeng opened his mouth, wanting to say that Roland had been nearly taken away twice by trolls and Donny people, but he ultimately kept his mouth shut, opting instead to silently wish Roland a safe journey. What's wrong? What happened? Omsk approached, bewildered. Something's happened to that kid, Apophis Brio. Roland said, as he put on the armor on his warhorse. Something's happened? What could possibly happen to him in Lulung Fortress? Omsk asked, bewildered, as he led his horse. The orcs provoked the fortress's defenders. Roland mounted his horse. Lulung Fortress didn't stop the orcs' attack? The defenders there are more numerous than at River Rapids. Omsk was astonished. If Reno and the others couldn't even hold Lulung Fortress, they should just find a grave to bury themselves in. Living like this was a waste of food. Can't you think of something better? Apophis's private army base is under siege by orcs. Roland's mouth twitched. Is that so? That's all right. No rush. Omsk's once swift movements suddenly slowed down, even smoothing out the wrinkles on the brocade on his saddle with his hands. Shit! Hurry up. Come with me to rescue them. Roland kicked Omsk at his expression. Even if they were Apophis Brio's private soldiers, they were still citizens of the kingdom of Lagran, ultimately under Roland's rule. Oh! Omsk nodded. Lord. A warrior came running over, carrying a long spear. How's the situation? Apophis Brio said calmly, leaning on his sword. It's going very well. Those orcs were routed after the knight's charge. The warrior patted his chest. They've been gathering for so long, and this is all they're capable of? Apophis Brio roared, his defenses instantly broken. He barely called on Roland for help, and the orcs were already crumbling. How would King Roland view him? Would he think he was deliberately showing off? He'd think he was flaunting his own abilities, and the strength of his soldiers. Order the soldiers to be cautious and expel the orcs. Drive them out of the country. Remember to leave a few squads behind. Apophis Brio sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Yes. The warrior behind him excitedly pounded his chest. What Apophis Brio didn't realize was that he overlooked some questions. If he inquired more thoroughly, he would never have ordered a pursuit or expulsion. Hey! What did the Lord Centurion say? A group gathered around, chattering and clamoring around the Centurion, who had just reported to Apophis Brio. The Lord said, we should pursue cautiously. Drive those bastards out of the kingdom. But we need to leave some men behind to defend the home. Centurion Olaf said with high spirits. He was also a passionate Raglan man, and as a young man, he naturally yearned for success. With a wave of his hand, he led his brothers out of the stronghold. He did not want to be the last few to defend the home. The warriors, reacting quickly, grabbed their food and rushed out. It was on this day that the great and legendary Olaf first made his mark. Centurion, how should we fight? The 9 warriors trapped on a hillock turned their gazes on their leader, Centurion Olaf. We're surrounded. Those knights killed them like chickens. Why are we struggling so much? Stop yelling. These orcs have surrounded us. I just saw at least 100. A soldier said solemnly. Shut up. No one's taking you for granted if you don't speak. Olaf slapped his helmet, cutting off what he was about to say. Let me think of a solution. Calm down. You are the elite of the kingdom. The Lord's warriors. The king and Lord won't give up on us. We must persevere. Olaf encouraged them. He wanted to galvanize the soldiers' fighting spirit. Yes, that's what the Lord said. What else did the Lord say? Olaf carefully recalled every detail of Apophis Brio, trying to find a way out of the predicament from the wise Lord's daily teachings. Chapter 453. Calm down. Calm down. The Lord must have said something. Olaf forced himself to calm down, carefully recalling every detail of Apophis Brio, hoping to find a solution. Courage, perseverance, timing. Olaf calmed down and pondered slowly, his eyes gradually gleaming. Let's hold our ground. Wait for them to show a weakness. Olaf remembered Apophis Blear's casual remark that if the enemy doesn't have one, then let them show one. Yes. The breathing of the men beneath their barrel-shaped visors grew heavier, their round shields overlapping and clasping each other's chests, abdomens, and torsos. To be honest, no one expected their 2 layers of armor to stop the orcs' attacks. The wandering orcs' weapons were mostly blunt instruments, and the chainmail of the warriors was no match for those whistling clubs. Ah! With the distinctive howls of the orcs, a group of orcs clad in animal skins rushed out, wielding clubs tied with broken stones or bones. This made everyone gasp, yet at the same time, they were thankful. They had few metal weapons or protective gear. Slash! Olaf commanded as he saw the orcs approaching. A group of burly warriors immediately swung their sharp, side-like spears and launched a sweeping attack. Swish! Swish! Ah! Help! My legs! The orcs fell to the ground in agony, their broken arms and legs flying everywhere. Many were severed, only left to scream and struggle. Even more tragic were those with broken arms and legs. They clutched their bloody limbs and screamed in agony, their bodies trembling with pain and rage. Hook! Olaf commanded coldly. Puff! Puff! Plop! At Olaf's command, the warriors retreated in unison, mechanically pulling back their swung spears. Streams of blood shot up into the air, and the orcs, still screaming in agony, were beheaded one after another. Their hideous heads rolled on the ground. 1/1 hook. Though the moves were simple, they embodied the principle of simplicity. In just a few seconds, over 20 orcs fell to the ground. Hold the line. Hold your shields. Olaf used his shield to block the occasional flying debris. The orcs' hurling of debris was a distraction, undoubtedly distracting them. Although the spears were stained with orc blood, it was not enough to completely intimidate them. Olaf could only lead his soldiers into battle. What? The orcs were defeated? Roland rushed over without stopping, only to hear Apophis Brio scratching his head and telling him that the orcs had been driven out. Listening to Apophis Brio recount how the orcs' defenses had been broken by a dozen of his own knights, Roland was devastated. He had traveled hundreds of miles just to hear you boast about your achievements? Alas, next time, don't report or ask for help for such a trivial matter. Just drive them away. As long as they don't dare enter the heart of the kingdom, there's no need to fight them head-on. Roland shook his head and sighed. Although Apophis Brio had been a little hasty in reporting for help this time, Roland was very pleased that Apophis Brio was indeed worthy of being the descendant of the King of Lions. He had good military skills and political vision. For example, this time Apophis Brio did not ask for help from the nearby Lulung fortress, but ran to the rapid city for reinforcements. This was because Apophis Brio knew that the Lulung fortress must not be lost. Even if his men were wiped out, the defenders of the Lulung fortress could not move lightly. What if the orcs played a siege and attacked the reinforcements? The orcs who took the opportunity to rush into the fortress would definitely give Renaud a headache. Even if he finally cleared out the orc ambushes, there would be heavy casualties. Alright, I'll be back soon. Remember to say hello to Renaud. Roland waved and prepared to leave. After all, with so much to do, Roland didn't have time to catch up with Renaud, and Renaud understood. Thank you, Your Highness, for your support. Sorry to bother you. Apophis Blear smiled as he escorted Roland out of the stronghold. After all, the military intelligence had been misreported. Even King Roland had arrived personally with the knights. Report? Your Excellency, something terrible has happened. Our soldiers chasing the orcs have been surrounded. The warrior Olaf had sent for help finally returned, sprinting back. Roland stared at the visitor, his face interrogating. What's going on? Tell me. Tell the truth. Didn't you see Your Highness was here? And you didn't even salute? Apophis Blear kicked the inattentive soldier and, meeting Roland's inquiring gaze, interrogated him. It would have been better if he hadn't asked. But then he found out that one of his squads, ordered to chase and drive off the orcs, was surrounded by nearly 1,000 orcs on a small hill. At that moment, Apophis Brio wanted to slap himself and his own team. He had been so foolish and stupid to have ordered his soldiers to pursue the fleeing orcs. He also wanted to kill Olaf, a classmate, for misinterpreting his intentions. Who could drive out orcs for 20 miles? Who could use 10 men to fight nearly 1,000 fleeing orcs? Even if those orcs were incompetent, their punches were undeniable. One punch from each was enough to erect a monument for them. Well, well, well. Lord Apophis Brio, you are truly a pillar of the kingdom. You are worthy of being an ancient family handed down from the empire. Your style is truly unique. Even your soldiers are so confident. You are worthy of being Legrand's strategic master. You can be called a living god of war. Roland laughed in anger. With such a lousy appearance, he still wants to be sent out to pioneer. Hack you. He dares to order the entire army to hunt down the enemy without knowing the enemy's situation. No, this guy at least left more than a dozen people in his stronghold. Omsk. Assemble the troops. Let's go rescue them. Roland ignored Apophis Brio and turned to Omsk, then approached the soldier who had just called for help. Give him a horse. Will my warrior take me to rescue your comrades? Roland shouted. Of course, your highness. It would be my honor. The soldier exclaimed joyfully. This is the kingdom's duty and responsibility. The king will not abandon any citizen, even a beggar. The kingdom will do its utmost to ensure the safety of every citizen. No one can kill my people in front of the king. No! Roland roared, brandishing his dragon slayer sword. The sharp, cold light stirred the remaining soldiers' blood. They all shouted Roland's name in unison, praising his kindness and greatness. Apophis Brio looked deeply at Roland and nodded slightly. This king was acting like a king. This delicate confrontation between the king and the nobles ended with the king's complete victory. Apophis Brio gazed at Roland's back with great joy. This unreliable king finally learned how to win the hearts and minds of the nobles. This showed that King Roland was maturing. Centurion, will this help us? Watching the orc surge in like a tide, then retreat as quickly as waves crashing on rocks, the wounded warriors fell into a state of low morale. Of course. That's what the Lord said. It can't be wrong. After so much secret military training from the Lord, I at least deserve the title of a master of military strategy. Olaf said proudly. Only in this way could he give the remaining soldiers hope. If they lost their fighting spirit, they would be quickly swallowed up by the orcs. Chapter 454. Hurry up. Roland urged anxiously, but he had already given up hope. His primary goal on this trip was revenge. After all, it had been so long, even the bravest ordinary soldier would. Apophis Brio followed Roland silently, urging his horse to a faster pace. Your Highness! Slow down, Omsk said anxiously. He didn't care about the soldiers. After all, war always requires sacrifice. It was just a matter of how many. But Roland's safety was paramount. Roland currently had no children, and the safety of the entire kingdom depended on him. If he left behind any children, they would be his own. But now, that was absolutely impossible. Intercepted by Omsk, Roland was forced into the middle of the line, surrounded by tin cans. Although he felt at ease, he lacked the passion for charging that Roland had desired. Omsk, speed up. We don't have time to waste. Even if we go for revenge, we have to catch those bastards by the tail. Roland was bewildered by Omsk's cautious advance. What knight's speed could be anything like walking? Omsk's mouth twitched, but he remained silent, continuing his slow and steady advance. He emphasized caution and prudent thinking. After all, a king who had been nearly beheaded twice had no idea why he was acting this way. It was because he was constantly being targeted. How did King Theoden of Rohan die? Wasn't it because he rushed too hard and flirted with the ringwraiths, never having even flirted with them, but King Theoden died in battle. If Roland had been killed by the orcs, that would have been a farce. The bards of Middle-earth could sing this story until the end of time. After all, the king was killed by orcs with inadequate combat power under the protection of the knights. All the knights could commit suicide. Every one of them would die. No one who had gone into battle would have the dignity to live. Brave warriors. Attack the enemy chieftain. Olaf swung his spear, its sharp, cold light illuminating the orc's terrified face. The Lord said to attack the center and slay the enemy chieftain in battle. The enemy will be routed without a fight. Olaf's eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. The Lagrang people are martial. These northern barbarians believe that fists are the ultimate force. These private soldiers, carrying on the legacy of the Lagrang northern Junlin family, are even more barbaric than the others. The silver-gray fierce warriors and turquoise-green flood troopers on the Great Wall of the North were a perpetual nightmare for the orcs of the far north. It's no exaggeration to say that the fierce warriors are the true greyhead killers. Once wielded, their 2.5-meter-long heavy spears are deadly weapons. No orc can withstand their terrifying brute force, and their devastating impact is no joke. Compared to the point and line attacks of most soldiers, the fierce warriors are a rare unit capable of wide-area attacks. Furthermore, they're cheap and easy to use. It's no wonder that the Grand Duke of Junlin has phased out the Empire's most common flood troopers in favor of these fragile damage-dealing machines. Damn it! Omsk's face darkened, a bad feeling welling up in his chest. The orc corpses strewn across the ground before him seemed to foreshadow the fate of the surrounded group. Hurry up! They should be just ahead, Roland urged. The scattered orc corpses on the ground were traces of their pursuit. Following the large piles of fallen branches and crushed grass, anyone with enough wit to know their direction would be clear. Apophis, I think you gone mad. You're truly bringing shame to the Brio family, the king's lion. You actually let them chase you in this weather, Roland said angrily, gazing at the ankle-deep snow on the ground. Last night's snowfall had caused the temperature to plummet, undoubtedly increasing the danger of pursuing in the snow. The orcs have no way out, so they're going to die. Are you going to let the kingdom's people die too? Roland's teeth grumbled. He simply couldn't comprehend the mindset and motive behind Apophis Brio's original order. Apophis Brio opened his mouth, unable to defend himself. Facts spoke louder than words. Regardless of his original orders, the soldiers' escape was undeniable. Apophis Brio felt incredibly wronged. His original words seemed to be to pursue them cautiously and drive them out of the country. But who could tell him what caution meant? 10 people chasing nearly 1,000 orcs, was that caution? Don't let me catch you! Apophis Brio's teeth itched with hatred. These soldiers had misinterpreted their orders. If he had known, he would have just ignored this idiot. It's over. How much better to leave the task of expelling the fleeing soldiers to Rainer and the brothers Luke and Merc Leopold. Apophis Brio glanced at Roland worriedly. He was still thinking about the imperial outpost position Roland held. That was the starting point for a powerful noble. Without it, it would take forever for the glory of the Junlin family to be restored. What if this caused Roland to doubt his own abilities? Apophis Brio shook his head, not daring to think any further. He already wanted to crush those private soldiers who had chopped off the orcs' heads. TSK. Omsk, walking in the front, was brimming with fighting spirit. He frowned as he gazed at the dismembered corpses on the ground. He couldn't help but glance back at Apophis Brio. This guy was quite capable. The private soldiers of the King's Landing family were truly unique. The orc corpses, scattered in groups of 2 or 3, showed almost no signs of resistance, indicating they were instantly slaughtered. Moreover, judging by the twisted faces and crawling marks on their upper bodies, these orcs didn't die immediately, but rather struggled profusely, bleeding to death. The King's Landing lion is truly worthy of his name. Omsk sighed with emotion. Even the private soldiers trained by the fallen lion, with limited resources, were so ferocious. It's hard to imagine how heroic those brave warriors on the Great Wall of the North must have been, and what a disaster it was that destroyed the Empire. Attention! Omsk roared, raising his lance. Several figures seemed to move among the swaying branches ahead. No, no, no! We're family! 2 warriors leaped out, their spears raised high in their hands, and knelt before the knights. Omsk yanked the reins, his face twitching violently. He was truly shocked by their actions. Would a direct French salute be okay? Huh? Roland stared at Apophis Brio with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. His thoughts were written all over his face. He was almost pointing at Apophis Brio and asking, "Is this how you lead your troops?" Apophis Blio's mouth twitched. His lance was itching. How about just stabbing them? Apophis Brio felt incredibly embarrassed. In front of the entire Holy Glory Knights, these 2 warriors had truly impressed everyone. After all, such a unique display was rare among the Lagran soldiers. Who told you to kneel like that? Apophis Brio, not caring to overstep his bounds, spoke before Roland, his face already being kicked. Sir, we were afraid you wouldn't be able to stop and would crash into us, so—" the 2 soldiers said timidly, like children who had done something wrong. Then where did this kneeling gesture come from? Apophis Brio's voice was cold, his eyes already scanning the 2 men's hearts. The centurion said, "A man's knees are made of gold, and he can't go against his will unless necessary. Keep him for future use, and we repay him later." The 2 exchanged glances, completely betraying Olaf. Talent. You understand the art of war. Roland was stunned. He hadn't expected such talent among the fearless Lagrang soldiers. What kind of French style? Chapter 455. Where are the rest of you? Roland realized there were only 2 soldiers before him. The remaining 8 wouldn't. Roland's face turned grim. The centurion has gone in pursuit. We stay here and take care of the wounded, the 2 soldiers said in a hushed voice. Roland's eyes twitched. Why didn't you tell me there were wounded earlier? What nonsense! Where are the wounded? Omsk kicked one of them over. He was still beating around the bush when lives were at stake. Oh, oh, oh! The two men suddenly realized, as if they had just realized their brothers were injured. Your Highness, they're here. Soon, the two men turned to a bush less than 50 meters away. From outside, they could vaguely see several brave warriors lying inside. Quick! Clear the space, Roland said anxiously, casting a mass holy light over the area. Crack! Several knights immediately dismounted and began to cut through the bushes with their swords, clearing a wide space. Are the Lord's reinforcements here? Thank God. What was that just now? My wounds don't seem to hurt anymore. You're clueless. That's holy light. The paladin has arrived too. A scene that left Roland stunned occurred. As he cast a shower of holy light, the once silent bushes suddenly became lively. The four warriors lying on the ground, as if resurrected, began to discuss. Your Highness? Finally, the four fools spotted Roland's crown and realized that they were actually King Roland. Roland couldn't help but gasp. He had made an indelible contribution to global warming. So there were actually people in the kingdom who didn't recognize him. Roland was shocked. There were less than 20,000 people in the country, and there were still people who didn't recognize him. Roland said this king was a complete failure. Apophis Brio thought to himself, taking in the men's demeanor. Sure enough, the next second, they were in for a surprise. Aren't you injured? Apophis Brio asked, his teeth grinding as he watched the four lively figures. Come on! Tell me what's wrong with you. Apophis Brio pointed to the person on the far right. My lord, an orc broke my ribs. Yes. Apophis Brio nodded. While a broken rib prevented him from fighting, it wasn't a fatal injury, so a bit of a lively vibe was normal. What about you? Apophis Brio's gaze flicked to another man. I twisted my ankle while chasing an orc. The soldier smiled innocently. Apophis Brio pursed his lips and said nothing. It was something they could do, indeed. Non-combat casualties were a hallmark of these warriors. They often fell or twisted their ankles in the heat of battle. After all, their narrow field of vision and the massive spears made their center of gravity unstable. What about you? Apophis Brio glanced at the next person. He. Sir, my spear is broken. The honest warrior reached behind him and pulled out the broken spear from chopping an orc's bones. Apophis Brio gave him a deep look. He could only say, what a talent. What about you? What's wrong with you? Apophis Brio looked at the last person. The young man looked relatively clean, with no obvious injuries. The centurion said I was running too slowly, and told me to come back and rest. The soldier, aggrieved, repeated Olaf's order. Wait! Where's the centurion? Roland's expression suddenly changed. Where were the rest of the men? The centurion said he rooted out all the evil. He's leading his men in 3 directions to pursue the fleeing orcs. A soldier said proudly. Oh, pursuing the fleeing orcs? What the hell? Say that again. Roland suddenly realized that the soldier's words didn't make sense. The centurion is leading his men in 3 directions to pursue the fleeing orcs. The soldier was startled by Roland's expression. Huh? How dare he? Roland exclaimed, stunned. The centurion said he learned this tactic from our lord. Attack from 3 directions, encircle from 2 sides. We've definitely crushed those bastards. The soldier said triumphantly. Apophis Brio wanted to strangle him. Is this how tactics work? There are only 4 of us under my command, including myself. What the hell are you doing with your tactics? Roland gave Apophis Brio a blank look, then mechanically gave him a thumbs up. Your Highness, do you believe me when I say I don't know? Apophis Brio said bitterly. Looking at Roland now, he felt like dying. Apophis, you're a real talent. 4 of us, divided into 3 groups, pursued nearly 1,000 fleeing soldiers. You're the best. Omsk patted Apophis Brio on the shoulder, feeling deeply moved. Apophis Brio stood there weeping. He was already thinking about killing that centurion named Olaf. He was digging a hole for himself, and it was a bottomless pit. Using tactics like this really lowers my value, isn't it? Apophis Brio said inwardly. What should we do, Your Highness? The snow has covered their footprints, and we must continue. Omsk hesitated. Of course. You're not even as brave as a few ordinary soldiers, are you? Or has your courage been worn away by the bread, beer, and tofu? Roland looked at Omsk. No. Of course not. I'm just worried about your safety, Your Highness. Omsk puffed out his chest. Then settled him and continued searching. We won't abandon any of our people who can still be rescued. You don't want to be a foil to their bravery, do you? Roland glanced at him and said calmly. Omsk's heart suddenly sank. He could already imagine what the rumors would say, abandoning his comrades, that a valiant 6th-rank knight was no braver than a few ordinary soldiers. Ons gave Roland a deep look. Well, since you're so fearless, what should I be afraid of? What else can the orcs threaten me with? Ons shook his head, and blew the horn to summon the knights. Come on, master of tactics. Analyze where they should be and what they're doing now, Roland and Apophis Brio said casually, walking side by side. Your Highness, you're joking. Apophis Brio flashed a smile uglier than tears, already mentally plotting how to punish Olaf. No, no, no. A centurion has such foresight. You certainly taught well, Roland said seriously. While the idea of 4 men attacking in 3 directions and surrounding and trapping the fleeing orcs was ridiculous, it didn't diminish the effectiveness of his training. At least the junior officers, under Apophis Brio's guidance, had developed some tactical skills. Well, Roland admitted that there was some tactical skill, but not much. Chapter 456. And what were Olaf and his group, the ones Roland was so concerned about, doing right now? Centurion. They seemed to be crossing the river. A warrior whispered. I'm not blind. I can see. Olaf stared intently at the group of orcs, unsure of what to think. Calling it a river would be an understatement. A small stream, unmarked on the map, barely a dozen meters wide and knee-deep, was sending the vanguard across. Dozens of orcs waded through the stream, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The freezing winter temperatures had frozen the entire stream into a layer of ice 2 fingers thick. With a crackling sound, the shivering orcs pulled their feet out of the ice, and continued on their way. Sir, what should we do? Have all the men arrived? Olaf asked calmly. After all, he had divided his forces into 3 groups, even though he only had 3 soldiers. Yes. They're all here. The warriors beside him solemnly counted the number of men, then nodded solemnly. Good. Olaf nodded. His face was hidden from view due to his barrel helmet, but if one lifted it, one could see a serious expression on his face as he silently calculated the time. Almost there. Olaf suddenly stood up, waving his spear. Attack them halfway across the river. Go straight for the enemy's leader. Olaf roared and rushed out. The orcs crossing the freezing water turned in surprise at the noise, only to see 4 burly men leap out from the withered bushes. Seeing their attire, all the orcs turned in terror and scrambled towards the other side. The orcs, their brains already underdeveloped, could only see the terrifying spears that cut through them like grass. Panicked, they shoved and shoved, each trying to cross the glacier before them. Many who struggled were pushed down by those behind them. Then, countless pairs of huge feet slammed into their backs, and the already narrow glacier was like a boiling pot. Orcs crying for help were everywhere. Kill! The dazed warriors charged at the orcs, their spears swinging in a despairing arc. The orcs who had been able to struggle had been reduced to frightened birds by the warriors. Olaf and his men's relentless pursuit was the final straw that broke the orcs' back. In reality, the number of orcs killed by Olaf and his men was far less than the number who drowned or were trampled to death in the knee-deep, nameless stream. Many were trampled into the water by their own people and drowned. Kill! Olaf swung his spear, and a row of goblin heads fell off. Seeing this, the goblins rushed to the other side even more fiercely. Stop him! The goblin captain roared, wielding his sword to block Olaf's spear. Before he could finish his cry, the spear swung and chopped off half of his head. Roar! Kill! Olaf struck his chest with a mighty war cry that shook the goblins to their core. The goblin captain's body, still twitching slightly, only strengthened their resolve to flee. Roland stared blankly at the carnage before him. Orc corpses fell carelessly to the ground, the dead and wounded blocking the glacier before him. Large expanses of ice were stained inky black, like a tragic ink painting against the pale snow. For warriors, long spears slung across their shoulders, sat on a pile of corpses in the river, their heads bowed in deep sleep. As for why they weren't dead, Roland said he could still hear their deafening snoring. Did they do this? Roland's voice trembled. A single glance confirmed that the corpses along the way, including those here, numbered well over 500. This meant that the 10-man squad had already slaughtered most of the nearly 1,000 fleeing soldiers. Well, although most were trampled to death by the orcs themselves, they still contributed greatly. Omsk returned after a brief inspection. Stampede? Roland suddenly realized something, as if grasping a clue. No wonder, they were a significant help in killing so many orcs. After all, they were just ordinary soldiers. A few hundred orcs standing there wouldn't have been enough for them to attack. Ordinary soldiers without the power of battle spirit would have been shattered long ago. The fierce warriors were indeed fierce, and Roland was surprised. These reckless warriors were truly astonishingly powerful. However, he wasn't interested in them. Firstly, they were a specialized unit of the reigning Lion clan, and secondly, their versatility wasn't necessarily higher than that of the Flood infantry. However, the fierce warriors were still an excellent unit, although the heavy armor designation was a bit forced. Apophis Brio was about to step forward when Roland stopped him. Let them rest for a while, they're too tired, Roland said, looking at the white smoke drifting out from the gaps in the helmets. Apophis Brio looked at the four sleeping and snoring people and shook his head helplessly. He took off his cloak and put it on one of them. Roland and Omsk also covered the others with a whole deerskin. After all, Roland's space was full of furs made by the common people. Can you see anything? Roland kicked Omsk, who was sitting in front of the campfire in deep thought. Your Highness. Come and sit. Omsk, awakened, brought a wooden block to Roland. Tell me about these orcs, Roland said, warming his hands over the fire. Yes, something's definitely not right. They don't look like the main force. Omsk gathered his words and spoke hesitantly. I don't think so either. You've seen the elite troops of Gambata and Dol Guldur. I don't think these ordinary soldiers can hunt down so many elite orcs. Roland shook his head. He didn't even know that Olaf Yago had sliced sashimi for the orc captain. And most importantly, the equipment. It's awful. Why are they still using bone tools? They're definitely not the main force. They're just cannon fodder. Roland frowned. When did the orcs become so poor that they no longer needed iron tools? Were those bone clubs really just a joke? But it doesn't make sense. Such a large group of orcs doesn't look like wandering orcs. After all, a wandering orc tribe of at most 1,000 people is considered a large tribe. This time, there are reportedly thousands of orcs. Omsk rubbed his chin in confusion. Where did they come from? Omsk poked at the campfire in confusion. I don't recognize their totems. Roland was also frustrated. This wasn't the totem of Mordor, Dol Guldur, or Gumbator, but such a large group of orcs came from the south. Could they have been conjured? Is there still an orc gathering place in the south? Roland asked. No. Omsk shook his head. They knew the totems of several major orc gathering places very well. Chapter 457. No. Then where did these orcs come from? Roland scratched his head, puzzled. These orcs couldn't have just sprung out of nowhere, could they? I think the most likely scenario is that a group of wandering orcs were united by the orc lords of Dol Guldur. Apophis Brio had come over at some point. Why did they send these cannon fodder? Roland curled his lips, and after saying that, he felt like slapping himself. He had instantly seen through the orcs' calculations. From a later perspective, these cannon fodder's purpose was nothing more than to stir up trouble around the kingdom, threatening its development and the safety of its people. If even a few scattered orcs broke into the kingdom's heartland, they would cause immense damage. I understand. Roland nodded quickly, muttering to himself. He had figured out the relationship, but this winter's trick wouldn't have much effect on the kingdom of Lagrang. As long as you understand it. Apophis Brio nodded, placing a loaf of bread next to the campfire. But winter won't do us any good. Besides, the Wainriders from the east and the orc tribes from the north are far more threatening, Roland said disdainfully. After all, for kingdoms like Rohan and Gondor, with their large populations and densely populated villages and towns, the fate of orcs invading their heartlands is self-evident. But for the deplorable environment of the kingdom of Raglan, are orcs going to eat dirt here? Roland smiled shyly. My humble self, he said, the entire kingdom, including my vassal states, only has 4 settlements. The rest is a wilderness in winter. Even if you orcs want to cause trouble, you can only help the farmers plow the soil. Yeah, a bit smart, but not much. Omsk shook his head. It was just luck that these orcs had captured Apophis Brio's private army base. Otherwise, whether it was River Rapids, Lulong Fortress, or even Delvin Town and Tupit territory, they would have been beaten to a pulp. Don't forget, the grassland elves live alongside the centaurs. Although the garrison in Delvin Town was small, just a small group of woodland warriors and some light infantry, the combined forces of the 2 territories were no match for just any random person. Not to mention that River Rapids was just over 20 miles away, and the knights and dragon riders would be arriving soon. If they really entered the heart of the kingdom, these orcs would be nothing more than cannon fodder giving the soldiers experience. Alright, even though orcs aren't very smart, we can't let our guard down. After all, there are always some lucky ones in history who aren't included. Roland smiled and warned everyone. After all, the time traveler Wang Meng had been outshone by Lucio, the son of the plains. Roland, a time traveler, was also afraid of being targeted by the Son of Luck in the dark camp. After all, no matter how powerful a cheater is, he can't defeat the server administrator. Before the War of the Ring, the great Lord Sauron was the perfect protagonist. If it weren't for Frodo's plot-driven death, who knows what would have become of the coalition forces? Well, I order the cavalry and knights to patrol as much as possible. Ensure the probability of orc infiltration is minimized. Omsk pounded his chest. Well, don't forget to tell the troops to be on the lookout for guests from the west. Once we find them, we have to meet them with swords and guns. Roland's eyes flashed coldly. Perhaps those Dongi people were innocent, but when they chose Sorin and stood against Roland, then no one among the charioteers was innocent. There was no mercy in war. Don't worry. They'd be stopped at the border. Omsk narrowed his eyes, filled with murderous intent and icy coldness. The charioteers were far more formidable than the orcs, especially for the defenseless civilians in the wilderness. Just one chariot charging and would unleash a bloodbath. Crash! A strange noise echoed from the sky, and everyone looked up. It was Caslo, riding a dragon, catching up. Boom! Cardo slammed to the ground. As Cardo leaped off the dragon's back, his body immediately began to shrink, quickly becoming the size of a lizard and scrambling onto Caslo's shoulders. Your Highness, I'm late. Caslo pounded his chest and bowed respectfully. It's okay. We're all late. Roland pointed at Olaf and the others, whose sleepy eyes had opened at the noise Cardo made. Oh! Did these warriors do this? Caslo asked curiously. Well, for people, split into 3 groups, attack from both sides. Apophis' tactics, his men have learned them. Roland said calmly. Puff! Caslo, who had just taken a sip of the hot water, sprayed it all over Omsk's face. Oh! Dragon God. Sorry! Caslo frantically wiped the water off Omsk. Damn it! Give me a reason not to challenge you? Omsk was utterly embarrassed. Your Highness. Apophis Brio glared at Roland with resentment. He had already said he wouldn't take the blame. What did he mean by his tactics? That was clearly a problem with that Olaf's misunderstanding. When did he ever say that 4 people could split into 3 groups to pursue? How would they be divided? Is he a single-person army? Ahem, stop it. We all know you're an expert in tactics. Roland teased. My lord. This is... Olaf staggered over. Asshole. Open your eyes and look. This is His Majesty the King. This is His Majesty Omsk and His Majesty Caslo. Apophis Bleer kicked Olaf on the leg, seemingly chastising him, but actually defending and reminding him. Good morning, Your Majesty. Good morning, Your Majesties. I am Olaf, the centurion of the fierce warriors. Olaf quickly removed his visor and bowed to salute. Pa! Apophis Bleer slapped himself on the head. Damn you! Well, stand up. My warrior. Roland nodded, motioning for Olaf to stand. Yes. Olaf breathed a sigh of relief and stood up straight, his face still tinged with the excitement of meeting the king. Roland carefully considered the brave leader before him. While his success was partly due to luck, his courage, carefulness, and exceptional bravery were undeniable. Daring to charge hundreds of fleeing orcs with only 4 men was a remarkable feat, and he even possessed a modicum of military skill. He was considered a talent in Middle-earth, or at least a notable figure in Lagrang. It was undeniable that this young man, with his brown hair, 3-dimensional features, and even a touch of handsomeness, could pull off something truly insane. This redefined Roland's belief in not judging a person by appearance. Apophis, I leave it to you to appoint your retainers. I grant you the right to confer titles below the rank of lord. You can do as you please. Roland turned and whispered to Apophis Brio. He didn't want to skip Apophis Brio and directly reward Olaf. After all, my vassal's vassal is not my vassal. Although skipping Apophis Brio and awarding a title himself would gain Olaf's loyalty and support, it would cause a grudge between him and the ancient Grand Duke's heir. He still knew what was worthwhile. Chapter 458. Your Highness. Apophis Brio was stunned for a moment. Perhaps other upstart nobles wouldn't understand, but as the heir to the Junlin family, how could he not understand the value of this blockade? In fact, starting with the title of Baron, nobles have had the right to confer gifts, but their power was extremely limited. They could only confer knighthoods, a title with the same value as medieval knights. They were merely quasi-nobles, possessing no fiefdoms, only a farm or village as a fief. In times of war, they would need to assemble their own equipment to fight for their lord. If their descendants lacked military talent, their family would once again become a commoner family. After all, the title of knight was not hereditary. The lordship, however, was different. Among the lordships, there was the hereditary lordship. This meant that if Apophis Bleo could afford to confer 300 lordships on himself, no one would question him. This meant he had already taken a step towards restoring his family's glory. After all, a noble who could freely grant vassals was undoubtedly a powerful noble. All he needed now was to secure territory to carve out a living space for himself and his men. Roland could only provide an imperial outpost for this. The rest? It was up to Apophis Bleo's luck. Alright, save your gratitude for later. You've proven your ability, and are truly worthy of restoring the glory of our ancestors and our family. Roland nodded. Apophis Bleo opened his mouth, unsure what to say. Roland's actions had silenced him. Seeing Apophis Bleo hesitate to speak, Roland shook his head in amusement, while Olaf and his companions on the side were about to pop out their eyes. Their lord could now confer titles of nobility. If King Roland had not been there, everyone would have rushed to surround Apophis Bleo. Sir! As expected, Apophis Bleo was surrounded after Roland turned and left. Sir, I shed blood for my family. A soldier held out his arm, scratched by brush, while chasing orcs. Not bad, I show it later, the scab is almost dry. Sir! I served my domain loyally. Another warrior pointed to the scarred male armor, covered in orc limbs and internal organs. Apophis Bleo glanced sideways, ready to be touched, but when he looked up, he saw the owner of this body. Olaf. Snap! His emotion was gone. Isn't this our military strategist? Come on, while His Highness is away, tell me how you stole my tactics. Apophis Bleo asked a deadly question. For people attacking in 3 directions? That's a bit wild, young man. What? Why not attack in 4 directions? That would be more impressive. Apophis Bleo crossed his arms, gazing at the treasure boy before him. Sir, you know I'm not very skilled. Olaf laughed awkwardly, drawing circles on the ground with his foot, looking like he could create a Qiming festival grave visiting scene. Your Highness, are you planning to release that kid Apophis Bleo now? Omsk asked. Why? Your Majesty, the great hero of light and shadow, wants to become a pioneer noble? Roland laughed. Forget it, I don't have the talent. Omsk shook his head and smiled bitterly. A pioneer noble still needs some talent. After all, there's so much to do, and if you don't handle it well, the territory will grind to a halt. But you're bringing the pioneering era forward. Omsk hesitated. Early? Who told me to? Nix and I are getting married soon, and after the wedding, according to the agreement, he should go and restore the family's glory. Roland shook his head. He hadn't suppressed Apophis Bleo, nor had he provided much assistance. He was simply proceeding according to the agreement. Well, I was overthinking it. Omsk nodded. Actually, even if he wanted to leave now, it wouldn't matter. Would such a large kingdom be paralyzed without him? Or would he be able to defend the long border? Roland smiled and winked. After all, a few hundred more wouldn't be much, and a few hundred less wouldn't be much. Omsk was stunned. Oh my! That sounded so reasonable, I couldn't even argue with it. After all, although the kingdom had a large population gap, it didn't lack these 200 or so ordinary soldiers. The era of exploration is far from here. We don't have the capacity for large-scale territorial expansion yet. Do you think I don't want to recapture the ruins of Lagran City? Roland chuckled. Alas. Omsk sighed. He overthought. After all, the only noble in the kingdom truly capable of expansion was Apophis Bleo. Worse still, this one was in a precarious position. Omsk even worried about whether Apophis Bleo could hold the old pass. Think about how to deal with the East barbarians, who come all this way. I'm more worried about the tankmen than the orcs, Roland said, gazing at the pile of orc corpses in the distance. With all due respect, we still need knights and cavalry to deal with the tankmen. After all, infantry is too passive. Omsk shrugged. No money. No people. Can't afford them. Roland fired 3 buttons in a row, not giving Omsk a chance to reply. Of course, that's what I was saying. Why don't we think about building high walls, storing up food, and slowly becoming king? Omsk said slowly. My next plan is to expand eastward. I leave the west to Apophis. If he's driven back by the orcs from Gambata Fortress, I can't do anything. Roland picked up a branch and began scratching at the ground. Downstream of the Rapid River, where it meets the Red River, that's our hometown, our imperial capital, our home. Omsk slowly looked down, following Roland's hand, his eyes already misting. Don't worry. We will return home. When the Raglan Dragon King bell rings through Middle-earth again, I will stand in Raglan City and overlook my empire. Roland gently patted Omsk's shoulder. Don't worry, that day will come. It's not far away, Roland added. Yes. Omsk wiped his eyes and nodded quickly. Okay, now that we rested, let's get ready to go back. It seems they can handle things here on their own, so there's no need for us to stay and help. Roland looked at the warriors who had arrived one after another, carrying the orc corpses for cremation, and turned to Omsk and the others. Let's wait a little longer. We should stay here to protect them for a while. It's not worth the extra time. After all, this place is beyond our control and no longer safe. Omsk glanced around. Well then, let's wait for them. Roland nodded. Luckily, this isn't the dark forest, otherwise we have to be wary of monster attacks. Omsk smiled. Monsters? How did they know I had the magic crystal? Roland quipped. How about you take care of those griffins in the Grey Mountains, Great King Roland? Omsk said teasingly with a wink. Roland's eye twitched, but he said nothing. Chapter 459. After returning, Roland lived a peaceful yet busy life. After all, he was about to marry Nyx. Although his life was now ordinary, he was still very busy every day. Is there enough bread? Roland took out a quill and wrote it down in a small notebook. Of course. Your Highness, don't worry, the banquet won't be affected by this. Lance said, following Roland. Where's the beer? Roland frowned as he walked around the warehouse twice. You should understand our predicament. The kingdom's current inventory isn't enough for everyone. Yun Feng said calmly, folding his arms around his chest. Well, how about the wine inventory? Don't tell me you can't even prepare enough for the other guests? Roland's eyes widened. As long as you don't waste money, it's barely enough. As long as you don't entertain those barrel-like dwarves. Yun Feng's eyes twitched. The thought of the dwarves gave him a headache. There won't be any problems with the ingredients. A small supply of snowing chicken is no problem for a banquet. No one can fault the ingredients from the primary magical beasts. It's a respectable main course. Yun Feng touched the tip of his nose. Well, the residents should be included too. I want to bring joy to everyone. Not just the upper echelons. Roland knocked on the wooden board. Well, we have a plan for this. We distribute black bread, smoked fish, and grilled meat to all residents. Lance explained. However, we can't guarantee an even distribution of alcohol to every resident. While ensuring the army's alcohol supply, at least a few residents won't get a glass of ale. Yun Feng sighed. Then only give it to adult male residents. Forget about women and children. It wouldn't be good for them to drink it. Roland finalized the matter. I can only say I do my best to make everyone feel your kindness. Beyond that, I can't guarantee anything more. Lance said with a wry smile. Although everyone hoped for a grand and beautiful event, things don't always go as planned. The kingdom's supplies are limited, and excessive boasting will only leave everyone starving before the next autumn harvest. Don't worry, I won't blame you no matter what. You done your best. Roland nodded to Lance and Yun Feng. Thank you for your understanding. Yun Feng and Lance exchanged a glance. Honestly, when the two saw the total amount of supplies, they nearly cried. The hundreds of bags of flour could only make enough black bread for everyone to eat for 2 meals. The remaining dried fish and roasted meat only provided a palm-sized portion of meat per person. As for alcohol, they couldn't even guarantee a glass per adult male. After all, alcohol was currently of little use in the kingdom. Roland, who stockpiled food and meat, hadn't stockpiled alcohol. While alcohol helped to withstand the harsh cold of the north, he simply didn't have the spare cash to buy a batch. The beer in the warehouse now was either given by the system in a lottery or given by the dwarves. Dear? Nyx whispered, looking at Roland standing by the window. Darling, dress warmly, don't catch a cold. Roland smiled, looking at the red lanterns that were beginning to hang on the street. He hadn't expected to feel the strong Chinese style even in this other world. Of course, all this was Roland's plan. He was going to marry Nyx with a grand ceremony. Don't look. They won't make any mistakes. Have a good rest. You haven't had a good rest in the past few days. Nyx took off Roland's leather coat and pushed him down on the bed and said in a soft voice. System check territory. Roland muttered to himself, gazing at the slumbering Nyx, her face flushed. Glancing at the sleeping golden dragon does and the slender, side-by-side ice leopard cub Snowball, Roland felt a sense of immense comfort. Territory, 1, Rapid City, area, 1 kilometer in radius. Buildings, 1 ordinary lord's castle, 500 ordinary townhouses, intermediate magic rune walls, stone well, blacksmith shop, barracks, archer's temple, advanced arrow tower, Knights Temple, Warriors Temple, Inactive, Tavern. Generals, Caslo, Level 5, Renault, Level 4, Rattle, Level 4, Yunfeng, Level 6, Omsk, Level 6, Apophis Brio, Level 3, Labian, Level 4, Holland, Level 2, Luke Leopold, Merc Leopold, Ajax Anthony, Level 5, Lafitte Anthony, Level 3. Special Personnel, Ivy, Level 3, Grand Duke Nix, Nix, Level 2, Nina Bond, Level 1, Rule, Level 2. City Defense Officer, Marcus, Level 4, Administrator, Lance, Level 2, Troops, 3,393. Holy Glory Knights, 110 Level 2 Lagran Empire Vanguard Knights. Lagran City Guards, 100 Level 2 Warriors. Badyan Archers, 800 Level 2 Archers. Dwinian Heavy Swordsmen, 100 Level 2 Swordsmen. El Nino Rangers, 100 Level 2 Rangers. Lagran Royal Guards, 200, Level 3, Speedstream Legion, 1,500 Speedstream Infantrymen. Conscripted Light Infantry, 200 Light Infantrymen. Lagran Heavy Cavalry, 100 Heavy Cavalry. Priests, 8 Level 2 Priests. Mages, 1 Level 2 Fire Mage. Crusaders, 100 Lancers. Crusaders, 300 Archers. Crusaders, 20 Heavy Shieldmen. Cross Bohemia Knights, 15, Level 2, Duchy Light Cavalry, 26. Gladiator, 10 Level 2 Warriors. Griffin Knights, 4, Level 2, Population, 20,751, Trainable Civilians, 7,179, Review, the Lonely King led the remaining people back to their homeland and built this towering walled city. With the arrival of new residents, the city has become more vibrant and lively. Everything is moving in a positive direction. The city's military is strong, with a large pool of qualified soldiers. The city is fully capable of defending itself even against a large-scale attack. This city now has its own annexed territory and appears to be thriving. Note: while the demographic imbalance has been alleviated, hidden dangers remain. Abilities: 1. As the only city in the Kingdom of Raglan in Middle-earth, it attracts the remnants of Raglan. The system will direct a group of wandering Raglan civilians to this location daily, hoping the Overlord can properly accommodate them. 2. Allows the recruitment of local civilians to train flood infantry. 3. The ruling center of the Kingdom of Lagrang. The people of Lagrang receive a faith bonus while in the city. 2. Tupid territory, village buildings, well wall, Lord's Hall, 20 houses. Lord Baron Balder. Subjects, 317. Review: one of the few remaining centaurs in Middle-earth. They serve King Roland of Lagrang out of gratitude for his kindness. Note: while these centaurs are capable, their small population makes them ineffective in large-scale battles. 3. Lulong Fortress. Area, 1 kilometer in radius. Buildings, 8 dragon-killing towers, 100 heavy crossbow towers, super magic rune walls, war inscriptions. Comment: this is the last remaining proof of the Empire. Beneath the towering Lulong Fortress lie the remains of orcs, the bones of black knights piled high. Evil spirits swear their vengeance here, darkness rests here. The dark walls are stained with the blood of the Dark Alliance, and the entire fortress rests on a mountain of corpses. Delvin Town, area, 500 meters in radius. Buildings, wooden and stone walls, basic arrow towers, ordinary houses, a well, a tavern. Population, 1,197, 378 civilians can be trained. Comment: this agricultural town is brimming with life and vitality, with burgeoning commerce revived here. The neighboring Tupid territory can provide valuable support. Overall assessment: a thriving kingdom. Despite the precarious environment, the resilient people of Raglan still stubbornly defend this ancient land, and their king continues to protect what remains. Suggestion: the kingdom urgently needs a large amount of land and population to revive. The Easterlings in the east occupy Dorwinion, and the orcs in the south occupy Dol Guldur. The ruins of Raglan City still await the king's recovery. Roland took a quick look and found that most of the information had not changed. The only significant change was that the 16 knights of the King's Landing were no longer his soldiers. After all, they were loyal to the King's Lion family, and the King's Lion was loyal to Roland. Another interesting thing is that the population of River Rapids has surpassed 20,000. This is a cause for celebration for the entire kingdom, but the surge in population poses a greater challenge to Roland's food security. Finally, Roland took a closer look and suddenly discovered something surprising. The 10 Lagrang Knights currently being trained by the hero Adile had actually separated from the Lagrang Knights and added the prefix Vanguard Knights to their names. Roland then realized that the number of his knights had reached 110. Someone who didn't know would have thought Roland was just calling the police. However, the biggest change was the addition of a new page to Roland's power board. Vassals. Currently, there is only one, Apophis Brio, House of the Reigning Lion. Title, Grand Duke Fake. Territory, none, factions, Fierce Warriors, 200, Sovereign Knights, 16, 15 second tier, 1 third tier. Summary, a passionate young nobleman eager to restore his family's glory. Though somewhat impulsive, he undeniably possesses excellent military skills. However, his lack of territory is his fatal flaw. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the door, and Roland frowned. Your Highness has a guest. You're certainly not expecting it. The visitor was Yunfeng, who winked at Roland before he could speak. Chapter 460. Who's there? Who's so free to come see me? Roland twisted his neck in discontent, speechless, but soon he faltered like a chicken with its neck pinched. Could it be Dane? Roland smiled, a smile uglier than tears. Yunfeng glanced helplessly at the guilty Roland and shook his head. Fuck. Gandalf the Sword Master. No. Gandalf the Grey. Roland cried out subconsciously. King Roland. You don't seem to welcome me? Gandalf's old face, as dry as a tree, smirked. No, no, no. Of course you welcome me. I'm just a little surprised you come to visit me. Roland shook his head quickly. It seems you have some opinions about my profession? Gandalf stroked his beard and smiled at Roland. Although Roland quickly changed his words, the perceptive Gandalf still sensed his thoughts. Roland looked at Gandalf awkwardly. Although everyone on Earth knew Gandalf was a pure-blooded melee mage and the Sword Master of Middle-earth, Roland couldn't possibly tell Gandalf that. I have no intention of accusing you, King Roland, of causing trouble. Gandalf noticed Roland's embarrassment and spoke up to help him resolve the situation. Otherwise, Roland would have used his feet to dig his way out of the two-bedroom, one living room apartment. Thank you for your generosity, Gandalf. After they sat down, Roland smiled and poured Gandalf a cup of black tea. Rich black tea. Gandalf took a sip and was immediately impressed. One never comes to see me for no good reason. Did you encounter any trouble this time? Roland didn't exchange pleasantries and got straight to the point. Why? Can't I come visit an old friend? Gandalf smiled, gazing at Roland. Haha, of course, but visiting an old friend at this time isn't the best idea. Roland chuckled, then pointed to the window. You're truly attentive. Much better than many nobles, who only know how to resolve matters with their fists. Gandalf looked at Roland with admiration. After all, Roland's attentiveness far surpassed many rough-and-tumble warrior kings. Hee. Roland smiled, thinking to himself that he wasn't stupid. What was there about him that was worthy of Gandalf's attention? Why would he come to him in the middle of winter? Could there be an old lover of Gandalf in River Rapids? Obviously not. Besides, there was no other possibility except that Gandalf was in trouble. Roland shook his head slightly. Gandalf actually compared him to those reckless men. His idols were Li Lauer and Zhu Laozi. Those two had reached the pinnacle of the title of Horseback Emperor, and Roland was now striving towards that goal. Roland scoffed at Gandalf's suggestion of using fists to solve problems. After all, why use fists when a forbidden spell could cover it? Using a sword would silence the other party. How painful would it be? I want to go to Dol Guldur. Gandalf began to speak, but before he could finish, Roland jumped up. Yunfeng. Show him off. Give Gandalf a proper send-off. Sorry, Gandalf, I have something else to do. Roland jumped up and prepared to run. But, well, Roland pulled his hand away, realizing that this old man with such a friendly smile actually possessed such extraordinary power. His hand clamped around his wrist like a vice, preventing him from moving. Roland's mouth twitched slightly. He longed to tell Gandalf that when he retired from the ranks of the overlords, 6th rank warrior, he strongly opposed it. Listen to me first, King Roland, Gandalf said solemnly, taking Roland's hand. Okay, go ahead. I'm listening. Roland sat back down helplessly. Darkness is encroaching on Middle-earth. We can't just stand by and watch. I think. Gandalf tried to organize his words. Yes, we can't just stand by and watch, and then everyone will die, right? Roland said with a hint of sarcasm. Oh! By the way, Gandalf, I forgot to tell you. This year, we organized a coalition expedition against Dol Guldur. The result is obvious. Roland shrugged. Oh! What were the specific results? Gandalf hurried over to hear more. Thranduil, king of the Wood Elves, Whitewing, king of Aqua, Thorin, king of the Mountain, Iowa, king of the Thingrid, Bombard, king of the Vale, and myself, Roland, king of Raglan. The combined armies of the 6 kingdoms were defeated at Dol Guldur, and the ringwraiths drove us out. Fortunately, we escaped unscathed, but unfortunately, we can no longer mount an expedition of this magnitude. Roland gave Gandalf a grave look. Gandalf looked at Roland questioningly, eager to hear his explanation. Iowa has taken the Thingrid elves into seclusion. Thranduil. Ah! If you didn't know what he was like, wouldn't you? Even now, humans and dwarves are desperately trying to resist the infiltration of darkness in the north. I am no longer able to help, Roland said wearily. The Battle of Dol Guldur completely destroyed the Thingrid elves. They suffered heavy casualties, and even Eolivia was severely damaged. Thranduil has been closing his kingdom to protect his people. The dwarves also made a big move in Moria not long ago. The remaining northern men. When Roland said this, he looked up at Gandalf, only to see that Gandalf's eyes were full of solemnity and thought. I dealt with the orcs of the south, west, north, and east. They're all familiar faces. Roland shook his head helplessly. How could I not be familiar with them? So many piles of ashes have been thrown. And as for Dol Guldur, I advise you not to even think about infiltrating. It's not Azog, that idiotic orc, who controls it now. The ringwraiths hold immense control over it. Darkness lurks deep within the fortress, and no one can dispel it. Roland's deep voice struck Gandalf in the heart. Plop! Gandalf instinctively pulled out his pipe and puffed. Through the smoke, a look of worry could be seen on Gandalf's weathered face. Perhaps I can summon the wizards. Gandalf tried to struggle. There are at least 4 ringwraiths there. We had as many as them in the 6th rank. Roland added a final blow with his hammer, sending Gandalf into a trance. His mind was so distracted that he didn't even notice his pipe drop. Who can guarantee there won't be other ringwraiths reinforcements? And the decayed forms of the ringwraiths have even appeared in Gumbalder Keep. Roland sighed. Gandalf was completely stumped. Although he hated to admit every word Roland said, he couldn't lie to himself, and could only silently accept the Norse shambles. Perhaps we should do something? Gandalf said thoughtfully, picking up his fallen pipe. Chapter 461. Rather than doing anything else, I'd rather give my lover an unforgettable wedding tomorrow. Roland glanced at Gandalf with a sullen look. Oh! Then I must congratulate you on your happiness, King Roland. Gandalf said in surprise. Thank you. I'd be much happier if you hadn't come. Roland grumbled. Ha ha, then please forgive me for coming without warning. I give you a heads up next time. Gandalf noticed Roland's displeasure and smiled. Goodbye. Don't come to me if you have something like this next time. Roland couldn't help but grin. Goodness, Gandalf is coming to Dol Guldur now. Who in his family can stand it? Anyway, Roland has made up his mind not to enter that dark place before the War of the Ring. Gandalf was stunned. He had never expected Roland to be so repulsive. Roland glanced at Gandalf. He couldn't possibly tell him that Dol Guldur was ultimately conquered by the freed-up elves of the Golden Forest. After all, the War of the Ring had drawn all the ringwraiths to the battlefields of Gondor, leaving Dol Guldur's defenses unprecedentedly weak. Otherwise, attacking a ringwraith-guarded fortress would have been incredibly difficult. I don't want to consider the south right now. It's too chaotic there. We can't reach there at all. If you truly need anything, please go to Queen Galadriel in the Golden Forest and ask her. Roland shook his head and said to Gandalf. Gandalf sighed thoughtfully. After all, the Queen is also a member of the White Council. You should draw on her power instead of seeking out these penniless people in the north. Roland said solemnly. Gandalf opened his mouth. I know your motives for sending Thorin to the Lonely Mountain were ulterior. Even though Thorin couldn't refuse. Roland shrugged. Gandalf tapped his pipe in silence. I'm not Thorin. Don't try to fool me the way you fooled Thorin. Roland glanced at Gandalf. After all, Roland knew the plot well, and didn't want history to change again. After all, he had already preserved the bloodline of Durin on the battlefield of Lonely Mountain, and with the emergence of several kingdoms that didn't exist in history, no one knew what history would have become. If Gandalf had succeeded and truly escaped to Dol Guldur, who knew what would have become of history? King Roland, I hope you understand that the invasion of darkness is not your fault alone. Gandalf said in a voice that sounded like a chant. But now I just want to live my own life. Sorry, Gandalf. Roland decisively interrupted Gandalf. King Roland, I thought you were a rational man. Everything we're doing now is to save this land. Gandalf tried to reason with Roland. I'm rational, but I'm not stupid. I knew there were a group of ferocious ringwraiths there, yet I led my men there? Do you think I'm a brainless dwarf king? Don't preach to me, Roland said angrily. Tell me, where was the kingdom of the south while I led the northern men, dwarves, and elves in a bloody battle against the orcs? What were the soldiers of Gondor and Rohan doing while my men fought the ringwraiths? Where was their king? I was fighting in the north, while the nobles of the south were living in peace and contentment. Gandalf, what right do you have to question me? Roland demanded. No, King Roland, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to question you. Gandalf tried to dissuade Roland. He looked at Roland's excitement and felt a little helpless. No one had expected Roland to react so strongly. Not questioning? Then what are you doing? I fought off more orcs than Gondor and Rohan combined. I done more against darkness than any of them. My army fought orcs just yesterday. And you tell me, what about Gondor? The most powerful human kingdom? Pah! Roland spitted with disdain. Gondor without Aragorn was unattractive. The current regent, Turgon, was okay, but when his son came... Ha ha! The first human kingdom. Gondor? Worse than a dog. Why don't you go see the kingdom guarding the Black Gate? Ask where their armies are, ready for battle. The North's kindness to the southern kingdoms is enough. There won't be another northern legion heading south. Not again! Roland roared. The northerners, after supporting the south, established the Hussar kingdom of Rohan, but in return, they also took away most of the North's manpower. The remaining northerners are pitiful. I'm sorry, I didn't ask you to capture Dol Guldur, nor did I ask you to head south. I simply wish to explore the fortress of Dol Guldur. I must go and see it for myself. Gandalf said softly but firmly. That's your business, not mine. Thank you. Turn left when you're out the door. Goodbye, Roland said lazily, flopping back. Honestly, it did seem a bit of a dampener. He was getting married tomorrow, and today Gandalf came rushing over to Dol Guldur like he was announcing a funeral. Does that place need to be inspected? The dark aura rising into the sky could be seen from dozens of miles away, obscuring half the sky. Anyone with a clue would know there was something wrong. Alas! King Roland, I hope you can be more reasonable and not act on impulse. I'm leaving now. Also, I wish you a happy wedding. Gandalf gave Roland a deep look before sighing and shaking his head helplessly as he left. What do you think? Roland asked, half reclining in a reclining chair, gazing at the pensive Yunfeng. How can I see? With my eyes? Yunfeng scoffed. You are the king of your country. No one will go against your will. Your will is our answer. So don't feel any burden. You are King Raglan, not king of Gondor or Rohan. What do their lives have to do with you? Yunfeng smiled and nodded at the table. He felt that Roland was getting a little too naive. He was just a king, not a saint. He didn't need to consider the safety of all of Middle-earth. What did the fate of the other kingdoms in Middle-earth have to do with Raglan? Looking at Yunfeng, who spoke the coldest words in the gentlest tone, Roland was stunned for a moment. Alas, Thranduil is much more mature than you in this regard. Although he's not a good ally, he's certainly a good king. Yunfeng couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at Roland, who was momentarily struggling to accept the situation. After all, Thranduil had indeed ensured the safety of his people, keeping the woodland kingdom largely free from orc attacks. Even more commendable, he had prevented his people from being decimated in war, a quality Yunfeng admired. No one knew where Raglan would go in the future, but Yunfeng keenly sensed that Raglan's path to revival would not be smooth. Okay, I keep an eye on Gandalf. Right now, you should be focusing on tomorrow's wedding. Compared to those ringwraiths at Dol Guldur, yours is even more of a headache. Yunfeng sighed, rubbing his brow. Chapter 462. Night. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Nyx gently draped a layer over Roland. Tomorrow is January 1st, 2943 of the Third Age. Roland didn't answer Nyx, but sighed. He hadn't realized he'd been in Middle-earth for almost 2 years. Nyx hummed softly. I'm checking to see if there are any mistakes. After all, a once-in-a-lifetime event can't be taken lightly. Roland shook his head and smiled. Go to sleep. We have a wedding tomorrow. Staying up too late will give you wrinkles. Roland gently stroked Nyx's nose, his eyes filled with doting and affection. Woo. Nonsense again. You're the one who gets wrinkles. Nyx pouted, enunciating each word, and then lashing out at Roland with a tortoise punch. Roland couldn't help but laugh as he felt the force of Nyx's fist. Wasn't that the same strength as a massage? To a battle-hardened knight like Roland, the little girl's fist felt like a tickle. After all, Roland's solid muscles were no match for ordinary weapons. All right, stop it. Roland pulled Nyx into his arms and kissed her forehead. He then took her hand and began to rub it, fearing she might hurt him. After all, his hard muscles were no different from stone when struck. Then I go to bed. You should get some rest early. Tomorrow will be very busy. Nyx glanced worriedly at Roland as she gracefully left. Oh, so annoying. Roland was feeling overwhelmed. Thank you for the invitation. This was his first marriage in 2 lifetimes. To say he was completely lost was to say the least. The most outrageous thing was that none of his nobles could share Roland's worries, leaving him with nothing but taunts and traitors. Do you understand what it means to be disgraced by the ruler and mortified by the subjects? Renaud Yunfeng. So what does your marriage have to do with me? You're the bridegroom, so I'm supposed to do it for you? What really upset Roland was the ceremony. Thankfully, Middle-earth had a Western background, and it wasn't some damn Chinese wedding. The simple Western wedding looked so lovely to Roland. If it were a cumbersome Chinese wedding. My family. Who would understand? The emperor's wedding isn't a wedding, it's a torture. If you don't go through all the formalities, you'd be betraying China's reputation for terror. Ah! Roland slowly pulled a golden crown from a wooden box. Judging by the design and decorations, it was clearly a queen's crown. Roland carefully held the crown he would personally place on Nyx's head tomorrow, his thoughts racing. Funny enough, Roland's first thought upon seeing this thing was how much it could fetch. Yunfeng would probably kill him with a knife if he found out. This crown also has a name. Blessing of the Ice and Snow Stream. Engraved upon the pristine crown are lines of dragon language. The stream will devour her enemies, and Lagran will protect her people. This crown, meticulously crafted by Yunfeng, would be considered mid-range among legendary equipment if rated. Composed primarily of adamantium, it channels the full magical power of an ice-type scourge magic crystal. 13 ice crystals are linked together to form a magic array, resulting in a simple and powerful effect. A 100% increase in maximum magic power. It provides an ice magic shield and amplifies ice magic by 50%. The shield can probably withstand a demigod's attack. Yunfeng, thank you for your hard work. Roland sighed at the crown in his hand. With his Ring of Power system, Roland had already checked the effects of the Ice Stream Blessing. While it didn't have any fancy attributes, each of its simple skills revealed extraordinary effects. Roland estimated that this item had not only emptied his own inventory, but also Yunfeng's. After all, Roland knew how much he had obtained from the system. Let's see if there's anything I haven't prepared yet. If not, then go to sleep. Roland muttered to himself as he flipped through the various records, which listed tomorrow's supplies and various preparations. Your Highness! It's time to get up! The personal maid's voice echoed in Roland's ears, and then Roland felt himself being shaken. An earthquake? Roland muttered in dismay. Your Highness, today is your big day. The maid shook Roland anxiously. Roland finally regained some consciousness and reached out to touch. Cold. Your Highness Nyx went to put on her makeup and get ready. She said you stayed up too late and asked me to wake you later. The maid said anxiously. Plop. Roland, realizing the situation, leaped off the bed with a mighty leap, leaving the maid, who was still pushing him, at the edge of the bed. Swish. Roland quickly donned the long-prepared Lagrange robes, under the maid's shocked gaze. To be honest, Roland's attire was actually overstepping his bounds. After all, he wasn't the Dragon Emperor of Lagran, and it was a bit out of place for him to wear the Emperor's robes without inheriting the throne. However, these were all prepared by his subordinates, so Roland just chuckled and thought of it as an alien version of the yellow robe, not a delivery boy, ha. It was just a formality, after all. Until the true imperial blood appeared, Roland was the sole heir to the empire. And since this world couldn't possibly produce another bearer of Lagran's imperial blood, Roland would be the first great emperor. Wow! Roland shook the dragon robe, swirling with thoughts. The golden red robe was as vibrant as the proud people of the Lagran Empire. Roland straightened his clothes and walked out with his head held high. Your Highness, you look remarkably elegant today. King Bard patted his chest and bowed. Good morning, King Bard. Thank you for coming to the banquet. Roland smiled at King Bard, who greeted him in the hall. When I heard you were getting married, Peter Grow and I rushed here overnight. It seems we weren't too late. Iovia patted her chest in greeting, her movements imbued with the grace of a star elf. Perfect timing. You know how to pick the right time. Ha ha ha. Roland returned the greeting to Iovia. Roland, best wishes to you. I also send Balin and Dane their blessings. Dane couldn't come because of the collapse of the Iron Hills. Balin, as you know, it's too far away. Thorin came over and patted Roland's arm. Thank you for your well wishes. I'm so happy. Roland couldn't help but blush. He knew better than anyone how the Iron Hills collapsed. The culprit was still sound asleep in his house. Good morning. Roland. I wish you a happy life. May you have some little princes soon. White Wing came over and patted Roland's shoulder. Thank you for your help to the elves. I hope you like the gifts I brought. Thranduil, holding his wine glass, slowly emerged from the crowd. Roland was stunned. Thranduil had even come? Was he so proud of himself? He had only sent invitations to the Woodland Kingdom as a formality. Although the Woodland elves were xenophobic, Roland couldn't discriminate. Not sending an invitation to Thranduil wouldn't have been right either. Who knew this guy would actually come? It was a complete surprise. Chapter 463. What? You look surprised? Thranduil smiled and poured himself a glass of fruit wine. Roland glanced at him, a bit embarrassed. This was the first time he'd seen guests bringing their own drinks at a banquet. Roland couldn't help but give Thranduil a thumbs up in his heart. Dude, you really understand me. You're the smartest of us. You know how incredibly poor we are here. Bang, bang, bang. Magical fireworks slowly rose into the sky, suddenly bursting into a dazzling display of colors, heralding the imminent wedding. Your Highness, everything is ready. Caslow walked in and saluted. Well then, please move aside and follow me to witness this happy and sacred moment. Roland extended his hand, inviting the kings. Of course, it's our honor. A somewhat aged voice echoed. Hey! Gandalf, I thought you were gone, Roland said with a smile. Well, if you hadn't sent someone to keep an eye on me, your words would be more credible, Gandalf teased with a smile. I'm afraid I'm not treating you well enough. A distinguished guest like you deserves constant attention. Roland wasn't embarrassed. He'd been perfectly open about keeping an eye on the Sword Master, and he hadn't thought of hiding anything from Gandalf. Members of the White Council were valuable, and even more so, he possessed the Ring of Fire, one of the 3 sacred elven rings. Although Gandalf, armed with the elven artifact, was only a 4th-rank Grey Wizard, his power was no less than that of the White Wizards. However, Roland had always lamented Gandalf's career choice. Who had forced such a capable swordmaster to become a White Wizard? Greetings, your highnesses. Nyx, strolling out gracefully, instantly caught everyone's attention. Unfazed by the intense gazes, she walked down and took Roland's arm, as if she had practiced it 1,000 times. Oh! Hello, your majesty, the respected and beautiful queen. Bard was the first to react, quickly and gracefully bowing. Hello, queen, Thranduil said, patting his chest. Hey, King Roland, you have good taste. White Wing walked to the other side, and quietly nudged Roland with his arm. I always been proud of my unique vision and exceptional luck. Roland boasted, not once mentioning his good luck in the daily sign and lottery, which had 9 out of 10 wins. Isn't this carriage expensive? Nyx carefully held the carriage, which exuded the fragrance of pine wood. These carriages, completed only a few days ago, were the only private carriages in the entire kingdom. The others were in Rule's caravan. Roland couldn't help but feel a mixture of gratitude and guilt towards Rule. After all, on this snowy day, Rule and his men had been sent south again by Roland. It's okay. Looking at you, someone who didn't know would have thought the royal family was too poor to afford a carriage, Roland said with a smile. Caslow, driving Roland, quietly covered his face. It wasn't the royal family's poverty that made carriages so expensive. Just as Caslow was lost in thought, he suddenly realized he'd been pushed aside. Make way. Knight Ladian, with his long sword and golden horse, took up half the driver's seat. You? Caslow was completely lost. He wasn't driving. Our Grand Duke is getting married. As her guardian knight and retainer, I have an obligation to ensure her safety, Ladian said casually, ignoring Caslow. Caslow blinked, knocked on the back carriage, and looked at Roland and Nyx for help. Forget it, you two can go together. Roland shook his head. There was no need to be so specific on a wedding day. No matter how troublesome Ladian might be, as long as Nyx married him, wouldn't she still be a loyal retainer? Ladian. Nyx glared coquettishly at Ladian, who had forced his way onto the car. Your Highness, this is for your safety. I represent the Grand Duchy of Nyx. Ladian sighed, then hoisted a redbud flag of the Grand Duchy of Nyx high on the car's flagpole. Nyx was stunned by this, then slowly sat back down, her eyes slightly red. Yes, although she held the title of Grand Duchy of Nyx, she was alone and without the power of the duchy to back her up, which put her at a natural disadvantage. After all, Without the power and support of the bride's family at the wedding, how would others view her? Nix didn't dare to think. The Grand Duke's banner that Lavian had hoisted for Nix was more of a declaration. While Nix lacked the backing of a powerful maternal clan, he was still an ancient noble with a loyal and valiant retainer. Nix remained silent. While Roland didn't mind whether Nix possessed a powerful maternal clan, nobles always had to maintain respectability, and Lavian's gesture was precisely what made Nix respectable. Clack! The crisp sound of horse hooves echoed. 15 splendidly clad knights, bearing the cross Bauhinia, followed Roland and Nix's carriage to see them off. They carried fluttering Bauhinia banners on their shoulders, and the residents along the way began to point and chatter. It's Grand Duke Nix. It's the knights of the Grand Duke's family. Oh! Dragon God. The members of the Cross Bauhinia Knights. They are so majestic and magnificent, comparable to the King's Holy Glory Knights. The Grand Duke is truly respectable. Nix tilted her ear slightly in the carriage, and when she heard the people's chatter, she couldn't help but curl her lips. Why? To hear how the people are praising my queen. Roland smiled and scratched Nix's straight nose. He could certainly see Nix's uneasiness. You have to know that before this, no one except the top brass knew that Grand Duke Nix was the chosen queen. Nix didn't want to be known as someone who meddles in the kingdom's politics. After all, it's illegal to meddle in the kingdom's politics before she's officially queen. Your own fiefdom doesn't count. In your fiefdom, the sky is the boss, and you're second in command. Nix, who had always been unsure whether the people supported her, finally put her mind at ease after hearing their amazed discussion. We're here, Your Highness. Caslow enthusiastically opened Roland's car door, and Lavian, not to be outdone, opened Nix's door. Their eyes met briefly in midair before quickly moving away. Roland was a bit amused. The two lords were discussing marriage, but their subordinates were disliking each other. If one were to translate their eye contact, it would probably be, "What are you looking at? What's wrong with looking at you? Try looking at me again. I looked at you. What can you do to me?" The two of them were simply following the same mindset as their superiors. "Your Highnesses, please come forward." A solemn voice echoed in front of the prearranged square. The crowd gathered, moving aside, revealing the speaker. Holy crap! Roland's eyes widened. Damn it! He had never expected the MC of his wedding to be someone like this. Chapter 464. Yun Feng? Roland's eyes twitched. He had never expected the person officiating his wedding to be him. Wasn't he supposed to be highly respected? Where was the moral integrity? Where was the prestige? Where was the public? Roland realized his servant seemed to have none of those qualities. Your Highness seems to have misunderstood me? Yun Feng's voice echoed in Roland's mind the next moment. Telepathic communication was clearly a necessary skill for those with powerful mental abilities, but Roland clearly lacked it. Ha ha. Roland quickly put on a smile to meet Yun Feng's. If this guy held a grudge and turned on him, Roland would be humiliated all over Dragon Island. Please, the two newlyweds, please step forward. Yun Feng said with a stern, solemn expression. Roland took a closer look. Hey! You have to admit, this guy wasn't exactly human when he was serious, but at least he was beginning to resemble a human. Roland, holding Nix's hand, slowly walked forward. The planks of the wooden platform, erected only a few days earlier, still emanated the fragrance of wood, but the further Roland walked, the more he felt something was amiss. Who came up with this? As he approached and saw the wooden steps, Roland finally realized what was wrong. At a guillotine, and I be Louis XVI. What a ridiculous scene. Looking at the crowd gathered above, Roland's mouth twitched. Even if we weren't praying for a romantic and grand wedding like Aragon's, could we at least keep it normal? A wedding can be down to earth, but it can't be down to earth. What's wrong? Nix, perceptive enough to notice her lover's slight stiffness, asked with a slight tilt of her head. Nothing, just too excited. Roland could only force a fake smile and casually dismiss Nix. He couldn't say to her, "Hey honey, do we look like the legendary locksmith emperor and his money grubber wife?" Creaky. Creaky. Roland felt a sudden surge of tragic grandeur as he stepped on the wooden steps, as if he were the last king about to be executed. Your Majesty, whose idea was this for today's venue? Roland asked quietly, his face darkening, to Adela, who stood upright beside him. Your Highness, it was Lord Yufeng and Lord Omsk who came up with it. Lord Lance oversaw the construction, Lord Rattle leveled the foundation, and Lord Marcus brought in fresh planks. Adela, dressed in military uniform, said sternly. Okay. Roland silently made a note in his notebook for these people. These idiots had built their wedding venue like an execution ground. Respected Lord Romanian, The great King Raglan, are you willing to marry the beautiful Lord Nix? I do, Roland said proudly. Respected heir of the Cross-Bohemia family, Grand Duchess Nix of the Grand Duchy of Nix, are you willing to marry the handsome Roland before us? I do, Nix said excitedly, unable to wait. Your Highnesses, are you willing to be together forever and swear fidelity to each other? Yun Feng shouted. I do. Roland and Nix exchanged glances, and said in unison. Regardless of wealth or poverty, prosperity or decline of the kingdom, are you willing to shoulder this responsibility together? Yun Feng continued. I do, they both replied. In the presence of the dragon god. In the presence of the kings. In the presence of the nobles. In the presence of all the people of the kingdom. I declare you two officially husband and wife. Yun Feng said solemnly, his eyes filled with blessing and joy. Congratulations, Your Highness Nix. You are now the Queen of Raglan. From today on, you will exercise the same rights as the king. Will you wear this crown? Yun Feng asked solemnly. Will you swear to be loyal to the king, loyal to the country, and kind to the people? You must know that whoever wears the crown must bear its weight. Yun Feng asked Nix solemnly. I swear. I will be loyal to my husband, loyal to the kingdom, and kind to every citizen. Nix said firmly. Your Highness, please crown the queen yourself. Yun Feng said, then gave up his seat. Coronations should be performed by a highly respected figure, but Roland refused. Why should my queen be crowned by someone else? Are you trying to get me into some medieval world? The Pope crowning the entire king and queen? Is this a lousy place in Middle-earth trying to use religion to suppress imperial power? Roland very conscientiously held out the crown. Nix happily bent down. Roland placed the crown on Nix with trembling hands. He wasn't particularly nervous, but it was a little awkward. Her fine hair could easily get tangled in the crown. Oh. Wow, wow, wow. When Roland finally had the crown in place for Nix, a deafening, atavistic roar rose from the audience. Why do I feel like a monkey being watched by a bunch of apes down below? Roland grinned. How could a bunch of ordinary people revert to their roots just because he got married? Help! I can't stand it. Roland collapsed onto his bed, as soon as he returned to the castle, sprawled out like a dead dog. All right, change. Nix chuckled as she dragged Roland to his feet. Alas, King Roland, who was passionately fighting the orcs on horseback, was nearly knocked down by the crowd at the wine table. It had to be said that those dwarfs were really good. Roland had never seen anyone bring their own drinks to the banquet, but Thorin and the others were really into it. When a group of dwarves auctioned off dozens of barrels taller than their own, Roland knew this was a high-level game, and this wedding was destined to be extraordinary. As expected, when Caslo and Renaud, two of Roland's most loyal lackeys, were knocked down at the wine table, the great King Roland had no choice but to pick up his oak cup and fight alone against the group of animals. If it weren't for his powerful urinary escape skill from Earth, which had left Omsk at the table as a shield, he would probably still be toasting with the dwarves. Humph! Who told you to like drinking? Nix threw her clean clothes beside Roland and began to personally pull off Roland's alcohol-stained clothes. Hey! You're quite the pushover. Roland, drunk, stretched out her hands like a pig. Paw! The dirty hand was ruthlessly slapped away. Get some rest. You've been thinking about all that nonsense all day. Nix didn't let Roland succeed, but instead, Roland was stripped naked. I don't care. You're a scoundrel. You seduced me. You must take responsibility. Roland collapsed onto the bed. What? If I don't turn off the engine today, are you going to go out and walk your dog? Nix teased. Yeah. Roland nodded rapidly, as if to say, if you don't give in, I go out and run naked. Hurry up. Stop dwelling on unhealthy things and get some rest. Nix didn't indulge anyone at all. Instead, she carried Roland's dirty clothes and walked away, leaving Roland alone in the empty room, tearfully biting the corner of the quilt. Chapter 465. Have you decided? Roland clutched his head, still aching from the hangover, and looked seriously at Apophis Brio. Yes, Your Highness. I decided to leave. Apophis Brio looked at Roland with a determined expression. Isn't it too early? The snow hasn't melted yet, and the mountain roads won't be easy to navigate. Roland frowned. I want to take advantage of the winter, when the orcs aren't paying attention, and quickly establish a foothold there, controlling it. Apophis Brio looked at Roland. Do you have a plan? Roland asked without further comment. Yes, I contain the old pass area. I seal it off, and then use a fortress to surround the area I control. That way, come spring, the residents under my rule can still work and produce. Apophis Brio said. Come and see. Roland didn't comment. Instead, he stood up and walked to the sand table in the meeting room, pointing to the misty mountains before him. Apophis Brio, confused, came to Roland's side and looked at the area he was pointing at. The area from Old Pass to Old Ferry is indefensible. What are you going to do? The kingdom can't cross the Rapid River or the Anduin River to support you. Roland's eyes were filled with seriousness. While he hoped his nobles would expand the territory, he didn't want to see them lead the kingdom's people in heavy casualties due to their greed and recklessness. Although Apophis Brio's advance team was small, the subsequent immigrants would be the bulk. In the early stages, there's definitely no way. I can only lead my people to survive under the protection of the high walls. But later, when conditions allow. Apophis Brio took a deep breath. I will restore the northern wall. Apophis Brio's eyes gleamed with determination, the resolute spirit of the reigning lion still shining brightly in this world. So, Roland rubbed his chin, his eyes full of thought. It was indeed very reigning. It perfectly suited the reigning family's temperament. It seemed the Brio family was deeply devoted to the wall. The last Dragon King swore his last from the northern frontier to the death. Roland murmured. Before the collapse of the Raglan Empire, the last Raglan Dragon King died in battle at the northern fortress, along with almost all of the reigning family and most of the Dragon Rider families. It is our honor to die following the Emperor, Apophis Brio said, pounding his chest. I know the loyalty and bravery of the reigning lions, but I hope you will consider this carefully, Roland said sincerely. Your Highness, speed is of the essence. Time is running out. We must set off quickly. Apophis Brio sighed softly. Though he didn't say much, his resolve was evident. Ah, good luck. May you raise the dragon flag of La Grande, and the lion flag of the King's Landing family above the misty mountains. Roland took a breath, and retrieved a magical alchemy bottle from the system space. Inside was the Imperial outpost that Apophis Brio had been dreaming of. Thank you, Your Highness. I prove it to you. Apophis Brio pounded his chest, turned away with a determined look. Huh? Roland exhaled, slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. Huh? I just saw Apophis Brio leave. What's wrong with you, Your Highness? Omsk walked in, clutching his chest. Yes, he's gone. Roland nodded. Gone? Omsk was stunned. He's preparing to leave for the Old Pass. Roland nodded. Huh? Omsk walked to the window, opened it, and reached out his hand, feeling the warmth before quickly withdrawing it. Watching Omsk turn and leave, Roland frowned. Where are you going? Leaving without even saying goodbye? I'm going to chase the mentally ill guy back. Omsk's face darkened. Goodbye, Apophis Brio, that kid is already a jerk. He's determined. Roland shook his head, and called out to Omsk. No, Your Highness, you don't have a fever, do you? It's snowing heavily outside. You want that guy to take his men to the Old Pass now? Are the Gambata orcs' knives no longer sharp, or are there fewer goblins in the misty mountains? Omsk asked in surprise. So what should we do? Hold him back until spring? Roland spread his hands. Alas! Omsk sat down dejectedly, shaking his head feebly. He. Gentlemen! Yun Fong clapped his hands, attracting the two men's attention. Think about it. If that brat manages to establish himself, wouldn't we have a bridgehead? Yun Fong said with a smile. And the Junlin family isn't as weak as you think. Yun Fong smiled mysteriously. Hiss. Are you still playing tricks on me? Roland jumped up and grabbed Yun Fong by the collar. He was already dissatisfied with Yun Feng's execution-like wedding scene, and this brat dared to keep him waiting. How could he not be embarrassed? Well, actually, the major families do pass down some hidden treasures, like the heirlooms in your storage space. Of course, as a once prominent Grand Ducal family, how could the Junlin Lion family not have some in stock? Yun Fong shrugged. Roland's mouth twitched. What the hell did he have in the world for an inherited treasure? He was just living off the system's pathetic, mediocre drop rate. Sometimes Roland suspected his system's drop rate wasn't much different from that of a certain old man breaking through. I sensed an energy in his space ring that was no less powerful than a forbidden spell, which meant that guy had at least one. Yun Fong quickly added. What? Now it was Roland's turn to be stunned. Were all his subordinates so brave? Could forbidden spells be sold wholesale? Forget about a few dragon riders and dragons. Roland figured Yun Fong could at least show everyone a whole bunch of forbidden spells. Now even the ordinary Great Knight Apophis Brio had one. That's not surprising. Your queen should have a forbidden spell too, probably more than one. Yun Fong quickly pushed Roland's hand away from him. Huh? Roland exploded on the spot. Did these people mistake the forbidden spell for a simple fireball? Could they really sell it wholesale? It's normal for things inherited from the imperial era. Back then, a group of sages could seal forbidden spells and create forbidden spell scrolls. Many 6th level sages could also release forbidden spells for the sages to seal. Every noble family would have some forbidden spell scrolls. You know, forbidden spells don't necessarily exist for destruction. Sometimes they can also represent protection. Omsk smiled. Guardian forbidden spells. Those are as rare as wild dragons. Roland's mouth twitched. After all, destruction is always easier than protection, isn't it? It's quite rare now, but in the past, every Earl's family had one, Yunfeng said with a smile. Chapter 466. Let's not talk about this for now, Your Highness. Why are you here hanging out with a bunch of us gentlemen instead of accompanying Prince Nix? Yunfeng smiled and snatched his collar from Roland's hand. That boy, Apophis Brio, came to say goodbye to me so early this morning. If I don't come here, do I have to meet him in bed? Roland asked, eyes widening. Not at all. The great King Roland wouldn't sit like that. Yunfeng said with a rare, flattering smile. Something's wrong. That malicious smile of yours. Roland was frightened by Yunfeng's smile. Didn't you have quite a few visitors for your wedding? Yunfeng rubbed his hands. What the hell? You're not going to covet the gifts they gave us, are you? Roland was stunned. What the hell was this? Hee, look at those special minerals and alloys the dwarves sent, and those magical plants the elves sent. They're useless to you, right? Yunfeng said with a shy smile, a little embarrassed. Roland was speechless. While Yunfeng was right, why did it feel so off? Something seemed amiss. Okay, go to the treasury and pick out what you need. Roland shrugged. The wise man's pursuit of knowledge is endless. All the potions that have been passed down through the world were created by these mad alchemists. Compared to the other alchemists, who would blow up their own castles at the drop of a hat, Roland felt that Yunfeng was one of the more sane ones. Thank you, Your Highness, for your generosity. Yunfeng bowed deeply, touching his chest. No way. Looking at Yunfeng's generous gift, Roland suddenly had a bad feeling. He probably wouldn't empty my warehouse, right? Your Highness. Your inventory might be in danger. Omsk looked at Roland with pity, as if he were looking at someone whose days were numbered. It's okay. I'm sure Yunfeng won't. After all, he still has to beg for food under my wing. Roland consoled himself. TSK, TSK, TSK. Omsk watched in amazement. Your Highness. Omsk suddenly stood up and saluted with his chest. No need for formalities. General Omsk, thank you for assisting King Roland. Nix approached gracefully and nodded slightly. It's my honor, Omsk said solemnly. Don't be shy. I just came to see you. I just ran into His Majesty Yunfeng. He was as excited as a child, calling a bunch of guards. I don't know what he was doing. Nix covered her mouth and chuckled. A child? One that weighs over 100 pounds? Roland suddenly thought. Omsk now looked at Roland, his eyes already tinged with worry. Your Majesty, did Yunfeng take his men to the warehouse? Omsk asked quietly. Yes. He brought dozens of soldiers. Is there something important to store? The Lord's castle in River Rapids is too small to accommodate much. I have them design a larger one tomorrow. Nix tilted her head and looked at Roland. Fuck. My belongings. Roland wailed, leaping to his feet and rushing out. Open the door, Roland said bluntly to the guard guarding the warehouse. As you command, Your Majesty. The guard respectfully found the key and unlocked the 3 doors. Pushing the door open, Roland was met with a warehouse, so empty it could starve a rat. Where's my inventory? Where's the mithril and fine gold ingots the dwarves gave me? Where's the elven water of life? Where's the high-grade monster hides? Roland stared at the empty shelves in the warehouse, which spanned hundreds of square meters, and was momentarily stunned. After all, he had never expected Yunfeng to simply empty them out for him. This stuff. Roland gritted his teeth. How about I take my men after them? They probably haven't left the city yet, Omsk said in a trembling voice, looking at the treasury that would make even a rat weep. After all, it would be a disgrace to the royal family to have their treasury empty. Huh? Forget it, Roland said, glancing fiercely at the empty warehouse. How careless. That Yunfeng took advantage of the situation. Roland gritted his teeth. Omsk glanced at Roland worriedly. There were some things in there Yunfeng couldn't use, so he packed them all up and took them away. Ha ha. It's just revenge on me. I'd bear it, Roland said calmly, crossing his arms. It's okay. You're working for me anyway, so take it. By the way, from now on, send all government documents to His Excellency in phone. Don't let him miss work because of alchemy. Roland turned and left. Omsk and the guard at the door exchanged glances, both shuddering. They were so quick to act. They said they didn't care, but behind the scenes, they were super angry. Omsk seemed to have seen Yun Feng's frantic expression. He. Let that skin-peeling prince exploit me. I empty his treasury. Yun Feng tossed the storage ring in his hand, leaning against the cart with a confident smile. Oh, right. His Highness hasn't caught up yet? Yun Feng asked the light infantry nearby. No. The light infantry shook their heads. That shouldn't be the case. Is the castle's reaction so slow? Yun Feng frowned. Although emptying the treasury was a minor matter, Yun Feng already imagined enemy assassins infiltrating the castle. Looks like I should give Roland some advice. The castle's defense is paramount, and the assassin's infiltration capabilities are quite formidable. Yun Feng muttered to himself, rubbing his chin. Your Majesty. As Yun Feng pondered, a Logron Vanguard knight rode up. Stop! Yun Feng patted the cart. What's wrong? Yun Feng asked, gazing at the knight chasing after him. Your Majesty Yun Feng, these are the documents and decrees His Highness Roland has sent you. His Highness has instructed you to review and return them on time. From now on, all the internal affairs documents that need to be handled will be sent to you for your review. His Highness said he will personally review everything you review. The knight said in one breath. Ah! Roland, you old scoundrel. You tyrant. Yun Feng was so enraged, he nearly spat out blood. Watching the knight's retreating figure, Yun Feng looked helplessly at the sack of documents. Yun Feng declared his heart was sealed. Roland, who had just triumphed, was now lost in thought as he gazed at the sand table. He constantly surveyed the terrain, his eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness. Go check on Caslo and Renault. This was the fourth time Roland had said this to the guards. Your Highness. Omsk called to Roland softly. It's a shame, but given the current situation, I have to say that our goal of winter expansion will be difficult to achieve in the short term. Our previously ample manpower, now spread across a vast territory, is no longer simply stretched thin, Omsk said with regret. Then could we just build Livran City directly, and then radiate outwards from there to Rapid City? Roland asked. With the limited mobile forces you have now, I'm afraid that's difficult. Your idea requires a large number of air knights to realize, and I'm sorry we don't have that. Omsk shook his head bitterly. Chapter 467. Go check on Caslo and see if he's awake. If he is, have him come see me. Roland rubbed his forehead, a headache in his eyes. Yes. The guard took his orders and left. Your Highness, Lord Caslo has gone out. The guard hurried back to report. What? Roland was confused. He knew his personal lackey well. Besides following him around, that guy would only hang around Ajax. Where could he go alone? Go find Ajax. He's definitely paying her attention. Roland laughed. What? He's not here yet? Where could he go? Roland was filled with confusion. At this moment, Roland's most cherished lackey, Caslo, was riding on a dragon's back, followed by a few small followers. The Griffin Knights, led by Huolin. Remember, the most important thing in aerial combat is altitude. As long as you have altitude, don't give up. As long as you have altitude, anything is possible. Caslo shouted, using his dragon power to create a shield against the howling wind. This was a real challenge for the Griffin Knights behind him. To keep up with the dragon's speed, even though Caslo had already slowed Cardo down, they could only try their best to energize their battle energy flames to cover their entire bodies, then cling tightly to the Griffin's back to reduce the wind's resistance. Stop, I demonstrate the most common aerial attack method. The Sparrow Trail. Although it's just a combat technique, it's far more practical in aerial combat than most fancy skills. Caslo, riding a storm dragon, hovered above them. The dragon's mighty might caused the griffins to bow their heads in a fawning, submissive air. Clearly, the intelligent griffins understood that 5 mature griffins were no match for the dragon. While there were griffins capable of fighting a dragon, they required a whole, robust tribe such as the one in the Grey Mountains. As apex predators, both dragons and griffins stood at the top of the food chain, and both possessed a genetic fascination for strength. For example, the eyes of these 5 little creatures now glittered as they gazed at Cardair. Whoosh bang! The dragon flapped its wings fiercely. Fueled by its wind-powered dragon energy, Cardair soared at terrifying speeds, its tail even creating a mock loop. A sonic boom followed, sending the griffin riders reeling. Swish, swish, swish. The massive dragon's body flexed and folded in the air. It was hard to imagine a dragon performing such graceful maneuvers. But what Huolin and the others saw was a completely different scene. After maneuvering themselves into Caslo's opponent's position, they were horrified to discover they were completely unable to escape the attack range of this maneuver. Even their directional trajectory was locked by Caslo's spear, meaning that once they were caught in this attack, there was no chance of escape. Do you understand? Caslo asked lazily, flying back. After all, drunk driving is still very dangerous. A single mistake can easily lead to a crash. Several people shook their heads repeatedly. Brain, I understand. Hands are enough. Hands, don't come over here. It seems this combat technique is still too advanced for you newbies. Caslo froze, realizing that he might have overestimated these rookie air knights. Forget it, I find you guys a tough opponent to practice on. Caslo shook his head helplessly, wondering what kind of opponent he could find them that would put pressure on them without hurting them. Caslo rode ahead, followed by 5 eager griffin riders. The dragon's overwhelming pressure forced the griffins to decisively maintain a safe distance. Caslo glanced helplessly at the griffins that hesitated to advance, hovering a mile away. He shook his head. Even if the dragon withdrew its pressure, its terrifying might still kept them at bay. Huh? Caslo narrowed his eyes, his dragon eyes activated. Instantly, a scene dozens of miles away came into clear view. Come on! I found you a perfect target for practice. Just in time for you to see some blood. Caslo's eyes lit up, and he called out loudly. Boom! Cardo flapped its wings and soared away. Huolin and his comrades exchanged a glance, then tightened their reins and followed closely. Look! Look at that giant creature down there. It might be huge, but it's still good enough for you to practice your skills and see some blood. It's a good opportunity to practice your coordination. Caslo pointed at the monster below, terrified by the dragon's might. Huolin and the others tilted their heads curiously. Wow! Goodness! Is this thing really something they can handle? Sir Caslo, if you want us dead, there's no need to go to such lengths. Huolin grinned, his eyes filled with shock. That's just the beginning. This giant creature is perfect for you to practice with. You see, despite its size, its anti-air attacks rely solely on its claws. Caslo said seriously. Isn't this mountain Deinonychus truly something we can handle at this stage? Huolin's mouth twitched. Of course, you need to train your mounts to develop rapport, and also train their aggressiveness. What's the difference between a bloodless griffin and a pet parrot? Oh, right. Griffins can't imitate human speech. Caslo said seriously. The mountain Deinonychus is a high-level magical beast, capable of becoming a half-step super magical beast. It possesses powerful attack and defense, and its ground combat capabilities rival those of a bronze behemoth. Its downside is that it lacks anti-air skills, resulting in poor anti-air capabilities. Caslo began his introduction with a serious tone. Of course, its poor anti-air capabilities are only relative to other half-step super magical beasts. After all, its signature skill, Deinonychus Strike, has a range of over 100 meters. And remember, this is only an adult, with all its abilities at their peak. Caslo added, as if remembering something. Everyone, they're really grateful. Is this really something a few second-level griffin knights can practice their skills on? Others can kill 5 people and their griffins with a single slap. That would be quite something. Pay attention to your positioning. Don't be greedy. Hit and run is one of the most important principles of an aerial knight. Regardless of whether you land or miss, immediately distance yourself after a strike. Always pay attention to the monster's attacks and predict their direction. Caslo explained. Sir, do you have anything else? A griffin knight asked weakly. That's all. Remember to maintain your altitude. The rest is up to you. I hold you accountable, but due to the distance, I can't save everyone in time, so try not to make any mistakes. You only have one life. Caslo said, drawing his dragon spear and shaking it. The griffin knight's eyes widened. Apart from anything else, the move was simply stunning. So can we kill it? Huolin asked the question everyone wanted to ask. What? Do you look down on the lances in your hands? You should know that no matter how strong a creature is, it can be outlasted. Besides, don't ignore the powerful combat capability of the griffins under your crotch. Caslo smiled mysteriously. Chapter 468. Who? Several men took a deep breath and tightened their grip on their lances. Prepare for battle. Huolin and the others exchanged glances, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. This was a necessary step for them after becoming Griffin Knights. "Do you remember your oath, Knights?" Caslow's voice languidly echoed. "Live with honor, die with honor. My heart is like my sword, never bend but break." Hualin and the others spoke sternly. They adhered to the way of chivalry, their spirit constantly spurring them on. Ancient mottos resonated in their hearts. "Good luck, Knights." Caslow tilted his head, gazing at the eager knights with encouragement. Feint to the left and right, break through from behind. Hualin thrust his lance forward, quickly deploying his battle plan. "Yes!" Several Griffin Knights quickly circled to the left and right, attacking the mountain terror claw below. "Wow! What a behemoth!" Hualin finally took a closer look at the behemoth below. It resembled a monstrous beast from the wilderness, over 10 meters long and over 10 meters tall. Its shoulders bore 2 horny spikes as thick as mountains, and its body was covered in scales the size of a human head, with fine, long fur faintly visible between the gaps between them. What frightened Hualin most were its nearly 10-meter-long arms, its claws alone exceeding 3 meters in length. This Earth-type magical beast possessed formidable defense and explosive attack power. The mountain devil claw tentatively raised its head, whimpering, to probe the terrifying dragon in the sky. Seeing that the dragon showed no interest in it, it suddenly lowered its head and slowly retreated, exhaling a puff of white air from its ferocious head. Hualin clearly saw the cautiousness and tentativeness in the behemoth's eyes, and he couldn't help but grin. Wow, has anyone in the Warcraft world learned to read people's expressions these days? Roar! The mountain devil claw suddenly turned its head and growled. It turned out that the Griffin Knight, making a feint attack, had stabbed its broad back with his lance. The powerful impact not only failed to pierce the Devilclaw's carapace, but the recoil from the slingshot nearly caused the unfortunate Griffin Knight's lance to fly off the saddle. Snap! Caslow, suspended in the air, slapped himself in the face, feeling humiliated. Caslow remarked that this was the first time he'd seen someone attack a mountain Devilclaw's carapace directly. Even without using his skills, he couldn't cut through the carapace. Attack its flanks and eyes. Oh! Dragon God, I really should go borrow a Warcraft encyclopedia from Yunfeng and show you. My God, don't you know the habits and weaknesses of this kind of monster? Caslow felt a headache. I'm sorry, Lord Caslow, but when we were ordinary knights, our targets were always arrayed enemy infantry and skirmishers. Dealing with monsters isn't our strong suit. The Griffin Knight, whose attack had failed, flew over and shamefacedly recounted this to Caslow. Caslow was speechless. I really overestimated these warriors. Actually, if you think about it, it's understandable. The training of ordinary mass-produced knights wouldn't involve that much. These monsters were never their targets. Their primary job was to harvest enemy infantry and hedge against enemy knights. Forcing them to become Griffin Knights was actually quite rapid. After all, training aerial knights is very demanding. Only because Roland had the top-tier Dragon Knights under his command did teaching these Griffin Knights present such a challenge. However, the lack of a system became apparent, such as a lack of knowledge. This is real Guasha. Caslow glanced up at the sky, his eyes twitching. The 5 Griffin Knights had been attacking for nearly 3 hours, leaving countless dents on the mountain claw beast's back and scales, but had barely managed to break through its defense. The only bright spot was the Griffin's innate magic. Wind-based skills barely broke through its defense, and lightning strikes only momentarily paralyzed it. Caslow sighed. He had thought he found a good sparring partner, but he had never expected this sparring partner to be truly resilient. His own knights were truly Guasha. If Roland were here, he'd have to say something like, "Is that you, Master Li? Alas, after all this fierce battle, you're almost being beaten to sleep by the mountain claw beast." Caslow raised his eyelids and telepathically addressed the knights. "Sir Caslow, it's truly too tough. We can't break it," Hualin complained. "I noticed. If you attack too late, its broken skin will heal." Caslow sighed. Caslow looked helplessly at the incredibly tough monster below him. By this point, the mountain Devilclaw had realized that the flies in the sky couldn't effectively harm it. The initial anger and anxiety at being besieged had vanished without a trace. Instead, it calmed down and calmly responded to each attack, avoiding any attacks that might hit its weak spots. However, while the Griffin Knight and the Griffin hadn't been trained, this creature's dodging and defense abilities were honed to perfection, practically anticipating them. Caslow opened his mouth, but swallowed his words. Let them play on their own. Neither could do anything to the other anyway. The mountain Devilclaw didn't even bother to retaliate. After all, a Terror Claw strike still consumed a significant amount of mana. Wouldn't it be better to use that mana to defend against him? After a while, seeing both sides making no progress, Castle reluctantly called it a day. Come back. Cry. The griffin cried, flying beside the storm dragon. It gazed at the dragon with some fear before it, while Lin could even feel his mount trembling. Alas, I was too impatient. This level of foe is still too much for you. Castle began to reflect on himself. After all, it was only after his dragon, Cardo, reminded him that the sixth man down below was actually holding his ultimate. According to Cardo, why hadn't this thing fought back against the griffins for so long? Because it was afraid and wary of Caslo and himself in the sky, wielding a skill comparable to a near single forbidden spell. Mountain Spirit Protection. It would unleash its power as soon as the dragon riders in the sky made any unusual movement, then flee while the skill was active. Caslo nearly spat out blood upon hearing this news. He had underestimated the heroes of the world. He had never expected this creature to be so intelligent. No wonder the wise author, who created the Warcraft Encyclopedia, classified it as a quasi-super beast. Now it seemed that his men had been battling this creature for so long, only to find it was just playing with its own children. Was it just wishful thinking? If we weren't here, that poor knight would have been sliced to pieces by the devil's claws that first time. Cardo complained, looking at the mountain devil's cautious retreat below. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Cardo's forehead throbbed. It doesn't matter. I'm suppressing it with my dragon might anyway, so it wouldn't dare to do anything. Isn't it a valuable experience to let those rookies experience the feeling of powerlessness? That feeling isn't something everyone experiences. At least I haven't experienced it since I was born. Cardo quipped. Yes. You're the only one who's so gullible. Caslo said, You done it successfully? After all, Cardo was born a quadrupedal dragon, and later his bloodline advanced to become a storm dragon. Both of these bloodlines have maxed out attack power. Can't break through defense? Impossible. Chapter 469. My bloodline makes me strong. Cardo snorted coldly. Your Highness's wind dragon essence has given me new life. Cardo then added in a tone of admiration. You know how to be a dragon. It's a pity your Highness can't hear your flattery. Caslo's mouth twitched. You got the hang of flattery. All right, rookies. After empirical testing, you're still a long way from being able to leave the protection of the veterans behind. Now, return to your nests, rookies. Caslo called out. While what you said makes sense, why does it sound so awkward? A griffin knight beside him whispered to Hualin. Hualin glanced bashfully at the mountain devil claw retreating cautiously below. He wiped a non-existent sweat from his face. For the first time, a look of fear flashed in his eyes. This creature was so tough and sturdy that it had even extinguished their desire to attack. Knight Commander, I let you all down. Hualin looked stiffly at his old superior, Ravian, his face flushed with shame. What's wrong? Are you so frustrated? Ladian said with a playful look on his face, as he poured Hualin a cup of black tea. Yes. I just feel. Hualin struggled to form his words using his limited vocabulary. Feeling powerless? Ladian smiled. Yes. That's the feeling. I feel like I can't do anything. It doesn't care about my attacks at all. It's even worse than tickling it. Hualin said a little excitedly. Pa! Ladian slapped Hualin on the head, causing him to stagger and nearly fall. What are you thinking? You don't really think high-level magical beasts are that easy to deal with? Only the most powerful professionals can hunt the most powerful magical beasts. The roles of hunter and prey are constantly changing. You have to listen to your heart. Ladian instructed. I don't know how that Caslo trained you, but I feel like he seems to have forgotten your mental preparation. Ladian chuckled to himself. Perhaps it's because he was a dragon rider from the start, and later became a true dragon rider. He might never have experienced the difficulties you faced. After all, the chosen ones always have fewer worries than the average person, right? Ladian continued to laugh. Don't be discouraged. You're just a newly trained griffin rider. Both you and your companions are still inexperienced. You don't need to rush things, but rather grow slowly. Ladian patted Holland's shoulder. Thank you for your guidance. I feel much better now. Holland said gratefully. Don't be burdened by the fog. You need to face your own heart. It will tell you the right answer. What a knight should do. Ladian smiled and tapped his heart. Your own heart? I think I understand. Holland muttered to himself. What's wrong? I wouldn't come to you for no reason. What can I do for you? Caslo said calmly, looking at the newcomer. You took the Griffin Knights out to fight? Ladian's eyes narrowed slightly. Well, an aerial knight who hasn't seen blood is just a greenhouse flower. Caslo nodded in understanding. Do you know what you're doing? Mountain Deinonychus. Hee hee. Is that something they should be facing at this stage? A muscle twitched at the corner of Ladian's eye. Then what should they be doing? Catching rabbits? Caslo asked doubtfully. You're sending the already small number of aerial knights to their doom. Have you considered any accidents? Are you being responsible? Ladian demanded. You're questioning a master of aerial combat? With your experience in ground combat? Caslo scoffed. You have no idea what enemies they face. You have no idea the kingdom's predicament. Caslo walked up to Lavian, staring into his eyes, and speaking clearly. But I know they won't see the future if you continue this way. Lavian showed no sign of backing down. If they can't handle the burden, then Ajax and I will hold up the kingdom's skies. With or without them, they be the same. Caslo said coldly. You're murdering them. They need time to grow. Lavian gritted his teeth. Grow? I give them time, but who will give the kingdom time? Will the war bats of Gambata Fortress give them time? Or the two-headed flying dragons of the Dongi? We already run out of time. Caslo said coldly. Fight on or die on this land. That's the fate of all of us. I don't want to die here. I have no choice but to fight on, and so do they. Caslo continued. Even if faced with a formidable enemy, are we going to rely on these griffin riders, who can't even fly properly to save the kingdom? Radiant spread his hands. Save the kingdom? I'd be thankful they can hold back the enemy's air power. Let me tell you, the kingdom could crumble at any moment. The ringwraiths are watching us from Dol Guldur and Gumbald. Several ringwraiths riding demonic dragons. The dragon riders could stain the sky with blood at any moment, let alone them. The moment they raise their spears, their lives are at the mercy of the sky. I have my own training methods. I'm more expert in the air than you. For me, it's either growing stronger in battle, or dying in battle. Caslo's eyes radiated a chill as cold as a 1,000-year-old iceberg. I tell King Roland about your actions. Please do as you please. Ladian glanced at Caslo and turned away. Go ahead. After Ladian left, Caslo sat down helplessly and rubbed his brow. Huh? Ladian, you came to me to complain about Caslo's training? Roland was stunned. He took a closer look at Ladian and realized he looked like a knight commander. You are a land warrior? Roland asked uncertainly. Did he suddenly have an air knight under his command? Yes. But I know there are problems with Lord Caslo's training, Ladian said firmly. Puff. Roland spat out a mouthful of water. You, an outsider, questioning someone's expertise? That's not fair. Several great politicians and military strategists on Earth have shown great interest in you. Caslo is taking the Griffin Knights to hunt high-level monsters, Ladian said calmly. Went to siege a high-level monster? Is there a problem with sieging a high-level monster? Roland was puzzled, picking up his teacup and taking a sip. It must be said that Nyx's tea-making skills are getting better and better. Well, there's nothing wrong. It's just that Caslo didn't take action, Lavian said with a smile. Puff. Roland snorted again. And the target was a mountain devil claw. A half-step super monster, Lavian added calmly. Roland's brain froze. So Caslo had been out doing this for most of the day? What was the result? Were any of our knights hurt? Roland stood up excitedly. No, it seems the dragons might overpowered it. It didn't dare to fight back. Lavian shrugged. Okay, I understand. I find out. Roland breathed a sigh of relief and quickly reassured Ladian. He had a rough idea of Ladian's intentions. After all, Hualin was Ladian's former lieutenant, so Roland could understand him standing up for his younger brother. Go! Call Caslo and ask him. After watching Ladian leave, Roland waved to the guards. Chapter 470. After Roland and Caslo conversed for a long time, Roland, with a worried look on his face, waved Caslo away. Ultimately, neither of them was wrong. It was just that Ladian was concerned about the soldier's safety and wanted gradual training, while Caslo, worried about the progress of the war, desired quick results. Alas, it's too difficult to quickly develop air power, and there's not enough time for gradual training. Roland shook his head and sighed. In fact, I think it's better to rely on the strength of our ground forces than on the power of the air knights. Omsk shook his head. As an orthodox land warrior hero, Omsk understood the power of the powerful air knights, but the struggle between heaven and earth has never ceased since ancient times. As a member of the land forces, Omsk naturally stood up for the ground forces. Roland rolled his eyes at Omsk. Is air supremacy the same as land supremacy? Roland couldn't afford to lose air supremacy any more than the West could afford to lose Jerusalem. After all, Roland had been reaping the benefits of air supremacy since arriving in this world. However, judging by the current situation, this advantage wouldn't last much longer. Soon, Sauron's demon dragons and two-headed dragons would be ready to appear, enough to contain the Norse only 3 dragon riders. As for the war bats, they would be more than enough to deal with the remaining dragon eagles and griffins. Once the war got stuck in a land-based war, the North would undoubtedly have no advantage with its current strength. Sauron could rely on a large number of orcs, Easterlings, and even Dunlendings to wear down the already stretched coalition forces. It seems we either need to increase the size and proficiency of our air knights, or find a way to increase the number of other soldiers. Roland rubbed his brow with a headache. Roland missed the mighty Raglan Kingdom in the Lord of the Rings game. An empire with a comprehensive system could quickly recruit an equal number of troops even after losing tens of thousands of professionals. But the current Raglan Kingdom clearly lacked these resources. There were no professional temples to awaken professionals, no mentors to teach them skills and combat techniques. Even though Roland had a population of around 20,000, the only thing he could do was recruit some swift infantry. Although there are knight temples and archer temples, only the knight temple is truly usable. Even if one awakens their battle chi, they may not be able to truly advance to become an apprentice knight. Alas! Roland flipped through the population files and discovered that there were still quite a few people of appropriate age. However, generally, only those between the ages of 12 and 18 could awaken their battle chi or magic power to become professionals, and there weren't many of them in the kingdom at the moment. What bothered Roland the most was that hundreds of people of appropriate age who had awakened their battle chi failed to advance to the knight class and were left with nothing to do but become ordinary farmers or citizens. Damn it! Even if I had a warrior temple and a warrior instructor, the situation wouldn't be the same. At least a few hundred more Lagrang city guards would be enough. Roland stared at the files, feeling a pang of tears. Compared to King Roland, who was worrying about his future life, classmate Apophis Brio was much more realistic. He was currently leading his friends in an attempt to cross the territory of the Woodland Kingdom. However, the warriors on foot seriously slowed down their progress. Compared to the only 16 knights of the landing, the warriors' speed was comparable to a snail's pace, especially in the forest in late winter, when the snow had just begun to melt but had not yet completely melted. The feeling of taking one deep step and one shallow step was almost enough to make all the infantrymen curse. Let's all rest a bit. Let's find a clean, dry place, and don't stray too far. Apophis Bleo summoned his only Grand Knight, patted his shoulder armor, and said to him, "As you command, sir." The Grand Knight turned his horse and relayed Apophis Bleo's orders. "I will succeed." Apophis Bleo clenched his fists, his mind filled with images of Roland regaining his Grand Duke status. While the title of Grand Duke was currently just a promise, and he would have to earn the full extent of it, at least it was a good start, wasn't it? "Your Highness, we can't travel this fast." Lord Olaf approached and said. Apophis Bleo glanced over. Oh! It was the lucky kid. Although he was just an ordinary man, Apophis Bleo had finally spared no expense in conferring a lordship upon him, granting him a hereditary lordship, giving his men a goal to strive for and a hope to strive for. What? Aren't you going to attack from 3 directions with 5 men, attacking from both sides? Apophis Bleo teased his centurion. Although he had bestowed a knighthood upon Olaf, he hadn't promoted him. After all, who would dare let a young man with only 10 men go after an army of orcs lead more men? In Apophis Breo's own words, if 10 men dared to pursue a fleeing orc army, would I give him 100 to fight Gumbator? Would I give him 1,000 to even dare to stroll through the gates of Mordor? Hee, Your Highness, you're joking. Olaf smiled shyly. Don't call me Your Highness. Call me Sir or Grand Duke. Calling me Your Highness now feels a bit inappropriate. Apophis Blue shook his head and corrected Olaf. While the Grand Duke was worthy of being called Your Highness, Apophis Blue knew his own limitations. He felt ashamed when others called him Your Highness. After all, Roland could be called Your Highness, Bard could be called Your Highness, and so could he. From this perspective, the title of Your Highness doesn't hold much weight. I'm not saying, Your Highness, but we can't keep going like this, Olaf said quietly. I understand. We're alone, and we have no reinforcements on this expedition, but I can't wait, and neither can you. Spring is almost here, Apophis Blue said in a low voice, looking at the thick snow on the treetops. Why don't you order more Shire horses? Olaf pointed to the 20 or so Shire horses pulling the sleds in the team. More? Can I afford it? Apophis Breo's eyes widened. The fodder consumed by these Shire horses, their riders, and their own horses was already astronomical. Apophis Brio finally understood how Roland felt, constantly overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. Just these dozens of horses alone were enough to put Apophis Brio under pressure. There were even 2 sleds behind them specifically to feed the horses. And just to be on the safe side, Apophis Brio even carried a 10 cubic meter space ring filled with hay and grains. Right. Olaf scratched his head in confusion. He didn't understand the sheer amount of fodder consumed by war horses, as he wasn't in a position to meddle. Take this time to rest. This is elf-controlled territory. We're still safe. We won't have such a relaxing break once we reach the borders of the Woodland Kingdom. Apophis Brio patted Olaf. Chapter 471. Have you rested? Apophis Brio asked, tightening his belt. Yes. Everyone nodded. Then let's continue on our journey. Apophis Brio said with a wave of his hand. A few days later. Why is it so dark? Olaf frowned, gazing at the treetops that blocked out the sun. Is it possible we're in the dark forest now? Apophis Brio's mouth twitched. Map. Apophis Brio clapped his hands. A king's knight immediately stepped forward and pulled a map from his cowhide bag for Apophis Brio. Let me see. Where are we? Apophis Brio licked his lips, his eyes sparkling. Hey, gentlemen. Good news. We're almost to the magic stream. Apophis Brio pointed at the map, calculated the time and their speed, and came to this conclusion. Paw, paw, paw. Olaf patted Apophis Brio's shoulder armor lightly, making a rustling sound. Get out. Don't touch me. Don't bother me finding my way. Apophis Brio shook his shoulders, shaking off Olaf's hand. Paw, paw, paw. Olaf continued patting. Are you done? Apophis Brio shouted angrily, not even looking up. Sir. Is it possible that we reached elf territory? And been discovered? Olaf's voice trembled. This place has always belonged to the elves. Apophis Brio said casually, then raised his head. Apophis Brio fell silent as he watched an elf, aiming his bow, emerge from behind a tree as thick as a man's arm. Then he slowly looked up. Good to see my family. The Duke of Kingsland is surrounded by woodland elves. Who are you? An elven ranger captain leaped down from a tree. Why are you entering our territory? What are you doing? Where are you going? The descending elf began to fire like a machine gun. Apophis Brio opened his mouth and was about to speak. Huh? You're soldiers from the kingdom of Raglan? Wait. You're not deserters. The elven ranger captain's eyes narrowed. Olaf's eye twitched. He could clearly see the elven ranger's bows draw a little further. I am the Grand Duke of Raglan. I'm going to the Misty Mountains to reclaim territory for my kingdom. We have no ill intentions. We're simply borrowing your passage. I hope you don't misunderstand. Apophis Brio finally seized the opportunity to speak. How do you prove your identities? The elven ranger captain remained unconvinced. After all, what Grand Duke could be so destitute? And heading to the Misty Mountains to explore? He knew a little about the human nobles' exploration laws, but how could these people possibly go to the Misty Mountains? He was extremely skeptical. The mention of Apophis Brio instantly quenched his sleep. Roland's commission and his noble documents had been languishing for a long time. Ahem. Apophis Brio cleared his throat. Everyone, get out of the way. I'm showing off. Swish. Apophis Brio flicked his wrist and unleashed 2 documents from his storage equipment with a dashing, elegant gesture. His movements were so exaggerated that every ranger aimed their arrows at him. If he had been slower, he would have been a target. Apologies, Your Highness, the Grand Duke of Junling. We are disrespectful. All your actions are legal and compliant. As compensation, we would like to invite you to our residence to show our hospitality. The elven ranger apologized, patting his chest. According to the Lonely Mountain Alliance's covenant, allied armies can march across foreign borders to combat the forces of darkness. Apophis Brio's purpose clearly complied with the covenant. No, we must hurry to the old pass. Apophis Brio shook his head, declining the elves' offer. Olaf, in turn, shook his head regretfully. It looked like their chance to see the elven beauties was over. Are you planning to follow the elven path along the magic stream? The elven ranger captain was taken aback. Yes. Because others have already walked that way. Apophis Brio nodded. After all, they had entered the Westworld from that path several times. But I must warn you, that path has been abandoned for a long time. No one has cleaned or maintained it, and no one knows what's there. The elven ranger captain said. And be careful of the spiders there. Those filthy, dark insects lurk in the shadows, waiting for their chance. The elves kindly reminded him. Thank you for the reminder. Apophis Brio patted his chest in thanks. TSK. Just a few little spiders. What's the big deal? Olaf poked a spiderweb hanging from the treetop with his war spear. Better be careful. After all, there are monsters among spiders. Besides, it's said that all spiders have the blood of the Ungoliant. Apophis Bleer said seriously. What the heck is an Ungoliant? Very durable? I wonder if it can withstand a spear. Olaf said disdainfully. Apophis Bleer suddenly felt like he'd lost his mind. He shouldn't have been chatting with Olaf. To say he was talking to a wall was an understatement. That thing is an ancient evil god. Apophis Brio said in frustration. Gods and ghosts are so far away from us. Where are gods these days? Olaf shrugged, thinking Apophis Brio was overdoing it. And even if they have divine blood, how big can they get? Can they be as big as my fist? Olaf gestured to his fist, which was the size of a sandbag. Low-level magical beasts, like the dark spider, can actually grow quite large. Apophis Brio explained. Big? How big can they be? I've seen spiders before. Bang! Olaf slammed headfirst into Apophis Brio's horse's rump, rattling the armor. My lord, why did you stop so suddenly? Olaf said aggrievedly, removing his tilted helmet and rubbing the affected area. Shoo! Apophis Brio grabbed Olaf and covered his mouth. Everyone silence. Don't make any noise. Apophis Brio growled. Woo-woo. Olaf slapped Apophis Brio's hand. Sir, you're covering my nose. Hold still. Look at that. Apophis Brio growled, shaking his head a few times. Whoa-woo. Olaf's head was turned by Apophis Brio. He looked at the forest not far ahead, which was suddenly covered with a layer of white. No! That thing didn't seem to be white but a web? Demon spider. Apophis Brio slowly released his hand and said cautiously, back away slowly. Apophis Brio waved his hand and whispered, indicating that a detour was necessary. Chapter 472. I don't think we need to retreat anymore, Olaf said, gently tugging at Apophis Brio. Apophis Brio frowned in dissatisfaction. Though he didn't say anything, his eyes told Olaf that if he kept yelling at him, he'd be dead. Olaf pointed overhead. Apophis Brio looked in the direction of Olaf's finger, and saw that the treetops above were already covered in endless webs. They just hadn't looked up to notice. Damn it! We entered a spider's nest. That's another spider colony's territory, and we've been walking under it for ages. Apophis Brio's face turned pale. What should we do? Olaf said calmly, gripping his spear tightly. Go ahead. Watch the sky. Apophis Brio gritted his teeth. If they hadn't entered yet, it would be fine, but now that they had entered the territory of some unknown species of demon spider, they had no choice but to keep going. After all, the retreat would be equally dangerous. How disgusting. Apophis Brio said, feeling incredibly unlucky. The moment he finished speaking, he realized he had been walking under someone's feet for quite some time. The dark forest really needs to be cleansed. Seriously? I even believe you if you said there were wild dragons here. Apophis Brio gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. It was truly difficult for a dozen professionals to care for 200 ordinary soldiers. The slightest negligence could lead to a complete disaster. If I make it out alive this time, I definitely learn archery or javelin. Olaf nervously stared at the sky. The fierce warrior's anti-air capabilities were maxed out, alright, the reverse kind. If you really encounter a demon spider, you should be able to hold it off by forming a defensive formation. Apophis Brio sighed, but before he could finish his words, something unexpected happened. Crack! A sharp, snapping sound echoed through the silent forest. Quiet down. Apophis Brio growled, his eyes filled with anxiety as he turned to look. A sled laden with supplies had overturned from the elven path, its cargo scattering across the ground. It was bad enough, but when Apophis Brio spotted the quivering spider web attached to a nearby tree root, his face paled. Swish! Apophis Brio drew his sword. Get out of the way! He roared. With a surge of battle energy, the blazing blade of battle energy slashed through the air and dove into the dense spiderweb overhead. Bang! A few seconds later, a massive, burnt-smelling object fell from the sky, tumbling several times on the ground before becoming motionless. Sure enough. A primary-level dark demon spider. Apophis Brio's face showed disdain. The massive spider, 3 meters long and nearly as tall as a man, had already been sliced in half by Apophis Brio's battle energy blade. Combined with the scorching heat of the fire elemental battle energy, it was practically dead. Dragon God. Olaf poked the spider's corpse with his spear in astonishment, his eyes filled with surprise and fear. He wanted to take back what he had just said. He had to admit This thing was enormous. And it looked like it was carnivorous. Swish, swish. Something moved rapidly in the dense treetops. Everyone watched nervously, and then the creature fell silent and motionless. Boom! A straight lance wrapped in fighting spirit suddenly stretched out, shocking the brave warriors nearby, and they all moved away from the king's knight, who dared to launch a charged skill in the crowd. However, when everyone followed his lance, they found that a dark spider that was no less in size than the previous one was nailed to the tree trunk by the careful king's knight with the lance. "Young man, well done. Run!" Apophis Brio roared. The shockwaves from his shot were so intense that they attracted dozens of demon spiders. Though they were only low-level beasts, their abilities limited to web spray and net capture, their sheer size and sheer numbers were enough to plunge the team, which lacked many professional supporters, into despair. "Go, go!" Olaf pulled up the warrior in front of him, then desperately pushed the carriage forward. "Knight, stay and cover my rear." Apophis Brio raised his lance, shielding the warrior behind him. The surrounding knights were gathering and closing in. "Olaf! Clear the way! Show me your military tactics. Be smart. I bring my knights to cover your rear. Don't die!" Apophis Brio roared, and in a flash, the massive demon spiders were charging right at Apophis Brio. Puff! The knight who had just caused trouble pulled out his lance from the tree and stabbed the impatient demon spider with a single shot. "Be careful to avoid. Protect your horses." Apophis Brio calmed down after watching the warriors walk away. Bang! Several dark-side demon spiders, their abdomens draped with silk, descended from the sky and surrounded Apophis Brio and his companions. "Kill them all! Spare no one!" Apophis Brio shouted angrily, then whipped his horse and took down a demon spider. "Sir! We must retreat!" A king's knight, breaking away from the fray, stabbed the demon spider in front of Apophis Brio dead with a single shot. "Olaf and the others have already gone far. We must pursue them," the king's knight shouted. "Those bastards got it easy. Let's go!" Apophis Brio waved his hand as he looked at the dead and wounded demon spiders on the ground. In just a few moments, they had already slain dozens of dark demon spiders. While the dark demon spiders were certainly at a low level, the might of the Rain Knights could not be denied. "Oh no! We didn't take their magic crystals." A knight suddenly slapped his head in frustration, clearly feeling pained and remorseful. "What the hell? I'm going to die for a magic crystal the size of a fingernail." Apophis Brio spat, his expression unmistakable. Didn't he feel bad? Of course he did. Even if it was a bit weak, it was still magic crystal. At least it could power some low-level magic items. But trying to take magic crystals from that endless wave of spiders? Apophis Brio said, "You might as well just kill me." "Damn it! Attack! Attack! Kill them! Kill those bastards!" After briefly shaking off the pursuing dark spiders, Apophis Brio and the knights followed Olaf and his men along the road. From a distance, they could hear Olaf's roar and the soldiers' terrified howls. "Oh no! They've been in trouble. Quick! Follow me!" Apophis Brio was now utterly distraught. Even the loss of one of his few soldiers would cause him significant pain, let alone 200 brave warriors. That was his lifeblood. If anything went wrong, he would hang himself from a tree in front of everyone. Chapter 473. Form of formation. Form of formation. We are heavy infantry. Don't forget we are heavy infantry. They are just a bunch of beasts. Form of formation. Kill them! Olaf and the other officers led the soldiers into a circle, swinging their spears with all their might to slash at the demon spiders before them. Luckily, they had a steel round shield that could slightly block the demon spiders' sharp claws, and the demon spiders had no ranged attack capabilities. Otherwise, these warriors, who could easily be killed by archers, would have been truly doomed. Cut their legs! Olaf swung his spear, severing a spider's leg with each blow. Yellow juice instantly spurted out. He ignored the nausea and swung his spear again. The heavy spear, carrying a tremendous force, sank into the spider's head. As the spider's limbs twitched, the life slowly faded from its eyes. Fuck! Damn it! Olaf had just killed a dark spider, and hadn't even wrenched his spear from its corpse, when he was tackled to the ground by a spider that pounced from the side. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. While desperately trying to block the spider's maw, Olaf saw the valiant warriors group crumble from the corner of his eye. With more than a dozen massive spiders charging out from both wings, the fate of these infantrymen, without ranged capabilities, was sealed. Rally! Rally! Resist together! Don't get left alone! An officer was organizing the remaining soldiers, who hadn't been entangled, trying to regroup. Damn it! Olaf cursed as he looked at the mouthparts opening and closing in front of him, while dodging the sharp feet poking at his head. Although he was wearing an iron bucket helmet, Olaf did not want to test its sturdiness. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Olaf swung his sword with all his might. A flash of cold light flashed, and the spider that had overwhelmed Olaf let out a shrill roar. Olaf successfully pulled out his dagger from his waist and slashed at the spider's mouthparts. The spider, now furious and in pain, now bared its fangs and claws, tried to attack Olaf. Yell! 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 Olaf, covered in mud, grew emboldened. He clenched his dagger and stabbed the spider fiercely. Yell! You bark like a dog. Sneak attack. Steal. I make you the sixth son. Who do you think you are? Olaf stabbed and punched the spider's head with all his might. Get out. With one straight punch, the spider was sent flying backwards. Seeing the spider thrashing around, Olaf, holding the dagger in his hands, dropped down from the sky. Hoo! Olaf slowly stood up. His helmet had long since fallen off, and his messy hair plastered to his face with sweat. He stumbled back and forth, searching for his spear, only to hear the cries and screams of his comrades all around him. Look out! Someone suddenly pointed behind Olaf. Olaf, still dizzy, stumbled forward in a daze, oblivious to the approaching footsteps. Bang! A lance, tinged with golden red war energy, suddenly grazed Olaf's back, sending up a cloud of dust. Olaf, belatedly realizing what was happening, turned his head. Apophis Brio had thrust his lance, stabbing the now close to him dark spider to death. Olaf, are your eyes in your crotch? Apophis Brio glared at Olaf, gritting his teeth. If he had arrived a moment later, the spider would have torn his head off. Kill! Apophis Brio roared fiercely at the demon spiders that had already burst into the crowd. However, he felt a little relieved because the demon spiders hadn't yet caused any casualties among his soldiers. Thanks to the Julin family's excellent training and high morale, the soldiers, though flustered in the melee, remained engaged in a chaotic battle and did not flee. The surrounded demon spiders were unable to effectively kill these fake tin cans. Help! A warrior was dragged away by the spider's silk. He struggled to grab at the roots on the ground to prevent himself from being dragged away by the silk. He kicked and struggled to free his feet, but the flexible silk refused to break despite his desperate efforts. Ah! A warrior swung his star silver steel spear with all his might. With a clang, the spider silk was severed in two. Two warriors quickly pulled him back. The terrified warrior fell to the ground in the crowd, trembling. Kill! Another group of warriors erupted in bloodthirsty fighting spirit. They braved the stings of the demon spider's sharp legs, even as blood streamed down their veins, wielding their spears to surround a dark demon spider and slash it to death. 7 or 8 spears slashed the spider with blinding cold light, and the blood-soaked warriors engaged in a fierce battle with the demon spider. Help! Apophis Brio shouted in agony. Although no soldiers had fallen, seeing the bloodied and wounded warriors, Apophis Brio roared at the top of his lungs. My soldiers. My few remaining private soldiers. I finally recruited 200 of the finest soldiers, risking King Roland's death. How dare you? Lion family. The knights under Apophis Brio exchanged a glance and roared. A terrifying war flame surged from their backs, and a ferocious, roaring lion, formed from the flames, emerged behind them. A golden red war flame covered their bodies, even enveloping their horses. Boom! Heavy hooves crashed into the ground, sending dirt flying everywhere. The line of Raglan has never left. The King's Landing family is not extinct. I, the Grand Duke of the Lion, the Duke of King's Landing will be with you. Lions of Raglan. Follow me, charge! Apophis Brio roared, his body bathed in flames. The wandering lion on his chest emblem seemed to come alive. Roar! The sound emanating from the knight's mouths was no longer human, but a lion's roar. Boom! Countless phantoms of lions appeared behind them, accompanied by fleeting figures of galloping horses. A dozen knights created the momentum of a charge of tens of thousands of knights. Crack! A towering ancient tree was snapped in half by a lion phantom, and a golden red flame instantly erupted from the broken end. Sizzle! A demon spider, unable to dodge, was cut in half by a charging knight phantom, its entire body emitting a sickening, burnt aroma. This is... Olaf fell to his knees with a thud. These soldiers were recruited from the wave of refugees who had followed Apophis Brio here, and the system had originally assigned them the status of subjects of the Grand Duke of King's Landing. The heroic spirits of the Knights of King's Landing. Apophis Bleer, who charged alongside them, was also deeply shocked. So, the lions of Lagrang really hadn't left. They had never been far away. Chapter 474. Roar! Phantoms roared like lions, their terrifying auras stirring the fallen leaves. Whoosh! Blazing battle flames danced wildly. Phantoms composed of fire-type battle flames surged through the air, as everyone watched in astonishment. Ancient trees, as thick as a man's embrace, were smashed in half by these heroic phantoms. The blazing fire-type battle flames, like the infernal flames of hell, reduced everything they touched to ash. Charge! King's cavalry! Invincible! Charge! Warriors of the Empire! Charge! To the end of the world! Apophis Brio roared at the top of his lungs, his eyes already bloodshot. Kill! The enraged knights of the King's Landing thrust out their lances, one by one, knocking down the shadow spiders still besieging the warriors. Scorched, stinking charcoal fell to the ground. Boom! Apophis Blue reined in the reins, his warhorse raising its front hooves and stomping heavily on the ground. Dust flew, creating two shallow pits. Whoa! Apophis Blue reined in his horse, and the other knights followed suit. These? Apophis Blue frowned, his eyes filled with surprise and shock. The phantoms that had followed their charge hadn't dissipated, but continued to charge forward, horrifically destroying everything in their path. The originally stone-paved elven path had transformed into a road dozens of meters wide, and the phantom knights continued to charge, carrying their lions, until they shattered into obstacles and dissipated. They are the heroic spirits of the generations of the knights' predecessors. The Grand Knight's eyes were filled with deep respect. They are our ancestors, still wielding their swords to clear the obstacles in our path. Olaf murmured tearfully. Come! A distant, ethereal voice faintly reached the crowd's ears. From Barbarian. Wild. From the wild? What's that? Olaf scratched his head, listening carefully to the shadow's words. My lord, what do you mean? Olaf turned around, and saw that Apophis Burial was already in tears. My lord, the imperial capital has been destroyed, and no one in the royal family survived. A hero, his body surging with nearly 10-meter-high war energy, approached. A man nearly 2 meters tall, with long, golden hair and dressed in heavy platinum armor, stood atop the city wall, gazing silently to the north. What's the situation elsewhere? The man turned, his face marked by the passage of time, deep wrinkles evident beneath his gloomy expression. When the man's slightly sorrowful voice sounded, the hero quickly knelt on one knee. Your Highness, the royal family is finished, the empire has fallen apart. We are meaningless. The man looked at the bitter expression on the kneeling hero's face, and smiled softly. Something has to be done by someone. There are always things to do in this world. But rebellion, natural disasters, and enemy invasions have torn this country apart. Everything we do is meaningless. The hero's eyes filled with tears. Alas! The man sighed. Where can we go? Behind me is the north, in front of me is the border. Ha ha ha! Where can I go? What if the empire is lost? What if the mountains and rivers are shattered? The north remains. I am still the Grand Duke of the Empire. The man said firmly. We have no way to retreat. Enemies lie before us, and civilians lie behind us. If I truly must make a choice, I choose to die on the northern wall. The man said calmly. General, prepare to meet the enemy. Until this Grand Duke's banner falls, you are still a general of the Empire. The Grand Duke of King's Landing smiled quietly, and patted the hero's shoulder plate. Yes, your highness. The hero patted his chest and saluted. Deploy your defenses. Those northern orcs won't miss this golden opportunity. The Grand Duke of King's Landing sighed. I understand. Alas, how can I, the Empire, save you? The Grand Duke of King's Landing leaned against the snow-covered wall, his eyes filled with desolation and helplessness. In the distant horizon, a dark tide slowly moved towards the north. King's Landing is gone. Your Highness. It was the same hero, but now missing an arm. Blood-soaked, he collapsed before the Grand Duke of King's Landing. He gazed at the still-standing, though already somewhat aged figure. 5 years, we defended it for 5 years. The Empire is gone, but the Lion of the North remains, ha ha ha. Those southern nobles mock us all day long, calling us a barbaric land. The Grand Duke of Juling laughed, the smile gradually fading from his face. But how could they see that this barbaric land is the last land to hold high the dragon flag? Who could have known that this is the Empire's last territory? We don't owe this Empire anything. The Emperor and the royal family owe us. The Grand Duke of Junling's face was filled with ferocity. How many descendants are left in the family? He calmed down and spoke gently. The direct male line has been almost completely killed or injured. Only your few grandchildren remain. The hero said with a touch of sorrow, gazing at the Grand Duke's withered face. Ah, so that's it. They're all gone. My sons, nephews, nieces. My blood relatives, all gone. The Grand Duke slowly sat down, his back against the city wall. O Empire, the King's Landing family has fulfilled its oath. We have shed our last drop of blood. Please redeem this old man's selfishness just this once. The Grand Duke looked at the hero, as if resolved. Your Highness, be strong. Standing beside the weathered Grand Duke of King's Landing was no longer the hero, but a young knight. I'm sorry, child, I failed to protect your father, the Grand Duke choked back. No, it was my father who failed. He let the King's Landing bloodline. The convoy heading south was attacked. I only found the remains of my father, and several of his sons. Several more are missing. Otherwise, I sent all my knights. The young knight made a move to leave. Forget it. Consider it the dragon god's punishment. No man of the Junlin family deserts the battlefield, not even the children. Consider them martyrs. The Grand Duke stood up, his facial muscles twitching a few times, but he managed to remain calm. Assemble the troops. It's time to deal with those bastards outside. The Grand Duke's eyes were filled with murderous intent and determination. An active attack? Those are the northern orcs. Your Highness. Give it a try. Although I can't save the Empire, I can drag them down with me, along with the family and empire that perished in this disaster. The last Grand Duke of the Lagran Empire, Junlin, had practically written on his forehead the idea of utter destruction. We, the Junlin lion family, from the wilderness. Show those bastards how we, warriors born in the wilderness, write our sacrifices in flesh and blood. Show them what it means to be a northern army. What it means to punish the people and punish the wicked. At this moment, the Grand Duke of Junlin was like an aging lion king, though old and frail, his might remained undiminished. Chapter 475. This is the northern territory of the Empire. I am the Grand Duke of the North. I rule the North by the Emperor's order. Here, we have over 10,000 combat-ready soldiers. My knights of the Sovereign remain mighty and powerful. What do these bastards have to do with the Empire's civil unrest? How dare they? Invading from all sides. Do they think I'm some idiot noble? The enraged Grand Duke stood on the northern wall, sword in hand, and hurled curses. As the saying goes, there's no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Lord of the North, the House of King's Landing has been wiped out, though direct blood still lingers. The last Grand Duke of King's Landing collapsed in an instant. Everything he defended had lost its meaning. He must die for his country, as nearly 1,000 knights of King's Landing converged from all directions at the command of their lord. The last Grand Duke seemed to find the same energy he had when he first donned the Grand Duke's crown. These were his loyal private soldiers, the Empire's last organized 1,000-man knight order, and the Empire's last hope for revival. Alas, they would be led to destruction by their lord. They would burst from the fortress, walk beyond the wall, and launch a desperate charge against the Northern Orc coalition. In this battle, the Empire's banner will fall completely, but I will make those bastards remember these two flags for thousands of years. I will make them live in fear for an entire era. The Grand Duke pointed at the Lagran Dragon banner, and the Wandering Lion banner of King's Landing with a frenzied smile. However, this smile was tinged with blood. The North was destined to be a river of blood. The Knights of King's Landing responded to the frenzied Grand Duke of King's Landing with silence. There were no passionate shouts, no hoarse slogans. Each man calmly gazed at his lord, adjusting and restoring himself to better condition. They were determined to face the enemy in top form. Child, wait until we rush out, close the city gates, and lock him in. Defend King's Landing to the death. The Grand Duke of King's Landing shook his arm weakly, addressing the young knight. Your Highness. The knight reluctantly held out his hand. It's over, everything is over. If my predictions are correct, the northern wall should have been breached. Those Easterlings and orcs are attacking from both sides. The fortresses guarding both ends of the northern wall should have fallen by now. The Grand Duke of King's Landing gazed sadly into the distance. He had anticipated this outcome when he had summoned all the knights. Without the assistance of the Knights of King's Landing, the ordinary swift infantry and fierce warriors of the northern garrison would certainly not be enough to resist those fierce armies. Conspiracy, betrayal, haha. What did those traitors gain? The throne? The Emperor's throne? Wealth? Land? Or even the illusory chance of becoming a god? The Grand Duke of King's Landing chuckled sarcastically. The sword and shield family. The young knight pursed his lips and stopped talking. The ambitious sword and shield family had sought to further their position within the empire, but they never imagined that natural and man-made disasters would combine, and a civil war among the nobles would ultimately lead to the collapse of a vast empire. The sword and shield family? Ha ha ha. Although they're ambitious, I still have to look up to them. Even if everything we've seen today is their fault. The Grand Duke of King's Landing grinned. Like most of the nobility in the empire, the ambitious sword and shield family had accumulated wealth for generations, aiming to rise to a higher class. However, the intrigues and scheming among the nobles made their ascent hopeless. The suppressed sword and shield family, after all, was a powerful marquisate on the border. In a fit of rage, they led their troops to engage those nobles in a glorious duel. It was supposed to be a matter between the nobility, but they were exploited. The empire, beset by enemies on all sides, was quickly dismembered by the surging enemy. The sword and shield family lived up to the reputation of the Lagran Empire's military nobility. The entire family fought to the death before the city of Lagran, until the last family soldier fell. Therefore, the Grand Duke of King's Landing still recognized their noble responsibilities. "Let's go, get ready," the Grand Duke of King's Landing said softly, waving his hand. "Don't feel sorry for me, or this empire. There are no civilians left here. As imperial soldiers, we can only serve the empire with our final loyalty." As if sensing the sadness in the young knight's eyes, the Grand Duke smiled and patted his head. He saw a reflection of his father in him. "Let us, along with King's Landing, standing tall on the northern wall, be buried with this great capital." The Grand Duke emptied the hot wine from the flask in one gulp, and casually threw the silver flask to the ground. "Knights of the Empire, retainers of the Sovereign, children of the North, show them how warriors from the wilderness fight. Follow me." The Grand Duke drew his sword and hurled himself down the dozens-meter-high wall. With a simple bend of his knees, he landed safely. A terrifying flame of war energy rose over 10 meters high. Surprisingly, the Grand Duke was also a level 6 hero. Creaky. The heavy, 20-meter-tall alloy gate swung open from the inside. The Grand Duke rode sideways, charging out first, a fiery crimson flame erupting. Behind him, one sovereign knight after another, each wielding their own crimson flames. Like a flaming totem spread across the earth, the entire knightly order pressed rapidly toward the north. Unlike many other knightly orders, which feature knights of all attributes, the Sovereign Lion Knights, like the Royal Holy Knights, are composed of knights of a single attribute. While this lack of attribute diversity makes them vulnerable to countering attributes, the powerful synergy within that attribute makes them invincible to a certain extent. Glory. Each Knight of the Rain was draped in a layer of battle armor. With each maxim chanted, their state increased. By the time they reached their 8th state, each knight's aura was so overwhelming it was breathtaking. This was the Empire's last 1,000-man knightly order, the Empire's swan song, the pinnacle of the northern people. They were Rain. Behind them stood the Wandering Lion, the fiery lion that had suppressed the north for countless years. Sacrifice. Everyone roared the word, entwined in a dazzling golden and green light. It was the power of life, every ray of brilliance a burning of life. They had chosen death. This was an army from hell. Secure the fortress. The young knight stood atop the city walls, gazing at the distant scene of beacon fires. The Knights of the Rain, inciting sacrifice, seemed to be carrying the infernal flames of hell, ready to consume everything in the world. Everything was unclean, scorched earth wherever they passed. Watching the doomed knight set fire to the orc army, the young knight shed a tear that instantly turned into a bead of ice. Grand Duke Delaner Breer has died in battle, and the House of King's Landing is dead. As the cries of battle drew nearer, the knight wrote this short letter in a heavy voice, tied it to the legs of a carrier pigeon, and released it. Then, after a longing glance at the house where his lord had once lived, he overturned the oil lamp. Amid the blazing flames, he donned a heavy helmet, drew his sword, and walked out. With this family perished, so too did a vast empire. The House of King's Landing is one of the most important noble families in this book. Loyal and humble, brave and righteous, they are the last land in the empire still holding high the imperial dragon banner. Chapter 476. Kill! Ethereal cries of death drifted from the shadowy figures of the reigning knights. These ghostly figures, composed of war energy and flame, would transform into solid forms upon encountering obstacles, destroying everything in their path with unwavering force. Ouch! Apophis Brio bit his lip hard, tears streaming down his face. Who knew that in this cold winter, in the far north, a man wept so bitterly? Ancestors? Forefathers? Apophis Brio's tears fell to the ground. He howled helplessly on horseback, unaware that a young knight like him had once cried himself dry in this equally cold winter. The only difference was that he was on horseback, and he was on the Great Wall. Whoosh, whoosh, charge, towards death. The most conspicuous phantom in the center seemed moved. Amidst the faint shouts, the phantom wearing a crown and a flaming cloak unconsciously slowed down. The crimson torrent gradually receded, leaving only a lone figure pausing slowly. He thoughtfully retracted his lance and slowly turned his head, as if sensing something. Apophis Brio opened his tearful eyes, meeting the figure's gaze. The figure seemed to smile, then his lips twitched slightly. King's Landing. Whoosh. A gust of north wind blew, and the shadowy figure, lingering in place, grew increasingly transparent as his battle chi ebbed. He lowered his head and pointed to his heart, where the crest of the King's Landing lion family crest lay, before dissipating into specks of light. Thump! Apophis Brio tumbled from his horse. Olaf rushed to help him, but Apophis Brio pushed him away. Laughing and crying, Apophis Brio stumbled back towards the spot where the figure had paused. Your Highness! Olaf tried to move forward. Swish! A spear loomed before Olaf. The Knight General of the King's Landing looked at Apophis Brio's staggering figure and shook his head at Olaf. Alas! Olaf sighed, his eyes filled with resignation. The last Grand Duke, is that you? Grand Duke de Lainer Brio. Apophis Brio burst into tears. He didn't know what had caused the King's Landing spirits of yesteryear to reappear, but he knew the charging knights and the vanishing figure revealed their identities. The last knights of the King's Landing. Don't worry, ancestors. For our family. For the glory of the Lion of the King's Landing. I will strive to survive and restore glory. Apophis Brio clenched his fists and growled. When he raised his head, his crimson eyes terrified everyone. Plop! Apophis Brio stood up, took 2 staggering steps, and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Everyone screamed and rushed over. Roland, meanwhile, sat in River Rapids, lost in thought. He stared at the system panel for a long silent moment. The reason was simple. Apophis Brio's page prominently displayed a heroic spirit return status. Under the branch previously listed under it, the Order of the Rain, incomplete organization, a special combination skill appeared, Reign of Heroic Spirit. This status made Roland uneasy. Heroic spirit protection is a family secret, and a last resort for many great families in the Lord of the Rings games. After all, no one knew how many dormant heroic spirits these ancient families had accumulated. However, none of the nobles Roland summoned from the system, even including a living Grand Duke, the Grand Duke of Nyx, had appeared in the heroic spirit protection status. Apophis Brio had suddenly and silently entered a group heroic spirit protection status, which made Roland worried. After all, what kind of heroic spirit would just go out for a stroll? Unless the situation was dire, no heroic spirit would risk damaging its soul to help a guardian fight. Could it be that Apophis Brio was hungry and summoned a heroic spirit to hunt for him? Tada! Roland mused, tapping rhythmically on the table. Although he said he let Apophis Brio go and herd his sheep without interfering with his actions, Roland couldn't really ignore the boy's life or death. While the title might be a bit unworthy, he was still a Grand Duke, determined whether he was a Grand Duke or not, regardless of his strength. At least the noble coat of arms and documents from the House of Peers wouldn't lie. Furthermore, Roland was somewhat embarrassed by the fact that the tiny kingdom of La Grande actually had 3 princes. This was the first time there were more kings than nobles. If you really counted, the centaur Balder was at least a king. Send Caslo to see me. Find him. I have an urgent matter. Roland shouted to the guards at the door. As the rustling of armor faded, Roland felt a little more at ease. He was genuinely afraid that Apophis Brio and his men would soon be dead. Thinking of this, Roland couldn't help but feel a surge of regret. He should have let this reckless man out. If anything had really happened, wouldn't Roland have harmed them? Your Highness. What's wrong? Caslo's voice interrupted Roland's thoughts. Seeing Caslo, Roland immediately smiled. Isn't this my loyal lackey? Caslo? Who wouldn't want such a caring, useful, and powerful subordinate? Most enemies could simply be dealt with by closing the door and releasing Caslo. I'm feeling a little uneasy. Immediately follow Apophis Brio's route and check along the way to see if they're alright. Oh, and bring plenty of supplies to refuel them. Help them if you can. Roland was still concerned about this lone expeditionary force. After all, he made the same journey to Lonely Mountain himself. He knew the hardships of facing a formidable enemy alone, without supplies or reinforcements. So, having been caught in the rain, King Roland wanted to do his best to hold an umbrella for that reckless warrior. As for what would happen to the people beneath it, Roland could only leave it to fate. Aw? Didn't you get enough rest? Are you constantly paranoid? Why don't you go find the queen and rest for a while? Your Highness, are you having a fit? How long has Grand Duke Apophis been gone? Are you still worried about him? Caslow was amused, even a little dismissive, thinking it was Roland's worry at work. But as he smiled, he saw his face turn cold. Ahem, actually, it's not that funny. You're right to worry. We should go check on them. After all, they're part of the kingdom. Your Highness, I go check on them first. Good day. Caslow smiled wryly, bowing and scraping to Roland. Caslow, I can't help it, but the king's glaring at me. Go quickly, and be safe. The dwarves have noticed that the griffins in the Grey Mountains are getting restless. They're flying around like they're in heat before spring even arrives. Roland seemed to be thinking of something infuriating. Caslow grinned, looked at Roland with a look that looked as if he was about to strangle someone, and then he decisively slipped away. Chapter 477. Apophis Brio. You proud noble, how are you? Roland sighed, setting down his quill. He slowly stood up and gazed at the snow melting in the distance. Your Highness, is there anything I can do for you? Old man Adile touched his chest and bowed. Well, are you free these days? Roland poured Adile a cup of tea. Thank you for your help. Adile asked, flattered, as he took the tea. Anything you need? Do you need me to relieve someone in a certain area? Adile asked, sipping his tea. No, you're old and frail. I wouldn't be so cruel as to send you to the front lines. Roland smiled and shrugged. It's like this. I like to learn a few techniques from you. I realize my combat skills still need improvement. Roland smiled wryly, and shook his head. Oh! Adile was clearly surprised. After all, he was still quite taken aback by Roland's suggestion of a problem with his combat technique. No way, you're a great knight already. How could you possibly have a problem with your technique after so long of training? Oh! I see. Do you feel those common combat techniques aren't worthy of your status? Don't worry. I have some top-tier techniques I can teach you, Your Highness. Adile smiled and stroked his hand. Roland smiled stiffly, and said nothing more. After all, what combat skills did a time traveler have? They were merely those professional skills granted by the system, which he could master. He had either relied on the knight's aid, or on his own rank to suppress his enemies. He had never fought an evenly matched opponent. Roland was like a child holding an AR-15. He could pull the trigger, but he had no control over his own power. Wow! You actually built a training ground outside the city? Roland exclaimed, looking at Adela, who was leading the way. Of course, the temple area in the city is still a bit small. I expanded the training ground outside the city. It should be enough to train 1,000 people, not to mention more. Adela said with a look of pride and smugness. Roland's eyes twitched. You are truly cruel, old man. A knight order of 1,000 people, what the hell? How long will it take Roland to get this thing running at full capacity? Another one of those things in my lifetime. Roland shook his head and ignored it. Who are these? Roland looked curiously at the children galloping on horses on the training ground. These are children who have awakened their fighting spirit, but whether they can become professionals depends on luck. Currently, the only temple in the kingdom that is truly in use is the Knight Temple. We have comprehensive knight training capabilities. As long as we have enough people, we will produce heroes trained in this temple in many years, Adela said with nostalgia. The Archer Temple can offer class changes, but we're short on skills and class trainers. Archers' limited skills make it difficult for them to navigate complex battlefield environments. Adile said, looking at Roland. I understand, but compared to archers, I think we're even more short of warriors. Roland tapped his helmet, feeling a bit of a headache. Yes, but the warrior temple has nothing. Even if a child has the talent to become a warrior, we can't afford to transfer them. We can only let them awaken on their own. Adile sighed. Self-awakening a class. That's even rarer than finding a wild dragon egg. Roland joked. Ha ha. Compared to encountering a dragon egg, awakened classes won't die. Adile shrugged. Ha ha ha. Roland laughed heartily. Come on, Your Highness. Shall we start with foot combat or cavalry combat? Adile was eager to try. Though the old knight was old, time hadn't dulled his fighting spirit. Instead, it had made him even more ruthless. Let's go foot combat. Roland thought for a moment, and decided to start with the most basic foot combat. Okay, then begin. Attack me with all your might. No skills, just your raw strength and skill. Adile drew a wooden sword and tossed it to Roland, then drew his own. Omsk looked at the two men, somewhat bewildered. He held the newly arrived documents and wanted to go over, but after thinking it over, He decided it wasn't appropriate and stood still, waiting. Ha! Roland's knees dropped, his waist and abdomen suddenly exerting force, swinging the wooden sword in his hand in a circle. After all, having experienced the information explosion, Roland knew that the most refined moves were the best. Fancy swordplay could never compare to a straight thrust. Dang! Adile blocked Roland's fierce attack with a single, casual move. Huh? Roland was stunned, staring at the wooden sword that was clearly made of wood yet rang with a metallic clang. Snap! A muffled sound echoed from Roland's back, and Roland felt a burning pain. Hiss! Roland gasped in pain, having made an indelible contribution to the warming of Middle-earth. Being stunned in the face of the enemy is not a good habit. It could cost you your life. Adile retracted his wooden sword. You're really ruthless. Roland moved his shoulders. Although he was armored, Adile's blow had pierced through him. Who knew how the old man managed to wield the wooden sword like a warhammer? Watch this, Adile suddenly said, sheathing his sword and lunging forward with a fierce leap. Roland suddenly felt as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast, and all the hair on his body stood up. Bang! At the last moment, Adile changed his thrusts into a slap, sending Roland flying in front of Omsk's surprised expression. Dragon God. Who is your mentor? I'm going to kill him. What did he teach you? Ballroom dancing? Adile frowned and asked Roland, who lay on the ground. Damn, I almost thought I was going to die. Roland complained, climbing to his feet. Don't worry, I know my limits, but your foundation is truly awful. Perhaps you should start from the very beginning. Adile said regretfully. Of course, you're the expert. I listened to you on this. Roland nodded. Professional matters should be left to professionals. After all, Roland had never received any combat training. Then please follow me. Adile gave Roland a deep look, his eyes gleaming with approval. What's this? It's quite heavy, Roland asked, looking at the things Adile had tied around his waist and legs. Lead weights, to make your lower body more stable. The more stable your upper and lower body are on horseback, the less likely you be knocked off. Otherwise, your ability to fight on foot will never be used, Adile explained. It looks quite advanced. Roland tried to take a step. Well, not only advanced, but also very heavy. Roland complained after taking 2 steps. You need to wear them when you walk. You can't take them off as long as you're moving, Adile instructed. How long will this take? Roland had a bad feeling. You have to carry them with you every day, even when I'm teaching you sword skills, Adile said matter-of-factly. Roland blinked, looking at his waist with tears in his eyes. Chapter 478. Ouch! Roland screamed as he leaped to avoid Adile's swinging wooden sword. Roland knew without even looking that his waist, hips, and back were covered in bruises. The worst part was that he couldn't block it at all. It was one of those times when you know he's going to attack you, your eyes see it, your brain registers, but your body just can't move. You're too ruthless. Roland screamed as he leaped to avoid it. The heavy lead and protective gear made his already clumsy movements even more clumsy. Fuck! Roland, furious, lashed out with his sword, bringing the powerful force of his long sword down hard on Adile's head. Dang! Adile firmly blocked Roland's attack. Roland's heart sank at his failure, and he quickly retreated to guard against Adile's next counterattack. Well done! That's a bit of a touch. Adile didn't charge forward this time, but instead, leaning on his sword, he praised. It's been a few days since I got beaten up. Time to learn your lesson. Roland's face turned green. Ha ha ha. Don't be so, your highness. You're making rapid progress. Adile laughed. Roland clenched his hands. Can you speak? What do you mean by rapid progress? If I don't react quickly, I get beaten up, right? Then we can move on to the next training. Adile smiled mysteriously. Roland felt a chill run down his spine. Then let's practice stabbing, Adile said seriously. Thrust? Roland waved his wooden sword and demonstrated. Do you need to learn that? Roland was shocked, almost thinking he had found a fake teacher. Of course. Honestly, the instructor who taught you the basics should be hanged. I never seen anyone with such a poor foundation as you. Adile sighed. Though stabbing is simple and unpretentious, it's truly the most lethal attack. Compared to slashing, stabbing attacks are more fluid and erratic, making them incredibly difficult to defend against. The key is stability. When stabbing, you must maintain a steady hand, stabbing wherever you want, and being able to change direction at any time to strike the enemy's vital points. Adile shook his head. Come on, practice dodging stabbings first. This training will help you survive a direct thrust. Adile raised his sword and spoke calmly. Ah! Ha! Ouch. Oh, it hurts. My leg. Ah. My head. Stop. My crotch. Kneeling on the ground, Roland was nearly in tears. That old bastard, Adile, had lost everything himself and was still trying to destroy others. This was a deadly move. If Roland hadn't dodged quickly, Kuin would have been dead by now. Stand up, you're a man. Are you going to tell the orcs? Hey man. Don't hit me in the crotch. Adile taunted, mimicking a woman's voice. Roland scrambled to his feet and attacked Adile. Be a man. Come on. Attack me. Come on. Show your manliness. Adile stabbed Roland with a thrust. Whoosh. Panting, Roland scrambled to his feet, sword in hand, charging at Adile with a pig thrust. Foolish decision. Only those who are helpless on the battlefield risk everything. Adile frowned, then slightly sideways. Roland, whose impact was too strong, drifted past Adile, under the influence of inertia. Roland even turned his head to exchange a glance with Adile. What could he say? 3 parts helpless, 2 parts speechless, and 5 parts indifferent? Paw! Adile simply stretched out a foot, and Roland was already 10 meters away. Heh. Roland didn't get up this time. Instead, he rolled over and lay on his back on the grass, enjoying the sun. How desperate am I to come to training? Roland nearly burst into tears. These past few nights, Nyx had been applying ointment and massaging him with concern. Seeing Roland covered in bruises, Nyx couldn't hide the worry and resentment in his eyes. To live up to the title shared by both Li Lauer and Zhu Laosi, the emperor of the immediate future, Roland had gone to great lengths. His entire body was covered in bruises, happily running around and seeking abuse every day. Adile tapped his pipe and happily finished a pot. He knew that even though Roland might be shouting, he still came. Despite being beaten up by him these past few days, his desire to become stronger remained unchanged. He would drag his broken body to be tortured every day. 2 flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. Roland was being beaten relentlessly by Adile, and Apophis Brio wasn't faring any better. While the team hadn't lost any men, a miracle, really, over a dozen had already fallen. The shadow demon spiders were just the starter. The subsequent appearance of the jumping claw venomous spiders was a real headache for Apophis Brio. Though small and venomous, their potent paralyzing properties were enough to make Apophis Brio curse his ancestors. After over a dozen men were felled, Apophis Brio was furious. When the King's Knight's battle spirit lit up the path ahead, Apophis Brio had already decided against playing fair. Boom! A war blade swung out, accompanied by a roar of war energy explosions. The splattering fire flames quickly ignited the surrounding spiderwebs. Whoosh! A venomous spider leaped up to attack the Rain Knight, only to be scorched to death by the protective fire flames of the knight's body as soon as it took flight. Swish! Someone had no idea what the creature had appeared, but the Rain Knight struck it head-on. He didn't care if it was a monster or a beast. He struck again if it wasn't killed. Inspired by the spirits of his ancestors, Apophis Brio charged relentlessly westward, unconcerned with the surroundings. Already rabid with rage, his men would pounce on a dragon if it stood in their way. Caslo, fresh from landing, was greeted with a warm welcome. As a dozen knightly swords and lances slashed towards him, Caslo even thought Apophis Brio had betrayed him. Finally, after their spears pierced the membranes of the storm dragon Kaldor's wings, only to be deflected, the bloodthirsty army finally stopped. Dragon God. What's wrong with you? You charge at a dragon without even looking? Caslo asked the knight, whose horse and rider had been flung flying, in shock. The knight struggled to his feet, quickly shoving his horse back to his feet. Then, he looked at Caslo blankly, the glazed expression in his eyes causing Caslo heartache. Kill, kill, kill! Apophis Brio charged, sword in hand, relentless. I kill you! Caslo cursed, kicking Apophis Brio to the ground. Hey! Are you coming to your senses? Caslo lifted the bloodshot-eyed Apophis Brio to his feet, and shook him vigorously. Huff, huff. He actually fell asleep. Plop. Before Caslo could say anything, another group of people collapsed in a haphazard manner. Their deafening snoring made Caslo question his life. Chapter 479. Hey! After an indeterminate amount of time, Caslo reached out and kicked the still sleeping Apophis Brio. Apophis Brio opened his sleepy eyes and looked at Caslo in confusion, apparently having blacked out. You've been sleeping for almost a whole day. Caslo glanced at the sky. He had been watching over these animals for a whole day. What have you been doing? Caslo crouched on the ground, watching Apophis Brio with interest. What have you been doing? Apophis Brio asked, bewildered. Still pretending, huh? Come on. Do you want me to take you to the sky and see that road behind you, dozens of miles wide? Caslo pointed behind them. Apophis Brio was about to angrily rebuke Caslo for his nonsense, when he suddenly remembered the group of heroic spirits he somehow conjured. The spirits of over 1,000 Knights of the Rain, let alone paving a path, would have been enough to put them at the gates of Mordor, and Sauron would probably have to change the gates. I don't know what happened, but I summoned the heroic spirits of my ancestors. Apophis Brio said after a few seconds of silence. Heroic spirit? Which Grand Duke of the Rain? Caslo folded his arms, and said nonchalantly. After all, those of the younger generation with exceptional abilities would, in certain circumstances, draw upon the heroic spirits of their ancestors through their own bloodline for protection. As the sole descendant of the Rain Lion family, it was normal for Apophis Brio to be protected by the spirits of one or two ancestors. No. One. Apophis Brio stuttered, suddenly overcome with excitement. Oh! Your Highness, you're quite lucky. Protected by several ancestors, it seems you soon be able to restore the glory of your ancestors. Caslo patted Apophis Brio on the shoulder and said happily, It's the last Grand Duke, and the last of the King's Knights. Apophis Brio stammered. Plop! The previously calm Caslo slipped and fell to the ground. Are you kidding me? Caslo's pupils widened, the shock in his eyes evident. No, it's true. Thousands of King's Knights trod this path. Apophis Brio murmured. Later, the Elven Trail was renamed the Heroic Avenue to commemorate the King's Knights who paved this path. Caldor. Caslo waved his hand, and the shrunken Caslo climbed onto his arm. My knight, what's wrong? Caslo asked lazily. Help me see if he has any evil spirit talents. Caslo said solemnly. Someone who summons thousands of souls to battle is called a necromancer. What knight could possibly summon thousands of heroic spirits? You know, the biggest difference between heroic spirits and evil spirits is that heroic spirits possess their own consciousness and thoughts, capable of making decisions, unlike evil spirits, who are driven solely by the instinct to kill. No, he only has pure fire elemental battle energy within him. No trace of evil spirits or soul-like energies has been detected. Cardo shook his head. His radiant dragon eyes could still easily discern everything about Apophis Brio. After all, the terrifying disparity in life level was enough to elevate the dragon race above many other races. Pay attention to yourself. Don't let those things cloud your mind. Caslo looked at Apophis Brio solemnly. He wasn't referring to any heroic spirits, but rather to the evil spirit or soul attributes he suspected lurked within Apophis Brio. Don't worry, I'm on top of it. Caslo's words made the usually calm Apophis Brio nervous. He didn't want to become a madman obsessed with killing. Of the 13 attributes, water, fire, wood, earth, wind, thunder, light, dark, ice, space, soul, evil spirit, holiness, and evil, few can suppress the soul attribute. Only holiness and evil are capable of suppressing it. Do you have any items that can do that? Caslo asked anxiously. Yes. Does the Grand Duke's Seal of Glory count? Apophis Brio produced a badge. Its red background inlaid with gold was simple and elegant. Its only two designs were a crown with a sword and shield on the front, and a lion prowling behind it. But it was this very thing that made Caslo's pupil shrink. Greetings, Grand Duke. Caslo pounded his chest respectfully, gazing at the badge with a serious expression. Dragon God. You actually have this treasure? After saluting, Caslo hurried forward. Just as he leaned in, he felt a sacred aura wash over him. It was so comfortable. Yes, it's passed down from our ancestors, Apophis Brio said proudly. I guess there aren't many Grand Dukes' medals of glory left in the world. Caslo's tone was tinged with sourness. After all, this thing had such a profound origin. This medal was a sacred emblem bestowed upon the Grand Dukes by the king of the Holy Kingdom of Lagrang, the predecessor of the Lagrang Empire. The main body was made of the scales of a golden holy dragon, and the gold rim was also inlaid with pure gold. It was engraved with the eternal sacred spell. The divine aura would continue to be released as long as the emblem remained intact. Looking at the story-filled badge, Caslo couldn't help but sigh, lamenting, how many families of those families are left now? This small badge witnessed the rise and fall of an empire. Even Roland, who now inherited the Rovanian bloodline, had once been allocated a Rovanian Grand Duke's Glory badge, though Roland hadn't yet obtained it through the system. This badge was once a symbol of the empire's top nobility. Even the poorest who possessed it were Grand Dukes. It could be said that this item was the most effective token of identity for the heads of top noble families. Although no one asked Roland to prove it, after all, the Empire was gone, Caslow was still deeply shocked by the sight of Apophis Brio's Grand Duke's glory badge. With this thing, you should never fear evil entering your body. Caslow looked at Apophis Brio with a complicated expression. He had originally thought of helping him retrieve some sacred items from the kingdom's only two paladins, Roland and Renaud. Thank you, to protect Apophis Brio from those energies. But after seeing this thing, Caslow's heart instantly soured. Typical of someone who's worried about their brother's hardship, and even more worried about him driving a Land Rover. As expected of the damned ancient nobles, they're just tycoons. They have endless trump cards, never to be exhausted. Caslow could only mentally despise these wealthy nobles. No wonder the established aristocrats looked down on the newcomers. With such heritage and class, how could they possibly be the same? By the way, why are you here? Did His Highness ask you to help me expand? Apophis Brio finally remembered to ask Caslow why he comes so suddenly. Your Highness is worried about you, so he asked me to come over to check on you and give you some supplies. But I'm relieved to see that you're doing well. Caslow pouted, thinking that even if Roland starved to death, these old-fashioned nobles couldn't starve to death and could survive for so many years without using up all their cards. Caslow couldn't imagine how rich those top nobles were back then. Chapter 480. Caslow unloaded the supplies he had brought. The mountain of supplies nearly made Apophis Brio smile. The journey had already consumed a considerable amount of resources, and the long day and night march was incredibly physically demanding. Apophis Brio had already struggled to keep his men enduring hardships, and if they weren't well fed, the soldiers would likely revolt. Thank you very much. Give my regards to His Highness. Apophis Brio patted Caslow on the shoulder. Despite his title as a Grand Duke, he remained humble with Caslow, whom he worked with daily. I won't say more. Just stay alive. Caslow slapped a finger-sized vial on Apophis Brio's shoulder. What is this? Apophis Brio asked, puzzled, as he gazed at the deep red liquid inside. Blood of the Storm Dragon. If you encounter a formidable foe, throwing it out can intimidate most magical beasts. Caslow mounted the dragon's back and waved. Thank you. Apophis Brio nodded. He could easily guess where the blood had come from. Apophis Brio's expression at Cardo's glance was a bit unkind. Let's go! Take care. Caslow lifted the dragon's saddle and soared into the sky. Thank you, knight. Apophis Brio watched Caslow go, carefully storing the bottle of blood. This was a common alchemical magic bottle designed to keep the blood alive, ensuring the dragon blood within remained fresh. Only fresh dragon blood had a powerful deterrent effect. After all, the Misty Mountains were home to a large number of magical beasts. This bottle of dragon blood might be a tonic for some, but for most, it was a death warrant. Dragon blood signified injury, and an injured dragon would be even more irritable and aggressive, reaching its peak and possessing a strong sense of territory. No beast would easily attempt to provoke a wounded dragon. Clear up. We're ready for dinner. Apophis Brio said to the soldiers beside him, watching the departing dragon rider. Crackle. The blazing fire illuminated everyone's face, and they happily warmed themselves by the fire, munching on their bread with relish. The pork chops are ready, sir, Olaf said with a fawning smile, handing Apophis Brio the still-dripping pork chops. Thank you very much. Let's eat, Apophis Brio said to the others, taking the pork chops. Sir, what are we going to do when we get down? Olaf asked vaguely, chewing the roasted meat. Slurp. Olaf sucked the meat and marrow clean from the bones, and tossed them to the ground. Rest. It's getting late. Apophis Brio rolled his eyes at Olaf. Good. Olaf pursed his lips and glanced at the darkening sky. You know it's getting late. If we continue, we have to light torches and hurry along. How's the camp? Apophis Brio asked his chief knight. Sir, it's all set up. We cut down some trees and made a simple barricade. It should serve as a warning to any approaching creatures. The chief knight pointed at the stones on the barricade and the rubble beneath. Obviously, if a stone hit the barricade, it would fall and hit the rubble. The sound of stones colliding would be very noticeable in the still night, especially for professionals, who could be awakened by even the slightest noise. Not bad. This distance gives us time to react. By the way, have the knights disperse and rest on all sides, with the ordinary soldiers in the innermost. Apophis Brio instructed. I understand. Huh? Olaf exclaimed. What are you yelling for? I'm sleeping with you because I think you're superior. Get out of my way. Make room. Apophis Brio shoved in unceremoniously, clutching a rolled-up leather mattress. Then, without a care in the world as Olaf looked at him, Apophis Brio quickly spread out the mattress and slept with Jia. Sir, you? Olaf was a bit bewildered. After all, anyone would be shocked to see a living person suddenly enter a tent, and a man at that? Olaf remarked that he didn't like having men on top of each other, or men on both sides, so he instinctively sat up. What's the matter? I can't be bothered to ask them to set up my own tent, so I'm here to spend the night. By the way, you really like my military strategy, right? How about I teach you a little bit about it as payment for sleeping in your tent? Apophis Brio teased. That's totally unnecessary. Olaf waved his hands repeatedly, the resistance on his face clearly visible. Alright, stop being so cute and funny, and get some sleep. We have to travel tomorrow. If we don't reach the old pass by early spring, I tear your head off and use it as a sacrifice. Apophis Brio said casually. What? Olaf, who had just been lying down, suddenly sprang up like a spring and stared at Apophis Brio in astonishment. The resentment in his eyes was so piercing that even a dragon would feel pity. Ouch! My lord, what are you doing? Why do you want me to be a sacrifice? Olaf said with a deeply moving tone, then continued to stare at Apophis Brio with shock. Because you disturbed my sleep. Apophis Brio rolled over and covered his face with his cloak, saying calmly. Then I shut up. Olaf slumped down and decisively mute himself. Crack! Amidst the snoring, a faint snapping sound of a branch echoed. Whoa! The figure responsible for the noise started, then immediately stopped. After a long pause, finding no movement, he cautiously resumed his movement. Huff! Heavy breathing echoed, as the voice's owner cautiously approached the simple barricades. He examined them, considered them for a few seconds, and then quietly slipped through them. Crack! Stones from the barricades tumbled and fell, landing on the gravel with a crisp, snapping sound. Bang! A brilliant, blazing blade of battle energy ripped through the tent and shot out. Swish! The blinding blade of battle energy sliced through, its fiery red energy instantly illuminating the scene in its path. Although it missed, the attacker was clearly repelled. Crack! A heavily armored Grand Knight of the Rain emerged from the tent, ripped apart by the flames of war, sword in hand. What's going on? Apophis Brio rushed out immediately. As expected, except for the lone Grand Knight, who swung his sword from within the tent, all the other knights rushed out the instant they heard the commotion, and the other soldiers followed suit, weapons in hand. What's going on? Olaf's eyes revealed fatigue, confusion, and bewilderment. You were sleeping so soundly. Something just tried to attack the camp. Apophis Brio asked Olaf. What should I do? Olaf perked up at the news of the attack. He looked at Apophis Brio seriously, awaiting his orders. Go and talk to the officers to calm the common soldiers down, Apophis Brio said, glancing at the chaotic soldiers.